This is the fringe of the Wasteland, a desolate remnant of a bygone world. The Tamers of perilous species serve as the leaders and pillars of humanity in this realm, among which the draconic species stands as a particularly formidable class. Possessing the legacy of the New World, Su Huan has mastered the arcane secret that enables all beings to transform into dragons, earning him the title of Dragon Tamer. In the dense forest, the blood vine of the lizard dragon and the vile sap from the blackgrass are part of the ritual for the forest dragon transformation. The blackhorn viper, the black flame, crystal marrow, and the blackwater eel undergo transformation in the black water pool. The coiling disaster scale python, the disaster dragon stone, and the reverse scale of the subdragon participate in the ancient disaster snake dragon transformation in the ancient earth. The blue frost ice python, the ice soul marrow, and the snow monster's heart blood partake in the transformation ritual of the ice and snow dragon in the frigid expanse. As the twilight of the old world casts its glow upon the scorched earth of the new realm, the dragon tamer soars through the heavens, commanding the true dragons. Chapter 1. The Final Era. The last bastion of humanity, Dusk City, resides atop the highest structure, the Eternal Day Tower, within the Dawn Hall of its summit. An aged man, his hair white and his forehead etched with deep wrinkles, gazes silently at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the distance. He is the leader of the human saints, the most revered among them. Having lived for over 5,000 years through the resurrection of the corpse dragon shaman, he has encountered countless adversities, dangers, and dire straits throughout his life. Yet, none have been as utterly despairing as this moment. The forbidden dominators, accompanied by an inexhaustible legion of taboo forces, surge towards Dusk City like an overwhelming tide. The fortifications surrounding Dusk City are easily obliterated by the Forbidden Army, and the once elite forces of humanity, the Dusk Legion, have succumbed on the path of the advancing enemy. Meanwhile, the Guardians of Dusk City find themselves besieged by an even greater number of forbidden deities in the upper void beyond the limits of sight. Fortresses across the world have completely fallen, with Dusk City standing as the sole remaining stronghold, the last bastion of hope for humanity against the onslaught of the taboo. A resounding roar reverberates through the heavens. A colossal being, as immense as a super city, plummets from the upper void like a crimson continent. The heart of the earth flame dragon, the old man's murky eyes glimmer with a trace of anguish. This behemoth is one of humanity's last guardians. Before the heart of the earth flame dragon can touch the ground, two similarly titanic figures descend from the void, streaking down like radiant meteors. The candle dragon, being long. The pain within the old man's expression becomes palpable, that a thunderous roar echoes throughout the heavens, resonating even in Dusk City, miles away from the battlefield above. Yet, this roar is filled with an indomitable battle spirit. A dark purple entity, enveloped in countless brilliant lights, descends like a blazing purple sun. Tears stream down the old man's cheeks as he gazes upward. The ancestor dragon, the strongest guardian of humanity, has also fallen. And as the spiritual leader of his kind, the old man knows all too well that their world is crumbling in this very moment today. Young saint, accompanied by a dragon, stood upon the mountainous remains of countless formidable species at the battlefield's end in the city of Dusk, silently observing the fall of the ancestral dragon from the upper void. Having valiantly slain a being known as the most powerful among the taboo dominators beneath the taboo god, he swiftly retreated from the fray. He was a young man, second only to the elder in strength among humanity, favored by the dragon of time. Unlike others, the young saint did not ride any dragon. He soared through the air solely by his own might. Kneeling before the elder, he solemnly proclaimed, "Most sacred one, our world has lost all hope. Please carry our hopes away from this era, that I will incinerate my body and even my very essence with the dragon of time to forge a passage back to the past. I believe your wisdom can rewrite the fate of humanity in other times." The elder shook his head. "Otto, we all belong to this era. The few among the taboo gods adept in the mysteries of time have their gaze fixed here. None can escape." With a gesture of his staff, he pointed to the ground. The towering Polar Day Tower, reaching a height of 100,000 meters, comprised 10,000 layers, 9,000 of which contained the invaluable secrets of dragon mastery by humanity in this world. The moment the elder's staff touched the ground, The precious materials ignited spontaneously, swiftly dissolving into nothingness and transforming into golden strands of light. Countless golden strands coalesced into a golden tome, which floated gracefully in the elder's hand. "Let those not of this era rewrite humanity's fate," he declared, swinging his staff with might, causing the space before him to gradually tear open, revealing a profound void. Passage. The enormous platinum gem atop the elder's staff shattered instantly. This core, left behind by a deceased guardian-level dragon of time, contained boundless temporal power. As the core shattered, the platinum temporal energy surged into the dark, unfathomable depths of the void passage, paving the way to an unknown past. Humans, quietly returned to the ruins of your era, transforming into the dust of time. The power of the taboo god descended, causing the temporal passage to falter and collapse. Not so. The young saint summoned the platinum dragon of time, a youthful creature not yet at the guardian level, but perilously close to it. Was this very dragon that had joined forces with Otto to vanquish a taboo dominator. The young saint ignited himself first, transforming into platinum flames as he leaped into the temporal passage, the dragon of time letting out a mournful cry as it followed suit. Other taboo gods, who had been watching intently, unleashed their formidable powers. Yet the overwhelming force brought forth by the young saint and the dragon of time, fueled by their burning bodies and essence, could not withstand the vast might capable of altering time itself. Stepping forward, the elder summoned forth a multitude of beings the closest to the taboo gods, ranging from true dragons, holy dragons, divine dragons, ancient dragons, demonic dragons, evil dragons, to colossal dragons, all emerging from behind him. Each dragon, fearless and resolute, lunged towards the time portal. Though they were akin to moths drawn to a flame in the face of the forbidden god's immense power, their fiery sacrifice momentarily staved off the destruction of the time portal. As the last dragon was reduced to nothingness, the time portal was fully formed. The forbidden gods descended in their true forms upon the Dawn Hall. Massive entities, reminiscent of mountain ranges, arrived, instantly shattering the Dawn Hall into fragments. These colossal beings unleashed cataclysmic forces capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth, intent on annihilating the golden tome that encapsulated all the secrets of dragon mastery known to humanity. The old man cast a final glance at the world from the Dawn Hall, wielding a platinum staff that ignited into pure platinum time energy. As the most powerful dragon master in the annals of human history, he sacrificed everything, channeling the strength derived from the time Stoffen artifact of unparalleled might to withstand the overwhelming force of the forbidden god's descent, that he safeguarded the golden tome, sending it deep into the recesses of the time portal, where it vanished in an instant. The wrathful intent of the forbidden gods surged like thunder across the vast skies. The towering structure of the Daylight Tower, a symbol of humanity's indomitable spirit, crumbled in an instant under the fury of the forbidden gods. The Forbidden Overlord and countless legions of the Forbidden began to expedite their assault on Dusk City. After the last saint perished alongside a Forbidden Overlord, no human remained capable of resisting the slaughter wrought by the Forbidden Overlord. In the final moments, the figure of the Forbidden God loomed over Dusk City, its apocalyptic power erasing all traces of the city's existence. Thus, the final era drew to a close. Chapter 2. On the eve of adulthood in the heart of the dark gathering place, the Black Lantern Castle. Su Huan stood atop the observation tower of a watchtower on the castle walls, beset by a restless evening breeze, laden with melancholy. It was truly disheartening. Su Huan gazed into the vast, black night, gritting his teeth and murmuring under his breath. As a mere resident of the Black Lantern gathering place, Su Huan had utilized his parents and Appos pension to join the training program established by the rulers of Black Lantern Castle, aimed at nurturing skilled tamers. Over the past 3 years, he had struggled to sustain his training, relying on his sister's support, yet he had achieved nothing thus far. This world was exceedingly cruel. The human settlements scattered across the boundless wasteland represented the lowest echelon of society, where safety was a fleeting illusion, and peril lurked at every corner, claiming lives without warning. These settlements, akin to resilient weeds, were perpetually crushed yet continuously sprouted anew. Even a formidable creature could obliterate an entire gathering place. Fortunately, the Black Lantern gathering place Among the weeds stood as a relatively robust specimen, considered a powerful settlement in its vicinity. It had endured for over a century amidst the ever-present threats of the desolate land, a remarkable feat given the average lifespan of such settlements. This longevity was primarily attributed to the current lord of Black Lantern Castle. Known as the Castle Master, he was an exceptionally powerful professional tamer, commanding formidable and terrifying creatures that deterred the dangers lurking in the shadows, safeguarding the residents of the gathering place. The tamer training mechanism at Black Lantern Castle was instituted by this lord, aimed at identifying and nurturing individuals with innate taming talent, thereby cultivating competent tamers. Thanks to this system, the Black Lantern Gathering Place, with a population of merely tens of thousands, had amassed nearly 100 tamers over the years. Although the majority of these tamers were mere apprentices within the tamer hierarchy, referred to as taming apprentices, they wielded terrifying power that surpassed even the most advanced weaponry. Thanks to their tamed creatures, each creature was a product of domestication from the offspring of dangerous species. Even the lowest tier of these perilous beings, once matured, posed a significant challenge to humans armed solely with cold weapons, and even hot weapons were not always effective. Su Huan gazed at the unmoving tamer egg cradled in his arms, tears of despair welling in his eyes, filled with grief and anger. Within this egg resided the offspring of a dangerous creature. Despite dedicating all his efforts and energy over the past 3 years, he had failed to establish a mental bond and stable psychic connection with the little one within the egg. Consequently, the egg remained unhatched. The tamer egg was a special invention designed to delay hatching and enhance the resilience and attributes of the embryo within. For humans, the first step to becoming a tamer was to independently hatch their first tamer egg. This particular egg belonged to a scaled lizard, capable of hatching into the offspring of a mid-tier dangerous species. Yet now, the scaled lizard slumbers soundly within the nurturing liquid of the pet egg, which is more formidable than steel. Only by establishing a mental connection can one fully awaken the hatchling and Apos' desire to break free from its shell. Relying solely on its own strength for internal hatching, as external force proves utterly futile. However, after 3 years of relentless attempts and repeated failures, Su Huan has succumbed to a profound sense of helplessness. Tomorrow, this egg will no longer belong to him. Although it has accompanied Su Huan for 3 whole years, the ownership still rests with the Black Lantern Castle. Only when Su Huan forges a bond with the life within the egg and successfully hatches it can he truly claim it as his own. Clearly, Su Huan has failed. This signifies not merely a loss, but the forfeiture of a chance to alter his destiny. All in the gathering place are acutely aware that only the illustrious beast tamers hold positions of power, residing within the inner fortress, favored by the castle master, wielding influence and authority. In contrast, everyone else is merely commonplace, compelled to toil under the rules established by the fortress lord to gain the sanctuary of the gathering place. The path of a beast tamer is arduous. Among the trainees, only a minuscule fraction achieve success. The majority, in the year leading up to adulthood, opt to abandon their training, hastening to acquire a skill to prepare for the impending allocation of roles upon reaching maturity. Yet Su Huan, unwilling to relinquish his aspirations, has persevered until this day. However, now, regardless of his reluctance or resentment, he must find solace in acceptance. 3 years ago, at the age of 15, Su Huan embarked on his training, and tomorrow he will turn 18, stepping into adulthood. In the Black Lantern Gathering Place, every adult must select a role. Typically, young individuals of Su Huan's age have acquired a specific skill. The aim is to secure a favorable position within the gathering place after adulthood, ensuring a stable life free from uncertainty. However, during these crucial 3 years, Su Huan devoted all his energy to the rigorous training of a beast tamer. One could assert that he has exerted more effort than any other trainee, for unlike his peers, who often come from comfortable backgrounds, Su Huan relied solely on a pension to join the training, left with no support save for his sister. He had no option but to fight for his future. Yet, as he now faces the allocation of roles upon adulthood, he finds himself not advancing towards becoming a beast tamer but, apart from the basic knowledge of taming, devoid of any other skills to choose from. Such rudimentary understanding of taming is virtually worthless to those who cannot become beast tamers. Once the day concludes, he will be consigned to the ranks of the resource-seeking team, symbolizing the lowest echelon of the gathering place, venturing into the wilderness beyond the high walls to engage in perilous resource collection tasks, navigating an environment rife with danger. Any adult lacking a specific skill cannot even aspire to work as a farmer in the plantations, they are relegated to this most undesirable and evaded occupation. In the past decade, the supply search teams have consistently maintained a scale of 10 teams, comprising 200 to 300 individuals. The average mortality rate among these teams reaches a staggering 5 each month, with no fewer than 10 search team members perishing in the wilderness. Since more than half of the members of the supply search teams are recruited from the wilderness drifters outside the encampment, the teams remain fully staffed. There exists a regulation within the encampment. Any wilderness drifter selected to join a supply search team must work diligently for a year to attain formal resident status, after which they automatically retire from the search team and qualify for reassignment to other duties. Nevertheless, the number of drifters who survive to retirement is lamentably low. This regulation, however, instills a sense of hope in these drifters as they strive for a better future. Advancing one step could lead to paradise, while retreating could plunge one into hell. Such is the predicament of Su Huan at present. Yet, despite his discontent, he possesses no means to resist. Since the current Lord of the Black Lantern encampment seized power 30 years ago, it has grown increasingly prosperous, accompanied by ever stricter regulations. In recent years, the imposition of severe penalties for expulsion has become rare. Resisting assigned duties is among the offenses that could incur such grave punishment. Every adult resident within the encampment is obligated to fulfill a role, from the Lord's kin to ordinary citizens. This is a rule that no one may contravene. The distinction lies solely in the privileges enjoyed by the elite, who can secure comfortable and lucrative positions for their families, while the common folk are burdened with arduous tasks that barely suffice for survival. In the case of ordinary adults within the encampment, none can escape the requirement to work. For Su Huan, should he refuse to join the supply search team, he would inevitably face the dire consequence of expulsion. Being the first resident expelled from the encampment in years would be tantamount to death for someone with limited survival skills in the wilderness, potentially jeopardizing his sister and Appo's stable employment as well. Contemplating this, Su Huan resigned himself to his fate. If he must join the search team, so be it. Compared to the wilderness drifters, they, as native residents of the encampment, would naturally receive preferential treatment. A mere 6 months of service in the search team would allow for retirement. Residents who survive until retirement would be reassigned to new roles and receive a considerable pension. With his eyes closed, Su Huan resolved that come dawn, he would return the pet egg and present himself at the search team with the requisition order from the Affairs Bureau. The sense of injustice welled within him. Leaning against the wall in despair, he sat on the ground, gazing at the still brightly lit castle before him. As his mind drifted, an ephemeral golden flash streaked across the horizon at an astonishing speed, then shot downward with an unperceivable swiftness, ultimately striking Su Huan's brow. Chapter 3. The tamer Su Huan felt his consciousness fading into a hazy stupor, an irresistible wave of drowsiness overwhelming him, causing him to lie on the rooftop floor and succumb to a deep slumber. As a trainee tamer, he was not permitted to stay overnight in the castle. He was required to leave before the midnight curfew. Yet, he had spent the entire night on this secluded lookout point, only to be discovered by the outer castle and Appo's guard team the following morning. The guards clearly recognized Su Huan and, without hesitation, rudely prodded him awake with the barrel of a submachine gun. As he gradually regained consciousness, a guard with slanted eyes sneered at him and barked, "You, boy, tell me, did you spend the night here?" Upon awakening, Su Huan felt as though he had just emerged from a bizarre dream. In that dream, countless formidable draconic creatures soared through the skies, galloped across the land, swam in the oceans, and even traversed the depths of the earth, drifting through the void. The powerful humans who commanded these colossal dragons were revered as dragon tamers, towering figures that resembled mountains in their grandeur. When he gazed down and spotted the tamer egg, which he had clutched tightly in his arms even while inadvertently dozing off, he was momentarily taken aback. Over the past 3 years, this egg had never left his side. Even during his training at the castle, it resided securely in his satchel. He was intimately familiar with the texture, weight, feel, and scent of this egg, more so than he was with his own body. However, he now noticed a distinct crack appearing on the previously flawless green shell of the egg. His initial reaction was not one of anxiety, but rather sheer elation. Given the material of the tamer egg, it was impervious to damage by ordinary means. Only the creature within could break free from its shell. As he pressed his face closer to the egg, a faint hissing sound resonated clearly in his mind. This was not an ordinary sound. After all, the creature inside was still encased in its nurturing fluid and could not produce noise. Instead, it was a genuine spiritual communication that transcended mere auditory perception. He could acutely sense a nascent consciousness striving to connect with him on a profound level. Instinctively, he conveyed a calming thought, and the little consciousness responded with palpable joy. Having diligently studied the fundamentals of hatching tamer eggs countless times, Su Huan immediately deduced that he had successfully forged a mental bond and stable spiritual connection with the creature inside. The guard and Apos' forceful shove nearly knocked the breath out of him, and Su Huan glared coldly at the guard before him. He was acutely aware that, as a member of the Black Lantern Castle's guard, this individual not only possessed exceptional physical prowess but was also highly trained. Armed with a firearm, Su Huan, as an inexperienced tamer, stood little chance against him. Any attempt to resist could result in the guard exercising his authority to shoot him. Moreover, it was evident that the guard and Apos' intentions extended beyond a mere reprimand. He seemed intent on inflicting serious harm. Should he be reported for violating curfew, a punishment of flogging would likely leave him severely injured, jeopardizing his ability to carry out crucial supply missions, a near-certain death sentence. Certainly, as a budding beastmaster, there is no need for him to search for a team. What? The triangular-eyed fellow, seeing Su Huan daring to glare back at him after receiving a blow, was thoroughly displeased with that gaze and had no intention of granting any opportunity for explanation. You little brat, I declare that you have violated the curfew. And you dare to refute me. The commotion drew the attention of numerous onlookers beneath the city wall. Before long, a considerable crowd had gathered around the two. The triangular-eyed man firmly asserted that Su Huan had breached the curfew regulations. Among the spectators were several trainees from the Beastmaster training program, who naturally recognized Su Huan, the pitiful soul soon to be dispatched to the search team. However, these individuals merely stood aside with their arms crossed, observing passively. Not only did they perceive Su Huan as a failure unworthy of their friendship, but even those with some acquaintance would hesitate to openly confront the castle's security personnel, as they would still need to navigate the outer fortress in the future. Offending the guards responsible for maintaining order in the outer fortress was undoubtedly imprudent. As the triangular-eyed man noticed the crowd swelling in size, he summoned 2 more members of the security team. Just as they prepared to shackle Su Huan and escort him to the detention room for interrogation, a youth from within the crowd exclaimed, "Su Huan, your beast egg is cracking." The boy's voice, already shrill, rang out with incredulity and shock, immediately drawing the attention of all to Su Huan's beast egg. There, upon the deep green shell, lay a distinctly visible crack. An astonishing thought surfaced in everyone and Apos' mind. Could it be that Su Huan and Apos' beast egg was beginning to hatch? The security personnel, momentarily stunned, took but a second to reconsider before releasing their grip on Su Huan. One among them swiftly produced a key to unlock the handcuffs. "Zhou Qing, for heaven's sake, do not wrongfully accuse others. He has just entered the outer fortress this morning. How could he have violated the curfew?" The officer who had just freed Su Huan rebuked the triangular-eyed man with righteous indignation. Another officer also vehemently chastised Zhou Qing for indiscriminately handcuffing an innocent person. Inwardly cursing Zhou Qing's entire lineage, Zhou Qing stood there, dumbfounded. To him, Su Huan, who was regarded as the most inept and oblivious among all the Beastmaster trainees, had somehow transformed into a Beastmaster on this final day before being forcibly assigned to the resource search team. The very thought of having struck a future Beastmaster sent a shiver down his spine. It's a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. Lord Su Huan, I shall immediately summon the training officer to confirm your status as a Beastmaster. You are destined for greatness. Zhou Qing clung to a glimmer of hope, pondering if that crack might have been there from the very beginning. He trotted over and soon brought a middle-aged man with an impassive expression. Zhou Qing bowed and walked ahead, guiding the middle-aged man like a servant. Su Huan immediately recognized the identity of this man, the chief training officer of the castle and Apos' beast tamer training, the immensely powerful Lu Yu. Zhou Qing deliberately sought out Lu Yu, the head of all matters concerning beast tamer training, instead of another ordinary training officer, harboring the hope that Lu Yu would erupt in fury if he exposed Su Huan as an imposter, thus ensuring that Zhou Qing would face no repercussions, even if he were to injure or nearly kill him. Unaware of Zhou Qing and Apos' ulterior motives, Lu Yu approached and quickly noticed the cracks on the beast egg. His expression shifted, filled with astonishment, as he directed his gaze at Su Huan, instructing him to attempt communication with the beast egg. Su Huan, as before, leaned closer to the shell and re-established a connection with the nascent consciousness within, transmitting a soothing thought. The little creature inside quivered slightly. At that moment, Lu Yu, Utilizing his formidable mental strength, clearly perceived Su Huan's spiritual fluctuations and the subsequent tremors of life emanating from the egg. Excellent! 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 Liu exclaimed thrice, each word striking Zhou Qing and Appo's heart like a heavy hammer, shattering his final glimmer of hope and leaving the robust man gasping for breath. Su Huan turned directly to Zhou Qing, stating, "He struck me." Liu Yu's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention to Zhou Qing. "As a member of the Black Lantern Fortress Guard, you dare to assault a beast tamer? The status of a beast tamer is exalted and must not be provoked by any ordinary person in any form. This is a shared understanding among all beast tamers." "It's a misunderstanding, my lord. He violated the curfew and resisted arrest, which compelled me to act." Zhou Qing pointed at Su Huan in his defense, acutely aware that given Liu Yu's standing, even if he were to kill him, he would not face punishment. However, if the accusation of assaulting a beast tamer were to be substantiated, his fate would be dire. "Is there anyone who can testify?" Liu surveyed the surrounding crowd. "My lord, I can attest. I witnessed Zhou Qing's madness as he unjustly assaulted this beast tamer, though I was too far away to intervene in time. One of Zhou Qing's teammates stabbed him in the back." "Humph. You need not remain in the guard. Go join the supply search team." Liu Yu and Appo's word sealed Zhou Qing and Appo's fate. Once the matter was settled, the typically cold and unapproachable Liu Yu, known as the cold-faced chief trainer, unexpectedly patted Su Huan and Appo's shoulder with a warm demeanor, saying, "Come with me." This affectionate gesture left the onlookers astounded. Yes, Su Huan nodded and followed Liu Yu and Appo's departing figure. Zhou Qing, however, turned pale, realizing that the fate he had just inflicted upon Su Huan had now befallen him. Overwhelmed with fear, he rushed forward to block the two, eager to plead his case. Yet, before he could utter a word, Liu Yu kicked him down to the ground, commanding, "Get lost." Liu Yu cast a cold glance at the disheveled figure on the ground, causing him to tremble as if shaken by an unseen force. Subsequently, he departed with Su Huan. Chapter 4. New Identity and Choices. Su Huan was directly escorted by Liu Yu into the inner fortress of the castle. This marked his second entry into the inner sanctum. As a trainee of the Beastmaster Special Training Program, he possessed only the privilege to traverse the outer fortress, lacking the qualifications to enter the inner fortress where the Beastmasters, the castle lord, and their families resided. His initial visit had occurred 2.5 years prior, prompted by the remarkable young woman who had joined the training program alongside him. Within mere months of her enrollment, she had successfully hatched a high-risk beast egg, garnering the attention of the castle lord, who took her as a direct disciple and hosted a banquet in her honor within the inner fortress. Su Huan had been fortunate enough to attend that banquet as her fellow trainee. Now, returning to the inner fortress, he had transformed into the very beastmaster he had once aspired to be. Although his beast egg had yet to hatch, rendering him merely a prospective beastmaster, the establishment of a mental bond and spiritual connection would soon render the hatching a matter of time. In no more than several months, or perhaps just over a month, the life within would break free from its shell, swiftly maturing into a formidable and dangerous creature. Should such a dangerous being appear unrestrained in human habitation, chaos and even slaughter would ensue instinctively. This explains why newly born dangerous species are confined to their beast eggs. Even nascent dangerous creatures, if not tamed by a beastmaster, pose significant threats. The potential for them to unexpectedly annihilate an adult like Zhou Qing is not unfathomable. Liu Yu led Su Huan through several checkpoints without hindrance, arriving at the heart of the inner fortress, where they were to meet the ruler of the Black Lantern stronghold, the protector and commander of the Black Lantern army, Zhou He. According to tradition, every newly minted beastmaster must personally meet the most powerful beastmaster and lord of the stronghold, who would offer encouragement and rewards. Typically, this meeting occurs only after the beast egg has officially hatched, yet Su Huan's lizard egg had not yet truly emerged. Liu Yu's actions thus constituted an exception. However, given his status as the castle lord's confidant and his own formidable prowess, the lord would likely overlook such a minor deviation. Over the past 3 years, Su Huan had heard of the traditional ceremonies for trainees advancing to beastmasters and meeting the lord on 19 occasions. He was acutely aware that his own meeting with the lord, without having hatched a beast, was unusual. He found himself puzzled as to why he was so eager to present him to the lord at this juncture. Nevertheless, he had no authority to decline. Liu Yu stood among the nearly 100 beastmasters in the stronghold, second only to the lord and a few elite beastmasters in strength. His personal prowess and authoritative standing placed him at the pinnacle of the community, and his assertive nature left no room for refusal. in the depths of the inner fortress. Within the castle lord's private study, Su Huan, even though this was not his first encounter with the man, could not help but be awed by the lord's demeanor and authority. He appeared to be a formidable middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an air of gravitas. As far as Su Huan is aware, the fortress lord assumed command of the Black Lantern gathering place over 30 years ago when he was already in his 30s. Which means he must now be at least 60. Is this lad truly the first newcomer of the latter half of this year? He cast a glance at Su Huan before turning to Lu Yu. His voice resonated with authority and charm. The bloodstains on Su Huan's face had been wiped away during the journey, and the injuries were now scarcely visible unless one looked closely. Indeed, I heard that you were supposed to report to the search team today upon reaching adulthood, but unexpectedly. You have managed to break through just before the eve of your coming of age, Lu Yu remarked with evident delight. It had been half a year since a new Tamer had appeared, and Su Huan's arrival was, for him, a timely boon. Lord, I have fulfilled our agreement from 3 years ago to cultivate 20 Tamers within the gathering place in this time frame. This lad happens to be the 20th, Lu Yu remarked, shedding his usual cold demeanor, appearing almost like a proud commoner in the presence of the Lord. You are indeed a remarkable fellow. I find it hard to manage you. I will instruct someone to bring you the Azure Sky Essence shortly. With this essence, your Azure Flame Fierce Tiger may have the chance to ascend to the ranks of super dangerous species. He waved his hand with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Huan realized Lu Yu and Apos' eagerness to bring him to meet the Lord was motivated by the pursuit of benefits. Any lingering frustration within him dissipated. He was indifferent to the others' intentions as long as they bore no malice toward him. He then turned his gaze to Su Huan, praising him. Good lad. To have burned your boats and successfully overcome your constraints at the last moment is commendable. Lu Yu interjected, Lord, this lad's reward must not be meager. Rest assured. It will be substantial, he replied. Young man, I offer you 2 choices. Firstly, since your tamed pet egg is a scale lizard, I can provide you with a piece of dragon scale imbued with the bloodline of high-ranking dragon species, which will accelerate your scale lizard's hatching and enhance its strength compared to others. There is even a slim chance it may inherit a fragment of dragon lineage, greatly increasing its potential. Secondly, when you are ready to cultivate a second tamed pet, I can allow you to select one from my collection. With that, the fortress lord quietly awaited Su Huan and Apos' decision. After a moment of contemplation, Su Huan made up his mind. It is better to secure 1 bird in hand than 2 in the bush. He decided to solidify his identity as a tamer first. He chose the dragon scale that would hasten the hatching of his scale lizard and enhance its potential. He had heard of dragon-type creatures, known for their formidable power among dangerous species, and even their scales possessed unimaginable benefits. I will send the dragon scales to you this afternoon. I hope you remain true to your aspirations and strive to achieve great things in the path of Tamers, contributing to the gathering place. He encouraged Su Huan with a gentle smile. Yes, Su Huan will not disappoint the Lord and Apos' expectations and will remain steadfast, Su Huan declared earnestly. You may leave now. He gestured with a smile. Upon exiting the Lord's study, a waiting servant approached with eagerness, guiding Su Huan toward the outer fortress. Before the servant, upon observing the pet training egg in Su Huan's possession and noting the esteemed presence of Lu Yu, the renowned chief instructor who had personally brought him to meet the Lord of the fortress, deduced his identity. Throughout the journey, the servant incessantly lavished compliments upon Su Huan, who responded with a smile that barely concealed his ambivalence. Over the past 3 years, he had become accustomed to the vicissitudes of human sentiment, rendering him impervious to both praise and disdain. His heart is tranquil as still waters. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure an entire year amidst the scrutinizing gazes of others. Upon returning to the outer fortress, he made his way directly to the resting area designated for the pet trainers and Apos' special trainees, retrieving his belongings from his designated locker before hastily exiting the outer fortress. This left many aspiring special trainees, eager to forge connections with this future luminary, thoroughly disappointed. Su Huan, however, remained indifferent to their opinions. He had long since ceased to care, if he ever did. What occupied his thoughts at this moment was the desire to share the joyous news of his achievement in pet training with his sister. As autumn drew to a close and the weather turned brisk, Su Huan spent the night atop the castle's watchtower, braving the evening breeze. Although his body temperature had dipped slightly, his years of rigorous training had fortified his constitution, sparing him from the chills of a cold. He tightened the somewhat thin jacket around him, placed the pet training egg into his faded canvas bag, slung the bag over his shoulder. And with his hands tucked into his pockets, he crossed the castle gates and stepped out of the imposing fortress. Chapter 5. My sister Su Qing as Su Huan stepped out of the castle. He instinctively cast a glance at the iconic edifice of the Black Lantern Gathering Area, the Black Lighthouse, from which the area derived its name. Originally, the Black Lantern Gathering Area was a rudimentary wilderness camp constructed around this very lighthouse. The early inhabitants sought to provide temporary respite and supplies for the wandering travelers of the wilderness, which over the course of a century evolved into the sprawling community we see today. Beyond the outer fortress of Black Lantern Castle lies the inner district of the Gathering Area, housing tens of thousands of residents. The Black Lantern Gathering Area comprises both inner and outer districts apart from the castle. The inner district serves as the bustling core, where the Black Lighthouse stands tall, symbolizing prosperity. This area is predominantly occupied by the affluent, boasting a relatively clean environment, although it still pales in comparison to the outer fortress. The streets are meticulously paved with neatly cut stone slabs, and one seldom encounters the sight of sewage, dust, or refuse carelessly discarded. In stark contrast, the outer district presents a grim environment, home to the lower echelons of society. Here, not only is the atmosphere harsh, but the sewage system is also woefully inadequate, with refuse and wastewater prevalent throughout. Su Huan's family resided in the outer district. Originally, their home was situated at the junction between the inner and outer districts, a property bequeathed by his late parents, representative of the majority of the middle to lower class dwellings in the Gathering Area. However, over the past 3 years of intensive training as a beast tamer, his expenses had skyrocketed rather than diminished. Solely relying on his sister's meager income as an agronomist at the plantation had become increasingly untenable. A year prior, in a desperate bid to cover the training fees, he was compelled to sell their home and relocate to a low-rent accommodation in the outer district. His current residence was a dilapidated 5-story building on Agricultural Street, close to Plantation Number 5, with its exterior peeling and crumbling. The neighbors predominantly consisted of farmers, gardeners, and laborers employed at the nearby plantations. The homogeneity of the populace contributed to a relatively stable environment, where incidents of robbery and violence were rare, with fatal occurrences scarcely materializing even once a month, a rarity in the outer district and Oppo's numerous streets. He retrieved the beast egg that would ultimately alter his destiny from his canvas back. Since awakening from an unexpected slumber, he had yet to thoroughly examine the creature within. He had only briefly attempted to communicate with its nascent consciousness. To encourage the hatchling to emerge, aside from utilizing special items such as dragon scales, it was imperative to ignite the desire for hatching, a concept known in the lore as the hatching urge. He resolved to seize the moment, engaging in further communication with the little one to inspire it to break free from its shell. With unwavering enthusiasm, Su Huan connected with the creature through their mental bond for nearly half an hour. As he probed into its consciousness, he discovered that the hatchling was sound asleep within its shell. Deciding against disturbing it, he opted to wait until the little one awoke to resume their exchange. In the wilderness, the authenticity of paper currency was often questionable, leading to the circulation of only coins crafted from precious metals across the various gathering areas. In Su Huan's possession were 2 large gold coins, a number of smaller silver coins, and several dozen steel coins of the least value. These coins were replicas crafted by the Dark Enclave, emulating the currency system of a vast human settlement. The nomenclature of the currency mirrored that of the original. The gold coin was termed gold ku, the silver coin silver ku, and the steel coin steel ku. The exchange rate for each type of currency was established at 50:1, meaning 1 gold ku equated to 50 silver ku, or 500 steel ku. 1 gold ku represented nearly half a month's earnings for his sister, a horticulturist, who earned approximately 7,000 steel ku monthly. With this modest sum, she not only financed Su Huan and Oppo's substantial training fees for beast tamers, but also provided him with a roof over his head and ensured he lacked for nothing. If one were to subsist solely on coarse grains, 500 steel ku would suffice for a family of 5 for over a month. However, should they desire finer grains, meat, and the addition of costly spices, 500 steel ku would scarcely afford them a few meals. The coin Su Huan held totaled 500 steel ku. He withdrew 10 silver ku and 5 steel ku before venturing out. Based on recent market prices, this amount was sufficient to procure meat and seasonings for 2, with a little left over for some vegetables and fruits. With a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way to the market, Nonken Street, adjacent to the number 5 plantation where his sister worked. was home to several sizable food distribution markets. All food distribution markets within the enclave were managed by the overseers of the Dark Castle, and they were the sole source of sustenance for ordinary residents. Aside from the underground black market, where private trade in food supplies was strictly prohibited, the markets on Nonkan Street were of this nature, and Su Huan intended to visit the largest one, frequently frequented by his sister, Su Qing. All stalls within the distribution market were staffed by employees hired by the management committee. Given the scarcity of food, there was little urgency to attract customers, resulting in a rather indifferent atmosphere. Su Huan first approached a stall selling pork and purchased 2 jin of marbled belly pork. He then procured garlic, ginger, Sichuan pepper, and chili, followed by a few muddy black sweet potatoes and a peculiar assortment of vibrant green vegetables. "Why aren't you working today, sis?" Su Huan inquired, slightly puzzled. It hurts." "Let go," he exclaimed. "What is this about?" He should have anticipated this reaction. Yet the series of events from Zhou Qing to the audience with the castle lord had caused him to forget. "Sister, please let go first. Let me explain. I successfully forged a bond with the beast-taming egg yesterday and became a beast tamer. During our training, we even met the castle lord. And after a night of socializing, dawn arrived before I knew it." Su Huan was at a loss as to how to clarify the situation to Su Qing. So he resorted to fabricating a half-truth to placate her. "Is that true?" Su Qing stood frozen at his words. Her urgency stemmed primarily from a profound fear that Su Huan might, in a moment of desperation, succumb to despair at the prospect of being assigned to the search team. Upon hearing her brother's words, she found herself nearly incredulous. Su Huan, well aware of his sister's temperament, knew that actions spoke louder than words. He promptly produced the pet-taming egg. Su Qing's gaze immediately fell upon the cracks on the egg's surface. Although she had never undergone the specialized training for tamers, during her brother's 3 years of intense training, he often shared insights about the program with her, allowing her to absorb a fair amount of knowledge by osmosis. Upon seeing the cracks on the pet-taming egg, she quickly comprehended their significance. For a moment, she was lost in thought. And it was not the joyous surprise Su Huan had anticipated, but rather her eyes brimmed with tears. Su Qing stood on her tiptoes to gently ruffle her brother's hair, who towered over her by half a head, and with a hint of sadness, she remarked, "If our parents knew of your success, they would surely be comforted. Our old house sold without complaint. My brother will become an important figure in the future, as a native of the gathering place." Su Qing understood the profound implications of becoming a tamer. From Su Huan, she learned that during his 3 years of training, hundreds of students had come and gone from the castle, yet only a mere 20, including Su Huan, had truly emerged as tamers. Those who managed to survive and thrive would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the gathering place. Su Huan tenderly wiped the tears from his sister's eyes and softly patted her back. He recognized that the past 3 years had been incredibly challenging for Su Qing, and her struggles were unlikely to have been any less severe than his own. Chapter 6. The Secrets of Dragon Scales and Transformation at Noon. Su Huan volunteered to prepare a dish he had not savored in many years, braised pork with potatoes. Although the flavor fell far short of his elder sister's culinary prowess, the 2 siblings relished the meal with great joy. In the afternoon, Su Qing departed for work. Despite knowing that her brother Su Huan had become a beast master, Su Qing regarded her job as an unwavering obligation. This very work had sustained them both after the passing of their parents, and for that, she felt profound gratitude. Taking a half-day leave, even for the sake of her brother, was a rare occurrence for her. No matter how much Su Huan urged her to take a day off, she remained resolute in her eagerness to return to her duties. Thus, he found himself alone at home, nurturing a bond with the little creature within the beast egg. As he was engaging with the small being, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned the visitor's attire and inferred their purpose. The individual donned a black combat uniform, adorned with a black lighthouse emblem on their chest, unmistakably revealing their identity as a member of the Black Lantern Guard, the Fortress Lord's secret elite squad composed of the finest soldiers from the military. "Greetings, Lord Su Huan. This package has been entrusted to me by the Fortress Lord. Please present your identification," stated the Black Lantern Guard member with utmost formality. Su Huan promptly extended his identification card, and after verification, the guard retrieved a black box, approximately the size of 2 palms, from a briefcase and solemnly handed it to Su Huan. "Please keep it safe. I shall take my leave now." With eager anticipation, Su Huan closed the door and opened the box. Before him lay a rust-red scale, exuding a metallic sheen, radiating a palpable sense of pressure, as if a formidable and perilous creature were roaring before him. The scale measured about the size of a palm, with a thickness akin to 2 or 3 fingernails. As Su Huan lifted it from the box, he was struck by its extraordinary chill and unusual weight. Typically, such a piece of metal would weigh no more than a couple of pounds. Yet this scale felt as though it bore down heavily in his palm, weighing an astonishing 8 or 9 pounds. He brought the scale closer to the beast egg, and the little creature within instantly became agitated. Simultaneously, Su Huan felt as if he had been jolted, his consciousness briefly plunging into a haze. When clarity returned, the ancient words Dragon Codex flashed vividly in his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of information. Most of this knowledge was obscured by a thick fog, accessible only in fragments. Scale lizard transformation, 17 scale lizard dragon species. Dragon scale, dragon blood, hatching transformation ritual, dragon snake lizard. While he did not scrutinize the so-called hatching transformation ritual in detail, he was somewhat familiar with the dragon snake lizard, a creature of utmost danger, second only to the super hazardous species. An adult dragon snake lizard possessed the capability to obliterate an entire small settlement, starkly contrasting the intermediate risk scale lizard, which belonged to an entirely different category of species. The most commonly encountered hazardous creatures were classified as dangerous species, which were further divided into 7 major categories: subordinate, inferior, intermediate, advanced, elite, top tier, and super. The intermediate danger species serves as a threshold for novice tamers to establish their first bond with their pets. The higher the innate classification, the more challenging it becomes for beginner tamers to forge such connections, unless one possesses extraordinary talent or genius. Most will opt to utilize intermediate danger species eggs to attempt this bond. Top-tier danger species represent the apex of danger entities, just below super danger species. For instance, the esteemed Qingyin Liao tiger, which has been rigorously trained by the esteemed Lu Yu, is classified as a top-tier danger species. In contrast, the Longxi lizard is even rarer than the Qingyin Liao tiger, as it possesses a trace of draconic bloodline. Its combat aptitude is remarkably formidable, renowned for its astonishing regenerative abilities, strength, and robust endurance. This has led him to speculate about his mysterious slumber, filled with visions of dragons, and the serendipitous occurrence of awakening as a tamer. It appears he has stumbled upon an incredible fate. The lizard transforming into a dragon. Part 10. The Lizard of Flame. A crystallization of the dragonvine bloodline contains 1,200 milliliters of dragon blood essence, essential for the flame transformation ritual of the flame-scaled dragon lizard. Although Su Huan has never heard of the flame-scaled dragon lizard, its name suggests an impressive and powerful breed. However, he currently lacks the required materials and rituals. The only potential path available to him is through the Longxi lizard. If the creature within the egg can indeed transform into a dragon, he would be thoroughly satisfied. It is worth noting that even the exceptionally talented young woman, who caught the attention of the fortress lord and was taken under her guidance, only managed to hatch an advanced danger species as her first pet. The starting point of an advanced danger species is far inferior to that of the top-tier Longxi lizard, which is separated by an elite danger species. One of the materials needed for transformation, the dragon scale of the dragon species, is already in his possession. According to the ancient Dragon Codex, which describes various transformation materials, Su Huan deduces that the dragon scales referred to by the fortress lord as high-level dragon lineage are indeed the dragon species scales. The classification of dragons in the ancient Dragon Codex differs from Su Huan's prior understanding. In this world, dragons are categorized as low, medium, and high. However, the Codex delineates them into species possessing draconic bloodlines, dragon veins, those with close draconic lineage, dragon offspring, and pure-blooded dragon descendants, dragon species. Thus, dragon veins, dragon offspring, and dragon species correspond to low, medium, and high dragons, respectively. This indicates that he already possesses one of the primary materials for the lizard transformation into a dragon, the dragon species scale. Now, he only needs to locate the dragon blood root and complete the transformation ritual to ascertain the authenticity of this transformation. The shell-breaking dragon transformation ritual requires a closed space filled with the essence of high-level dragon scales. The dragon blood root must be evenly applied to the exterior of the shell, allowing the lizard to break free using its inherent strength, shattering its constraints, and ultimately absorbing the essential aura from the high-level dragon scales to complete the transformation. The ritual appears straightforward, requiring only the procurement of sufficient dragon blood root. While Su Huan has yet to hear of this material, the information within the transformation pathway includes images of the necessary components. Armed with this information, Su Huan was confident he could locate any materials that were not exceedingly rare. He promptly gathered his belongings and prepared a substantial amount of coins to venture to the market and the apothecaries, hoping to test his fortune. However, as fate would have it, it was merely a stroke of luck. He traversed a multitude of markets and apothecaries in the vicinity, even exploring the inner district. Despite clearly describing the appearance of the dragon's bloodroot to the various shopkeepers, he yielded no results. Realizing that conventional channels would likely prove futile, especially given the involvement of perilous creatures and their tamers, he understood a different approach was necessary. Chapter 7. Dragon's Bloodroot. He prepared to make his way to the castle, for if there were a place most likely to harbor various materials and their records, it would undoubtedly be the library of the outer fortress, established by the Lord himself. In truth, aside from the library in the outer fortress, the inner fortress boasted a library even more abundant in its collection, encompassing all works found in the outer library, some of which were even direct reproductions from the inner fortress. However, access to that location required a special permit from the Lord, granting entry only to the officially recognized Tamers. There was another option, to seek assistance from Zhao Liu. Yet, having already been granted an exceptional audience with the Lord under the auspices of Commander Liu's training, and having received significant benefits such as high-grade dragon scales, Su Huan did not wish to impose further on Commander Liu's training. He chose instead to visit the outer fortress library in hopes of fortune, with the intention of devising alternative methods, if unsuccessful. The outer fortress library was a 3-story tower. The first floor was accessible to all members of the castle and the Tamer Training Academy, while the second floor was reserved for those with authority at the level of squad leader and above in the security team, and the third floor for those at the level of team leader and above. Su Huan made his way to the first floor's materials section, spending 2 hours in vain. The materials cataloged on the first floor primarily involved common materials, with only a handful pertaining to secondary and lower-grade hazardous species. Materials related to dangerous creatures were undoubtedly classified as more advanced and special. He surmised that he would need to ascend to the second floor. Though Su Huan had not yet been granted higher-level privileges, he was aware that he had solidified his identity as a future tamer. However, since his tamer egg had yet to hatch, he remained an apprentice with only the most basic training privileges. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. To his surprise, the guards stationed on the second floor made no effort to impede his approach. Instead, they slightly bowed and respectfully opened the tightly shut door leading to the second floor, saying, "Lord Su Huan, please." This left Su Huan astonished, yet he continued onward, expressing his gratitude as he hastened up the stairs. He presumed that news of his exceptional meeting with the Lord had reached the guards, prompting their change in demeanor towards him. In reality, while this was one reason, the primary cause lay in the fact that the unpopular Zhou Qing had severely offended a prospective tamer, resulting in an informal dispatch to a search team, which left the guards both gleeful and on high alert. Consequently, the guards on the second floor chose to turn a blind eye to Su Huan's unauthorized attempt to access the library. An ordinary guard would naturally not dare to offend such future dignitaries, adopting a sycophantic attitude instead. Prospective tamers belonged to an implicitly privileged class. One could scarcely imagine a guard daring to obstruct even access to the third floor. As for the worn tomes above, they could be perused at leisure. As long as the books remained intact, no one could find fault with them. Su Huan quickly ascended to the second floor. To his astonishment, the collection in the materials section on the second floor was considerably smaller than that on the first, yet it contained a majority of rare and uncommon materials, with a significant proportion pertaining to hazardous creatures. Unbeknownst to him, another hour had slipped by. Su Huan swiftly perused through numerous tomes, ultimately uncovering an image resembling the dragon and Appo's bloodroot within a dusty, weathered volume. In this book, it was referred to as the purple-brown root, a peculiar plant root of a purple-brown hue, renowned for its potent medicinal properties, capable of invigorating blood circulation, dispelling stasis, and strengthening bones. The concoction derived from it, known as purple root wine, was highly valued and immensely sought after by the affluent. As Su Huan gazed intently at the image, its resemblance grew increasingly compelling. However, he realized that only by encountering the actual specimen could he ascertain its true identity. After all, the illustrations in this substantial tome were not rendered in a realistic style but bore a vivid, cartoonish flair that rendered them somewhat ambiguous, far less lifelike than the images vividly etched in his memory. He promptly exited the castle and returned to the various apothecaries and market stalls he had previously explored. At last, He indeed discovered the purple-brown root in one of the herbal shops. He scrutinized and compared it to the dragon and amp, Apos, bloodroot in his mind for quite some time before concluding that the substance, intended for brewing wine, was indeed the dragon and Apos, bloodroot. Knock, knock, my guest. Do you still wish to purchase this purple-brown root? I intend to brew it into medicinal wine for sale. So if you desire it, the price cannot be trifled with, announced the apothecary's proprietor, tapping the counter with his fingers. His impatience palpable as he observed the young man still examining the quality of the herbs. What is the cost? Su Huan inquired. 20 per gram. Since you have come specifically for the purple-brown root, you must be aware that this plant cannot be cultivated artificially. It is solely gathered by search teams from the wilderness or traded directly from the hands of scavengers who acquire it from wandering refugees. I happened to procure this from a scavenger, and this price is already quite reasonable. Furthermore, this item is priceless in the market, the proprietor asserted. Seemingly undeterred by the possibility of Su Huan and amp, Apos' refusal to purchase. Prior to visiting the shop, Su Huan had already explored 3 or 4 other stores and several market stalls, making this the first establishment to offer the purple-brown root. The scavengers mentioned by the proprietor were distinct from the search teams, yet their endeavors bore some resemblance. They operated beyond the high walls of the settlement, unlike the lower-tier search team members who were compelled to undertake various search missions in the wilderness. Scavengers typically ventured to camps where wilderness refugees congregated, motivated by profit, exchanging goods for various specialties found in the wild. They often had established partnerships with specific wilderness camps, ensuring they would not return empty-handed after each transaction. Moreover, scavengers were recognized as a legitimate profession by the settlement's administrative bureau, albeit with the obligation to pay substantial taxes to the financial department each month to maintain their occupational legitimacy. Due to their willingness to engage in this perilous trade, scavengers often possessed commendable survival skills in the wilderness, allowing them to navigate dangers more adeptly and increase their chances of survival compared to search teams. Su Huan weighed the purple-brown root in his hand, estimating its weight to be around 300 to 400 grams. Its juice is plentiful enough to adequately coat an entire lizard egg, while the price quoted amounted to 7,000 to 8,000 steel grams. Su Huan possessed a mere 6,000 steel coins, which constituted the entirety of his family's savings. With over half a month remaining until his sister's salary was due, he resolved to reserve at least 1,000 steel coins for living expenses, leaving him with a mental threshold of 5,000 steel coins for his purchase. Upon hearing Su Huan and amp, Apos' offer, the balding shopkeeper nearly shrieked in disbelief, exclaiming, 5,000 steel coins for the entire piece of purple-brown root? Have you lost your senses? Quickly, leave and do not disturb my business. The shopkeeper, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively. Su Huan speculated that even 4,000 would yield a profit for the vendor. However, he was there to make a purchase, not to engage in thievery. He presented his beast-taming egg and pleaded, Dear sir, this is all I have. But the friendship of a future beast master must surely be worth at least 2,000 or 3,000 steel coins. Wooden and amp, Apos, do you agree? The shopkeeper stared at the beast-taming egg for a moment, lost in thought, before finally responding, Indeed. The camaraderie of a future beast master cannot be equated to a mere 2,000 or 3,000 steel coins. I shall sell you this piece of purple-brown root at my cost of 5,000 steel coins. As the elderly shopkeeper packaged Su Huan's purchase, he said kindly, Young man, do not refer to me as an amp, Apos, sir and amp, Apos. This is Yoli Grandpa and amp, Apos' shop. Henceforth, you may call me Yoli Grandpa. Should you require any rare items from the wilderness, feel free to visit Yoli Grandpa and amp, Apos' little store, and I shall offer you a discount of 20%, no, 70%. The dragon and amp, Apos' bloodroot was now secured. In order to create a suitable environment, he also intended to acquire a glass box that would perfectly accommodate the lizard egg and dragon scales. Despite its modest size, the Black Lantern Gathering had effectively cleared out numerous industrial machines and production lines from nearby town ruins, thus establishing a robust industrial foundation. Additionally, as the glass box was merely an ordinary industrial item, he procured one of an appropriate size for just a few dozen steel coins. With his new acquisitions in hand, he eagerly made his way home. Chapter 8. Break the Shell Lizard. To her astonishment, Su Qing discovered her younger brother had moved a stool and was sitting in front of a glass enclosure, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on it for quite some time. What are you doing, little brother? She asked, lightly tapping him on the head. By the way, I've warmed up the leftovers from lunch. They're on the stove. You can eat them yourself. I'll continue here. Su Qing shook her head in exasperation. That foolish boy. Indeed, Su Huan was incubating the pet egg. At that moment, both the lizard pet egg and the dragon scale were placed within the glass box. The surface of the pet egg smeared with a thick layer of viscous dragon blood essence resembling fresh blood. Su Huan could clearly sense the growing agitation of the little creature within the egg through his mind, its desire to break free intensifying. Thus, he felt the need to guide it consistently, hastening the process. The following morning, at the outer fortress beast tamer training ground, several training officials stood before a group of trainees, prepared to commence the day's rigorous training. At that moment, the elusive chief trainer Lu, who rarely made an appearance, unexpectedly walked into the training field. He surveyed the array of nearly 200 trainees and furrowed his brow slightly. Is Su Huan not here? He inquired, his tone somewhat stern. The others speculated that his absence was likely due to the newly promoted trainee and Appo's absence from training. The only female training officer among them spoke first. Perhaps Su Huan was held up by something. Another middle-aged training officer added, I believe so. That lad has never skipped training in the past 3 years. Upon hearing this, Chief Trainer Lu's expression softened somewhat. If that boy arrives, have him come to my office immediately. By evening, Su Huan remained motionless before the pet egg, having vigilantly guarded the lizard pet egg for an entire day, during which he had merely taken a few bites of cold rice and sipped some water. He could now perceive the little creature's emotions with greater clarity. The little one had grown increasingly lively and restless, its essence seemingly stronger, likely benefiting from the high-grade dragon scale essence absorbed through the dragon blood root. The constant sensation of change heightened Su Huan's anticipation. He increasingly believed in the materials and rituals described in the path of dragon transformation. However, nothing was certain until the little one truly hatched. Having skipped training for an entire day, he contemplated requesting leave from the castle. Yet, throughout the 3 years of training, the officials had repeatedly advised all trainees to remain steadfastly by the pet during the hatching period, maintaining mental communication to bolster the creature's desire to break free and prevent it from slipping into dormancy. Therefore, he found himself unable to leave. As for his sister, she had no access to the castle. Sigh, I'll explain everything once the pet egg hatches. The next morning, the beast tamer training ground resumed its daily training as usual. At this moment, General Lu, with his hands clasped behind his back, entered the training arena, surveying the ranks of trainees. Yet, he still did not spot Su Huan among them. Was this young man planning to skip the training? General Lu's tone betrayed his displeasure. This time, no one came forth to speak in Su Huan's defense. Meanwhile, Su Huan remained steadfastly waiting before the pet egg, where the little creature inside had significantly reduced its sleeping hours, spending the rest of its time either in agitation or communicating telepathically with Su Huan. On the morning of the third day, the female training officer, observing General Lu's lingering anger, softly suggested, should we send someone to check on Su Huan at home? General Lu's expression remained impassive, but a flicker of irritation crossed his face as he replied, there is no need. I wish to see how many days Su Huan intends to skip training. On the morning of the fourth day, General Lu returned from the training grounds. Disappointment etched on his face once more. Whispers and malicious glee filled the ranks of trainees. Su Huan and Appo's pet egg had yet to hatch, and he had already evaded training for 4 consecutive days, inciting General Lu and Appo's wrath. A petty victory, they scoffed. Even if he becomes a beastmaster, he will merely be an amateur novice, while General Lu is a certified professional. It would be trivial to discipline him. Speculations arose. How many days until Su Huan reappears? I wager 7 days. I predict half a month. Perhaps he has perished at home. Ha ha ha. A voice ventured. Could it be that Su Huan's pet is on the verge of hatching? This drew immediate rebuttals from the crowd. Impossible. Su Huan's egg has only just begun to crack. It is far from hatching. Indeed. Do you possess any common sense? All that knowledge you learned about beast mastery has gone to waste? As the days passed, Lu Yu ceased to visit the training grounds, and Su Huan gradually faded from memory. Half a month later, at Su Huan and Appo's residence, he appeared disheveled and increasingly emaciated, fixating nervously on the pet egg before him. The little creature inside had been tirelessly attempting to break free since the previous day, yet hatching was no simple feat. Despite numerous attempts, success eluded it, though the cracks on the egg and Appo's surface grew ever denser. Each time the creature exhausted itself, it would recuperate in the nurturing fluid, and in its fatigued state, its absorption of the essence of the advanced dragon scales increased significantly. Su Huan could sense that the faint oppressive aura of the advanced dragon scales was waning, perilously close to depleting its last vestige of energy. Once that pressure dissipated entirely, the advanced dragon scales would merely become ordinary dragon attribute materials devoid of their unique properties. All signs indicated that the pet egg was on the cusp of hatching. Yet, Su Huan's anxiety did not stem from the hatching of his first pet. After all, the hatching of the scale lizard was merely a matter of time. His concern lay in the nature of the creature that would ultimately emerge. Would it be a mid-tier dangerous species lizard, typical for novice beast masters? Or would it transcend the majority of talented individuals, manifesting as a top-tier dangerous species dragon snake lizard? Time trickled away with each passing moment. The scale lizard tirelessly endeavored to break free from its shell. After each exertion, Su Huan conveyed thoughts of encouragement and solace through their psychic bond, repeatedly inspiring the little creature. The force of the hatchling and Apos' attempts grew stronger with each effort. Su Huan understood that typically, the hatching process for a pet could span from a mere 2 or 3 days to as long as 4 or 5, or even up to a week. The little one had only been attempting for less than 24 hours, far from the moment of success. A day later, after an arduous 40 hours since the first crack had appeared, the fissures on the pet egg had become increasingly dense. The oppressive aura of the high-level dragon scales had entirely dissipated, and the crimson dragon blood within the shell had grown ever more diluted and faint. After 2 days of sleepless vigil, Su Huan's body had reached its limits, yet his spirit remained invigorated as he focused intently on the scene within the glass enclosure. It was happening. The little creature was on the verge of breaking free. He felt his anticipation mirrored that of a father anxiously awaiting the birth of his child. Crack! With a crisp sound, a tiny head emerged from the fissure of the shell. The little head was slick with mucilage, yet to Su Huan, it appeared utterly adorable. As the hatchling successfully broke free, a multitude of dormant memories seemed to unfurl within his mind, as if a curtain had been drawn back. However, Su Huan had no desire to delve into those memories at that moment. His heart was consumed by a singular question. Was it a scale lizard or a dragon snake lizard? Crack, crack. The delightful sounds intensified. The little creature and Apos' head was fully revealed, followed by its eyes, snout, neck, shoulders, limbs, torso, and tail. Su Huan eagerly pressed his face against the glass, gazing at this small being, coated in the viscous, nurturing fluid. Chapter 9, The Birth of the Dragon Snake Lizard. The first act of the little creature upon emerging from its shell was to consume the remnants of the eggshell. Although the pet-raising egg was composed of remarkably sturdy material, once breached from within, its structural integrity rapidly deteriorated, becoming exceedingly fragile, hardly more resilient than an ordinary eggshell. The eggshell contained an abundance of nutrients, highly beneficial for the newly hatched pet to absorb. Once it consumed the entirety of the eggshell, the little one would not need to feed again for at least the next half-month, and its physical constitution would witness considerable enhancement. Su Huan refrained from disturbing the creature as it feasted on the eggshell. He scrutinized its features, form, and the scales and horns adorning its body, and ultimately, with overwhelming joy, he discerned that this was unequivocally not the familiar scaled lizard he had awaited for 3 long years. Instead, it was the offspring of the highly dangerous dragon snake lizard. The scaled lizard's physique was expected to be broader than that of the dragon snake lizard, with a head and tail that were not so elongated. Most notably, the scales of the scaled lizard were anticipated to exhibit a thick, keratinous texture, while this little creature possessed scales reminiscent of high-grade dragon scales, exuding a metallic sheen that reflected sunlight, a stark contrast to the dull, keratinous scales. Furthermore, the color of the scaled lizard and Apos' scales differed significantly from that of the dragon snake lizard. The former was expected to be a deeper shade of dark green, whereas the little creature before him displayed the pure light brown hue described in texts as characteristic of a newly hatched dragon snake lizard. With sharp, milk teeth akin to slicing through tofu, the dragon snake lizard effortlessly shattered and consumed the eggshell, reducing it to fragments in mere moments. Impatiently, Su Huan hastily opened the lid of the glass enclosure and lifted the little creature into his arms. Familiar with Su Huan and Apos' scent, the creature offered no resistance. In fact, it appeared to revel in the embrace. Su Huan utilized a prepared towel to gently wipe the nurturing fluid from the moist dragon snake lizard, revealing its true form, a light brown lizard measuring nearly half the length of an adult and Apos' arm, robust in build. After engaging in playful antics with the little one, Su Huan, who had gone without sleep for a full 2 days and nights, finally succumbed to slumber on the sofa, cradling the equally exhausted dragon snake lizard. which had been tirelessly hatching for the same duration. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Su Huan from his dreams. He sprang up from the sofa with unexpected agility. Before him, the dragon snake lizard was poised to pounce on Su Qing, who had just entered the room and inadvertently disturbed their rest. "Stop," Su Huan commanded firmly in his mind. At that moment, the dragon snake lizard had already approached Su Qing and Apos' feet, tilting its head in confusion as it regarded its master, questioning why it was being restrained from attacking this intruder. Seizing the lizard by its tail, Su Huan lifted it and placed it upon his arm, admonishing, "This is your second master. You must not harm her. You are to protect her, do you understand?" The dragon snake lizard, grasping the intent through Su Huan's thoughts, blinked its large eyes in acknowledgement. "Sister, it's all right. This creature has just hatched and does not yet recognize you. It will learn in due time." Su Huan, filled with trepidation, remarked to his sister that had he awoken even a second later, that creature would likely have lunged at Su Qing, leaving deep bloody marks on her fair calves. Su Qing, still shaken, patted her chest and asked apprehensively, "Is that true, brother? Although this creature is small, its teeth appear quite fearsome." "Indeed, sister. This little one is quite obedient. It was merely shy before, but it will certainly not frighten you again, right, dragon snake lizard?" Su Huan reassured her. Upon hearing this, the dragon snake lizard swiftly wriggled free from Su Huan's grasp, leaping down from his arm to crawl leisurely to Su Qing's feet, nuzzling her calves like a remorseful puppy to show its friendliness. The little creature now understood that the human before it belonged to the category of allies and posed no threat. This scene intrigued Su Qing, alleviating some of her fear. That evening, to celebrate Su Huan's official designation as a beast master, Su Qing, with her dwindling savings, purchased some ingredients for a modest feast. After their meal, Su Huan and the dragon snake lizard enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, he arose early to report to the outer fortress. After all, he had reluctantly skipped training for over half a month, and given that communication in this era relied heavily on shouting, even in the wilderness, he could only engage in short-range communication via a vehicle-mounted device, thus never formally requesting leave. Now that he had successfully hatched the dragon snake lizard, albeit still small and weak, not even qualifying as a secondary danger species, it did not diminish his legitimate identity as a beast master. Every beast master in the gathering was required to report to the castle after hatching their first beast companion and receive an audience with the lord of the fortress. Moreover, as a prodigy who had hatched a dragon snake lizard, his presence was even more significant. Although he had previously met the lord due to Lu Yu and Apos' influence and received tangible benefits, rules were rules. He mused to himself as he walked towards the Black Lantern Castle. "Given that I've skipped training for so many days, I suppose Commander Lu is quite displeased." He glanced at the dragon snake lizard peering out from the canvas bag, pondering, "However, once they learn that I have successfully hatched a dragon snake lizard, they likely won't dwell on my absence. After all, I am the genius who managed to hatch a beast from what was mistakenly believed to be a scale lizard egg." He had already devised a plausible explanation for any astonished reactions, insisting that the egg had indeed belonged to the dragon snake lizard, but for some unknown reason had been misidentified as a scale lizard, fortuitously ending up in his possession. This misunderstanding had caused him to spend 3 long years before finally hatching a high-grade beast egg nurturing a top-tier danger species offspring. As Su Huan entered the outer fortress, he felt the curious gazes of the guards upon him. News of his absence and the irritation it had caused Commander Lu had already spread like gossip amongst the outer fortress inhabitants. His reappearance after more than half a month sparked considerable intrigue. Upon arriving at the familiar training grounds, he was met with even more scrutinizing stares. Groups of trainees arriving at the training field whispered among themselves about him. "This fellow has finally made his return. I had anticipated that he would skip training for a fortnight, and indeed, I was correct. However, instead of merely 2 weeks, he has evaded training for a full 17 days. Can this truly be deemed accurate?" I am quite eager to witness the expressions of both the chief training officer and the trainees upon encountering him. It promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Surely, the chief training officer will be incensed. It has been several days since he last visited the training grounds to inquire about him. After being received by the fortress lord, he vanished, displaying an astonishing disregard. He is not yet a beast tamer, after all. Su Huan had attentively listened to the hushed conversations, piecing together the events that had transpired during his absence. Nevertheless, he merely smiled, dismissing their concerns. Although, in theory, as a prospective beast tamer, He is still required to participate in training until he officially becomes a tamer upon the hatching of the beast egg. He is afforded the privilege of consulting with various training officers and even the chief officer for guidance at any moment, unlike ordinary trainees. However, given the circumstances, he had resolutely decided not to leave the vicinity of the beast egg, making it impossible for him to personally attend the training grounds to request leave. Furthermore, his sister's position barred her from entering the outer fortress to make such a request on his behalf. Thus, he opted to skip training altogether. It is worth noting that he was initially unaware that his absence would provoke the chief officer's ire. Even had he known, his choice would have remained unchanged. Setting aside the possibility that the chief officer might be pleased rather than angered upon learning of his successful hatching of the beast egg in just over a week. Thus officially becoming a tamer, it is evident that the matter had already been settled. During the hatching phase, a beast tamer must remain vigilantly close, maintaining a constant mental connection with the creature within the egg. This is common knowledge among all trainees. The emotions of the hatchling are exceedingly volatile during this period. Without external encouragement and stimulation, its desire to break free may wane. If one has never experienced the hatching phase, ignorance may be bliss. However, should the hatchling expend energy and falter midway, any subsequent attempts to hatch could diminish its potential. This fundamental principle was imparted by the chief officer during his lessons for the trainees. I trust that the chief officer understands that his absence was due to the dragon snake lizard unexpectedly entering the hatching phase, and that his unwavering vigilance in adhering to his teachings should mitigate any further grievances. Chapter 10. The inner fortress trembles. The fortress master takes on a new apprentice before long. All the special training students had gathered. With the cautionary tale of Su Huan in mind, recent instances of students skipping training had become non-existent. Every day, apart from Su Huan, the attendance was complete. At this moment, a group of 100 or 200 students had formed their own ranks, intentionally or otherwise excluding Su Huan, leaving him to stand solitary in the front. Consequently, those in the first row stood behind Su Huan, making him conspicuous to several special training officers who entered the training ground together. The only female officer, Wang Yin, spotted Su Huan from afar. Approaching him, she scrutinized him several times before exclaiming in surprise, "Young man, you have been absent for quite a while now," breaking the record for the longest unexplained absence among students. "Officer Wang, my absence was due to unavoidable circumstances," Su Huan calmly explained. Wang Yin was known for her amiable disposition among the special training officers, treating all students equally, which earned her a good reputation and affection from the students, including Su Huan. "Oh, what were those circumstances?" Wang Yin casually inquired, though she couldn't help but shake her head internally. Regardless of the reasons, Su Huan had already incurred the ire of Lu Yushuan, who had repeatedly sought him out at the training ground without success. Given Lu Yushuan and Appo's taciturn nature, once he took a disliking to someone, there would be repercussions. "Come out, little one," Su Huan said with a smile, patting his canvas bag. A small, light brown creature swiftly climbed up the strap of the bag and settled on Su Huan and Appo's shoulder. "Is that a scale lizard? You actually hatched one," Wang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, the time required for a pet egg to hatch after establishing a mental bond and stabilizing the spiritual connection ranges from 1 month to several months. By Susu, the exceptionally talented girl regarded as the fortress master's prized apprentice, had taken a full 30 days after forming a bond to successfully hatch her pet egg and officially become a beast tamer. How long had this wayward young man taken? Less than 20 days. She had taken a full 2.5 months. "This is not a scale lizard," a composed middle-aged man interjected, attempting to maintain his composure. Though the tremor in his voice belied his facade, he was the same middle-aged training officer who had spoken on Su Huan and Appo's behalf on the first day. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin approached Su Huan, nearly bringing her head in line with the little dragon snake lizard as she examined it closely. The creature, startled by the sudden proximity of a large face, bared its fangs as if to bite, but Su Huan quickly intervened to prevent it. Reluctantly, the little one allowed Wang Yin to scrutinize it. After observing for a while, Wang Yin exclaimed with immense excitement, "Could it be? Is it really? Indeed. It resembles a scale lizard but is actually a dragon snake lizard," another young training officer remarked. His gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions directed at Su Huan and the creature in his arms. "An apex predator," he added emphatically. This revelation sent shockwaves through the training ground, igniting a flurry of chatter among the 100 or 200 students who had previously remained silent. All astonished at the mention of the apex predator, the dragon snake lizard. First, you should lead them through the routine training, and I will immediately take him to meet the chief instructor. No, we shall go together. It is truly astonishing for a novice beast master to have the capability to nurture a top-tier dangerous species, and it appears he has completely mastered this dragon snake lizard. I can hardly wait to witness the expression on the chief instructor and Apos' face during that moment. Let us meet the fortress lord at once. Inside the chief instructor's office, Lu Yu, who usually wore a stern demeanor, was now visibly taken aback, no longer concerned with Su Huan's training issues. In the fortress lord's private study, the powerful and influential lord exhibited a moment of disarray. Who is responsible for producing this beast master egg for Su Huan? Immediately notify the affairs bureau to deduct 3 months of his salary. How could they have mixed the dragon snake lizard into the production of a beast master egg alongside the scale lizard? This has nearly severed the future of an extraordinary genius. Zhou exclaimed angrily. Upon finishing, his stern expression softened as he turned to Su Huan. You have endured much over the years. Fortunately, you have persevered. At this moment, Zhou regarded Su Huan as a genius beast master who had been impeded by the beginner's beast master egg. He even imagined that Su Huan had struggled for years under the misunderstood gazes of others, unwilling to give up, ultimately forming a bond with the offspring of a top-tier dangerous species within the Beastmaster egg through his remarkable talent. Had you only received an ordinary Beastmaster egg, or merely a high-level dangerous species like Su, your current achievements would surely be extraordinary. However, having endured hardships, with this dragon snake lizard as your starting point, your future will undoubtedly be equal to anyone else and Apos'. The Lord encouraged Su Huan, while soothing the dragon snake lizard, which appeared somewhat fearful under the Lord and Apos' imposing presence. Su Huan responded earnestly, I shall not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Yet, within the heart of the dragon snake lizard, a thought emerged. This person is rather frightening. Upon sensing the lizard's sentiment, Su Huan mused to himself that it was indeed no surprise. After all, he was a professional beast master capable of commanding terrifying species. I take great comfort in the fact that the specialized training program I established has produced a talent as remarkable and resilient as you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? This question left the surrounding training officials in a state of shock. It was unexpected that after 3 years, the fortress lord, who had previously accepted the talented by Su as a disciple, would once again contemplate taking on a student. However, an individual possessing such formidable talent indeed requires the direct guidance of the Lord to develop swiftly and independently. By Su, who now possessed strength comparable to that of ordinary training officials, stood as a testament, alongside the fact that the Lord had cultivated 2 professional beast masters, while other disciples had also become capable in their own right, further validating the Lord's exceptional teaching abilities. Although Su Huan had prepared himself, hearing those words still left him momentarily stunned. Splendid. Tonight, I shall gather all beast masters in the fortress who are not on duty for a feast to witness the birth of a genius beast master in the Black Lantern gathering place, and to celebrate the addition of a new disciple to our fortress. The Lord Zhou, he laughed heartily. As you command. Congratulations to the Lord on acquiring such a promising disciple. The chief steward of the inner fortress, who had long been waiting at the side, immediately echoed the sentiment. Lu Yu and several other special training officials also joined in agreement. Su Huan, having been accepted as a disciple by the fortress lord, had swiftly elevated his status above that of ordinary training officers. Should he continue to grow, he might even rival the chief trainer, Lu Yu. Thus, it was evident that they would not be the sort to lack discernment. Chapter 11. The 7 remarkable abilities of the dragon serpent lizard. The news of the fortress lord once again taking on disciples after 3 years has caused quite a stir within the entirety of Black Lantern Castle, as well as among the upper echelons of the well-informed Black Lantern gathering. The banquet held in the inner fortress specifically for Su Huan marked his formal entry into the upper societal ranks of the Black Lantern gathering, signifying his official status as a privileged beastmaster. Although he lacks the combat prowess of a beastmaster, and the newly hatched dragon serpent lizard struggles against ordinary individuals wielding blades, the identity of a disciple of the fortress lord elevates him above the common beast masters. This regulation was established by the fortress lord over a decade ago. Consequently, the upper classes of the gathering have seen a resurgence in the use of carriages, an ancient mode of transportation. However, in this age where many struggle to find sufficient sustenance, horses are a rare commodity. Thus, only the affluent can afford to utilize carriages. Fortunately, the gathering, populated by tens of thousands, is not overly large, and traversing on foot presents no significant issues. Su Huan has now become a registered beastmaster and a disciple of the fortress lord, qualifying him to relocate to the inner fortress. However, concerned that his sister might find life in the unfamiliar inner fortress challenging, he has decided to continue residing outside for the time being. He is determined, nonetheless, to move to a more favorable environment within the inner district. As a subordinate beastmaster under the fortress lord, his monthly allowance amounts to a staggering 100 gold coins, equivalent to an impressive 250,000 bronze coins, an amount his sister would take 2 to 3 years to earn. This stark contrast in status and class has left him in awe. With his resolve firm, Su Huan recalled the pressing matter at hand. He had yet to thoroughly examine the vast array of information that flooded his mind upon the hatching of the dragon serpent lizard. This information encompasses not only the racial attributes of the dragon serpent lizard, but also various methods of cultivation and training. The most significant disparity between dangerous creatures and ordinary species does not lie in size or physicality. Even the mightiest physique cannot withstand the onslaught of super cannons or mushroom bombs. The true strength of dangerous creatures resides in their adeptness at harnessing energy and their unparalleled growth rates compared to ordinary beings. The most common distinction between ordinary and dangerous species is whether they possess an innate talent for utilizing energy. The techniques employed in harnessing this energy talent are referred to as energy skills. The potency of these skills serves as the critical measure of one's proficiency in energy manipulation. As a top-tier dangerous species, the dragon serpent lizard naturally possesses formidable energy talent. As a tri-elemental creature encompassing dragon, evil, and earth attributes, the dragon serpent lizard inherently possesses 7 distinct energy skills linked to these 3 elemental categories, which can be gradually developed through guidance. The exploration of energy skills is categorized from level 1 to level 10. Even within the same energy skill, lower-tier species may only successfully develop it to levels 2 or 3, necessitating extensive training over time thereafter. In contrast, higher-tier species can continue to develop their skills to level 6 or 7 simply due to their racial endowments. Thus, the potential of racial energy skills is largely dependent on innate gifts. For instance, the dragon serpent lizard, as a premier dangerous species, is capable of advancing its evil attribute energy skill, evil assault, all the way to the 7th level. Prior to its transformation, the dragon lizard was also classified as an intermediate danger species with a malevolent attribute, possessing the racial skill of malicious assault. However, it could only successfully evolve to the 3rd level through its innate talent. Each level of evolution encompasses a varying number of abilities, ranging from a few to several dozen. Naturally, the more abilities one possesses, the greater the power that can be wielded. According to the ancient Dragon Codex, the 1st level of malicious assault comprises 9 distinct evolutionary abilities. Nonetheless, it is rare for a beastmaster to master all the abilities of a skill at a specific level. Most tend to focus on acquiring a few practical abilities of the same rank before directing their efforts towards advancing to corresponding superior abilities. After all, even if one were to master all 9 first-level abilities of malicious assault, their potency would still pale in comparison to any ability that has reached the 4th level. Among the 9 first-level abilities of malicious assault, Su Huan had only heard of 2, which were specifically prepared for the training of the skill after the hatching of the dragon lizard. These are malicious assault, swift strike, and malicious assault, impact. The remaining 7 abilities were unknown to him, possibly due to his own ignorance, or perhaps they included abilities yet to be unearthed by ordinary beastmasters or made public. Su Huan no longer harbored doubts regarding the wonders of the Dragon Codex. Apart from malicious assault, the dragon lizard's other 6 racial skills include the dragon-type ability, Dragon Rest, which enables rapid recovery of stamina and injuries, as well as the racial skills of low-level dragon power and low-level dragon might, commonly possessed by many lower-tier dragon species. The Earth-type skills include the formidable destructive skill, Earth Spear Ritual, and the restorative skill, Earth Power Absorption. Notably, when Earth Power Absorption is combined with Dragon Rest, the dragon lizard's vitality becomes exceedingly resilient, akin to an unyielding cockroach. The final ability is the exceptionally potent malevolent skill, Malevolent Breath, which stands as the dragon lizard's most formidable skill, possessing destructive power nearly equivalent to that of low-level dragon breath. Although the dragon lizard lacks the low-level dragon breath within its racial skills, the presence of malevolent breath compensates for this shortcoming. Moreover, with the possession of low-level dragon power and low-level dragon might, it is possible, through diligent training, to awaken the low-level dragon breath skill. After perusing the relevant information on the cultivation and training of the dragon lizard within the Dragon Codex, Su Huan noticed that it was already late into the night. He glanced at the dragon lizard, curled up beside him, now fast asleep, and smiled gently. Despite the little creature not having awakened a single skill yet, Su Huan brimmed with confidence and anticipation for the future. With its 7 powerful skills, the little one stood among the ranks of exceptionally gifted individuals within the realm of top-tier danger species. His current task was to guide the little creature in gradually developing its abilities and facilitating its swift growth. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Huan perceived that the sleeping little one seemed to have grown a few centimeters overnight. Indeed, the growth rate of danger species defies conventional reasoning. After measuring with a soft ruler, Su Huan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It had indeed grown 3 to 4 centimeters in just one day since its birth. Sister had already departed for work, and breakfast was prepared on the table. After Su Huan finished his meal and freshened up, he set off towards the outer fortress with the little one in tow. The training methods related to energy skills are meticulously documented in the ancient tome The Dragon and Amp, Apos, S. Legacy. Yet Su Huan resolved to first observe the training techniques of others at the outer fortress. Moreover, as a disciple of the fortress master, it would be rather foolish not to seek guidance from such an esteemed figure and to fail to make the most of available resources. He decided to directly consult his master regarding the training of energy skills. Chapter 12. Above the dangerous species, the formidable aspect of perilous creatures lies in their adept manipulation of various forms of energy, a capability far beyond human reach. Apart from a select few who, through rigorous training, manage to grasp the rudimentary applications of mental, spiritual, and intentional energies, the awakening of other forms of energy remains a rarity, collectively referred to as superpowers. Such individuals are 1 in a million. They are an exceedingly rare breed. And within the vast gathering at Black Lantern, not a single one can be found, rendering them unrepresentative of humanity as a whole. Consequently, for humanity to cultivate sufficient strength for self-preservation, the aid of beast taming is indispensable. Your dragon snake lizard possesses remarkable innate potential. I recommend that you first assess its aptitude for the 3 types of energy, selecting one for focused training. Zhou He elaborated to his disciple, who had come seeking guidance within the confines of a private training ground. Su Huan, nodding earnestly, acknowledged the advice. We shall commence with the malevolent energy. As it is my primary focus, Zhou He remarked with a smile, extending his hand forward. A ring adorned with numerous small, shimmering gemstones on his right hand radiated a subtle, enigmatic glow. This must be the taming artifact capable of housing beasts, Su Huan mused, recalling having seen similar items in the possession of the training officer. Taming artifacts serve as special items that allow massive beasts to enter a dormant state within an internal space, thereby accelerating their recovery. After all, typical beasts, upon reaching maturity, often grow larger than the average wild animal. Furthermore, it is impractical for tamers to manage merely a single beast without the advent of taming artifacts. Would they not resemble circus trainers burdened by a retinue of colossal creatures? Taming artifacts come in various forms, including bracelets, necklaces, brooches, watches, earrings, pendants, and bangles. Su Huan had previously encountered taming rings resembling handbands, while his teacher possessed the more uncommon taming ring. These thoughts flitted through Su Huan and Apos' mind in an instant. Suddenly, a colossal creature materialized in the training ground. Standing over 3 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, it resembled a truck-sized wolf-like beast. With an imposing physique and razor-sharp fangs, its dark red fur and muscular frame bore the marks of power. This creature, classified as a secondary terrifying species of innate origin and having reached the advanced terrifying species level through later cultivation, was a crimson wolf, Zhou He's principal tamed beast from his early years, perfectly suited for testing your dragon snake lizard. Zhou He gently caressed the fearsome beast's lowered head, smiling as he introduced it to Su Huan. Is this truly the most suitable choice? Su Huan pondered, attempting to soothe the trembling newborn dragon snake lizard, which was pressing against him in fear of the crimson wolf's wild aura. At that moment, even Su Huan felt the oppressive weight of the high-level dangerous creature and found his legs slightly unsteady. Moreover, he couldn't help but think that his teacher was exceedingly intimidating. Terrifying species occupy a higher echelon within the pyramid of the dangerous biological chain, representing a level of existence above that of dangerous species. The two are entirely distinct categories of beings. Each terrifying species possesses the capability to annihilate a moderately sized settlement. with defenses robust enough to withstand artillery fire and destructive power sufficient to easily collapse stone walls. This truly is a species capable of instilling boundless dread among countless human enclaves in the wilderness. Those who wield such perilous beings are merely amateur tamers and aspiring professionals. While only professional tamers can command the terrifying kinds, within the entire Black Lantern settlement, there are but a few capable of such mastery. The most formidable among them being the very minter before him. Cultivating a secondary terrifying species to the level of a primary one is a task that likely rivals the challenge of advancing a low-tier dangerous species to elite or even top-tier status. This is merely the early strength of the minter. One wonders what the current mainstay truly is. A terrifying species that amalgamates pure malevolence with the essence of beastly attributes will now assess the potential for malevolent attributes in this little creature. Su Huan. Set the dragon serpent lizard down. It must rely on its own strength from here on, Joey instructed Su Huan. Nodding in agreement, Su Huan reluctantly placed the dragon serpent lizard on the ground, despite its tiny claws clinging desperately to his garment. The newborn lizard already exhibited strength comparable to Su Huan's, and it was through a combination of mental communication and effort that he managed to separate the reluctant creature from his embrace. The dragon serpent lizard stood trembling in the training ground, its gaze fixed warily on the blood-red malevolent wolf, turning back to glance at its master with a forlorn expression. As if to say, Su Huan, you are abandoning me. Su Huan responded with an encouraging smile. The malevolent attributes of the dragon serpent lizard include the dangerous skill of malevolent breath, which serves as its primary destructive technique, while the blood-red malevolent wolf possesses the advanced form of this skill, known as malevolent desire breath. Dangerous skills signify the level of perilous species, while terrifying skills denote the caliber of terrifying species. Crimson Malevolent Wolf, demonstrate malevolent desire breath for the little one to observe, Johi commanded, patting the wolf and Appo's large head. Be mindful of the intensity, he added as an afterthought. The Crimson Malevolent Wolf opened its massive jaws, revealing dagger-like, ivory fangs, and gave a subtle nod to Johi, indicating its understanding. Little one, brace yourself for the elder's gift. The wolf regarded the small dragon serpent lizard with a delightfully sinister gaze, as it was already teetering under the stormy aura of malevolence enveloping it. Both the aura of malevolence and the might of dragons belong to the realm of field-type abilities. Yet it was clear that the wolf did not actively emit this aura. Rather, it passively radiated it, nearly overwhelming the lizard. With a fearsome roar, the Crimson Malevolent Wolf unleashed a black orb of malevolent desire breath, roughly the size of a fist, from its cavernous mouth, without employing any transformative abilities. The pure energy of malevolence detonated upon striking the ground mere meters away from the dragon's serpent lizard. The resulting explosion echoed like a bomb, creating a crater the size of a basin, sending debris flying and the shockwave hurling the lizard several meters away. Numerous fragments struck the lizard, causing it to cry out in pain. Su Huan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he understood that such a degree of assault would suffice to inflict injuries upon ordinary creatures, while for the more perilous species, it merely amounted to a common abrasion. Moreover, the dragon snake lizard inherently possessed a dark affinity, exhibiting a resilience to malevolent energy far superior to that of other types. This was precisely the rationale behind the instructor's decision to employ the Crimson Evil Wolf for testing. The goal was to unveil the dragon snake lizard's innate aptitude for harnessing dark energy under its onslaught. Subsequently, the Crimson Evil Wolf unleashed a fierce roar at the dragon snake lizard, which had only just regained its footing after being flung to the ground. The two exchanged a dialogue in a language comprehensible solely to their bond. Finally, the dragon snake lizard trembled slightly, nodding its triangular head, while its limbs firmly gripped the earth, lowering its elongated body in preparation to endure the second baptism of malevolent energy. Chapter 13, The Mightiest. Dragon-type talent. The Crimson Evil Wolf, somewhat taken aback, cast a glance at the dragon snake lizard, revealing a hint of what appeared to be approval, before mercilessly unleashing another breath of malevolent desire. The explosive sound erupted once more, sending the dragon snake lizard soaring through the air, as debris rained down like scattered raindrops. The breath of malevolence was not solely a manifestation of destructive energy, it also harbored a unique effect capable of eroding the mind, plunging the target into confusion and even unconsciousness. After being hurled into the air, the dragon snake lizard staggered to its feet, akin to a drunken individual, struggling to maintain balance. It took quite some time before it could stabilize itself, yet the dizziness had already clouded its thoughts. This outcome was a result of the Crimson Evil Wolf meticulously regulating the intensity and dosage as per its master's instructions. Had it acted on impulse, the dragon snake lizard would likely have been reduced to ashes. The two engaged in a communication typical of a master and pet. After enduring another breath of malevolence, the dragon snake lizard succumbed entirely to the mental erosion caused by the energy, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Su Huan's face reflected urgency as he rushed forward, intent on lifting the little creature from the heap of rubble in the training ground. However, Zhou He extended his hand to halt him. Do not fret. This minor injury is inconsequential. Allow it to recover naturally, and perhaps it may yield some benefits. Moreover, I possess a powerful healing pet. So even if it is genuinely injured, it is not entirely dire. Su Huan nodded earnestly, understood. After nearly half an hour, the dragon snake lizard finally regained consciousness. It shakily rose, gazing at its master with a look of reproach, before burping. A wisp of grayish-black smoke drifted from its mouth. Zhou He appeared astonished as he strode over to inspect the smoke, which was nearly dissipating into the air, and resolutely declared, "This little one has preliminarily grasped the essence of malevolent energy. This black smoke is the nascent form of malevolent thought breath. Its talent in malevolence is commendable, capable of directly comprehending the breath of malevolent thought from just a few breaths of malevolence. Such a talent is exceptionally rare. Even Su and Appo's Ice Lotus took an entire day to initially grasp the ice energy. The dragon snake lizard truly embodies the potential of a top-tier dangerous species. Next, we shall test its earth-type talent." Su Huan, brimming with joy, lifted the dragon snake lizard and eagerly inquired of his teacher whether it could be healed before the next test. "Ah, I almost forgot." Zhou He chuckled as he summoned another pet. A supreme and terrifying being of the healing, water, soul, and fairy types, the water spirit fairy appeared. The water spirit fairy was a humanoid sprite entirely composed of pale blue seawater, towering at a height surpassing that of Zhou He, who stood over 6 feet tall. She wore a flowing gown of deep azure, fashioned from seawater, and gracefully perched upon a throne made of dark blue water that hovered in midair, resembling a queen of the waters, exuding an air of resplendence. Ding! The water spirit emitted a melodious sound, gliding gracefully in a cerulean gown before the dragon snake lizard. Su Huan, with a wave of its translucent azure arm, it released a droplet of lake blue water, approximately the size of a fist, which fell upon the lizard's body. As the droplet made contact, the wounds, already oozing with blood, began to mend at an astonishingly visible rate under the influence of the water energy. In just a few minutes, the dragon snake lizard was completely healed, its mind and vitality, previously corroded by malevolent energy, restored to a state of vigor and strength. Su Huan gazed at the water spirit with a complex expression. This was a top-tier terror species, and it appeared that his teacher's strength surpassed his expectations. Next, the teacher would introduce the Earth-type, Beast-type, and Monster-type special terror species, the geological platypus, to entertain the little one. It was unnecessary to involve a high-level terror species. After all, the teacher was deploying a special terror species to inflict torment upon him. The dragon snake lizard, confronted by a creature the size of a house, was left feeling utterly despondent, casting a pleading glance at its master. Disciple, the geological platypus is an exceedingly rare and unique beast. A remarkable being that dwells within the earth and Appo's crust, endowed with extraordinary earth affinity. It is perfectly suited to assess the dragon snake lizard and Appo's earth aptitude. Zhou He explained with a cheerful demeanor. After enduring yet another rigorous session, the dragon snake lizard ultimately failed to comprehend any of the two earth techniques, nor could it harness the earth energy. This led Zhou He to conclude that the lizard and Appo's earth aptitude was inferior to its malevolent affinity. He then promptly moved on to the final test for the dragon affinity. Come forth and stretch your limbs, Lava Tyrannosaurus. A colossal creature, standing 3 to 4 stories high, emerged before Zhou He and Su Huan, blocking out all sunlight. This 10-meter-tall behemoth radiated an intense heat that transformed the surrounding cool air into a sweltering summer's embrace. The beast's body was a fiery crimson, with vital areas encased in dark red lava-like armor, while its menacing head revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth, occasionally exuding a stream of scorching flames. Its muscles bulged, and its massive tail swung like a battering ram. This is one of my principal companions. A perfect amalgamation of fire, dragon, malevolent, and rock affinities, and my sole dragon-type beast, Zhou He remarked with a smile. Is the dragon type truly so rare? Su Huan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhou erupted into hearty laughter. Of course, it is rare, you little rascal. You are fortunate to have hatched and tamed this dragon snake lizard. Otherwise, it would not have been within your grasp as a newcomer. Many seasoned tamers yearn to capture a dragon-type beast but are unable. It remains a mystery how this dragon snake lizard hatchling managed to find its way into the taming egg. Zhou's words struck Su Huan's heart, for he was the only one aware of the dragon snake lizard's true origins, which had nothing to do with the mixing of taming eggs and had caused some unfortunate soul involved in crafting taming eggs to be penalized with 3 months' salary. He could only feign calmness, nodding in agreement with his teacher's remarks. The lava tyrant. Let us first test this creature's resilience with a hint of draconic might. As Zhou observed that Su Huan had no further doubts, he commanded the colossal beast to commence the trial against the dragon snake lizard. Su Huan had witnessed the formidable aura emanating from the scales of the high-tier dragon clan several days prior. Merely the scales, being lifeless objects, harbored considerable draconic power. He could only wonder how the genuine pressure of a true dragon would compare. Surely it would surpass the malevolent aura of the previous Crimson Evil Wolf by several magnitudes. He stepped forward, intrigued, seeking to attune himself to the sensation. Clearly, Su Huan had miscalculated. Even though the lava tyrant was merely a mid-tier dragon of the terrifying species, the draconic aura it exuded far exceeded that of the remnants of the high-tier dragon scales by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Su Huan felt as though he had transformed into a fragile vessel amidst a tempestuous river, at any moment susceptible to capsizing under the weight of such a superior being's pressure. Little brat, still wish to experience the draconic might? Zhou observed his wobbling disciple and stepped forward to shield him. With his profound mastery of spiritual energy, he erected a barrier to block the residual draconic aura. Thank you, master. I was merely a tad curious, Su Huan replied sheepishly, scratching his head. His spiritual energy had barely grazed the threshold of entry. Not even worthy of being called rudimentary. It was merely a fortuitous bond with the dragon snake lizard that had forged a spiritual connection as an ordinary human. He was naturally ill-equipped to withstand the pressure of draconic might. Had it not been for his master's timely intervention, his blood pressure might have surged to a critical point. In stark contrast to his nearly embarrassing predicament, the dragon snake lizard exhibited surprising resilience. It stood steadfast against the greater pressure of the draconic aura, gazing unwaveringly at the lava tyrant as it released its might. It was akin to an ant defiantly raising its head before a giant. Ah! Zhou let out a soft exclamation as he observed this scene. Let us increase the pressure for the little fellow. He instructed the lava tyrant accordingly. The draconic might intensified, and even within the protective barriers Zhou had created, Su Huan sensed some of the overwhelming pressure seeping through. The dragon snake lizard, positioned at the center of this draconic force, was now teetering on the brink, struggling to maintain its stance. It swayed like a blade of grass in a tempest, in imminent danger of being swept away. Minutes passed, and the dragon snake lizard continued to hold its ground. This pressure was not merely physical. It bore down on the very essence of will and spirit. If the dragon snake lizard persisted in this struggle, it risked incurring irreversible damage to its psyche. Just as Zhou was about to command the tyrant to cease, the little creature appeared to have inexplicably relaxed, though still laboring under the strain. It no longer seemed on the verge of collapse, but rather stood firmly grounded like resilient grass in a storm. Zhou, taken aback, immediately released his spiritual energy to sense the changes within the dragon snake lizard at the heart of the draconic aura. Despite being faint, it was evident that this little creature was indeed countering the mid-tier draconic might with its own low-tier strength. Chapter 14. Training Techniques and Mental Fortitude. It is truly unfathomable to imagine the dragon lineage and Apos' extraordinary talent. Whether one can transcend the shackles of the terrifying species in the future remains uncertain, Zhou lamented. The magma Tyrannosaurus, having ceased to unleash its dragon might, slightly nodded its massive head towards the dragon snake lizard, signifying approval. This seemingly newly hatched little creature had managed to endure for such an extended period under less than 1% of its dragon might, demonstrating a commendable fighting spirit. Su Huan gazed at the dragon snake lizard with astonishment, realizing that within such a short span, it had grasped a rudimentary application of both dragon and malevolent energies. It was able, albeit barely, to utilize the dragon might and malevolent breath techniques, although it had yet to reach the level of true technique enlightenment. This was already an unexpected delight. Following the teachings of the ancient dragon canon step by step, achieving such a level would likely take at least half a month. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that seeking guidance from a teacher of formidable prowess was indeed a wise decision. Disciple, have you utilized that piece of dragon scale? Zhou suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. Su Huan was momentarily startled by the question, but he had anticipated it and calmly replied, Master, I used it as soon as it was delivered. It appeared that this little creature had absorbed the unique properties contained within the dragon scale quite well, possibly even inheriting a fragment of dragon lineage, which might explain its significantly heightened dragon talent compared to the other two abilities. Zhou mused. Master, you understand it again? Su Huan thought to himself. At this moment, his admiration for his teacher's remarkable capacity for deduction had evolved from mere respect to profound reverence. He remained silent during his teacher and Appos' contemplation, lest he disrupt the flow of Zhou and Appos' imaginative reasoning. What an exceptionally gifted and fortunate little creature. Once his teacher departed, Su Huan promptly approached the dragon snake lizard with keen determination, ready to commence training. The primary focus for the little one would be to refine the two energies it had already comprehended, along with the two major techniques, in hopes of swiftly achieving technique enlightenment and enhancing its combat prowess. Su Huan decided against revealing the training methods documented in the ancient dragon canon within the castle. Instead, he intended to employ the training knowledge typical of a novice tamer to instruct the dragon snake lizard. Little one, utilize the malevolent energy to unleash malevolent breath upon that target, Su Huan commanded, gesturing towards a wooden target situated just a few meters away. The dragon snake lizard looked back at its master, puzzled and uncertain of his intent. Su Huan then communicated through mental connection, and the little creature finally grasped its master and Appos' purpose. It opened its mouth once again and emitted a faint puff of black smoke. Clearly, the power was insufficient to inflict harm, let alone strike the target several meters away. Su Huan remained undeterred. After all, the little creature had only hatched 2 days prior, and achieving the ability to wield malevolent energy was already quite remarkable. He encouraged the dragon snake lizard to release malevolent breath repeatedly. The air became increasingly saturated with the energy of malevolent breath, inducing headaches and nausea, even fostering malevolent thoughts. All right, little one, let and Appos' now attempt to harness the dragon might. Su Huan felt that if this continued, he would soon be overwhelmed. The side effects of the malevolent energy were too potent for an ordinary person. He hastily restrained the playful dragon snake lizard, who was still intent on enjoying the moment and hiccuping. Hiss. Who? Upon hearing Su Huan and Appos' command, the little creature lifted its head and stretched its neck, letting out a fierce roar. A faint yet palpable pressure emanated from its diminutive form, reminiscent of a young lion baring its teeth. Su Huan was slightly taken aback. It appeared that this creature's dragon lineage was indeed formidable. Although its two abilities currently lacked lethal force, they were beginning to take shape. The dragon snake lizard, renowned for its resilience and stamina, unleashed its draconic aura for several minutes before it began to pant, showing signs of fatigue. By this time, the malevolent energy in the air had dissipated entirely, and Su Huan allowed the creature to rest briefly before resuming training with the malevolent breath. The two techniques were alternated for over an hour. Zhou reappeared on the training grounds, holding a small booklet that he handed to Su Huan. Disciple, he said, I have compiled the training methods and techniques into this booklet, inscribing them as mental imprints. Additionally, I have included the most suitable foundational mental cultivation method for you. While training your companion, do not neglect the cultivation of your own mind. Mental strength is the essence of a beastmaster and Appos' power and the foundation for commanding one's companion. Su Huan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, master. He had long coveted his teacher's ability to shield him from draconic pressure, as the application of mental energy was intricately tied to spiritual cultivation. As he had yet to relocate to the inner fortress, he continued his walk toward the castle. His old house was situated on the top floor, and given the dragon snake lizard's size and destructive potential, training it on the rooftop was quite convenient. He decided against moving to the inner fortress for the time being, as he harbored too many secrets, the discovery of which could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, the formidable nature of his teacher exceeded his imagination, and he lacked the confidence to maintain his secrets in such close quarters. It would be wiser for him to reside outside the fortress. After all, the entire settlement was relatively small, and the walk from his old house to the inner fortress took merely half an hour. Additionally, his sister held a deep affection for their old home. Now that Su Huan was capable, he naturally wished for her happiness. Initially, due to urgent financial needs, the house, valued at 200,000 steel coins, was sold for only 180,000. This was after his sister negotiated tirelessly, as others had only offered 150,000. The house had changed hands long ago and was likely rented out or even resold by now. Su Huan first sought out the rental agency, preparing to negotiate if the house had already been sold. Upon explaining his purpose at the agency, he discovered that the old house had merely been rented out and not sold. He promptly offered a price of 210,000 steel coins, exceeding the market value by 10,000 and surpassing the amount he had originally mortgaged to the agency by 30,000. Furthermore, he was willing to pay the current tenant a transfer fee of 5,000 steel coins. The agency manager readily accepted his proposal. In recent years, the scale of the gathering place has remained relatively unchanged, resulting in a stabilization of housing prices. A business that generates 30,000 steel coins is no longer considered unsatisfactory. The leasing agency spent half a day negotiating, and the only discrepancy from Su Huan's expectations was that the tenant, upon inadvertently discovering Su Huan's identity as a beast master when a dragon snake lizard crawled out of a canvas bag, was too intimidated to accept the transfer fee, insisting that the leasing agency merely return their deposit. Su Huan, unwilling to exert pressure, compelled them to accept 5,000 as the transfer fee. After receiving the fee, the family immediately packed their belongings and moved to another property provided by the leasing agency, leaving Su Huan alone on the sofa, immersed in nostalgia. It had only been a year since he sold the old house, and the furnishings remained largely unchanged, which brought a sense of joy to Su Huan, as this house was where he had spent 17 years of his life from birth until the age of 17. The dragon snake lizard seemed to sense its owner and Appos' emotions, extending its tiny tongue to lick the back of Su Huan and Appos' hand. Feeling the slight wetness, Su Huan looked down in surprise. He gently stroked the little creature and Appos' head, instantly regaining his spirits and rising to his feet. He decided to tidy up the house first, planning to surprise his older sister when she returned from work. Chapter 15. The first battle with the fierce dogs. The previous tenant of the old house appeared to have taken good care of it, maintaining the property in decent condition. Consequently, Su Huan efficiently transformed the modest three-bedroom dwelling into a pristine space with minimal effort. Having tidied up, he realized it was already afternoon. Reminded that he had yet to eat lunch, a ravenous Su Huan sought out a nearby establishment to satisfy his hunger. According to his expectations, his elder sister should have finished work around 5:00 and Appos' clock and arrived home by 5:30. However, as the clock approached 6:30, a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. He decided to step out and wait along the route his sister would take home from work. The security situation in the outer district was far from reassuring. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a woman and Appos' piercing scream, accompanied by the frantic barking of dogs, echoed from below. Upon hearing that unmistakable voice, Su Huan wasted no time and dashed downstairs. Indeed, he found his sister, Su Qing, cornered by two robust, ferocious dogs. The owner of the dogs stood by, watching with evident amusement as Su Qing appeared disheveled and panicked, her hair in disarray and her demeanor frantic. The owner showed no restraint over his pets, allowing them to circle around her, barking incessantly. The surrounding residents, shopkeepers, and passers-by all witnessed the scene unfold, yet none dared intervene. Flanking the dog owner were two burly men, exuding an air of menace. "Hey, Miss Su. Why are you running? My dogs won't bite. They're just playing with you." One man with a pompadour sneered, his eyes narrowed in a mocking grin. "Get away," Su Qing cried, clearly terrified, as she waved her bag aimlessly to keep the dogs at bay. "If you're willing to keep me company tonight, my dogs won't need to bother you." The pompadour man whistled playfully, his two henchmen grinning lewdly in response. "Play? I'd rather play with your mother." Su Huan erupted from the stairwell, seizing a brick that lay at the corner of the ground floor and striking one of the black dogs squarely on the head, causing blood to spurt violently. The scene startled both the pompadour man and the onlookers. Even the other black dog, previously lunging at Su Qing, retreated with its tail tucked between its legs. In that moment, Su Huan recognized the pompadour man. He was a notorious local thug known around Nonkan Street. His father held a supervisory position at the plantation where Su Qing worked as an agronomist. Capitalizing on his father's influence, he occupied a nominal position at the plantation, spending his days idling about. Harassing Su Qing had become one of his favorite pastimes, and this was the third occasion he had unleashed his dogs to intimidate her. Previously, Su Huan had managed to avoid confrontations with this man, but now that he had encountered him, his fury ignited. After landing the blow, Su Huan did not relent. He continued to rain down blows upon the hefty dog's head, reducing it to a bloody mess. "You little bastard, how dare you strike my Charlie?" The black dog, Incited by both the blood and its owner and Apos' reprimand, suddenly lunged at Su Huan. Su Huan rushed out, striking the bricks with fervor, shattering the formidable dog and Apos' skull. He was already somewhat fatigued and could hardly withstand the onslaught of a 100-pound beast. Su Qing, initially startled by her brother's brutal actions, stood resolute as the ferocious dog lunged towards them, positioning herself protectively in front of her brother. Just as the beast was about to reach Su Qing, a shadow sprang forth from the large pocket of Su Huan's coat. The shadow collided with the dog, clinging to its neck like a gecko scaling a wall. The dog let out a bone-chilling howl, as if it had sustained a grievous injury. Su Huan pulled his sister behind him and gazed intently at the scene. Witnessing the dragon snake lizard sinking its sharp teeth into the dog and Apos' jugular, blood spewed forth. "Well done, little one, finish it." The dog and Apos' ferocity surged, and it lowered its head to bite at the creature on its neck, but the dragon snake lizard was remarkably agile, climbing higher and evading its jaws. The dog thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge its assailant, yet the lizard clung on tenaciously. In a fit of rage, the dog rolled on the ground, but to no avail. The street was soon drenched in its crimson blood, and it gradually fell silent. The airplane-headed man, witnessing his beloved dog Charlie and Jack collapse, was consumed by fury. How dare a lowly outsider harm his cherished pet? This thought drove him to the brink of madness. He swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket and shouted, "You have some audacity. Everyone, draw your weapons and kill it." His companions immediately brandished their blades and advanced towards Su Huan. The light brown dragon snake lizard blended almost seamlessly with the dog's coffee-colored fur. Aside from Su Huan and Su Qing, the crowd had yet to notice the lizard's presence. Mistakenly believing that Su Huan had employed some concealed weapon to slay the beast, Su Huan regarded the advancing trio with cold determination. He was in a weakened state, and the young dragon snake lizard had only managed to overpower the dog through a surprise attack. Faced with 3 burly men wielding sharp blades, one person and one pet were nearly outmatched. "Dragon might," Su Huan commanded. The dragon snake lizard leaped onto the dog's head, raising its own in defiance towards the approaching men, unleashing a display of dragon might. Although its pressure was not particularly strong to ordinary individuals, it was akin to a lion roaring fiercely in their faces, sending shivers down their spines. It was only then that the trio noticed the small, roaring creature on the ground. Yet they still failed to connect the dots between the diminutive dragon snake lizard and its master. After all, in the eyes of common folk, the dangerous creatures controlled by masters were typically colossal and terrifying, entirely unrelated to such a small being that barely reached their knees. For those who had never encountered a master or undergone specialized training, it was difficult to conceive of this as a newborn perilous creature. Clearly, the ill-prepared trio lacked the necessary experience. However, at this moment, the 2 companions of the leader had completely halted in their tracks. One of them even reached out to tug at the leader and Apos' sleeve, whispering, "Boss, this fellow seems somewhat sinister. I believe we should exercise caution." The leader glanced over and indeed saw several members of the security team clad in black uniforms. "Once I deal with this scoundrel, I will confront his sister, Su Qing, right before his eyes. My dog shall not have perished in vain." Chapter 16, Detention Before Long. 2 members of the security team and a commanding officer hastily approached a scene as gruesome as that of a homicide. The leading officer, evidently familiar with the individual known as Airplane Head, cast a surprised glance at a dead dog and another with a crushed skull, inquiring, "Qiu Shao, what is happening here?" "You too, go and detain him," nodded the security chief, Zheng, subtly acknowledging the situation. He had performed this service for Qiu Shao on numerous occasions, and each time the rewards had exceeded his expectations. Thus, he proceeded with a sense of familiarity. The 2 junior officers, having received their orders, produced their equipment. As the most junior members of the team, they were not authorized to carry firearms. Only their leader bore a pistol at his waist. The 2 officers brandished handcuffs and truncheons, ready to execute their task. The monetary compensation for this job would amount to at least half a month and Apos' wages for them, invigorating their spirits as they strode confidently towards Su Huan. With a sharp sound, Su Huan hurled the nearly shattered brick in his hand towards the approaching officers, stating coolly, "This is the weapon that killed that dog. You intend to detain me?" A young officer, glancing at the blood-soaked brick smeared with the dog and Apos' brain matter, responded menacingly, "You dare commit violence in public and still act so brazenly? Wait until you are in the detention room. You will find it quite comfortable. Will you extend your hands willingly, or must I assist you?" The older officer, shaking the handcuffs and brandishing his truncheon, leered at Su Huan. Clearly, The officers were more discerning than the onlookers. Upon seeing the diminutive figure before them, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Behold this," Su Huan declared as he retrieved a black identification document from his pocket, slapping it onto the face of the young officer. The cover bore the emblem of the gathering place, a black lighthouse, and an ornate, gilded character. The two officers exchanged a glance, their expressions transforming to one of dread as they turned to their superior. Captain," the young officer, resembling a man bereaved, approached the commanding officer, trembling as he presented the document. Upon seeing the identification, Captain Zhang's heart raced. As he opened the cover and glimpsed the first page, he was immediately reminded of the recent rumors circulating among the upper echelons of the gathering place regarding a new disciple taken in by the stronghold and Apos' lord. Without hesitation, Zhang drew his firearm, racked the slide, and pointed it directly at the forehead of Airplane Head, who awaited being handcuffed beside Su Huan. "Xiao Jingtian, you dare conspire with others to unleash your dogs upon the streets. Arrest him at once. Should he resist, shoot him on the spot." The captain's fury intensified as he contemplated the betrayal, his anger boiling to the point where he yearned to eliminate Airplane Head right then and there. "But, Captain Zhang, I am the victim here. Have you made a mistake?" Airplane Head stammered in panic as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. The man with the buzz cut shouted again. "Captain Zhang, my father is Chu Dinghuan, the warehouse supervisor of Plantation Number 5. The squad leader remained expressionless, pulling out handcuffs to restrain his two companions. "Zhang Jun, despite the benefits I have bestowed upon you, you still..." Before he could finish, Captain Zhang landed a punch squarely on his jaw, sending a tooth flying. How dare he resist arrest? Give him a beating. As the squad leader of a chaotic and lawless precinct, Zhang Jun was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Chu Jingtian and Apos' reckless words, he immediately resorted to violence. Zhang Jun, standing at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, delivered a furious blow that left Chu reduced to mere whimpers. But that was not the end of it. Two officers immediately seized their batons and began to mercilessly strike Chu, reducing him to a quivering heap on the ground in mere moments. "You three are quite prompt in your handling of the case," Su Huan remarked expressionlessly. "Your Excellency, you flatter me. These three are in my hands. They won T escape unscathed. Are you satisfied, Your Excellency?" Zhang Jun inquired anxiously, his mind troubled. Despite his authoritative position, he understood that dealing with someone of true stature, like Su, could be perilous, as it might take only a few words for such a powerful figure to eliminate him without a trace. "I find your handling satisfactory. Regardless of whether this scoundrel lives or dies, I will certainly seek him out again," Su Huan replied coolly, though his tone was laced with an undeniable malice. Zhang Jun nodded gravely and said, "Understood, Your Excellency." As Su Huan patted him on the shoulder, he remarked, "It's good that you understand." Before turning to lead his sister home, "Captain, what does this esteemed gentleman mean?" a middle-aged officer asked uneasily, glancing at Zhang Jun. He could hardly fathom that they had encountered a master, notably one who had only recently attained such a title. "What else is there to think? We must not offend the master. Otherwise, we might not even know how we met our end. If we were to cross a mere plantation supervisor, who knows who would survive?" A young officer growled menacingly. Zhang Jun let out a sinister laugh and clapped the young man on the shoulder, saying, "Well said, Xiao Jun. Go find a carriage immediately, Old Dong, and I will wait here. We're taking these three to the incineration plant." With that, Zhang Jun made a subtle motion across his throat. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Before long, Xiao Jun returned with a carriage, and Zhang Jun along with the middle-aged officer loaded the bewildered trio into it. The street soon regained its tranquility as the onlookers dispersed. Along with them disappeared 2 dead dogs, likely pilfered by some famished rogue. For the residents of the outer district, consuming meat had always been a luxury. After changing out of his bloodstained clothes, Su Huan finally broached the subject of moving with his sister. "Brother, you've grown up." With an emotional tumult, Su Qing and Apos' eyes gradually glistened with tears, cascading down her cheeks in 2 delicate streams. Under the persuasion of Su Huan, the siblings resolved to seize the day and relocate without delay. Su Huan summoned a freight cart through a rental service, promptly packing their belongings and informing their landlord of their departure, willingly forfeiting the meager deposit of merely a few hundred grams of steel as compensation. By dusk, all their possessions, pots, pans, bedding, and clothing had been transported to the old family residence. Although referred to as the old house, it was considerably newer than the subsidized housing on Agricultural Reclamation Street. In their new abode, The siblings casually prepared a modest meal to satiate their hunger. After organizing their luggage, the hour had crept into the late night. Exhausted from a day of labor, Su Huan forcibly embraced the still vibrant Long Shi, who, seemingly aware of her owner's fatigue, offered no resistance and lay quietly in the crook of Su Huan's arm. Chapter 17. Cultivation Formula. The following day, Su Huan rose early and intercepted his sister, who was preparing to leave for work. "Sister, why are you still going to work?" Su Huan asked with an expression of helplessness. "Why shouldn't I go to work?" Su Qing replied, perplexed. Su Huan sighed. "Dear sister, we just offended Chu Zhengtian yesterday. His father, Chu Dingquan, is the supervisor of your number 5 plantation. Are you just going to walk into a trap?" Su Qing playfully tapped Su Huan on the forehead and laughed. "With a powerful brother to back me, who would dare bully me? Aran and Amp, Oppos, are they afraid of facing severe consequences? It's written in the judgment regulations that direct relatives of a master cannot be offended or harmed." Indeed, Su Huan pondered, acknowledging the truth in her words. The demeanor of the security team yesterday spoke volumes. However, concerned for his sister's safety, he earnestly implored, "Sister, you must not go to work today. Take a day off. And I promise that by tomorrow, you will be happily returning to work, perhaps even with a promotion." To Su Huan's surprise, Su Qing readily agreed, her voice cheerful. "All right then, I can take this opportunity to tidy up the house." After breakfast, Su Huan made his way to the castle once more. This time, he did not head to the training grounds within the castle to commence the training of dragons and serpents. Instead, he first visited the Administrative Council, located in the inner district beneath the Black Lighthouse. The Administrative Council houses the management committee of the settlement and most of its subordinate institutions. The Plantation Management Office, a division under the Settlement Management Committee, oversees the various plantations. It is one of the 13 divisions under the 5th Bureau and occupies a 5-story standalone office building within the Administrative Council. At that moment, the head of the office was absent, and Deputy Director Guo warmly welcomed Su Huan, the brilliant disciple of the recently prominent lord of the castle. Su Huan succinctly conveyed his intentions, adopting a courteous demeanor that left the esteemed Deputy Director somewhat taken aback. "You say Chu Dingquan has offended you? I shall certainly assist you in this matter. Let us reassign him to the number 30 plantation as an ordinary farmer," the Deputy Director declared, determining the fate of the supervisor with his words. "How does that sound?" "Thank you, Director," Su Huan replied, nodding in satisfaction. Although the No. 30 plantation might seem similar to the number 5 plantation at first glance, the reality was starkly different. The No. 5 plantation is situated within the outer district of the settlement, where, despite the chaos, it remains protected by the settlement's walls. Conversely, the No. 30 plantation lies beyond these high walls, in the perilous wilderness. The danger there is incomparable to that of the number 5 plantation, especially as he would be sent over as a mere farmer, potentially falling victim to the attacks of dangerous creatures. Hearing that Su Qing was also a seasoned agronomist within the plantation system, Deputy Director Guo kindly suggested, "Let us assign her to our management office's agronomy department as a deputy director." He gazed at Su Huan with a benevolent smile. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a warm smile. This was his first experience of the warmth emanating from the management of the gathering place, and it was exceedingly thoughtful of them to elevate his sister's position before he even had the chance to speak. The agricultural department was on par with the plantation in terms of hierarchy, and being appointed as the deputy director of the agricultural department, which was directly under the jurisdiction of the Plantation Management Office, conferred a status that was hardly inferior to that of a deputy general supervisor of a large plantation. Additionally, its proximity to the core administration, located within the administrative headquarters, second only in security to the castle, offered better benefits and a lighter workload, making it an enviable position. "Director Guo, you are truly too kind. I shall certainly come to express my gratitude when I have the opportunity," Su Huan expressed with appreciation. Director Guo, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Lord Su, you are far too courteous. We must cultivate a closer relationship in the future." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Huan took his leave. As Director Guo watched Su Huan's retreating figure, he murmured softly to himself, "The prodigious talent lauded by the castle lord. Let us see how far you can go in the future, worthy of the favor I bestowed today." As a deputy director of the Plantation Management Office, one of the 13 divisions under the Gathering Management Committee, his social standing was not dissimilar to that of an ordinary beastmaster, though he wielded slightly less power. Typically, he would not need to extend such favors even to ordinary beastmasters like training officers. nor would he demote subordinates based on a single remark from them or promote their relatives to high-ranking positions. Today's actions were primarily motivated by Su Huan's status as the genius disciple of the castle lord. Having settled the matter weighing on his mind, Su Huan arrived at the castle and, utilizing his beastmaster privileges, requested an independent training ground to commence a day of training with the dragon serpent lizard. He had already reviewed the training methods meticulously organized by his instructor, which encompassed techniques aimed at 6 abilities, with particular emphasis on dragon might and malevolent breath. However, after half a day, the training results fell short of Su Huan's expectations, prompting him to halt the practice. He decided to first satiate his hunger at the castle's dining hall. The food in the gathering place was governed by a detailed rationing plan, overseen by a subordinate agency called the Food Planning Division within one of the 5 bureaus. In recent years, however, the establishment of multiple plantations had significantly alleviated the food scarcity in the gathering place, ensuring a constant supply of food in the rationing market. This food distribution policy, however, made an exception for the Beastmaster community, as the castle dining hall provided unlimited complimentary meals to Beastmasters, all of exceptional quality, although takeout was not permitted. This was Su Huan's first experience dining at the castle's dining hall, and he did not hold back, ordering several servings of dishes that were difficult to find outside the fortress, including cooked delicacies made from dangerous creatures hunted in the gathering place. The flesh and blood of these perilous beings were rich in various energies, and regular consumption could greatly enhance human physique and abilities. This explained why most beastmasters exhibited unusually robust physiques, as they frequently hunted such creatures. As for the leftover cooked meat, Su Huan waved his hand generously, feeding it to the dragon serpent lizard that was watching him with eager eyes. However, it appeared that these carnivorous delicacies did not suit the palate of the little creature. The dragon snake lizard took a small bite and promptly expelled it. Su Huan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, smiling as he lifted the dragon snake lizard and made his way out of the dining hall, preparing to concoct a bespoke meal for his small companion. The nurturing method provided by his mentor naturally included recipes for the sustenance of tamed creatures. Additionally, he had acquired further food formulations from the ancient Dragon Codex, specifically tailored for the dragon snake lizard and Appos' development. He intended to combine 2 recipes to ascertain which one the dragon snake lizard preferred and which yielded superior results. With tens of thousands of steel coins at his disposal, he was more than equipped to procure the necessary ingredients. He opted not to venture to the market, as his status as a tamer afforded him the privilege of obtaining supplies from the fortress's storeroom at significantly reduced prices, often more than half off. The formula provided by his mentor was a common nurturing recipe for malevolent-type juvenile creatures, designed to enhance their malevolent energy and expedite their metamorphosis into maturity. In contrast, the nurturing recipes he gleaned from the ancient Dragon Codex for the dragon snake lizard's juvenile phase were notably diverse. There were individual recipes aimed at amplifying earth, dragon, and malevolent attributes, as well as one that balanced the enhancement of all 3. Additionally, there was a recipe to accelerate growth and another to hasten recovery from injuries sustained during training. In total, there were 6 distinct nurturing recipes. According to the documentation, optimal results were achieved by feeding these recipes in combination. Su Huan resolved to initially blend the recipes focused on malevolent and dragon attributes. After spending over 10,000 steel coins in the inner fortress's storeroom to acquire a plethora of ingredients, Su Huan made his way home. These ingredients would have cost at least double if purchased in the market. For tamers, particularly those with juvenile creatures, the importance of nurturing recipes cannot be overstated. A quality recipe is invaluable, giving rise to a specialized profession among tamers, nurturers. Nurturers are adept at formulating distinct nurturing recipes based on the varying growth states of different tamed creatures, thus fostering optimal development. Furthermore, these recipes have been classified into 8 tiers: substandard, acceptable, good, excellent, superior, extraordinary, exceptional, and perfect. The formula provided by his mentor was a commendable grade recipe for malevolent juvenile creatures, noted for its classification at the outset. For a novice tamer, this recipe was indeed a rare treasure. Were it not for his status as the Lord's disciple, a newcomer tamer would typically only have access to good-grade recipes. Su Huan was curious to discover the tier of the recipes documented in the Dragon Codex. Chapter 18. Stepping into maturity. A day later, Su Huan, having fed the dragon snake lizard 3 times, gazed in astonishment at its current form. The little creature had grown from a mere arm and Appos' length and thickness to an impressive half of a palm and Appos' length, gaining considerable girth. If the dragon snake lizard had previously resembled a small kitten, it now approached the size of a medium-sized pet cat. Most notably, Su Huan and Appos' S-Hap pocket was increasingly inadequate to accommodate the dragon snake lizard. The formula recorded in the Dragon Codex was simply astonishing. Since consuming the food prepared according to the Dragon Codex, the dragon snake lizard had scorned the meals provided by its instructor, refusing even to touch them. Such a growth rate could hardly be attributed to an ordinary formula. Was it perhaps an extraordinary or even a transcendent one? Su Huan pondered with a hint of suspicion. Although the growth rate of dangerous species has always defied common reasoning, the idea of expanding nearly a quarter of its size in just one day was beyond imagination. Furthermore, last night, he had attempted the training methods from the Dragon Codex, which proved to be significantly more effective than his instructor's techniques. While mastery of skills is a long-term training process and the effects of different methods cannot be compared in the short term, the disparity between the Dragon Codex training and his instructor's methods was glaringly apparent. After practicing the condensation technique recorded in the Dragon Codex, the dragon snake lizard, which could only produce smoky, malevolent breaths, was now able to form a tangible sphere. The destructive power of this sphere was astonishing, rivaling that of a small-caliber handgun, as it shattered a block of brick stacked in the corner during training on the rooftop. However, its accuracy still left much to be desired. Moreover, after condensing the malevolent breath into a sphere just 3 times, the dragon snake lizard's stamina significantly waned, necessitating another meal of formulated food for recovery. Despite this, both the food formula and training methods had greatly bolstered Su Huan's confidence in the contents of the Dragon Codex, solidifying his resolve to base future cultivation and training primarily on its teachings. Just as Su Huan was deep in thought regarding the dragon snake lizard, his sister unexpectedly entered the room. Su Huan, today at work, the head supervisor of the plantation informed me that I have been transferred to the agricultural department. His sister exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Ha, congratulations, sister. Su Huan responded, sharing in her joy. I know it must be you. How else could I have been promoted from a mere plantation agronomist to the position of deputy director in the agricultural department? She said, playfully patting Su Huan's head in appreciation. Just focus on your new role, sister, and don't overthink it. You have always had a passion for agronomy, and I am sure you will shine in your new position, Su Huan encouraged with a grin. His sister nodded emphatically. The world of agronomy encompasses far more than mere farming. It involves a wide array of agricultural techniques and plant breeding and improvement technologies. These advancements allow various crops to thrive in even the most adverse soil conditions, effectively promoting agricultural development. A highly skilled agronomist can significantly enhance crop yields through innovative breeding. Becoming an accomplished agronomist had always been her deeply cherished dream. In the ensuing days, Su Huan engaged in solitary training at the castle and Appos' independent training grounds in the mornings, while dedicating his afternoons to practicing on the rooftop, all the while providing increasingly lavish meals to the ever-growing dragon snake lizard. This creature had begun to transition from its juvenile phase into a more mature stage. The characteristics of various perilous species entering maturity differ significantly. And for the dragon snake lizard, this transition was marked by a transformation of its scales from a tender light brown to a more profound dark brown. At this moment, the dragon snake lizard had indeed morphed from its original hue into a rich, deep brown. Its distinctly triangular head, the menacing teeth that occasionally peeked out as its jaw opened and closed, its elongated body, powerful limbs, and claws that glinted with a chilling light under the sun, all contributed to the undeniable presence of a well-developed lizard in its growth stage, exceeding 1 meter in head and tail length. Despite having only recently entered maturity, the majesty of this top-tier dangerous species was already becoming apparent. According to Su Huan and Appos' assessments, although the dragon snake lizard had not yet attained its full size, typically reaching lengths of 5 to 6 meters in maturity, its current physical strength was comparable to that of an adult wilderness beast. The wilderness tiger. This exemplifies the fearsome nature of dangerous species. However, the growth rate of ordinary dangerous species pales in comparison. The dragon snake lizard, as a premier dangerous species, possessed not only innate talents but also an impeccably tailored diet, which facilitated its remarkable development. Su Huan speculated that, should he encounter the 2 ferocious dogs he had previously struggled to defeat, the current dragon snake lizard would require no special techniques. A simple pounce and a slash would suffice to eliminate them in an instant. Furthermore, Su Huan had tested the resilience of the dragon snake lizard scales. discovering that ordinary blades struggled to pierce them now that it had entered maturity. This implies that the dragon snake lizard could easily unleash a massacre upon unarmed individuals, as cold weapons no longer posed a significant threat. Even a group of 3 or 5 robust adult men, armed, would meet a swift demise against the current dragon snake lizard. At this point, Su Huan had evolved into a true beast master. No longer the nominal master who struggled against mere mortals wielding blades. Lost in thought, Su Huan suddenly recalled a crucial matter. 5 days prior, during his last encounter with his mentor, he was specifically instructed to visit once the dragon snake lizard entered its growth phase, as his mentor had matters to discuss. Now, he found himself torn about whether to go or not. Observing the dragon snake lizard's astonishingly rapid growth to maturity within just a few days, he felt a sense of conflict. For days prior, his mentor had expressed mild astonishment at the lizard's growth status. But as the changes were not yet pronounced and his mentor lacked detailed knowledge of the lizard's specific development, the situation had been easily masked. However, should his mentor witness the dragon snake lizard and Appo's size having doubled, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After contemplating this, Su Huan resolved to delay his visit for another 5 days. Surely, entering maturity within the span of just over 10 days would not be considered excessively remarkable, he mused silently. He resolved to stay at home for a few days, intending to wait 5 more days before meeting with his mentor to discern any plans the teacher might have. During these 5 days, he did not intend to provide the dragon serpent lizard with excessive nourishment. Rather, he would utilize the food formula given by his teacher to merely sustain the creature and Appo's bodily functions amidst its daily training. This precaution was to prevent the dragon serpent lizard from growing exponentially larger within 5 days, as its abnormal growth rate would be impossible to conceal. Coincidentally, he had exhausted all the ingredients he had purchased, and all his funds had been spent on the ingredients for the Dragon Codex formula. Fortunately, there remained a substantial amount of the ingredients from the teacher's food formula, which the dragon serpent lizard had shown little inclination to consume. Thus, he decided to dedicate these 5 days to training the lizard in its other 3 abilities. It is noteworthy that during these 5 days, the dragon serpent lizard not only experienced remarkable physical growth but also, owing to its exceptional affinity for dragon attributes, grasped the dragon might ability during its training. Once employed, this power would significantly enhance its strength, with preliminary estimations suggesting an escalation from the ferocity of a wild tiger to that of an adult wild brown bear. Additionally, 2 days prior, the dragon serpent lizard gleaned insights into earth energy by observing the training of a senior beast Tamer and Appo's earth-type creature. Furthermore, just a day ago, it successfully learned the earth spear technique. At present, the dragon serpent lizard is capable of manifesting a ground spike as thick as a human arm and nearly as long as an adult's arm. Now, only the earth absorption technique, the dragon slumber, and the dark assault have yet to undergo specialized training and guidance, hence they remain unmastered. Setting a modest goal for himself, he aspired for the dragon serpent lizard to comprehend these remaining 3 formidable abilities within the next 5 days, even if only at a superficial level. Chapter 19. The Armored Rock Bear. 5 days later, Su Huan gazed helplessly at the dragon snake lizard, which had grown another finger and Appo's length and now measured approximately 1.2 meters. He had not anticipated that even the food formula provided by his mentor would cause the little creature to expand further. However, it was indeed the period of rapid growth for this perilous being, as it was in its early developmental phase. As it progressed towards mid to late growth stages, its rate of expansion would inevitably decelerate. Assessing the size of the dragon snake lizard, Su Huan concluded that its growth over the span of a mere 10 days should not be overly astonishing. Additionally, after his mentor noticed that Su Huan had not visited the inner fortress for several days, he had sent someone yesterday to remind him to train his pet at the castle. Thus, Su Huan reluctantly resolved to visit his mentor today. "Come on, little one," Su Huan said, gently stroking the lizard's head. He was generally satisfied with the little creature's performance over the past 5 days. It had begun to grasp the basics of offensive and defensive maneuvers, as well as demonstrating an understanding of earth energy absorption. It was likely that it would soon achieve a preliminary mastery of these skills. Now weighing nearly 100 pounds, the dragon snake lizard could no longer be cradled in Su Huan and Appo's arms. It instead followed him on foot, moving with remarkable speed. The local residents gradually became aware of the presence of a beast master in their vicinity, which consequently led to a notable increase in property values in Su Huan's building. After all, a beastmaster symbolized security and strength. Even in the gathering place, incidents involving dangerous creatures occasionally occurred, making it evident that residing near a powerful beastmaster provided a sense of reassurance to the ordinary populace. As of now, Su Huan had yet to acquire a beast mark and could only allow the dragon snake lizard to roam freely outside. Each outing of the lizard caused quite a commotion in the streets, with people scattering in all directions. The dragon snake lizard, measuring over a meter in length and exuding an innate aura of draconic power, left passers-by both awed and terrified. Fortunately, the residents had not encountered any incidents of dangerous creatures causing harm during these days. In addition, Su Huan, as the esteemed beastmaster, strictly regulated the lizard's movements, ensuring it did not stray more than a meter from him, which gradually eased the residents' anxieties. Soon, Su Huan entered the inner fortress to meet his mentor. He had learned from the fortress steward that his mentor was in the study. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door of the study. Come in, came the authoritative voice of Zhou. I haven't and Apos. Seen you in days, young man. What is the matter? Have you grown complacent? Zhou expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing Su Huan's half-entering figure. Teacher, I have been diligently nurturing the dragon snake lizard these past few days, which is why I haven't been training at the castle daily. Thanks to the feeding formula you provided, the lizard has successfully entered its growth phase. Su Huan quickly clarified, sensing the subtle reproach in his mentor's tone. It was then that Zhou noticed the dragon snake lizard stealthily sliding into the study beside Su Huan. Its deep brown, elongated form, coupled with the faint pressure emanating from this dangerous creature, unmistakably signified that it was a pet embarking on its growth journey. Zhou appeared astonished, muttering, so fast. Isn't it considered fast, teacher? 10 days isn't exactly a short time, is it? Su Huan, observing his mentor's expression, felt a twinge of concern and hastily added, is this not rapid progress? Your 8th senior sister, by Susu and Apos, ice lotus pod, took a full month to transition from its juvenile stage to the early growth phase. You little rascal, how fast do you expect it to progress? Moreover, its ice lotus pod is classified as a high-level dangerous species, 2 tiers inferior to your dragon snake lizard. Zhou smacked Su Huan on the head, scolding him with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Su Huan feigned pain, gritting his teeth, yet he sighed in relief internally. As long as he was satisfied, he would not pursue the unusual growth rate further. Your dragon snake lizard appears not only to possess exceptional talent, but also an extraordinary growth aptitude. Now that it has reached the growth phase, it should be somewhat familiar with its abilities. I wonder if it has unlocked any inherent skills. Zhou examined the nearly 100-pound dragon snake lizard with scrutiny. Under the weighty pressure of the castle lord, the once domineering dragon snake lizard had transformed into a docile pet lizard. The dragon might ability had reached the first level of awakening, unlocking 2 skills, dragon might, deter, and dragon might, shock. The evil breath ability had also attained its first level of awakening, revealing the evil breath malice bullet. However, it had concealed the dragon slumber and malicious strike abilities, which the dragon snake lizard had only just begun to master. The former 4 abilities had already been demonstrated during training in the inner castle, and many had witnessed them, so there was no way to hide them. He could only relay the truth. Conversely, Dragon Slumber and Malicious Strike were skills that Su Huan had explored and trained by himself over the past 5 days while cooped up at home. To avoid shocking his teacher further, Su Huan decided to modestly conceal his accomplishments. Uncovering 3 awakened abilities in such a short time was already quite impressive. Let us head to my exclusive training ground to assess your progress, Zhou said with a pleased smile. At that moment, he was no longer astonished. Although the speed of the dragon snake lizard and imp, Apos, ability awakening remained extraordinarily rapid, Zhou had developed an immunity to its numerous astonishing feats after being repeatedly amazed. In the castle lord's private training ground, Su Huan's dragon snake lizard stood ready for battle. Zhou, smiling broadly at his disciples, said, Let your dragon snake lizard perform well. If I am satisfied with its performance, I shall gift you a taming artifact. After all, your dragon snake lizard is growing larger. And you must have experienced some inconveniences. As a tamer, how could you be without a suitable artifact? Hearing this, Su Huan felt a surge of joy in his heart, nodding earnestly while transmitting the thought to his dragon snake lizard to fight valiantly. Little one, whether we can acquire a taming artifact from the teacher depends on you. Su Huan silently mused. Zhou cast a satisfied glance at the spirited dragon snake lizard and extended his hand, revealing a taming ring. With a mischievous tone, he said, Thick-shelled rock bear king, entertain this little fellow. The towering thick-shelled rock bear king, standing 8 to 9 meters tall, loomed before the dragon snake lizard like a small mountain, its presence rivaling that of the lava tyrannosaurus. Its dark yellow, heavy rock armor appeared to offer even more formidable defense than that of the lava tyrannosaurus. How many terrifying tame beasts do you possess, teacher? Each summon seems to differ, Su Huan lamented, gazing at his teacher with a hint of envy. He initially believed that the instructor would summon a relatively weak creature for the purpose of testing the dragon snake lizard, even if it were not a dangerous species. An early familiar like the crimson wolf would have been acceptable. However, the strength level of this armored rock bear monarch appears to surpass that of the elite and terrifying species, the crustacean duckbill beast. Ultimately, whether it is classified as a top-tier terrifying species or a super terrifying species at the apex of the biological chain is inconsequential. The dragon snake lizard is destined to be vanquished in an instant. The instructor certainly has no weak familiars at his disposal. He possesses merely a dozen or so terrifying species, of which only half reach the caliber of the armored rock bear monarch and the lava tyrannosaurus. A dozen? A dozen or so? Half? Su Huan found himself at a loss for words. Such strength, in the realm of professional ranks, should undoubtedly be regarded as the pinnacle. Chapter 20. The assignment at North Section Number 7. Well, young one, do you desire my emblem of mastery? Show your strength. It is time for your mentor to assess the fruits of your training. The thick-shelled rock bear emitted a thunderous roar, its overwhelming aura resembling a tempest, causing the dragon snake lizard to sway perilously. The dragon snake lizard could only employ the dragon might, intimidation, to offer a semblance of resistance. This technique, predominantly based on the force of pressure, was ideally suited for counteracting overwhelming force. In contrast, the other manifestation of dragon might, dread, concentrated the dragon's essence into a pinpoint for precise strikes on individuals, rendering it unsuitable for confronting expansive pressure. While the dragon snake lizard countered with its dragon might, it fiercely clawed into the ground, barely managing to withstand the pressure without being swept away. The earth beneath it bore deep marks from its claws. Now, young one, unleash an attack with your malevolent breath, Zhou suggested, slightly alleviating the pressure exerted by the rock bear. Upon noticing the sudden reduction in pressure, Su Huan promptly commanded, Dragon Snake Lizard, utilize Malevolent Breath, Malevolent Orb. The Dragon Snake Lizard, while maintaining its defense with dragon might, opened its maw, swiftly gathering a gray-black energy of malevolence within. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a sphere the size of a glass marble, a remarkable improvement from its initial attempts. The potency and solidity of this orb had significantly escalated. From his previous assessments, the initial version of the malevolent orb could be likened to a small-caliber handgun, whereas this current orb's destructive capacity rivaled that of a large-caliber military firearm or a small-caliber submachine gun, augmented by the unique effects of the malevolent energy. With a resounding impact, the malevolent orb struck the thick armor of the rock bear. It shattered upon contact like a feeble clod of earth, failing to breach its defenses or even create the slightest ripple. Young one, have you not dined? Try a few more orbs to give the bear a scratch. Zhou laughed heartily. Dragon Snake Lizard, deploy Malevolent Orb. Chain Link. The Dragon Snake Lizard unleashed 4 or 5 successive orbs, each one nearly connecting in a linear array. Identical to the preceding malevolent orbs, they collided against the bear and Oppos, as formidable armor, exploding into fragments, their negligible malevolent energy dissipated by the bear and Oppos, as immense rock-based energy. This defense is astonishing, Su Huan mused. Not bad, young one. You have quietly developed your technique for the malevolent breath's manifestation, the malevolent orb. And that recent chain link maneuver should be a variant of the chain technique. Zhou praised without reservation. You flatter me, teacher, Su Huan replied bashfully, astonished by his mentor's discerning eye. The chain technique applies to various manifestations of energy, with the ordinary chain allowing for continuous energy projectiles that do not target a specific point upon impact. Conversely, the chain link variant enables a precise strike at a singular point. Beyond chain link, the Dragon Snake Lizard had also mastered the parallel link, which allows for the simultaneous firing of multiple energy orbs to completely envelop a target, leaving it with no avenue of escape. However, having displayed the connection of the strings, Su Huan resolved not to reveal his abilities further. After all, the training techniques imparted by his mentor solely encompass the initial stages of skill development, without delving into the advanced techniques and variations that follow. Occasionally, one might develop a unique technique, which could be seen as a stroke of genius. However, If one could effortlessly create new techniques as one would pick cabbage, it would raise suspicions of monstrous talent. Su Huan was not yet eager to be regarded as a monster. Subsequently, he produced an ancient, black ring from his pocket, which he had long prepared, and presented it to Su Huan. The ring, resembling an ordinary band, bore the faint inscription of Fire Guardian in delicate characters. This Beastmaster ring is now yours. Although it may not possess the vast spatial capacity of my own ring, it can accommodate 5 creatures, should your beasts be willing to squeeze in. It could even hold 10, his mentor declared. Su Huan was overwhelmed with joy. He had initially expected to receive a common Beastmaster ring. So the revelation of this ring left him profoundly grateful. Do not be too hasty in your relation. There is another matter I must convey, his mentor continued. In the coming days, prepare diligently by exploring the library and the inner fortress for books on advanced skill training following the initial development. It would be prudent to take notes. Report to the military headquarters in 3 days, where tasks will be assigned to you. With that, Zhou He departed from the training grounds. Su Huan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had scarcely embarked on his journey as a Beastmaster. Yet he was to venture into the most perilous of realms for his training. 3 days later, Su Huan obediently made his way to the Black Lantern military headquarters located in the outer fortress. Within these 3 days, he had advanced his allowance for the upcoming month, amounting to a substantial 25,000 steel coins, the majority of which he exchanged for provisions for his dragon snake lizard. He dedicated the entire 3 days to crafting a recipe for food that would endure over time. He arrived at the military headquarters in a carriage, laden with hundreds of pounds of sustenance for the dragon snake lizard, which at this point had grown to a length of 1.5 meters and was peacefully slumbering within the Beastmaster ring gifted by his mentor. Despite having resided in the outer fortress for 3 years, it was Su Huan's first time entering this colossal military base that nearly enveloped the southern expanse of the fortress. Though Zhou He was the nominal commander of the Black Lantern military, as a figure of immense personal might, he did not devote his attention solely to military affairs. The day-to-day operations were overseen by the Chief of Staff, the second in command. Significant decisions were reserved for Zhou He, the commander-in-chief, to make. After undergoing a document check, Su Huan entered the heavily guarded military headquarters. A military officer received him, presenting him with his deployment orders, instructing him to keep them secure. Upon exiting the headquarters, Su Huan indeed found military carriages awaiting him at the outer fortress gates. It was still early morning, and few pedestrians populated the streets. The carriage driver, adhering to Su Huan's request, first took him home to collect a considerable amount of luggage before swiftly transporting him to the North City Gate parking lot in just over 30 minutes. Any vehicle consuming fuel must be parked in designated areas upon entering the city and can only be retrieved and refueled upon exiting. Chapter 21. Frontier Outpost. The land within the settlement is inherently limited, and the total yield from the 7 plantations cannot possibly satisfy the consumption of the 50 to 60,000 inhabitants. In reality, the majority of the produce from these 7 large plantations is directly supplied to the aristocracy residing in the Black Lantern Castle. It is the numerous plantations located outside the settlement that bear the crucial responsibility of providing sustenance for the common folk and the military. The 4 defensive lines not only safeguard the settlement, but also carry the mission of protecting the plantations. Working in the plantations beyond the city is perilous, second only to joining the search teams, and is one of the most dangerous occupations that the settlers desperately wish to escape. Utilizing fuel-powered vehicles, the speed is incomparable to that of horse-drawn carts. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, I arrived at the main outpost of the Northern Command. This outpost serves as the headquarters for the Northern Army. Unfortunately, I did not encounter my esteemed senior on this occasion. He was leading a team into the wilderness to eliminate a dangerous faction that had been frequently breaching our defenses. After exchanging pleasantries, I was escorted to the pre-arranged outpost by his chief of staff. Each outpost is manned by a tactical team of 5 fully armed soldiers, and I am the 6th member of this outpost. Contrary to my expectations of its simplicity, the outpost is a well-constructed, oval-shaped fortification excavated underground, reinforced with steel and concrete, appearing remarkably sturdy. The above-ground portion rises a little over 4 meters, while the subterranean section extends 7 to 8 meters deep, covering an area of 70 to 80 square meters. In addition to the 2 layers of underground and surface, a spiral staircase connects the lower level to the surface, featuring 2 cement precast half-platforms. Each half-platform is equipped with 3 independent rest areas. Although this outpost may be small, it is fully equipped with a warehouse, rest areas, activity zones, watchtowers, and observation posts, comfortably accommodating 20 individuals, with ample space for the 5 or 6 station personnel. Naturally, the outpost has faced destruction by dangerous species. Yet it is rebuilt post-conflict under the same designation. The current outpost number 7 was constructed upon the ruins of its predecessor. Between several outposts lies a command station that oversees multiple outposts. As a superior outpost unit, the personnel stationed at the command station possess significantly stronger firepower than those at the outposts. In peacetime, each command station is staffed by a scaled-down tactical team comprising 12 to 13 outpost members, in accordance with the military structure of the Black Lantern Watch. The most basic combat unit consists of a 5-member tactical team, followed by a 25-member tactical squad. The command stations are manned by half of a tactical squad, necessitating the division of a full tactical squad into 2, each stationed at a command station. There are 8 such scaled-down tactical squads, representing 8 command stations, as well as the main outpost where the headquarters is located. The left and right gates are each guarded by a tactical team of 100 personnel, constituting the 3rd level of military organization, fully staffed at 100. The main observation post is manned by 2 tactical squads, along with the commander's elite guard and several logistical units, totaling over 200 personnel. The combined strength of the 4 defensive lines constitutes 1/3 of the overall military force at the Black Lantern gathering site. Furthermore, these units are the most experienced and battle-hardened troops within the Black Lantern Enclave. It is important to note that the station forces on the defensive lines are not static. They undergo an annual rotation system with the troops stationed in the city. Several of Su Huan and Appo's comrades had just completed their rotation 3 months prior. Among them, the squad leader and an older soldier are seasoned veterans who have served multiple rotations, while the other 3 are fresh recruits who have only been in service for 2 years, embarking on their first defensive assignment. Brother Huang, how often do we encounter dangerous creatures around here? Inquiring after enjoying the welcome feast of beef can noodles prepared by a few comrades, Su Huan and squad leader Huang Qingzhu leaned against the observation tower atop the post, engaging in casual conversation. Huang Qingzhu, with his prominent 2 front teeth, humorously claimed the nickname Big Tooth from his comrades on the northern front, urging Su Huan to call him that as well. However, Su Huan courteously opted to refer to him as Brother Huang. Sudarun, here we. Huang Qingzhu began, casually picking at his teeth. Yet, before he could finish, Su Huan interjected, Brother Huang, I've told you to just call me by my name. We are comrades, not strangers. There's no need for formalities. It sounds rather awkward. All right. Calling you by name does seem more fitting. But you sure Darren is quite a title. So how about I call you Su Gu instead? Huang Qingzhu quickly smiled in agreement. Su Huan regarded Huang Qingzhu's broad grin, revealing his 2 prominent front teeth, and replied with a bemused expression, fine. I'll call you Brother Huang, and you can call me Su Gu. Let us continue. Very well, let and Appo's proceed. Here, among dozens of observation posts, we are positioned closer to the central perimeter of the entire defensive system, so the pressure of defense is naturally less intense than that of the outermost posts. However, we still face the daily risk of dangerous creatures foolishly wandering into our outer defenses. Typically, these are secondary dangerous species in their maturity phase, although occasionally we encounter low-level dangerous species at maturity as well. If it's merely 3 to 5 secondary dangerous species, our few firearms, bolstered by defensive fortifications, can easily handle them. Even 1 or 2 low-level dangerous species present no significant challenge. Did you notice the warehouse across from the kitchen earlier? It's filled with the dangerous creatures we've hunted in recent days. Every month, at mid-month and month-end, officers responsible for tallying military achievements arrive with convoys from the city to collect them and credit us with military points. As he spoke, Huang Qingzhu gestured towards the warehouse below, a hint of pride on his face. Su Huan also raised his thumb in salute, acknowledging that for ordinary soldiers, the ability to hunt so many dangerous creatures each month is indeed a source of pride. Huang Qingzhu chuckled softly. However, defensive fortifications are not infallible. Once the number of mature secondary hazardous entities exceeds 9 and the primary hazardous entities surpass 3, it typically becomes beyond our capacity to address all of them. Yet at that juncture, we can attempt to mitigate a portion of the threat and notify the subsequent watch post via radio to prepare for engagement. We must ensure that they do not infiltrate the safety zone behind our defenses. Naturally, should the count of secondary hazardous entities exceed 15 and primary hazardous entities exceed 5, it is imperative to inform the commanding watch post to prepare for full-scale confrontation. Sugu, do not be anxious. By tomorrow evening at the latest, you shall surely witness the perilous creatures. Concluding his remarks, Huang Chengzhu offered his assurance. Su Huan nodded slightly, then closed his eyes, ready to commence his daily mental fortification. Chapter 22. The first night at the watchtower. The mental cultivation technique imparted by the teacher is known as the crystal breathing method. It is the most widely disseminated and balanced introductory mental training method among practitioners in various gathering places. Although it enjoys widespread popularity, it is far from being commonplace. It stands out remarkably among the multitude of entry-level mental cultivation techniques. This is precisely why he passed it on to Su Huan. From the moment Su Huan received the cultivation method, he commenced his practice, and now, over half a month has elapsed. However, humanity's ability to harness and comprehend energy evidently pales in comparison to the innate capabilities of perilous creatures. To this day, Su Huan finds himself unable to mobilize any mental energy. His mental ocean remains as stagnant as a still pond, only capable of communicating with dragon serpents, yet failing to stir any further ripples. According to the whispers Su Huan has heard, his senior sister by Su has only been practicing for a little over a month but can already manipulate mental energy to create mental illusions. He currently feels that he is far from reaching such a level. At this moment, Su Huan's innate talent is glaringly evident. Nevertheless, this is an inescapable reality. He must persist in his arduous training while hastening the cultivation of dragon serpents. Once a tamer establishes a bond with their companion, should the companion undergo significant growth, it will, to a certain extent, reciprocate and bolster the tamer through the established mental channel. This reciprocal enhancement is far more substantial than mere arduous training. Su Huan is acutely aware that his talent does not rival that of his senior sister by Su. However, his first tamed creature, the dragon serpent, surpasses by Su and Appo's initial ice lotus in strength. He does not believe he is inferior to others. Clearing his mind of all distractions, Su Huan entered a state of tranquility and began to construct a meditative environment within his mind. The crystal breathing mental cultivation method can generally be divided into 3 steps. The first step involves eliminating distractions and creating a crystal meditative environment, envisioning oneself as a colossal crystal, impervious to distractions, and perpetually maintaining mental clarity. The second step is the breathing technique, wherein one harmonizes with a unique breathing rhythm, allowing the mind to gradually merge with the meditative environment. The third step is the core of the cultivation method, mental honing. This entails the continuous elimination of mental impurities to achieve the primary goal of cultivating a powerful mental crystal. Ultimately, with each breath, the mental hammer should be able to guide and influence the tidal waves of mental energy within the mental ocean. Through the meditative crystal, one absorbs the tidal waves of mental energy, purifying the impurities through the crystal and ultimately transforming it into usable mental energy. Currently, Su Huan has merely constructed the mental crystal and is engaged in the meditation of the mental hammer, repeatedly refining the crystal by removing impurities. He still has a considerable distance to cover before the rise and fall of the mental hammer can evoke the tidal waves of mental energy. Moreover, his mental crystal remains feeble and murky, lacking the capacity to purify the mental energy's impurities. As his meditation deepens, Su Huan's breathing gradually becomes elongated and imbued with a unique rhythm. The sound of incessant tapping resonates across the mental ocean, as the suspended mental crystal endures the relentless forging of the mental hammer. In the intervals of breath that occur every 5 or 6 seconds, a profound hammering of the spirit takes place, refining the impurities within the crystal of the soul. Consequently, this soul crystal becomes increasingly lustrous and pure. However, this process is so subtle that the effects of a few strikes are scarcely perceptible. It is likely that thousands upon thousands of blows are required before one can distinctly perceive the transformation of the soul crystal. When the soul crystal evolves from its current murky state to one of pristine clarity, it will possess the capability to purify the energies of the spirit. According to the materials provided by the teacher, an average practitioner with ordinary talent can, through approximately 1 million strikes, forge their soul crystal to a state of immaculate transparency. The soul hammer will subsequently strengthen to the degree that it can influence the tides of the spirit with each rise and fall. Su Huan estimates that, based on the varying intensity of his hammering, he will certainly need to exceed 1 million strikes to reach such a level, even if it is merely 1 million strikes. Assuming 10 hours of spiritual training each day, it would require 150 days, which is no less than 5 months. This duration reflects the pace of an average practitioner. Given his own training speed, Su Huan anticipates that he will need over 10 months, taking nearly twice as long as those with ordinary talent. It appears that, under normal circumstances, his aptitude indeed renders him unlikely to become a practitioner. In stark contrast to his senior sister by Su, who achieved crystalline clarity in her soul crystal in just over a month, he finds himself at a considerable disadvantage. Nevertheless, Su Huan has come to terms with reality. Lacking innate talent, he resolves to diligently train his spirit beasts, striving to enhance their strength. Through their mutual support, he hopes to keep pace with those gifted individuals. Unbeknownst to him, over 3 hours of training have quietly elapsed. His comrades, who had initially displayed a certain reticence in his presence, dare not disturb him, moving with such lightness as to avoid interrupting Su Huan's meditation. It is the well-rested dragon serpent lizard that eventually rouses him from his introspective state. The dragon serpent lizard has already emerged from the binding ring. As the spaces provided by spirit binding items cannot restrain the actions of spirit beasts, this means that spirit beasts can come and go freely, with only the practitioner capable of governing their behavior. Upon opening his eyes, Su Huan finds the dragon serpent lizard, now measuring 1.5 meters in length and resembling a fierce giant lizard, lounging beside him with drowsy eyes fixed on its master, aware of its hunger. Su Huan smiles and gently strokes the creature and Appo's large head before rising to lead it toward his designated resting quarters. Huang Chengzhu has already placed all the prepared food for Su Huan in the resting room. The entire watch post contains 10 resting rooms, each assigned to an individual, with several remaining unoccupied. To facilitate duty assignments, the resting rooms for Huang Chengzhu and his 4 companions are situated on a semi-platform along the spiral staircase. However, these rooms are rather cramped, becoming excessively narrow once Su Huan and Appo's luggage stacked within. Thus, he has chosen a spacious resting room located on the ground floor. The food for the dragon serpent lizard had been prepared in advance, with each portion stored in an aluminum can, as per the records of the Dragon Codex, which indicate that properly prepared food can maintain its edibility for up to 6 months without degradation. According to records, it is advisable not to store food for more than 5 months, as certain essential nutrients gradually diminish after this period. A can of food weighing 5 pounds contains a viscous gel-like substance, as documented in the Longdian formula. Su Huan prepared each of the 6 types of food, with the most substantial quantities being of the malevolent, dragon, and earth elemental varieties. It is not that Su Huan wished to prepare more varieties. Rather, the ingredients for these 3 elemental foods are the most economical, while the ingredients for the other 3 formulas are prohibitively expensive, beyond Su Huan's current financial capacity. Su Huan opened a can designed to balance and enhance the attributes of the dragon, snake, and lizard. He had only crafted 5 portions of this particular formula, with each portion divisible into 5 smaller servings for 5 meals. After successfully preparing it, he allowed the dragon snake lizard to sample it once, and it seemed to greatly enjoy the offering. Su Huan intended to treat the creature to another taste. The gelatinous food, containing abundant nutritional energy, was devoured by the dragon snake lizard in several large bites. After finishing, it blinked its eyes, gazing at Su Huan with lingering desire. Su Huan affectionately patted the little creature's head and playfully admonished, "That is all for now. I have strictly adhered to the recipe, so do not feign hunger. This quantity is quite sufficient." The space of the beast tamer seal not only expedites the recovery of a tamed pet's physical strength and injuries, but also promotes digestion and ensures better sleep and rest. Ever since entering the beast tamer seal, the dragon snake lizard seems to have developed a fondness for it. As long as Su Huan does not call it or it does not feel hungry, it remains contentedly inside. Su Huan chuckled softly, sealing away the dragon snake lizard's food once more, and continued his mental cultivation. Chapter 23, The Watchtower Defense Battle. A night passed swiftly in meditation. The most significant impact of this mental training on Su Huan was perhaps the drastic reduction in his sleep duration. This form of spiritual cultivation somewhat compensates for the restorative effects of sleep if one engages in meditation throughout the night. Merely 2 hours of deep slumber suffices to rejuvenate the spirit. As Su Huan stepped out of his room, An was already preparing breakfast. An, whose full name is Lu Wen, is a young man who has served for just over 2 years and is the sniper at the watchtower post, despite his limited service. Having spent the prior 2 years as a private in basic training, he was promoted to sergeant a few months ago and assigned to the watchtower. According to Huang Chengzhu, An's sniping skills rival those of Lao Yu, a veteran with over a decade of service. Lao Yu is the seasoned soldier at the post. Besides his proficiency in marksmanship, An is also an adept cook, often assisting Huang Chuzhu as a quasi-cook. The beef stew with canned noodles served at Su Huan and Appo's welcome banquet yesterday was indeed on and Appo's culinary creation, and it was quite delectable. Su, brother Su, good morning. An called out somewhat shyly upon seeing Su Huan emerge. Thank you for your hard work, Su Huan replied with a smile to An, who was busy in the kitchen. Just as Su Huan exited the watchtower's sole public restroom, an exceedingly shrill alarm pierced the air, reverberating throughout the watchtower post. Amidst the incessant blaring, all members of the watch team promptly abandoned their tasks and congregated on the ground floor. I just observed through the telescope at the observation post that 4 dangerous creatures are rapidly approaching the perimeter of our watchtower from the northwest. Veteran Yu Huafu succinctly conveyed the reason for the alarm. What kind of dangerous creatures are we dealing with? Huang Qingzhu inquired calmly. Let us take down 3. Leaving 1 for you to practice on. How does that sound? All right, much appreciated. Su Huan nodded in agreement. All personnel, prepare for engagement. I will take the lookout tower machine gun position with Lao Yu. An will man sniper position 1 in the northwest. And Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu will guard shooting holes 5 and 6 on the ground floor. Brother Su, follow me first. Is that clear? Understood. Affirmative. Each member immediately jogged to their designated positions, ready for action. At the lookout tower observation post, Su Huan, through a handheld binocular, could already see several deep green dangerous creatures darting toward the watchtower from behind a nearby mound. Huang Qingzhu, gripping his firearm with his right hand and raising his left fist beside his cheek, waited until the 4 scythe-clawed creatures were within 100 meters of the watchtower. He then abruptly lowered his fist and shouted, An, Huafu, eliminate those 3 mature ones. Leave that juvenile for Brother Su. Everyone readied their weapons. The sound of bolts being drawn echoing in unison, even Su Huan unleashed his dragon snake lizard, with a resounding bang as one scythe-clawed creature entered the 100-meter range. An was the first to pull the trigger on his Eagle Strike sniper rifle. The leading scythe-clawed creature was instantly struck by the bullet. Despite the ominous premonition exuded by the formidable creature, it managed to slightly evade the incoming bullets, attempting to dodge while enveloping its vital areas with a layer of silvery energy defense. However, it was still grazed by the sniper bullet, which penetrated its energy shield, resulting in a deep gash and a splatter of green ichor. Nevertheless, such injuries were hardly sufficient to incapacitate the resilient being. The side-backed beetle was a secondary danger species belonging to both the chitinous and insectoid categories. Moreover, a mature side-backed beetle undoubtedly possessed the capability of utilizing its chitinous race's defensive skill, the chitinous shield. Even after the sniper round pierced through the protective technique capable of breaching homogeneous steel plates, it only inflicted moderate damage upon the creature. With a rapid succession of shots, Huang Qingzhu squeezed the trigger of the Sentry heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage of rounds comparable to the width of a finger, which thoroughly exacerbated the wound inflicted by the sniper rifle, ultimately slaying the scythe-backed beetle. Finish them off. And remember, aim away from the head, otherwise their value in military merit diminishes considerably. The death of one companion sent the remaining scythe-backed beetles into a frenzy as 3 of them accelerated towards the sentry post, making them increasingly difficult to target. After expending a considerable number of rounds, Arwen's sniper rifle struck again, halting another advancing scythe-backed beetle in its tracks. Huafu followed suit, unleashing a volley from his heavy machine gun, effectively terminating the second scythe-backed beetle, following a barrage of gunfire. Half of the scythe-backed beetles that had yet to breach within 30 meters of the sentry post lay dead or injured. The third scythe-backed beetle, upon nearing within 20 meters of the outpost, was locked onto by the 2 Eagle Fire S4 heavy machine guns wielded by Huang Qingzhu and Huafu. And within mere moments, it was shredded to pieces. As the gunfire ceased, only the smallest of the side-backed beetles remained, now 50 meters away from the sentry post. Panic-stricken, it glanced back at the lifeless forms of its 3 companions before promptly turning to flee in the direction from whence it came. Open the door. Xiaohu, you and I will take Suga to finish off the last one, Huang Qingzhu declared, leading Su Huan down from the tower and toward the jeep parked behind the gate. Zhao Xiaohu, standing at a robust height of 1.89 meters, was the sentry post and Appo's assault specialist. He was also the strongest in terms of physical fitness among the 5-man sentry team, boasting combat capabilities that could rival those of the leader, Huang Qingzhu, renowned for his prowess in close-quarters combat. Huang Qingzhu believed that it was most fitting to have Zhao Xiaohu accompany Su Huan to provide support. Su Huan and Zhao Xiaohu swiftly boarded the vehicle as Huang Qingzhu revved the engine, pursuing the fleeing scythe-backed beetle. Naturally, the creature and Oppo's speed paled in comparison to the military jeep, which was nearing 100 kilometers per hour. The seasoned driver, Huang Qingzhu, overshot the scythe-backed beetle by nearly 100 meters before slamming on the brakes, coming to a complete stop. "Sugu, it's time to get to work," he said, preparing his weapon. "Little Tiger, go and support Brother Su. I will be ready to assist you from the car at any moment." Huang Qingzhu, as a veteran who has successfully completed multiple patrol assignments, naturally understands the importance of remaining vigilant in the wilderness. "Thank you." Su Huan opened the door abruptly and jumped down first. However, the secondary danger species at the end of their growth phase could hardly rival the dragon serpent lizard. Under Su Huan's command, the dragon serpent lizard had already leapt out of the window and swiftly approached the scythe-armored beast. Chapter 24. The initial clash with the scythe-armored beast. Observing the fierce gaze of the scythe-armored beast not far away, Su Huan instructed the dragon serpent lizard to initiate a surprise attack. In response, the dragon serpent lizard lunged at the scythe-armored beast with great vigor. As it leapt, its entire body became enveloped in dark malevolent energy, causing its speed to surge instantaneously, nearly doubling the velocity for which the normally linear-moving dragon serpent lizard was known. The scythe-armored beast was momentarily taken aback by the dragon serpent lizard's accelerated speed. However, its extensive combat experience prompted it to swiftly deploy its armor. A layer of silvery gray defensive energy rapidly formed on the surface of the scythe-armored beast. The dragon serpent lizard, shrouded in malevolent energy, collided fiercely with the scythe-armored beast, sending it flying a considerable distance. The swiftness of the attack rendered the scythe-armored beast unable to swing its blade in retaliation. The scythe-armored beast was hurled 10 meters away but, upon rising, glared menacingly at the dragon serpent lizard. It appeared that the armor had absorbed much of the impact, leaving it relatively unscathed. Malevolent energy bullets, barrage. The dragon serpent lizard unleashed 5 malevolent energy projectiles towards the scythe-armored beast. The scythe-armored beast leapt sharply, evading 3 of the projectiles, yet 2 struck it. Fortunately, the armored energy managed to shield it from harm. Nevertheless, under the corrosive influence of the malevolent energy, the protective layer formed by the armor exhibited signs of instability, suggesting that a few more hits could lead to its collapse. "Truly resilient," Su Huan remarked. This creature's defensive capabilities, enhanced by its armor, seemed to surpass even those of the dragon serpent lizard's scales. After withstanding the malevolent energy bullets, the scythe-armored beast suddenly sprang up, charging rapidly towards the dragon serpent lizard, closing the distance to within 5 meters. It swung its half-meter-long blade with brutal ferocity, aiming for the dragon serpent lizard's head. Dragon might, intimidation. The dragon serpent lizard stood resolute, lifting its head high as a surge of draconic energy coalesced into a formidable presence that rushed towards the scythe-armored beast. The pressure from this superior being rendered the scythe-armored beast momentarily paralyzed, its thoughts stalling in a brief stupor. The swinging blade was deftly avoided by the dragon serpent lizard. "Dragon power. Tear it apart," Su Huan commanded. The draconic energy rapidly concentrated on the dragon serpent lizard's claws, and seizing the moment while the scythe-armored beast remained immobilized, it struck with a paw enveloped in draconic energy, landing a devastating blow to its head. The dragon serpent lizard's enhanced strength from the dragon power nearly obliterated the exposed head of the scythe-armored beast, sending blood splattering into the air, and effectively shattering one of its compound eyes, resulting in a gruesome sight. The excruciating pain jolted the scythe-armored beast back to reality, dispelling its ferocity as it cast a fearful glance at the dragon serpent lizard and turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Is that even possible? Su Huan communicated telepathically. As the scythe-armored beast retreated, a spike erupted abruptly from the ground, impaling it directly. Malevolent energy bullets, piercing barrage. The dragon serpent lizard, confronted with such an easy target, unleashed the variant technique of the piercing barrage once more. With a series of 7 malevolent projectiles aligned in succession, they were unleashed upon the incapacitated carapace scythe, which had been pierced through by the earth and Oppo's spines. The first 4 projectiles penetrated its armored shell, while the remaining 3 decisively concluded the fate of this nearly mature secondary threat. At that moment, Huang Qingzhu had just finished a cigarette. "Impressive, Su. Your prowess is quite commendable," Zhao Xiaohu remarked, packing the carcass of the carapace scythe into a military canvas bag, giving Su Huan a thumbs up. "Not quite there yet," Su Huan replied with a light chuckle. Huang Qingzhu drove the still-running vehicle closer to the two, leaning out of the window. "Ha ha, Su, you are being modest." Although I have not witnessed your beast-taming skills firsthand, I surmise your power is not inferior to that of an average mature low-level threat. His dragon snake lizard was currently in its early growth stage, comparable in strength to a mid-level threat nearing maturity or a mature low-level threat. However, due to its lack of practical combat experience, it could only manage a 50-50 chance in a duel against typical low-level threats, and might even struggle against more formidable ones. Thus, it was prudent to practice against secondary threats for the time being. Su, you are formidable. Su, you are majestic. The scene of Su Huan commanding the dragon snake lizard in battle against the carapace scythe was witnessed in vivid detail by the 3 individuals stationed at the lookout, peering through military binoculars. Initially, they perceived Su Huan as an inexperienced novice with little combat experience, believing his beast-taming abilities would at best match those of a late-stage secondary threat, possibly even falling short. However, the outcome was a resounding massacre. Particularly the chilling moment when the carapace scythe attempted to flee, only to be impaled from below by an earth spine, leaving onlookers aghast. After the battle, once the remains of the 4 carapace scythes had been briefly handled, On completed the breakfast that had been left partially prepared. Despite the battle being aptly described as a relentless onslaught with a decisive victory, a post-battle analysis was essential for rapidly enhancing the combat capabilities of the dragon snake lizard. I must say, during your initial ambush, you could have easily swatted the carapace scythe away with your claws or delivered a close-range malevolent projectile. Yet you opted for a nonchalant collision. Were you not aware that this offered it a chance to retaliate? If the opponent were to possess comparable strength, such leniency could lead to your own peril, Su Huan admonished seriously, addressing the dragon snake lizard, which lay atop the bed, listening intently. The dragon snake lizard hissed in dismay, expressing that it had not considered such complexities in the heat of the moment. Its speed had been overwhelming, and it was still adapting to its first real combat experience. Dragon snake lizard, do not make excuses for yourself. This time may have been a misstep, but you must strive to improve for the next encounter. Only then can you evolve into a powerful tamed beast, Su Huan chided with a feigned sternness, speaking earnestly. The dragon snake lizard, slightly disheartened, nodded its large head in acknowledgement. Seeing that his words had sunk in, Su Huan grasped the dragon snake lizard's head firmly, expressing his disappointment. What is this? Are you already sulking? Pull yourself together. As the master, I do not intend to reproach you, but rather to inspire you. Do you understand, dragon serpent lizard? Your recent performance has indeed been commendable. For instance, your adept use of the ground gun right was particularly impressive, as it accurately pierced the fleeing scythe armor. The malevolent orb was also shot with precision, hence I have decided to enhance your breakfast. Su Huan gently patted the dragon serpent lizard's head. Really? The dragon serpent lizard raised its head, eyes sparkling with disbelief as it gazed at Su Huan. It was taken aback that its master, who had just offered criticism, was now praising it, leaving it somewhat bashful, and even claiming to provide an additional meal had it truly heard correctly. Indeed, I will provide you with an extra meal. Continue to strive for excellence. Su Huan chuckled at the adorably foolish expression of the dragon serpent lizard. Chapter 25. Days at the Frontier Watchtower. Life at the Watchtower can be exceedingly monotonous and tedious for an ordinary individual. However, Su Huan finds himself somewhat enchanted by it. Beyond the rigorous training with the dragon snake lizard, he diligently immerses himself in the vast repository of knowledge contained within the ancient Dragon Codex, integrating this invaluable information with his own understanding. Particularly, he has mastered the transformation methods of several perilous creatures, aside from the scale lizard. Their materials and rituals now second nature to him. During these 7 days, the Watchtower has encountered 5 skirmishes with dangerous species. Notably, one incident involved 2 mature, low-level dangerous creatures. The dragon snake lizard participated in 5 battles as well, its inherent combat genes seemingly being gradually unleashed, accumulating practical experience and honing its combat skills. Remarkably, during a recent confrontation with a mature low-level dangerous creature, it managed to defeat the foe, sustaining only minor injuries. Although this adversary had already been wounded by the Watchtower's heavy firepower beforehand. This victory signifies that the dragon snake lizard has now reached the level of a mature low-level dangerous species, both in theoretical prowess and actual combat capability. Moreover, through ample nourishment and continuous combat, the dragon snake lizard and Apos' size successfully surpassed 2 meters just a day prior. This 2-meter-long creature, weighing 100 to 200 pounds, has become a formidable presence at the Watchtower, eliciting trepidation among Huang Chunzhu and his companions each time it emerges from the summoning ring, fearing a playful bite. Early in the morning, Huang Qingzhu and his 4 companions, including Yu Huafu, organized and transported various dangerous creatures they had hunted over the past fortnight to the ground level. Awaiting the arrival of the convoy, Su Huan, having just finished his training, lent a hand. After breakfast, the first to finish among them. The vigilant Xiao Lu stationed at the observation deck on the top floor suddenly called out, "People are coming! People are coming!" The 5 swiftly tidied their bowls and chopsticks and hurried to the first floor. Oddly enough, according to routine, convoys from the command center typically arrive by midday. So Huang Qingzhu pondered aloud why they were arriving so early today. What does it matter? Let us wait for the call, Old Yu chuckled. As per protocol, the watchtower could only open its gates once the vehicle-mounted phone confirmed the convoy and Appos' arrival via their radio. Soon enough, the phone mounted on the wall of the first-floor duty lounge rang. "The overall commander is visiting your watchtower. Open the gates immediately." Huang Qingzhu, taken aback by the news, turned to glance at Su Huan, clearly deducing that the commander was likely here because of him. "Open the gates. Commander Lu is here," he relayed. With a clatter, the steel gate swung open. The convoy was already several hundred meters away. Shortly thereafter, the leading jeep came to a halt outside the watchtower, and a young man clad in a sandy yellow cloak was the first to disembark. The young man appeared to be merely in his 20s or 30s, adorned with dark sunglasses and a cigar perched between his lips, exuding an air of audacity and dominance. Commander Huang Qingzhu, approaching swiftly with the others, stood to attention and saluted, his demeanor respectful. "Huang Qingzhu, after all these years, you remain unchanged," the young man remarked, removing the cigar from his mouth and nodding slightly at Huang Qingzhu. To Huang Qingzhu and Appos' astonishment, Lu Ling remembered his name, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Commander, your journey must have been arduous." Enough, enough. It was hardly a long journey. It took less than 10 minutes by car from the main checkpoint. Lu Ling waved dismissively, turning his gaze towards Su Huan among the crowd. With a smile, he removed his glasses and said, "You must be my junior disciple, Su Huan. Our master has mentioned several times that he has taken on an extraordinary talented disciple." Su Huan stepped forward, saluted first, and then said, "Su Huan pays his respects to the 3rd senior brother." "Haha, have you grown accustomed to your duty at this outpost?" Lu Ling inquired warmly, patting Su Huan's shoulder. Feigning displeasure, Lu Ling remarked, "Junior disciple, there's no need to be so formal with your senior brother. I heard from the chief of staff that you didn't get to see me when you arrived at the command center. I just missed you last time due to a mission to eliminate a band of reckless rascals, but I specifically came to see you this time." His words sent a shockwave through Huang Qingzhu and the others, their faces reflecting astonishment. Indeed, the commander had come to this small outpost specifically for Su Huan. They were aware of Su Huan and Appos' identity as a master of control, yet they were oblivious to the fact that he was also a disciple of the fortress lord. They silently felt fortunate that their relations with Su Huan had been cordial, for otherwise, with such dual identities, even if he were not a master, he could easily bring them to heel. "Understood, 3rd senior brother," Su Huan nodded, perceiving no pretense in his senior brother and Appos' expression. "That and Appos' more like it," Lu Ling replied with a warm smile. Immediately after, he brusquely addressed the soldiers and officers behind him. "All right, you all need to linger here. Go tally Huang Qingzhu and Appos' outpost gains from the past month, and do not disturb me and my junior brother and Appos' reminiscence." Turning to Su Huan, he suggested, "Let us take a stroll outside the outpost, and I shall assess whether you have been diligent these days." Lu Ling draped an arm over the shoulder of Su Huan, who was half a head shorter than him, and they proceeded outside. Once outside the outpost, Lu Ling cheerfully remarked, "Junior brother, summon your dragon snake lizard. The master has specifically tasked me to inspect your progress and report back to him." Su Huan felt a sense of helplessness. He had thought that being outside the city would free him from the master's watchful gaze. Yet he was surprised to find that his 3rd senior brother had been assigned as a kind of informant. Reluctantly, he called forth the dragon snake lizard, which had just finished a meal and was now sound asleep in the control space. Lu Ling gazed at the creature, which measured nearly 2 meters in length. Its head raised to nearly waist height, weighing close to 200 or 300 pounds, with a somewhat dazed expression. Chapter 26. The shock of the 3rd senior brother feigning ignorance. Su Huan inquired, "Is there a problem, senior brother?" Ever since the dragon serpent lizard had grasped the utilization of dragon energy, it had been growing rapidly due to the battles of the past few days. Lu Ling, observing the expression of his junior brother, knew he would not elicit any further information. He decided to summon his own tamed creature, stating, "Junior brother, As per our master and amp, Appo's instructions, I must assess the combat experience of the dragon serpent lizard and see how well you have honed its skills. I happen to have a dragon-type tamed creature as well. Let it test your dragon serpent lizard. With that, he called forth his formidable rhinoceros horned dragon. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled slightly as a massive rhinoceros horned dragon, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and standing 3 to 4 meters tall, with a 1 meter long blade-like horn and weighing no less than 10 tons, appeared before the dragon serpent lizard. This is one of my mainstays, Lu Ling declared. Su Huan gazed in silence at his brother's tank-like beast, his expression deepening as he cautioned, "Senior brother, please have it take it easy. I would not want my dragon serpent lizard to be crushed." Crushed? Oh dear. Fear not, junior brother. The rhinoceros horned dragon knows its limits and would not harm such a little creature, Lu Ling assured, albeit with a slight pause before placing his hand on his chest in guarantee. Su Huan nodded resolutely. "Let it come, senior brother." "Huh, that's the spirit, junior brother." Rhinoceros horned dragon, it seems the dragon serpent lizard has just awakened. Let us use earthquake to rouse it, Lu Ling commanded. At his command, the rhinoceros horned dragon stomped powerfully on the ground. With a deafening roar, Su Huan felt the earth shake violently, nearly losing his balance. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, buoyed by his mental energy, effortlessly floated half a foot above the ground, unaffected by the tremors. Cunning indeed, Su Huan thought, struggling to stabilize himself. It was regrettable that he had yet to master his own mental energy, let alone the more advanced mental force that stemmed from it. In contrast, the dragon serpent lizard clung tightly to the ground, yet even so, being at the epicenter of the earthquake, energy left it dazed and disoriented. Use dark assault and escape the range, Su Huan insisted, mustering his focus. Enveloped in dark energy, the dragon serpent lizard transformed into a shadowy figure and swiftly darted beyond the limited area affected by the earthquake. Had the rhinoceros horned dragon unleashed its full power, the area of effect would have expanded several times over, potentially affecting even the lookout post. However, as this was merely a test and not a real battle, Lu Ling had carefully controlled the intensity of the rhinoceros horned dragon's earthquake technique. The impact was still formidable, comparable to the malevolent rounds from standard hunting rifles wielded by Huang Qingzhu and others, easily shattering against the surface scales of the rhinoceros horned dragon. Dispersing into streams of energy, the rhinoceros horned dragon turned its head and roared at Lu Ling. "Not bad, junior brother." The rhinoceros horned dragon even claims to feel a bit ticklish, Lu Ling chuckled, praising him. Su Huan, feeling rather vexed by the praise, thought, "A bit ticklish? What nonsense. Use malevolent bullet. Chain strike." Su Huan shouted to the dragon serpent lizard. 7 malevolent energy orbs struck the surface of the rhinoceros horned dragon in rapid succession. Yet they seemed to have little effect. The dragon turned its head, brushing against the spot that had been struck multiple times, before suddenly charging forward a few paces and landing heavily. The ground trembled, and Su Huan lost his balance, collapsing onto the ground. Nearby, the guards at the watchtower were thrown into disarray by the tremor. The dragon snake lizard, situated at the epicenter of the quake, was left dazed and disoriented. "Ha ha ha. The rhinoceros horned dragon claims that was quite ticklish. Junior brother, it appears your training has been commendable these past days. Come now. Unleash the rest of the dragon snake lizard's abilities so I may report back to our master. Utilize the earth's energy to restore your state," Su Huan shouted. The disoriented dragon snake lizard struggled to steady itself, lowering its body to the ground. Streams of grayish-yellow earth energy began to rise, swiftly merging into the dragon snake lizard's form, alleviating its dazed condition. "Launch a surprise attack," Su Huan continued. The dragon snake lizard transformed into a shadow once more, but this time it charged toward the rhinoceros horned dragon. Dragon might, dread. Upon nearing the earth dragon, the dragon snake lizard immediately unleashed its dragon might ability. Infuse the dragon power into the earth dragon, it roared. As the dragon might was released, a tempestuous wave of power surged outward, sending the dragon snake lizard spiraling through the air like a leaf caught in a storm, landing over 10 meters away. "Junior brother, the rhinoceros horned dragon is also a formidable dragon species. How dare you employ dragon might against it? Its dragon might ability has reached the 9th level, and it has mastered 3 different enhancements at that level." Lu Ling observed Su Huan with amusement. "Ha ha ha, indeed. That is correct, dear senior brother. However, I have a fair understanding of the dragon snake lizard's capabilities, and it is impressive. Our master will surely be pleased. This dragon snake lizard's growth rate far surpasses that of my own during my early days. Our master has truly taken on an extraordinary junior disciple." Lu Ling gazed at the dragon snake lizard, which was beginning to reveal its potential, and then at the youthful Su Huan, filled with admiration. Ha ha ha. Today I am quite pleased, and I look forward to seeing you again next month. Senior brother, please allocate my military merits to Huang Chengzhu and the others as well. Su Huan said to Lu Ling. According to the military merit distribution system at the various watchtowers, merits are equally divided. Thus, whether for an ordinary member or for Huang Chengzhu, the squad leader, the merits remain the same. However, as the squad leader, Huang Chengzhu would receive an additional subsidy from the military afterward. This meant Su Huan's arrival effectively divided the merits for 5 individuals into 6 shares. In Su Huan's view, even without him, Huang Chengzhu and the others could easily handle these dangerous creatures, so he saw no reason to claim a share of the merits. Moreover, as a beast tamer, he would not lack for military merits in the future. Certainly, I will promptly allocate your share to Huang Chengzhu and the others. Lu Ling replied with a smile, readily agreeing. Notify everyone to prepare for the next watchtower, Lu Ling commanded thereafter. Lu Ling retrieved a cigar from the box nestled in his embrace, holding it casually in his hand. He waved dismissively and said, "No need for that. Today, the commander is in good spirits. I shall take this opportunity to inspect the various sentry posts." Understood, Commander, the adjutant responded, hurrying off to relay the commander's orders to the convoy. Su Huan and Huang Chengzhu, along with others, stood at the entrance of the sentry post, watching as their senior brother, Lu Ling, and the convoy sped away, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Chapter 27. The Support Battle at Plantation No. 25. As winter descends, the night at the sentry post is exceptionally frigid. Unlike the towering walls of the gathering place that shield against the howling winter gales from the north, there are no electrical appliances or heating facilities to provide warmth. Aside from the 2 duty personnel and Su Huan, everyone else is nestled in sleeping bags, deep in slumber within the rest area. Yet Su Huan persists with his daily mental fortification, for his unremarkable talent makes this arduous self-discipline a vital avenue for spiritual enhancement. Suddenly, an urgent ring echoes from the ground floor. Huang Chengzhu, the duty officer for the night, dashes from the lookout tower into the first-floor duty room to answer the call. Moments later, he hangs up the phone, and a piercing alarm blares forth, startling Su Huan from his meditative state. Everyone quickly dons their clothing and footwear, and within 2 minutes, they gather on the top floor. Each sentry post along the defensive line has its designated area, known as the sentry zone, ensuring safety within the enclave. Plantation number 25 lies at the intersection of the northern segment's 3rd and 4th sentry posts. Should a dangerous species assault occur within the plantation, it is imperative that those responsible for the sentry duties respond swiftly to prevent widespread casualties or severe losses, for they would bear the consequences of any such failure. Little Tiger, Sugu, let us head to respond to the summons of the 3rd sentry post. Old you, take care of An and Little Lu at home. Huang Chengzhu instructs, fastening his gear while Zhao Xiaohu readies their weapons and supplies for the vehicle. Let us move. This time, Little Tiger takes the wheel. He accelerates, steering the khaki military jeep onto the rugged road leading out of the sentry post. According to Captain Lee, the situation is dire. Plantation number 25 has been thoroughly breached, with more than 20 secondary dangerous species and at least 5 low-level dangerous species infiltrating the premises. The plantation and Oppo's staff are trapped in the employee dormitory, relying on a meager supply of outdated firearms distributed by the security team to mount a feeble defense, though it is only a matter of time before the dangerous species breach their defenses. In light of Captain Lee's orders, given the urgency of the situation, we will not assemble at the sentry post as usual. Little Tiger, head directly toward plantation number 25. It's already 3:40. Drive faster. These 2 armored vehicles represent the strongest combat units from their respective sentry posts. Meanwhile, the chilling sounds of dangerous creatures and the terrified screams of humans resonate from within the plantation. All right, let us wait a moment longer. We just need the last 2. Within minutes, the final 2 military vehicles arrive. All are present, and the vehicles align in a spearhead formation, with the 2 armored cars leading the charge straight into the dormitory building, opening fire. The thunderous roar of the engines captures the attention of the dangerous species surrounding the employee dormitory. A pack of grotesque wolves, each nearly 2 meters in length and significantly larger than an ordinary wild wolf, lunges toward the convoy. These are toxic decay wolves, tenacious in life. And the order is clear: aim for the head and dispatch them swiftly. Once again, the commander's reminder echoed through the radio. The rhythmic sounds of gunfire and the ominous hisses of perilous creatures filled the air. 2 armored vehicles charged forward like colossal beasts, unstoppable in their advance. No fewer than 5 lesser hazardous species, the venomous corruption wolves, fell beneath the wheels of the leading armored transports. The dark-hued Blackwalker armored vehicles were equipped with the Eaglefire Z1 mounted machine gun. This weapon, in both rate of fire and destructive capability, far surpassed the standard Eaglefire S3 mounted heavy machine gun typically found on military assault vehicles. Its power rivaled that of the Eaglefire S4 sentry gun, a formidable apparatus capable of both ground defense and aerial protection. The 5 hazardous beasts were severed in half by the fire of the Eaglefire Z1. Their mangled remains crushed utterly beneath the oversized wheels of the armored vehicles. Following closely behind, a dozen or more military assault vehicles unleashed a barrage that eliminated 4 or 5 of the menacing creatures charging towards the convoy. The convoy swiftly advanced to the dormitory of the plantation, where the bloodthirsty creatures besieging the building turned their ravenous gazes upon the approaching fleet. Lower your gun muzzles. Do not risk harming the innocents within the dormitory. Open fire, commanded the officer. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as a metallic tempest shredded the perilous beings that had not yet had the chance to evade. The defenses of lesser hazardous species could barely withstand the fire of handguns or small-caliber rifles. They were utterly impotent against the might of high-caliber rifles and machine guns. In the presence of mechanized forces, these creatures were like grasshoppers attempting to halt a moving vehicle. One by one, the lesser hazardous species fell before the storm of bullets. Nevertheless, the speed and agility of the low-level hazardous beings were evidently beyond the capabilities of the lesser ones. Aside from a couple that were unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire, the remaining low-level hazardous creatures, shielded by the fearless lesser venomous corruption wolves, crouched low, enveloped in energy. Utilizing techniques such as rapid advances, swift movements, and sudden assaults, they surged towards the convoy with remarkable speed. The sounds of gunfire continued as 2 low-level hazardous creatures and numerous lesser venomous corruption wolves fell in their charge. Yet, 2 managed to penetrate the formation of the convoy. The approaching threats were a shadow leopard and a venomous corruption wolf, both formidable entities among the low-level hazardous species. Chapter 28, The Emergence of Edge as the Shadow Leopard. A perfect amalgamation of the beast and shadow attributes among lower-tier dangerous species, stealthily hunts humans amidst the venomous decay wolf pack that assailed the botanical garden. The venomous decay alpha wolf, an evolved form of the secondary dangerous species, serves as the leader of the decay wolf clan. Here, alpha denotes not merely gender but signifies a robust stature. The venomous decay alpha wolf is over 3 times the size of a standard venomous decay wolf, measuring between 3 to 4 meters in length and weighing between 5 to 600 kilograms, surpassing even an adult wilderness tiger in size. In contrast, a typical venomous decay wolf measures nearly 2 meters in length and weighs around 1 to 200 kilograms. Not every pack of venomous decay wolves has a leader, but once one emerges, the pack gains formidable discipline and danger. The silent assault on the plantation serves as irrefutable evidence, with the fearless venomous decay wolves acting under the command of their alpha. Without the reckless charge of these wolves, the mature lower-tier dangerous species alone would have been unable to breach the hail of gunfire and the barricade formed by 2 armored vehicles to infiltrate the convoy. Create distance and concentrate fire to eliminate them. Be cautious not to harm comrades, the commander bellowed. Dozens of military vehicles pulled back to avoid greater casualties from the encroaching dangerous species. While the most elite soldiers of humanity might stand a chance in close combat against mature secondary dangerous species, the mature lower-tier dangerous species had long transcended ordinary classifications. Even the most skilled infantrymen, should they lose distance and face direct engagement, would find themselves with no escape. The shadow leopard and the venomous decay alpha wolf both charged towards an assault vehicle. Coincidentally, the alpha selected the very military vehicle occupied by Su Huan. With a resounding crash, the vehicle's window shattered under the force of the alpha's assault, even after being raked by the vehicle-mounted machine gun wielded by Huang Chishu, which splattered blood across its form. The ferocity of the venomous decay alpha wolf remained undiminished. The massive caliber bullets, capable of tearing through its robust body, were rendered ineffectual by a layer of decay energy defense, reducing their impact to that of ordinary rifles. The enormous wolf and Appo's head thrust into the rear seat of the military vehicle, filling the confined space with an overwhelming stench that nearly suffocated the occupants. It bared its jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, viciously aiming to bite down on Su Huan. The decay energy coiled around its teeth, each fang as thick as an adult's index finger. Should it strike true, Su Huan would undoubtedly perish. In a moment of peril, the colossal form of the dragon snake lizard, 2 meters long and coiled with its tail, suddenly appeared in the spacious rear area of the military vehicle. It unleashed a terrifying roar, the dragon's might, directly confronting the venomous decay alpha wolf. The wolf and Apo's body froze in that instant, and then a barrage of malevolent energy bullets surged into its gaping maw. With a thunderous crack, the alpha's head burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white throughout the vehicle. As the vehicle swayed, a portion of the wolf's body was flung outside, and the headless carcass thudded heavily to the ground. "Commander, this is Su Huan. To avoid friendly fire, I request a ceasefire. I will deal with the shadow leopard." After Su Huan effortlessly dealt with the venomous, corrupted wolf, which could have inflicted significant casualties on the convoy, he communicated over the military radio channel. At that moment, any concentrated fire would almost certainly result in friendly fire on the military vehicle, causing the commander to hesitate. He swiftly made the decisive call: "We will handle the other distractions. We must not allow them to interrupt Lord Su's battle." Su Huan immediately opened the slowly halting door of the vehicle and, accompanied by the dragon snake lizard, leapt out. Meanwhile, Su Huan and the dragon snake lizard had already commenced their engagement with a vicious assault. As soon as they exited the vehicle, the dragon snake lizard transformed into a shadowy figure and darted towards the shadow leopard, situated over 10 meters away. Bang! The shadowy form crashed through the windshield of the vehicle, sending the ferocious shadow leopard sprawling to the ground, completely shattering what remained of the already fractured glass. Rising to its feet, the pitch-black shadow leopard glared at the dragon snake lizard with a ferocious gaze, still clutching a bloodied arm in its jaws. The driver had lost his left arm to the beast's savage bite, had it not been for the timely intervention of the dragon snake lizard. The driver and Apo's head would have likely been crushed by the creature and Apo's gaping maw. "Beast, do you still dare to act ferociously?" Su Huan seethed with rage upon witnessing the unfortunate fate of an ally. Earth Spear summon. The dragon snake lizard, sensing its master's fury, thrust forth a grotesque earth spear from the ground where the shadow leopard stood a few paces away. The spear, measuring 1.5 meters in length with a razor-sharp tip, glinted ominously under the headlights of the military vehicle. The shadow leopard, a formidable low-level danger species resulting from a perfect fusion of beast and shadow elements, instinctively sensed the impending peril as the earth spear was launched. It spat out the bloodied arm it had been chewing, enveloped itself in shadow energy, and executed a sidestep with remarkable agility. This maneuver, executed with utmost finesse, clearly showcased its innate abilities. In contrast, the dragon snake lizard had yet to unlock any such abilities, rendering its attacks significantly less effective. Ultimately, the unexpected earth spear merely grazed the hind leg of the shadow leopard, leaving behind a trail of blood droplets without achieving any substantial effect. For a creature of its caliber, such an injury was hardly more than a minor wound. Simultaneously, Huang Chengzhu and Zhao Xiaohu, poised to provide support, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the shadow leopard. Rat-a-tat-tat. Naturally, the shadow leopard dared not engage head-on against the dual-mounted heavy machine guns and 2 powerful Falcon assault rifles, opting instead to evade with its shadowy technique. As it landed, Su Huan seized the opportunity, urgently instructing the dragon snake lizard in his mind, utilize malevolent orb in rapid succession. Without hesitation, the dragon snake lizard opened its jaws, unleashing a barrage of 7 or 8 malevolent orbs that rained down upon the shadow leopard like a shotgun blast. The shadow leopard recoiled sharply. However, having just executed a shadowy evasion, it found itself unable to employ the technique again in time. Despite its remarkable agility, even after dodging the majority of the malevolent orbs, it was still struck by 2 of them. The shadow leopard possesses abilities that effectively diminish damage inflicted by physical attacks, such as those from firearms. However, its capacity to mitigate the effects of energy attacks, like the malevolent projectiles, is significantly compromised. Moreover, the negative energy inherent in the malevolent orbs inflicts damage nearly equivalent to their destructive force. Previously, the shadow leopard remained ferocious even after being struck by machine gun fire. Yet its condition deteriorated sharply after being hit by 2 malevolent projectiles from the dragon serpent lizard. The insidious energy from the wounds began to infiltrate its flesh, gradually impairing its reflexes and causing a sense of confusion and sluggishness. The dragon serpent lizard, a shadowy figure, lunged once more at the already injured shadow leopard. The latter's speed was considerably diminished, allowing the fully intact and peak-conditioned dragon serpent lizard to close the gap swiftly. As the dragon serpent lizard approached, the shadow leopard revealed a fierce countenance, its claws glinting ominously as they swiftly aimed for the creature's head. The dragon serpent lizard, Unable to match the speed of the shadowy and beastly shadow leopard, merely shifted its body slightly, opting to absorb the blow with its robust back. The claws tore away a substantial portion of the scales on the lizard and Apos' back, leaving a long gash that elicited excruciating pain, causing the dragon serpent lizard, which had never before endured such severe injury, to react with a momentary delay. The roar of dragon might resonated in the depths of its consciousness, prompting a rapid response from the dragon serpent lizard. Low-level dangerous creatures exhibit minimal resistance to the might of dragons, and the shadow leopard, struck by this oppressive force, found itself immobilized for a brief moment, much like the poisonous corrosive wolf, with an infusion of dragon power. The dragon serpent lizard and Apos' claws struck the shadow leopard and Apos' head with relentless ferocity, while three malevolent projectiles indiscriminately bombarded its skull. Crack! Boom! The skull shattered, and brain matter erupted forth. The shadow leopard lay lifeless. Chapter 29. The Truth and Illusion of the World. Shortly after the shadow leopard collapsed with a resounding thud, the convoy that had been exterminating the perilous creatures not far away ceased fire as well. At this point, all hazardous species within Su Huan's line of sight had been eradicated. Among the forces participating in this battle, only the sergeant driving the vehicle at Outpost 10 suffered a grievous injury, having had his left arm bitten off by the exceptionally fierce shadow leopard. Fortunately, the medical personnel from Outpost 4 arrived in time to save the sergeant's life. However, the severed arm, mangled beyond recognition and corroded by shadow energy, could not be reattached, leaving the wounded soldier no choice but to retire in sorrow. Fortunately, since the Fortress Lord assumed power, the Black Lantern Gathering has shown great kindness to disabled veterans. Upon retirement, they receive a substantial disability pension commensurate with their level of disability and years of service, and are subsequently offered respectable positions in less demanding roles, even for those whose injuries render them incapable of any work and confined to their beds. They are entitled to a lifetime of special disability allowances provided by the Military Welfare Department of the Military Management Bureau until their passing. This ensures that even retired disabled soldiers can lead decent lives, compared to the situation prior to the Fortress Lord Zhou He's rule, where injured soldiers lost their combat effectiveness and descended into the lower echelons of society, barely scraping by. Conditions have improved beyond measure. This has fostered unwavering loyalty among the current military personnel of the Black Lantern Gathering, from the lowest ranks to the officers, towards their nominal commander, the Fortress Lord, who is not overly involved in military affairs. All soldiers have disembarked to clear the battlefield, either delivering the final shots to the dangerously wounded creatures or searching for any lurking threats in groups of 3 across the dormitory floors. One soldier approached Su Huan directly, saluted, and with genuine gratitude expressed, "We owe a great deal to Lord Su this time. Otherwise, the casualties in vehicles 10 and 7 would have been severe." His words were not mere politeness, but rather a reflection of the truth. When the shadow leopard attacked vehicle 10, there were 3 occupants, 2 of whom were in the driver's cabin. Had the dragon snake lizard not intervened to entangle the shadow leopard, the 2 soldiers in the cabin would have undoubtedly met their demise in the face of the frenzied beast. Although the dragon snake lizard sustained some injuries during the battle, it is a normal occurrence in combat. Injuries are an inherent part of the struggle, unlike the ground energy absorption, which can be utilized directly in battle. The dragon slumber requires a semi-dormant state to harness draconic powers for recovery. Despite certain limitations, the restorative effects of dragon slumber are evidently superior to that of ground energy absorption. Lord Su, you are too modest. In previous encounters with such intense invasions of dangerous species, we have always sustained casualties, and this time the losses have been relatively minor, thanks entirely to your assistance. I will ensure that your contributions are accurately reported after the battle. The commander, upon hearing this, did not take the aid of a beast master for granted, as such large-scale incursions of perilous species seldom warrant the deployment of beast masters for support. Su Huan observed the earnest expression of the other party, which seemed devoid of deceit, and, feeling no inclination to maintain formalities, nodded in tacit agreement. However, upon hearing the mention of casualties incurred during each encirclement, a sense of somber reflection enveloped him. Support from the beast tamers would not be mobilized unless the situation involved an incursion of intermediate danger species exceeding 3, or a scale of low-level danger species surpassing 10, or a formidable presence of secondary danger species beyond 40. Any 2 of these criteria must be met for intervention to be considered, except when the combat forces were outmatched and actively requested assistance. Based on Su Huan and Apos' estimation, this skirmish would involve no more than 30 secondary danger species and 5 or 6 low-level danger creatures, clearly not meeting any of the stipulated thresholds for beast-tamer engagement. Minutes later, the sporadic gunfire abruptly ceased. The soldiers meticulously gathered the carcasses of the danger species and loaded them onto the military trucks that had just arrived. As dawn broke, the plantation workers, who had spent a night in trepidation, emerged from their dormitories. The farmers, agronomists, assistants, and supervisors of the plantation voluntarily joined the grim task of collecting the remains of their fallen colleagues. Preliminary estimates indicated that nearly 20 individuals had suffered casualties in the attack on Plantation Number 25, which had a total workforce of merely 100. Among the injured, 12 were wounded, and 7 had perished directly due to the assaults, their bodies rendered unrecognizable by the brutalities they endured. One individual, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, was on the brink of death. Such losses fell within the tolerable limits for the commander, as the plantation management would soon replenish the lost manpower. According to the lieutenant who commanded the unit, past incidents of this magnitude typically resulted in the deaths of 10 individuals and indirect fatalities of 4 or 5 due to severe injuries, all of which were deemed acceptable losses. This time, the prompt support and swift resolution of the conflict significantly mitigated the casualties. Su Huan and Apos' thoughts drifted into silence once more. Having grown up in a settlement near the inner district, he was no stranger to the tales of danger species attacks, having endured several first-hand experiences himself. Indeed, his own parents had fallen victim to such assaults. Yet, incidents within the settlements rarely resulted in more than a few casualties, sometimes 2 or 3 at most. The danger species, oftentimes, would not have the opportunity to relocate before being swiftly dispatched by the arriving beast tamers, were it not for the proximity of these assaults to his home. And having witnessed some himself, the minor fatalities in this era would scarcely ripple through the settlement's discourse. This misperception led the inhabitants of the settlement to grossly underestimate the true extent of devastation and loss that danger species could inflict. In this particular attack, had it not been for the ravenous danger species outside the dormitory, eager to consume the remains of the 7 deceased, and the deterrent firepower of the plantation's automatic rifles, the toll of casualties could have escalated severalfold. Watching the plantation workers, who had narrowly escaped death yet appeared utterly numb, skillfully placed the mangled bodies into body bags, Su Huan and Apos' emotion swirled in a complex tapestry of thoughts. Perhaps the desolate wasteland beyond the enclave holds the true essence of this world. The tranquility within the fortified walls is merely an illusion. The soldiers at the 2 outposts are still engaged in addressing the aftermath, collaborating with the military police dispatched by the command center to investigate the origins of the assault. Typically, attacks within the safety zone are characterized by small-scale incursions led by individuals of considerable strength, with large-scale assaults by weaker individuals being a rare occurrence. The method by which this pack of venomous wolves infiltrated the various outpost defenses remains to be determined. If the investigation reveals that the large-scale incursion was due to negligence or dereliction of duty at a particular outpost, that unit will face disciplinary actions and potential penalties. However, none of this concerns Su Huan any longer. Throughout the journey, he has remained somewhat pensive. Chapter 30. The mine's resilience. Huang Chuju activated the car's audio system, filling the air with a renowned melody that reverberated through the wilderness, evoking a sense of vastness and desolation. Breaking the silence, he inquired, "What's troubling you, Sugo? Are you feeling down?" It seemed Huang had discerned some of Su Huan's thoughts at that moment and offered a comforting recollection. Not long after I arrived at the outpost to carry out my duties, I participated in a support operation at a plantation. That battle was infinitely more perilous than this one, with over 50 casualties, including a dozen soldiers from our ranks. The grim scene from that time remains vivid in my memory even after more than a decade. An armored vehicle was reduced to scrap metal after being smashed by a fully matured, exceptionally dangerous goldenback gibbon. The crew was obliterated, turning to mere pulp. It was only through the personal intervention of Lord Chao, the commander of the Northern Front and your master brother, that the beast was slain, thereby concluding the conflict. I recall those days from 2 or 3 decades ago when I was just a child. Back then, we ordinary folk endured hardships far greater than those we face today. It was only through the gradual efforts of the Lord of the Fortress in restoring order to our enclave that the residents could earn a living through work. I am content now. My parents would have rejoiced in their dreams had they lived to see the life we have today. Alas, they did not survive long enough to witness the Lord's ascendance and the re-establishment of order, succumbing instead to starvation. In those days, There were no formidable defenses or safe zones. Outside the enclave, there was no secure place for cultivating crops. Relying solely on the meager yields from a few plantations within the enclave, which were never sufficient, dangerous creatures frequently invaded, slaughtering the innocent. And periodic famines would claim countless lives. Su Huan, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, offering only a reassuring pat on Huang's shoulder. Having been born after the reformation of the enclave and Apos' order under his mentor and Apos' leadership, he had never experienced such tragic times. And he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his fortunate circumstances compared to Huang and Apos' past. Huang turned to him, a smile breaking across his face as he nonchalantly remarked, "This is the way of the world. We, the ordinary inhabitants of the enclave, live like drifting reeds, unmoored and uncertain. No one can guarantee that they will awaken to see the sun rise tomorrow. Only those like you, Su Gu, who have become masters of their fate, possess true agency over their destinies." Su Huan gazed at Huang, astonished that this man could articulate such profound thoughts. He placed his hand once more on Huang's shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words, as he watched the scenery outside the window retreat in reverse, reflecting on the arduous plight of human existence in this world. As the night wore on, the group felt the weight of fatigue settle upon them. Su Huan summoned the dragon snake lizard, providing it with specially prepared nourishment from a selection of 6 food formulas designed to expedite recovery from injuries and restore stamina. The ingredients for this sustenance were quite valuable. Thus Su Huan had only prepared a limited supply. Upon emerging from the enchanted ring, the dragon snake lizard appeared to be in significantly better spirits than before. The effects of its slumber were indeed remarkable. The wounds inflicted by the shadow leopard's claws had already begun to scab over, and it was estimated that within a day or two, it would be fully healed. 2 days passed quietly. During this time, the dragon snake lizard needed to recuperate, and the intensity of the threats had diminished, allowing old Huang and the others to manage the situation without the lizard's assistance. On the 3rd day, while Su Huan was still immersed in spiritual cultivation, he sensed a powerful emotional surge from the dragon snake lizard. Before he could fully emerge from his meditative state, an extraordinary mental energy surged through the bond he shared with the lizard, directly enhancing the crystal of his mind and his mental hammer. The impurities within the crystal were swiftly purged, and the amplification of this mental force significantly augmented the strength of the hammer. Once the mental energy from the dragon snake lizard was expended, Su Huan found that his spiritual cultivation had advanced remarkably, akin to a month of rigorous training, comparable to the benefits gained when the lizard transitioned from its infancy to a growth phase. He promptly summoned the dragon snake lizard from the enchanted ring. To his astonishment, the lizard had grown noticeably in just 2 days. Now measuring 2.5 meters in length, its head reached Su Huan's waist, and its injured back had completely healed, with scales regrown that appeared even more resilient than before. A smile spread across Su Huan and Apos' face. "It seems you have indeed grown." The average size of a dragon snake lizard in the mid-growth stage is approximately 3 meters, and at 2.5 meters, this lizard was nearing that threshold. This growth had also provided Su Huan with significant spiritual reinforcement. "It seems this injury has brought you considerable gains," he remarked, gently stroking the lizard's head. The dragon snake lizard contentedly squinted its eyes, seemingly relishing Su Huan's caress. Su Huan encouraged, "The intensity of previous battles may no longer suit you. For the next few days, let us take on the entire combat missions at the outpost. I hope these battles will hasten your progression into the mid-growth phase." Su Huan felt a surge of anticipation. A dragon snake lizard in its mid-growth phase would pose a threat comparable to that of an intermediate-level dangerous species. And achieving such strength would mean he had truly caught up with the new beast Tamers from over 6 months ago. The lizard's power was already approaching that level. He envisioned a formidable creature, a giant scorpion nearly 2 meters long, equipped with sharp stingers and menacing pincers, its tough exoskeleton housing potent toxins, making it a worthy adversary. At Su Huan's request, the gate of the outpost swung open. The sleek, 2.5-meter-long dragon snake lizard transformed into a dark shadow as it leapt forth. 2 low-level poisonous insects, belonging to the poison and insect categories, detected the approaching dragon snake lizard from a distance. Their long, dark scorpion tails rose ominously, poised to strike at the advancing lizard. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, the dragon snake lizard surged forward with a second burst of speed, its form blurring once again. The dragon serpent lizard first sent one of the spike-tailed scorpions flying with a powerful strike, and in the next moment, It forcefully swatted the other away with its claw enveloped in draconic energy, although both scorpions were merely at the initial stage of evolution. It is important to note that the dragon serpent lizard was still in its early growth phase. Typically, a low-level dangerous species at the mature stage can only elevate a certain racial ability to the second level, and such species possess at most 2 or 3 racial abilities. Therefore, while a mature low-level dangerous species may surpass the dragon serpent lizard by 1 level in terms of the evolution of a specific ability, the dragon serpent lizard can easily compensate for this advantage with its 7 racial abilities, effectively countering and overpowering its foes. Indeed, after unleashing several strikes with its formidable dragon might, intimidation, combined with the earth spear right and malevolent breath, the 2 spike-tailed scorpions were swiftly defeated. The dragon serpent lizard faced 2 adversaries with ease, triumphing over even the resilient insect-type dangerous species. The cost incurred was minimal, merely a single sting from a scorpion that removed a couple of scales and caused slight poisoning. However, the dragon serpent lizard possessed a natural resistance to toxins and was able to eliminate the poison with its robust physique. Chapter 31. Mid-growth period in the subsequent fortnight. The dragon snake lizard engaged in combat almost daily. As long as the number of low-level dangerous species did not exceed 3 or if the attackers were all of secondary danger, Su Huan permitted the dragon snake lizard to battle independently, without the need for firepower support from Huang Qingzhu and others. During the few days when no dangerous species appeared, Su Huan would have Huang Qingzhu drive him to nearby outposts that had experienced dangerous species attacks, ensuring that the dragon snake lizard faced at least 1 battle each day. Notably, a few days prior, with the support of the outpost's firepower, they successfully eliminated a mature intermediate danger species, the red-scale beast, that had encroached upon the outpost's territory. With each passing day, the combat experience of the dragon snake lizard grew increasingly rich. By this point, aside from its 2 primary recovery abilities, all 5 of its other abilities had reached the first level of activation, bringing its growth level perilously close to mid-growth. Its size had expanded to a remarkable 2 meters and 9 centimeters, rendering the back seat of the military vehicle at the outpost incapable of accommodating the ever-growing dragon snake lizard. One day, after consuming the last of its tri-elemental formula food, the energies of the evil, dragon, and earth attributes within the dragon snake lizard suddenly intensified, glowing with an ethereal luminescence. Simultaneously, Su Huan received yet another extraordinary psychic feedback from their mental bond. With the replenishment of mental energy, both the Mind Crystal and the Mind Hammer experienced substantial enhancements, surpassing the previous boost received after the dragon snake lizard healed from its injuries. Su Huan estimated that following this enhancement, even with his slow cultivation pace, he would require no more than 4 to 5 months to evoke a tidal wave of psychic energy from the ocean of his mind, thereby truly mastering this newfound power. As Su Huan emerged from the wondrous state of mental energy replenishment, the radiant glow emanating from the dragon snake lizard gradually faded, now measuring an impressive 3 meters and 2 centimeters in length, slightly larger than the typical dragon snake lizard at mid-growth. It stood before Su Huan, its head nearly level with his chest. In this moment, the dragon snake lizard, with its occasionally glinting fangs, exceptionally sharp claws, massive form, and heavy deep brown scales, undeniably projected an aura of formidable might. Though it still paled in comparison to the weakest of the pet-controlling teachers he had encountered, the Crimson Evil Wolf, and was far from the prowess of his 3rd senior brother's rhinoceros dragon, the dragon snake lizard had truly begun to embody the features of a top-tier dangerous species. In the following days, through daily training with the dragon snake lizard, Su Huan discovered that this behemoth's mastery of the 3 elemental energies had significantly strengthened, and its application of these energies had reached new heights. For instance, the Earth Gun ritual, even without utilizing its activation ability, could extend the originally 1-meter-long Earth Gun to a remarkable 2 meters. The potency of the Evil Thought bullet had transcended the realm of conventional firearms, with a single shot exhibiting destructive power comparable to that of a light machine gun in close combat. Even the area effect ability, Dragon Might, Deter, could induce a temporary paralysis in up to 5 mature secondary danger species, eliminating the need to target individual low-level danger species with the Dragon Might, Shock to achieve a similar effect. Furthermore, Long Wei has unveiled its inaugural secondary awakening ability, Long Wei Shocking. This ability can be perceived as an advanced version of Long Wei Deterrence, exerting a more formidable pressure on its targets. Through combat trials, Su Huan discovered that the secondary awakening ability, Shocking, could easily render even fully intact, mature low-level dangerous creatures into a state of paralysis. Moreover, The range of this pressure is significantly broader. It remains effective even at a distance of 10 meters, unlike deterrence, which only activates upon close proximity to the target. In addition to Long Wei and Apos, as secondary awakening, the recently developed primary awakening ability of the Long Shi, Long Mian Deep Sleep, brought unexpected delight to Su Huan. Deep sleep greatly enhances the recovery capabilities of the Long Shi, allowing it to completely regain its strength after just 2 hours of deep slumber. Even following the most exhaustive training, its capacity for healing injuries has also improved, if faced with wounds akin to those previously sustained by the Shadow Leopard. Recovery would now take merely a day and a half, showcasing a resilience reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach. At this point, all 6 major abilities of the Long Shi, aside from Earth energy absorption, have been awakened, with Long Wei being the first to achieve the secondary awakening level. However, this time, Lu Ling did not arrive in a military vehicle, but rather rode in on a super dangerous species, the hot motion demon lion, racing at remarkable speed. The lion, comparable in size to a light military armored vehicle, evoked envy in Su Huan, who resolved to explore the riding attributes of the Long Shi afterward. Hasn't it been less than a month since the last time, third senior brother? Su Huan inquired, surprised, as he observed his senior, who entered the sentry post clad in a great coat and puffing on a cigar. According to the third senior brother, their mentor had instructed him to assess his training progress monthly. Having found some spare time recently, he decided to come by early to avoid being reprimanded later for not having the time. Our teacher can be quite terrifying when he gets going, ha ha ha, Lu Ling explained. Junior brother, we shall reminisce later. Quickly release the Long Shi so I may review it. Before Su Huan could summon the Long Shi, Lu Ling expressed his delight. I heard you participated in a plantation support battle last time, and your performance on the battlefield was commendable. The commander at that time even reported your merits. Splendid. Truly, you are a favored student of our mentor. Once Lu Ling finished speaking, and after Su Huan summoned the Long Shi, Lu Ling was left momentarily speechless, nearly dropping his cigar in astonishment. For any dangerous species, size before reaching full maturity is indicative of strength to a certain extent. It is only upon entering full maturity, when further growth ceases, that the degree of ability awakening and energy application truly reflect one and Apos as strength. Even among those in full maturity, significant disparities in power can exist based on the potency of their abilities. It has been 4 to 5 days since entering the mid-growth phase, and despite the slowed growth rate characteristic of this stage, the Long Shi's size has increased from 3.2 meters to 3 meters. Generally, the typical size of a Long Shi in the late growth phase is around 4 meters, according to the prevailing notion that body size correlates with strength. The current dragon snake lizard has reached a level of prowess that is on par with an ordinary mature mid-level dangerous species. The recent cohort of apprentice tamers, who are closest to Su Huan and arrived 6 months ago, have, at best, nurtured their pets to the mature stage, while some are still in the late growth phase. Lu Ling cast a gaze filled with complexity upon his junior apprentice. In accordance with the strict classifications within the taming system, amateur tamers, who fall below the professional level, are divided into 7 tiers. The standard for an apprentice level is merely to tame 1 pet, while a formal tamer is expected to possess at least 3 mature low-level dangerous species, 1 fully matured low-level dangerous species, or 1 mature mid-level dangerous species. By extension, the threshold for a quasi-professional tamer is to have at least 3 mature super dangerous species or 1 fully matured super dangerous species. Given the size of this dragon snake lizard, it is undoubtedly in the mid-growth stage. The theoretical strength of a top-tier dangerous species in mid-growth can be equated to that of a late-growth special dangerous species. A late-growth high-level dangerous species, a mature mid-level dangerous species, or a fully matured low-level dangerous species. Moreover, due to its outstanding racial traits, its prowess may even surpass that of the latter. In other words, within just over a month, this young apprentice has ascended from a novice apprentice to a competent formal tamer, a speed that is not inferior to that of his senior sister, Bai Su. However, Bai Su hails from a family of tamers, with both parents being formidable tamers themselves. Her exposure to the training and nurturing of pets from a young age has endowed her with a notable talent in this domain. In contrast, this young apprentice has risen through the ranks from the very bottom. Additionally, higher-tier races, which inherently possess greater potential, typically grow at a slower pace compared to lower-tier races with lesser potential. Yet, the growth of the dragon snake lizard defies all logic, exhibiting a growth rate that surpasses that of most tamers' first chosen mid-level dangerous species. He could only attribute this phenomenon to the exceptional talent of his junior and the extraordinary gifts of the dragon snake lizard. Now that the dragon snake lizard has been stored away by his junior, it is likely already in the mid-growth stage, thus rendering any further testing unnecessary. Chapter 32. Meeting the teacher. Having spent barely a month at the observation post, the moment of parting had arrived. However, he understood that departure was inevitable. The current combat intensity at the observation post no longer suited the growth of the dragon, snake, and lizard. At this mid-growth stage, the dragon, snake, and lizard could only achieve significant training effects through combat with mature mid-level dangerous species. Yet, at the observation post, encounters with such formidable foes were rare unless there were large-scale assaults by dangerous species. In recent years, due to the relentless clearing of dangerous biological populations around the gathering area by the Black Lantern Army and the Black Lantern Beast Tamers, large-scale attacks had become infrequent. Huang Chenju, Zhao Xiaohu, and the others reluctantly loaded all of Su Huan and Apos' belongings onto the military jeep of observation post number 7. Aside from some clothing, most of the cargo consisted of the remaining 1/5 of food for the dragon, snake, and lizard. Upon entering the gathering area through the city gate, a carriage from the castle was already waiting. After assisting the coachman in loading Su Huan and Apos' luggage onto the carriage, Huang Chengju drove away. As a soldier stationed at the observation post, one could not leave the post without special circumstances or tasks. Upon arriving at the castle, the chief steward welcomed Su Huan. "Su Huan, you must be weary from your journey," the chief steward said, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Su Huan was acutely aware that despite being the steward of the castle and nominally a servant of teacher Zhou He, the chief steward's status surpassed even that of trusted confidants like Lu Yu. The chief steward, Lin Fu by name, had been a servant of the Zhou family, one of the founding families of the Black Lantern gathering area, long before teacher Zhou He assumed the title of Lord of the Castle. Originally, Lin Fu was a close attendant to Zhou He's father, with a long-standing history of service. After Zhou He's father passed away, Lin Fu quietly supported Zhou He, sustaining the Zhou family, and played a pivotal role during Zhou He's ascension to the position of Lord of the Black Lantern Castle. Moreover, as a semi-professional beast tamer of considerable strength, he surpassed even Lu Yu, who was also a semi-professional beast tamer. Following Zhou He and Apos' rise, he garnered even greater trust, managing all affairs of both the inner and outer castle, wielding significant influence. The chief steward remained steadfastly loyal to Zhou He, maintaining order within the castle and earning Zhou He and Apos' deep respect, as Zhou He had not yet fathered any children. The chief steward hoped for heirs to the Zhou family and was particularly close to Zhou He's disciples. Under the chief steward and Apos' arrangements, Su Huan was directed to wait in the teacher's private study. The teacher was in a meeting and would arrive shortly. Su Huan stood by the desk in the study, patiently awaiting his teacher and Apos' arrival. An hour passed before footsteps were heard outside. The robust Zhou He entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Huan standing by the desk. Su Huan grinned and said, "With you not present, I dared not take a seat, teacher." Zhou He laughed heartily, approached, and patted Su Huan's shoulder. "You're a good lad, but far too polite. Sit." Only then did Su Huan take a seat, feeling no fatigue at all. The arduous path of growth, cultivated through relentless training and practice, offers a clarity of progress that far surpasses the 3 years spent in the futile endeavor of hatching a pet egg, a period marked by repeated failures and a profound sense of spiritual torment. As for the monotony of life at the Watchtower, it is a notion that holds no relevance for Su Huan. In recent days, aside from his training in the nurturing of his dragon snake lizard, he has immersed himself in the extensive knowledge contained within the ancient Dragon Codex, leaving no room for boredom or tedium. He is acutely aware that, despite the elevated status bestowed upon him as a disciple of the Fortress Lord, which elevates him to heights unimaginable to ordinary individuals, the talent that Zhou He recognizes in him is merely an illusion, like flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water. His achievements are solely attributed to the wonders of the ancient Dragon Codex, and this prestigious identity, akin to a tree without roots or water without a source, is ultimately unreliable. Only the ancient Dragon Codex serves as his greatest support. Even if he were to lose this seemingly unattainable status as the Fortress Lord and Apos' disciple, he could still ascend the pinnacle of strength, relying on the knowledge it imparts. He has meticulously categorized the invaluable knowledge within the Codex and organized various pathways for dragon transformation. Among the numerous pathways he has identified for transforming over a dozen different dangerous creatures, he has selected several with considerable potential that are currently achievable, considering them as candidates for his future second pet. The journey of a beast tamer is anything but effortless. It demands an unwavering will and resilience to forge ahead. Su Huan nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom imparted to him. With a subtle thought, he activates the Fire Guardian Ring, which emits a flickering, obscure light. A dragon snake lizard, measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing 300 to 400 kilograms, materializes within the spacious study. Its dark brown scales resemble a robust armor as it presents itself before Zhou He, lying on the ground while occasionally flicking its formidable tail. Even in its languid repose, its head rests at the height of Su Huan's waist. With sharp claws, powerful limbs, an elongated and muscular body, and a pronounced jaw, it exudes an undeniable aura of dragon majesty, embodying the dignity of a top-tier dangerous species. Let us proceed to the training grounds, so that my master may assess our progress and skills in combat, Zhou He declares, rising to leave. Su Huan promptly follows, accompanied by his dragon snake lizard. Chapter 33. The first encounter with the Bloodwood Ruins. In this fierce battle, Zhou He summoned the Crimson Evil Wolf, a creature he had previously called forth during the initial test of the dragon snake lizard's malevolent attribute. Despite the inevitable outcome of brutal torment, the sheer terror of the wolf's formidable musculature rendered the dragon snake lizard utterly defenseless. Each strike from the Crimson Wolf, devoid of any energy enhancement, relied solely on its primal ferocity. The dragon snake lizard, confronted with such raw power, found itself incapable of any form of resistance. Even the second-level manifestation of its dragon might, Shockwave, was skillfully executed by the dragon snake lizard during the fray. Upon the conclusion of the battle, Zhou He summoned the Water Spirit Fairy to heal the dragon snake lizard of its minor injuries. The Water Spirit Fairy, a healer by nature and a being of formidable rank, far surpassed the healing capabilities of the dragon snake lizard and Oppo's own techniques. The wounds inflicted by the Crimson Wolf visibly healed at an astonishing rate. My apprentice, it appears you have not been remiss in your training of late. The level to which you have cultivated the dragon snake lizard has exceeded my expectations, instilling me with greater confidence in your forthcoming plans, Zhou He remarked with a warm smile. Plans? Su Huan inquired, curious about his teacher and Oppo's intentions. I have prepared for you to participate in the 6 regions duel tournament scheduled for a month hence, Zhou He responded, noticing the intrigue on Su Huan's face. The 6 regions duel tournament? Su Huan asked, puzzled. Zhou He elaborated. The 6 regions duel tournament is held annually, a grand event organized collaboratively by 6 major hubs. Ostensibly a competition, yet fundamentally a means to vie for the opportunity to enter the Bloodwood Ruins. The wilderness is replete with a multitude of ruins, most of which are unclaimed territories, accessible even to ordinary scavengers and wayfarers, who occasionally return with tales of great fortune discovered within. However, I have yet to hear of ruins that necessitate victory in battle for exploration. My apprentice, the Bloodwood Ruins are distinctly different from the commonplace ruins scattered across the wilderness. This is a secret place, Zhou He explained. Before Su Huan could inquire further, Zhou He continued. A secret place refers to a locale characterized by exceptionally unique high-energy environments. These regions can be naturally occurring, known as natural secret places, or artificially created, referred to as relic secret places. The Bloodwood Ruins are an example of the latter. These secret regions are separated from the external world by a layer of concealed energy barriers, making it difficult for creatures that have been assimilated by the secret place's energies to perceive this barrier. This particular energy barrier was fortuitously discovered by the 6 major hubs. However, the Bloodwood Ruins are currently occupied by a remarkably powerful and fearsome race, and the master of this secret place is a being of terrifying strength. Su Huan could not help but gasp in astonishment. In his eyes, his teacher's strength was already formidable. He could only wonder what level of power the being, deemed terrifying by Zhou He, truly possessed. Have we ascended to a realm beyond terror? Yet, no matter how formidable one may become, they cannot withstand the joint efforts of the 6 major gathering places. After a fierce battle under immense pressure, it reached an accord with us, the 6 discoverers, pledging to annually open a secret realm, permitting 3 human tamers to explore its depths. Thus, the 6 realms duel contest came into being. Each year, at the end of December, the 6 major gathering places convene at the Bloodforest Ruins, where a platform is erected outside the ruins for the duel. Each gathering sends 5 representatives, culminating in a total of 30 participants. Only the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners of the Six Realms Duel Contest are granted the privilege to explore the Blood Forest ruins. Upon hearing this, Su Huan realized the gravity of the situation. Yet he felt an overwhelming pressure within. The dragon serpent lizard was still in its mid-growth stage. How could he possibly compete against those seasoned tamers? Master, this opportunity for exploration is exceedingly rare. Does that not translate to fierce competition? With my current abilities, can I truly participate and have a chance of success? Su Huan inquired. Haha, my apprentice, fret not. The agreement with the master of the Blood Forest ruins stipulates that aside from the 3 victorious human tamers, the beasts entering the secret realm must not exceed the advanced danger species tier in maturity, and their numbers must not surpass 2. This is to prevent an overwhelming influx of powerful external creatures from wreaking uncontrollable havoc upon the secret realm. Moreover, the area open to humans is merely the periphery of the ruins. The inner and core ruins remain inaccessible. The allure of the outer secret realm may not be significant for powerful tamers, but for a newcomer like you, it is indeed a treasure trove. Consequently, after discussions among the 6 gathering places, it was determined that the upper limit for participants and oppos strength would be set at the mid-tier of the fully matured danger species, with the number of participating beasts restricted to 2. Given that the dragon serpent lizard has already reached its mid-growth stage, it is on par with the mature mid-tier danger species. With a month to go, if the dragon serpent lizard can further enhance its strength, the opportunity to secure one of the 3 coveted spots remains substantial, Zhou He remarked with a smile. My apprentice, do you agree to participate? Su Huan understood that his master's elaborate explanations were a clear indication of his desire for him to take part. Without hesitation, he declared, since this is your arrangement, Master, I wholeheartedly agree to compete. He nodded earnestly. In each Six Realms Duel Contest, every major gathering sends 5 representatives, meaning that aside from you, there will be 4 others competing alongside you. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you all to meet and familiarize yourselves with one another, as you will be teaming up for the contest in a month. Afterward, you shall commence the specialized training I have organized for you in the Grizzly Bear Forest. Zhou He stated. The Grizzly Bear Forest? Su Huan shuddered at the mere mention of its name. Master, is the Grizzly Bear Forest not a perilous place? As a native of the gathering place, how could Su Huan be unaware of the infamous Grizzly Bear Forest? Tales still circulate within the gathering about threatening to send disobedient children there to be fed to the bears. Indeed, he recalled how his parents had once frightened him with such tales during his childhood. This illustrates the formidable reputation of the Grizzly Bear Forest in the minds of the residents of the Black Lantern Gathering, serving as an effective deterrent for misbehavior. Chapter 34. The Grizzly Forest. Within this expansive Black Forest resides an astonishing population of wild bears, predominantly represented by 3 principal species, the wild brown bear, the wild gray bear, and the wild black bear. Among these, the least formidable is the black bear, measuring merely 2 to 2.5 meters in length and weighing several hundred kilograms. In terms of combat prowess, an adult black bear is comparable to a 3-meter-long, 3 to 400 kilogram adult wild tiger. Following the black bear, the adult wild gray bear, which reaches a length of 2.5 to 3 meters and weighs nearly a ton, exhibits greater strength. However, its superiority over the wild tiger is marginal at best. The most formidable of the 3 bear species is undoubtedly the adult wild brown bear, which can grow to nearly 4 meters in length. An adult wild tiger is no match for this colossal creature. The adult wild brown bear measures 3 to 4 meters long, possesses a girth equivalent to 2 human embraces, and weighs close to 2 tons. Its swat can deliver nearly 1,000 kilograms of force, rivaling that of mid-tier dangerous species that lack physical strength. With a single swipe, it can effortlessly dispatch an average adult human. The adult wild brown bear is indisputably one of the fiercest beasts of the wilderness. However, its innate inability to harness energy prevents it from being classified among the dangerous species. When confronted with such a massive predator as the adult wild brown bear in the wild, one must assemble a combat team equipped with adequate firepower to manage the encounter without any advantageous terrain. Even ordinary trainee tamers would find themselves no match for the wild brown bear. Only seasoned tamers like Su Huan possess the skill to confront an adult wild brown bear single-handedly without the cover of firepower. The Grizzly Forest is home to thousands of adult wild brown bears, alongside tens of thousands of wild gray bears and several thousand wild black bears. Had the bears within the forest merely been ordinary beasts, the formidable tamers would harbor no fear of them. Yet, the bear population occasionally gives rise to evolved forms. The evolved wild bears, whether they be brown, gray, or black, transform into bear spirits capable of wielding both beast and dark energies, categorizing them as mid-tier dangerous species. These evolved forms are not only more imposing but also possess extraordinary strength, making them the most formidable and troublesome adversaries among mid-tier dangerous species. The bear spirits exert a natural dominion over their kin, with each bear spirit commanding a dozen or more adult bears of the same species. The vast expanse of the Black Forest has thus become a hunting ground for the bear population. Almost everywhere in the grizzly forest, one can witness bear spirits leading their throngs on the hunt. Any hapless human who stumbles into this territory is destined to become prey. With even the mightiest tamers facing dire peril, above the ordinary bear spirits lie even more powerful leaders, capable of commanding all bear factions regardless of species, culminating in the fearsome bear spirit overlords. This renders the grizzly forest a veritable no-man's land. When Su Huan heard of the teacher and Apos' plan to send him for specialized training in the grizzly forest, he nearly doubted his own ears. It appears you have heard of the illustrious reputation of the gray bear forest, Zhou remarked with a subtle smile. However, Su Huan discerned a flicker of pride upon his mentor's countenance. Pride? Before Su Huan could fully comprehend, Zhou continued, "Rest assured, I shall not send you into peril. You have likely endured considerable hardship this month. Therefore, take a day to recuperate. Tomorrow at noon, I will arrange for you to meet with your future teammates. And the day after, we shall embark on specialized training in the gray bear forest." With a heart full of unanswered questions, Su Huan departed from the dimly lit castle. After feeding the dragon snake lizard, Su Huan placed the remaining food in the storage room. A month prior, the advance of 250,000 steel coins he had drawn before heading to the lookout post had dwindled to a mere pittance, and there remained over half a month until the next stipend was issued. Continuously drawing advances was not a sustainable strategy, especially considering the steep prices of the dragon snake lizard and Apos' sustenance. To maintain his current pace of growth, a steady supply of food was essential. It appeared he must seek alternative avenues for income. Su Huan suddenly realized that a monthly allowance of 250,000 steel coins was not as ample as he had envisioned. Currently, he received only the Beastmaster stipend. If he were to secure a position stipend, his financial circumstances would greatly improve. Regrettably, he had yet to assume any role within the gathering place. In this era, earning a living proved quite arduous. Otherwise, Su Huan would not have found himself in a position where he had to sell his home to sustain his Beastmaster training. Resources and wealth were predominantly held by the elite, while ordinary individuals could scarcely make ends meet through meager wages from their labor. Individuals like Su Qing, who managed to save beyond mere subsistence, were already considered part of a fortunate demographic, even though Su Huan was a Beastmaster. Placing him among the upper echelons of the gathering place, his tenure as a Beastmaster was still relatively brief. Besides the fixed monthly allowance of 250,000 steel coins, he had no lucrative avenues available to him. This allowance sufficed only for the most basic dietary needs of the dragon snake lizard, and he could not frequently provide the 3 attribute food that would most benefit it. Relying instead on single attribute meals, the cost of the 3 attribute dietary ingredients was over double that of ordinary single attribute ones. In order to replenish the dragon snake lizard's food supply and prevent it from hindering its growth, the urgency to earn money became paramount. In truth, there were numerous ways for a Beastmaster to generate income. Those possessing healing-type beasts could treat injuries and illnesses for considerable returns. Masters with plant-type beasts could enhance crop yields at various plantations using the energy of their beasts, reaping substantial rewards. Water-type masters might offer their services at waterworks managed by the Resource Bureau's hydropower division, while electricity-type masters could supply energy at power plants under the electrical division of the Bureau. Although Su Huan lacked such beasts, as a formidable Beastmaster, he could still earn money through combat. The low-level dangerous species fetched between 50,000 and 300,000 steel coins each, while mid-level dangerous species ranged from 200,000 to 150,000 steel coins. Furthermore, higher-tier dangerous species were exceedingly rare and perilous, making them even more valuable, as conventional weaponry struggled to contend with them. The advanced perilous species can range from 2 million to 1,500,000 steel grams. However, Su Huan is acutely aware that with his current capabilities, he is ill-equipped to hunt alone in the wilderness. In the face of dangerous species in the wild, there are no defensive fortifications akin to those at a watchtower to rely upon. Furthermore, low-level hazardous creatures tend to appear in swarms, rarely found in solitary distributions. It is the scattered presence that typically indicates the existence of at least mid-level or even high-level danger species, significantly complicating the hunting endeavor. Su Huan understands well that his current strength is insufficient to tackle such challenges, unless the dragon serpent lizard evolves to the late growth stage. Attaining the combat prowess of a mature high-level danger species, he would only then possess the preliminary capability to hunt perilous creatures in the wilderness for profit. After pondering extensively, Su Huan could not conceive a profitable avenue. He resolved to first explore the market. Hoping to integrate the knowledge from the ancient Dragon Codex in his mind with the current market dynamics, in pursuit of a swift and lucrative pathway. Chapter 35, The Transaction of Black Viscous Resin After Wandering Through the Market. Su Huan and Apos' attention was captured by an advertisement outside a materials shop that boldly proclaimed its high prices for acquiring black viscous resin. He walked directly inside, rapped his fingers on the counter to rouse the drowsy proprietor, and inquired, "Do you purchase black viscous resin?" "Indeed, we pay top prices. Do you have any?" The owner's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, I merely wish to ask what you intend to do with such a substance," Su Huan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's expression soured as he retorted, "What business is it of yours? If you have resin, I will buy it. If not, kindly step aside and do not hinder my trade." Su Huan, unfazed by the man's demeanor, felt a flicker of curiosity. After ascertaining the purchase price and some details, he exited the shop. At a rate of 83 steel grams per milliliter, that equates to 83,000 steel grams per liter. It was astonishing to discover someone willing to pay such a premium for black viscous resin. A smile crept across Su Huan and Apos' face as he contemplated this revelation. The Dragon Codex clearly delineates this unique material. However, according to its accounts, the natural black viscous resin-producing tree had long been extinct. Subsequently, methods were developed to synthesize black viscous resin from a combination of various materials, allowing its reemergence. According to the shopkeeper, this material appears to still be collectible in the vicinity of the Black Lamp gathering site, with the resin acquired primarily from scavengers in the wild. Despite feeling a tinge of skepticism, Su Huan chose not to delve deeper. His focus was firmly set on the production of black viscous resin. The resin from black oak trees was merely an ordinary industrial resin with a modest price. Among the three required materials, the most elusive was the thickening agent used as a binder. This agent was unavailable in the gathering site and was documented as a special formula in the Dragon Codex, necessitating self-preparation, albeit with commonly found chemical components. Refining black viscous resin from everyday materials for lucrative sale seemed to be a promising venture. After completing his market exploration, Su Huan realized there were multiple profitable avenues, yet the extraction process for black viscous resin was the simplest, requiring only basic chemical apparatus and readily available raw materials. Although the raw materials were commonplace, the resulting black viscous resin held immense practical value. It could be utilized in crafting items for beast tamers, ensuring a steady demand for anything related to their craft. With his resolve solidified, Su Huan began gathering these materials and purchased a complete set of glassware, preparing to experiment with the creation of this substance. As twilight approached, Su Huan extinguished the alcohol lamp and swiftly poured the thick, dark liquid from the flask into a brown glass bottle. He watched as the viscous substance rapidly solidified, filling 1/3 of the container with a dense, opaque mass. After observing the characteristics of the substance for a considerable time and confirming its alignment with the Dragon Codex's descriptions, Su Huan grinned at the glass vessel before him and proclaimed, "The black viscous resin is complete." According to the ancient records of the Dragon Classics, the primary application of the black viscous resin lies in its role as a fusion additive during the creation of extraordinary artifacts, blending various materials together. Such artifacts, referred to as energy artifacts, are utilized by practitioners and require an infusion of energy for activation. The Fire Guardian Ring, bestowed upon Su Huan by his mentor, serves as an example of such an artifact, which can be activated through mental energy. Although Su Huan has yet to fully master the utilization of mental energy, he is capable of invoking a trace of it to activate an artifact ring. The proprietor of the shop is merely an ordinary merchant and is unlikely to procure black viscous resin for the purpose of crafting energy artifacts. Su Huan surmises that the shopkeeper is merely an intermediary, engaged in buying low and selling high to other purchasers. From Su Huan's understanding, there are only 3 places within the entire Black Lantern gathering area capable of producing extraordinary artifacts. This leads to the mention of the 5 bureaus and 13 offices within the gathering area. Among these, one institution holds a particularly unique status. Despite being a level 1 organization, its authority in certain aspects surpasses even that of a level bureau. This is the Department for the Study of Dangerous Creatures and Energy Artifacts, tasked with the research of perilous beings and energy artifacts. The department oversees 3 research institutes, which are likely the entities acquiring the black viscous resin. 1 hour later, Su Huan arrived at the purchasing shop with 6 bottles of black viscous resin, each containing a full liter. After a test with specialized paper, the shopkeeper proceeded to transact with Su Huan. Having invested merely over 10,000 steel coins in a single afternoon, Su Huan earned a staggering profit of 500,000 coins, a remarkable return on investment. Although he was aware that the research institutes would likely offer a higher price than the shopkeeper, he was not inclined to engage in direct dealings with them at this moment. Perhaps the shopkeeper could only ascertain the authenticity of the black viscous resin through the testing paper, while the researchers at the institute would surely discern the significant differences between the composition of Su Huan and Apos S resin and that of natural black viscous resin. If natural black viscous resin required purification to eliminate impurities before it could be utilized, then the artificially refined version crafted by Su Huan was akin to a purified form ready for immediate use as a fusion additive. The institute is no ordinary organization. It possesses the capability to mobilize practitioners for the purpose of hunting research materials. Should Su Huan and Apos S identity be revealed upon contact, he would face the challenge of justifying the origin of this black viscous resin. Thus, he deemed it prudent to accept a smaller profit for the time being. After securing the substantial sum of 500,000 steel coins, Su Huan first visited the castle and Apos S storeroom to exchange for a considerable quantity of ingredients. The 3 attribute recipe for the dragon snake lizard had already been depleted, and with a grand gesture, Su Huan exchanged for enough provisions to sustain the dragon snake lizard with 2 meals daily for an entire month. Several rare materials derived from dangerous creatures were nearly entirely exchanged. Currently, the dragon snake lizard requires 3 meals each day, with 2 meals consisting of the 3 attribute recipe and 1 meal designed to accelerate its growth, representing the optimal feeding strategy. However, this feeding plan alone necessitates nearly 20,000 steel coins daily for the ingredients. After a month, the expenditure had reached over 500,000 steel coins, a burden far beyond what Su Huan could bear. However, with a substantial sum of 500,000 steel coins in hand, along with the remaining coins he could barely muster enough to meet the monthly dietary requirements of the dragon snake lizard at its current stage. Naturally, as the lizard grew, its appetite would inevitably increase. According to the feeding regimen provided by his mentor, the monthly expense would be approximately 100,000 steel coins. Yet, the dragon snake lizard could not possibly grow to its mid-growth stage so rapidly. Observing the storeroom filled with provisions and his own empty pockets, Su Huan couldn't and Apos T help but sigh. Caring for a pet is no easy task. After dinner, Su Huan procured a large quantity of black resin materials once more, working tirelessly through the night to produce black resin. Given the small size of the gathering place, engaging in multiple transactions of considerable amounts of black resin would certainly draw attention, and it was plausible that his acquisition of raw materials could be traced. The following day, the proprietor of the shop that purchased black resin stood before 30 liters of goods, utterly speechless. Black resin is a natural material harvested from the resin of the black resin tree. This particular species is not only rare but also grows exceedingly slowly, making it nearly impossible to cultivate artificially. A black resin tree that has thrived in the wilderness for decades may scarcely reach a height of 1 meter. And certain herbivorous predators have a penchant for consuming the tender branches and leaves of the black resin tree, rendering trees taller than 1 meter extremely scarce. A 1 meter tall black resin tree yields merely a few dozen milliliters of resin annually. The scavenger teams typically trade in quantities of 1 to 2 liters, which often represent a year's worth of harvest for an entire camp of wilderness refugees. He had never before encountered such large quantities for sale. I ask you, will you take it? If not, I shall seek another shop. Su Huan impatiently addressed the proprietor, who stood before him, momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Of course I will buy it, but I do not possess sufficient cash at the moment. I will need to trouble you to accompany me to the savings office. The owner replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, knowing he stood to profit handsomely from this transaction. Su Huan nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The savings office, one of the 13 branches of the 5th Bureau, is officially known as the Currency Issuance and Savings Office. It serves as the institution responsible for currency issuance and provides cash savings services to the residents of the gathering place. After all, conducting large transactions in coins is rather inconvenient. For instance, the 500,000 steel coins Su Huan possessed yesterday would amount to 200 gold coins if exchanged entirely. Each gold coin weighs 10 grams, totaling 2,000 grams. This transaction and Oppo's volume was 5 times that of the previous one. Handling 10 kilograms of coins would be exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, the savings office had established a transaction and savings service. Both parties in a transaction can first deposit substantial amounts of coins at the savings office. During the transaction, the savings office issues a deposit receipt to the depositor for the other party, and the trader can redeem cash coins from the savings office at any time using the receipt, guaranteed by the management committee of the entire Black Lantern gathering place. Chapter 36. Encounters and conflicts. Despite laboring through the entire night, his eyes shadowed with dark circles. He had not forgotten that today was the day his mentor had arranged for him to meet with the 4 participants. The shopkeeper gazed at Su Huan's retreating figure, his expression obscure and conflicted, as if grappling with an internal struggle. After a moment, once Su Huan had turned the corner, he shook his head and let out a deep sigh. For now, he would let it go. This young man was capable of producing such a substantial amount of dark viscous substance, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. There must be a remarkable background behind him. He resolved to probe further during their next transaction. Unbeknownst to Su Huan, the shopkeeper, faced with a considerable profit, was entertaining thoughts that should not have crossed his mind. He had arrived at the inner castle, which was the true Black Lantern castle, while the outer castle was merely an expansive extension of the former. The meeting room arranged by his mentor was located within the inner castle. Several individuals were already seated in the meeting room. I know that guy Su Huan. We participated in special training together. He appears to be an utterly mediocre individual devoid of any innate talent for beast taming. Yet he unexpectedly caught the eye of the lord of the castle and was accepted as a disciple. Truly a stroke of extraordinary fortune, remarked a young beast tamer with long hair tied back in a ponytail, his face marked by indignation. Another young man, with narrow, slanted eyes exuding a gloomy aura, concurred. What a stroke of luck for him. When I became a beast tamer, Su Huan was still playing in the mud. I have been a tamer for nearly 2 years now, and my primary tamed beast, the crimson-scaled beast, has already reached its full maturity. Who does Su Huan think he is, that the lord of the castle would appoint him as the captain for this duel tournament? A short-haired female tamer expressed her displeasure as well. I participated in a duel tournament last year. My captain, Su Huan, despite only securing 4th place and missing the opportunity to enter the secret grounds, was nonetheless formidable. My previous captain was by Su, who won the championship in the 6 territories duel tournament. Su Huan is hardly qualified to assume the role of captain. Finally, a dark-haired female tamer, who had remained silent in the corner, could no longer hold her tongue. You all should refrain from speaking so freely. Do you dare to question the lord of the castle and Oppo's decision? Not even your mentor would dare to defy the lord. We all know Su Huan, but we must admit we underestimated him. His first tamed beast is the top-tier dangerous species, the dragon snake lizard, while the rest of us are merely handling intermediate dangerous species, with none among us possessing a high-tier species. Do you not understand the difficulty of forming a bond with higher-tier creatures? This illustrates the disparity. As the 3 were about to retort, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Su Huan, the lord of the castle has matters to attend to and will not be coming. Your teammates have already arrived. You should go in and meet them, called the voice of Chief Steward Lin Fu, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Understood, Chief Steward. With that, Su Huan pushed open the door and entered the meeting room, where he was greeted by the familiar faces of the 4 beast tamers. During the 3 years of Su Huan's participation in the specialized training for beast tamers, several newcomers emerged as tamers themselves. After all, the upper limit of strength for participants in the 6 regions duel tournament is merely the intermediate level of dangerous species in their complete form. If one were a seasoned beast tamer, their own strength would have long surpassed this competitive range. Consequently, breeding a new tamed creature specifically for the competition would be a fruitless endeavor. In these 3 years, only around 20 individuals, including himself, had become beast tamers. Thus, Su Huan naturally retained memories of a few of them. Among the 4, the most experienced was a short-haired female tamer who had become a tamer over 2 years ago, during Su Huan's initial year of training. The least experienced was a young man with a ponytail, who had only recently become a tamer less than a year ago. Compared to these individuals, who had been tamers for some time, Su Huan, having just become a tamer for less than 2 months, was undeniably a novice. Upon the entrance of Lin Fu, The four stood promptly to greet him. Lin Fu waved his hand, saying, "All right, no need to be so formal. You five chat amongst yourselves, introduce one another. This old man shall take his leave and not intrude upon your youthful gathering." The four expressed their respects, saying, "Take care, Chief Steward, and rest assured, Chief Steward." With a smile, Lin Fu exited after closing the door. Once Lin Fu departed, a silence enveloped the reception room. Aside from Su Huan, the remaining four had all been Tamers for nearly a year, and with the total number of Tamers gathered being nearly 100. The number of young Tamers was rather limited. The individuals present were already quite familiar with one another from training and missions. Therefore, while it was termed a meeting of five, it primarily revolved around Su Huan. However, it was evident that most of the attendees held little interest in Su Huan, the new disciple of the fortress master. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the long-haired female Tamer broke the silence first, stating, "I am Lin Yusin. I became a Tamer over a year ago, and I am currently a formal Tamer with 2 tamed creatures, a fully mature intermediate-level dangerous species, the flower ghost tiger, and a fully mature intermediate-level dangerous species, the electric tail swallow." After her introduction, silence fell once more, as the remaining 3 paid no heed to her words, instead casting unfriendly glances at Su Huan. Recognizing the peculiar tension in the room, Su Huan decided to contribute, saying, "I am Su Huan. I became a Tamer 2 months ago, and I am currently a formal Tamer with 1 dragon snake lizard, which is in its growth stage." In truth, he had only officially hatched his tamed creature's egg a little over a month ago, but to avoid appearing too conspicuous, he understated his experience to 2 months. Impressive indeed, to become a formal Tamer in just 2 months, especially with a dragon snake lizard, a top-tier dangerous species, remarked a brooding young man, casting sidelong glances at Su Huan before delivering his comment with a hint of sarcasm. Su Huan recognized this individual as Luo Chong, a trainee who had become a Tamer nearly 2 years prior, noted for his decent talent. However, what left a lasting impression on Su Huan was not his aptitude, but rather his privileged background. Hailing from a wealthy family in the inner city, he had always looked down upon students like Su Huan, who came from the commoner families of the outer city. In his view, even the outskirts of the inner city were still part of the outer city, and Su Huan had not escaped his bullying in the past. "Of course, I am stronger than you, as long as you understand that," Su Huan replied coldly. Regarding Luo Chong with feigned disdain, "You." Ro Chong glared fiercely at Su Huan, astonished that the usually taciturn individual, often bullied into silence, dared to confront him publicly. Su Huan cast a sidelong glance at him, his disdainful attitude unmistakable. "Stronger than me? I shall see for myself." With that, Ro Chong extended his hand, the dark blue beast-taming bracelet on his wrist flickering with a faint light. In an instant, a formidable creature materialized in the parlor, a red-scaled beast. Its ferocious aura swept through the room like a gale. Su Huan squinted at the somewhat familiar danger before him, the red-scaled beast. However, this one had reached its fully matured stage, unlike the one he had previously encountered. It was significantly larger, boasting nearly 4 meters in length and standing a head taller than a man. Its vibrant red scales, muscular physique, robust limbs, and formidable torso, complemented by razor-sharp fangs, made it appear as if it were clad in a suit of impenetrable crimson armor. It was undeniably intimidating. Su Huan couldn't and Oppos, help but sigh inwardly, compared to this beast. The dragon serpent lizard had little chance of victory. Though they were teammates in the competition, Su Huan recognized that these individuals were also his rivals, as only 3 would ultimately enter the ruins. Ro Chong glared at Su Huan with a fierce expression, exuding an air of aggression that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Yet, Su Huan regarded him coldly, as one might a mere jester, firmly believing that Ro Chong would not dare to act violently in this setting. Sure enough, no sooner had Ro Chong summoned the red scale beast than the long-haired youth and 2 female beast tamers hurriedly interjected, "Have you lost your mind, Ro Chong? You dare summon a beast in the inner fortress parlor? This gathering was arranged by the fortress lord. You need to rein in your temper. Do you really intend to resort to violence? If the security team sees this, you'll be in serious trouble." Their words fell upon Ro Chong like a bucket of cold water, swiftly restoring his composure. He was confident he could teach Su Huan a lesson, after all. Even a genius like Bai Susu could not possibly cultivate a beast to the level of a fully matured intermediate danger species in just over 2 months. He could not fathom that Su Huan could surpass Bai Susu's talent. However, the repercussions of engaging in a brawl in the fortress lord's designated gathering were beyond his capacity to bear. Su Huan, ignoring Ro Chong entirely, surveyed the parlor with a detached demeanor. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed at the thought that if he could not handle someone like Rochong a month from now, how could he hope to prevail in the Six Realms duel tournament? This silent contempt only served to further infuriate Rochong. Chapter 37. Enlightenment and Preparation. Ultimately, the meeting concluded on a discordant note. However, for Su Huan, it was not devoid of significance, as it afforded him insight into his four teammates, who were also his opponents in the Six Lands duel tournament, along with their respective pet species and general strengths. Aside from the fully matured red-scaled beast, there was also a late-stage intermediate danger class bloodhunting wolf. Despite being merely an intermediate danger class, the bloodhunting wolf and Appos' innate abilities made it a formidable adversary. More troublesome than the red-scaled beast, though its late-stage maturity rendered it less of a concern. Additionally, two other pets were possessed, a fully matured intermediate danger class iron magic tree and a mature intermediate danger class stream butterfly. The iron magic tree boasted formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, its sluggish speed rendered its might futile if it could not land a hit. In contrast, the dream butterfly possessed the ability to diminish opponents' speed, control them, and even induce unconsciousness. The synergy between the two was potent enough to overcome mature advanced danger class opponents, capable of contending with fully matured advanced danger class creatures. Nonetheless, the Six Lands duel tournament permitted only a single pet to compete. Otherwise, with Reina's duo, they would indeed pose a significant threat. As for the long-haired youth Wang Sun and Lin Yusen, both were seasoned beast tamers. Wang Sun commanded a mature intermediate danger class Highland Mountain Lion and a late-stage intermediate danger class steel armored helmet. Lin Yusen, on the other hand, wielded two mature intermediate danger class creatures, her strength slightly surpassing that of Wang Sun. However, Wang Sun had only recently ascended to the rank of beast tamer at the beginning of the year, becoming the first trainee to achieve this status within the current year. In less than a year, his progress was already commendable, especially considering he had been taken under the wing of a highly esteemed quasi-professional beast tamer in their gathering, promising a bright future. Initially, Wang Sun shared this optimistic view, but with Su Huan's sudden emergence, his perspective shifted. Every time he reflected on Su Huan, who was once destined for assignment to the resource search team and had become a laughingstock among the beast tamer trainees, now rising to become the disciple of the fort's master, he could not suppress his indignation. Feeling a twinge of bitterness, he lamented that despite considering himself exceptionally gifted, he never dared to hope for mentorship under the most legendary, powerful, and influential master at the Black Lantern Gathering. Why should Su Huan be favored? Was it merely due to luck in hatching a top-tier danger species? Although deep down, he understood what a top-tier danger species represented, being one of his esteemed mentor's mainstays, whose innate race was merely a top-tier danger species. Yet, his prejudice against Su Huan remained deeply ingrained. Su Huan, however, had no interest in delving into the thoughts of those who harbored resentment towards him. Instead, he pondered. He finally comprehended why his third senior brother and teacher repeatedly expressed astonishment at the growth rate of the dragon snake lizard. These four beast tamers, of similar age, had been in the field for at least a year, some for over 2. With their pets only reaching the level of fully matured intermediate danger class or mature intermediate danger class. In contrast, Su Huan had been a beast tamer for less than 2 months, yet the dragon snake lizard had already progressed to the mid-growth stage, its combat prowess rivaling that of mature intermediate danger class creatures. Without comparison, one might remain oblivious. At this moment, through comparison, Su Huan finally comprehended the significance of the growth rate of the dragon, snake, and lizard for an ordinary beast tamer. It seems he must continue to conceal his true abilities. Being significantly faster than others denotes genius, while being several times faster, or even nearly 10 times, categorizes one as an absolute monstrosity. Su Huan mused silently, as he had no desire to be studied as a monster. Upon awakening, he discovered that afternoon had drifted towards evening, with the sky adorned in hues of crimson twilight. According to his instructor's arrangements, he was to venture into the grizzly bear forest the following day. The mere thought of the intense training there caused him a slight headache. In his 18 years, Su Huan had never set foot in the wilderness. Even without direct experience, as a resident adjacent to the wilderness, his understanding of it was not insignificant. Therefore, preparing for an extended stay in such an environment was indispensable. Essential items included a tent, rain gear, cooking utensils, fire-starting tools, and machetes for clearing the underbrush. However, these were merely the items he could conceive. He knew there would inevitably be omissions. He resolved to consult an experienced individual before finalizing his preparations. Ordinary people would surely lack knowledge regarding the circumstances of the grizzly bear forest. Typically, only beast tamers ventured there, and his acquaintances among them were few. Whom could he consult? Suddenly, he recalled a suitable candidate. In a corner of the inner fortress, there lay an expansive estate. This estate was dotted with numerous standalone villas. Each villa, though modest in size, boasted its own floral garden enclosure, exuding an air of elegance. Such estates were found at each corner of the inner fortress, for in total comprising around 200 villas, all designated as residences for beast tamers within the inner fortress. No outsiders, not even high-ranking members of the Gathering Place's management committee, were afforded the privilege of residence. Every beast tamer in the Gathering had the right to possess such a villa in the inner fortress, and Su Huan was no exception. However, he was acutely aware of his many secrets. Moving in next to those with varying beast-taming abilities could risk exposure by one of their unique powers. Therefore, he had no intention of relocating there for the time being. These villas provided only a right of residence, not ownership. The ownership belonged to the castle and its lord. A specific area in the outer fortress housed the families of deceased beast tamers, granting them a house with permanent residency rights. Within a tranquil villa in the eastern corner of the inner fortress, Wang Yin sat on the living room sofa, her expression somewhat astonished as she gazed at Su Huan. "Did you say the Lord intends to send you to the grizzly bear forest for training?" With a pained expression, Su Huan replied, "Yes, Wang Yin. I am unsure what to prepare, so I specifically came to seek your guidance." Actually, you need an amp, oppos, to prepare anything at all. The essentials are all well provided there. Just be ready to contend with those rugged, immensely powerful battle bears at any moment, Wang Yin teased with a mischievous smile. "But isn't the grizzly bear forest located far in the wilderness? Shouldn't I prepare a tent and rain gear?" Su Huan queried, perplexed. "I understand your perplexity. In truth, many of the tamers residing in our gathering have ventured to that very place. Every newcomer who first traverses the bear forest shares your sentiments of uncertainty. However, all will be revealed once you embark on that journey. It is indeed a splendid arena for honing the skills of novice tamers." Su Huan had no choice but to bid farewell to Wang Yin. With a heart full of questions, he proceeded to visit Lu Yu at the villa in the southern corner of the inner fortress, where he received an almost identical response. At last, he resigned himself to the situation, resolving to prepare only a month and oppos' worth of sustenance for the dragon snake lizard, with no further preparations in mind. Chapter 38. The Grey Wasteland. The lord of the fortress had departed from the gathering place the previous night, and prior to his departure, he had specifically instructed me to escort you, Lin Fu explained with a smile as he observed Su Huan arriving early at the castle. "Zhang Cheng," Lin Fu suddenly called out towards the entrance. At the sound of his voice, a robust man in a black standard combat uniform, donning leather combat boots and sporting a close-cropped hairstyle, entered with an air of formidable resolve. Chief Steward, Lord Su, the imposing figure saluted with military precision, addressing them respectfully. "This is Zhang Cheng, a tactical team leader of the Black Lamp Guards, who will escort you to the Grizzly Forest," Lin Fu introduced to Su Huan. "Zhang Cheng will further elaborate on your journey ahead. I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave," Lin Fu said as he departed. "Safe travels, Chief Steward," Su Huan replied courteously. Once Lin Fu had left, Zhang Cheng retrieved a cylindrical tube from his backpack. Extracting a rolled-up map, which he unfurled and laid upon the table for Su Huan to examine. Zhang Cheng, following Su Huan's gaze, pointed to a black dot at the center of the map with his right hand, saying, "Lord Su, this marks the location of our Black Lamp gathering place." Su Huan observed the map with keen interest. Although this was not his first encounter with such cartographic representations, his meager geographical knowledge paled in comparison to the richness of this military-grade map, especially as someone who had never ventured beyond the wilderness. "This," Zhang Cheng continued, tapping a symbol located to the south of the Black Lamp gathering place, "is our intended destination, a medium-sized gathering place at the edge of the Grizzly Forest, known as Rivet Town." Su Huan glanced towards the location of Rivet Town, nestled not far from a vast array of overlapping triangular icons representing forests. Recollecting the words of Wang Yin and Lu Yu, he began to grasp some of the previously obscure details. Rivet Town lies a mere 150 kilometers in a straight line from our Black Lamp gathering place. However, only half of that distance is traversable via repaired roads. Consequently, the actual route is rather convoluted, compounded by potential dangers and uncontrollable factors along the way. Thus, we estimate a journey of 1 to 2 days to arrive. Finally, Zhang Cheng inquired, "Lord Su, do you have any questions?" Indeed, Lord Su. Our Black Lamp gathering place is situated atop the Grey Wasteland, and both Rivet Town and the Grizzly Forest, where we are bound, also lie within the vast expanse of the Grey Wasteland. This region encompasses numerous large-scale gathering places, as well as over 100 medium-sized ones, with small-scale gatherings and transient camps vastly exceeding these numbers, often by tenfold or more. I have no further inquiries. When shall we depart? Su Huan asked. My team is already on standby and can depart at any moment after replenishing our weapons and equipment. Zhang Cheng then led Su Huan and the 4 awaiting Black Lamp guards outside to the armory within the castle to collect their gear. The 4 soldiers of the Black Lamp Guard were distinguished elites within the ranks of the Black Lamp Army, a fact evident from their formidable presence. One individual possessed a physique as imposing as that of a lion or tiger, another had a medium stature, yet exhibited remarkably robust musculature. A third exuded a fierce demeanor with a towering frame comparable to Zhang Qing, and the last appeared less muscular but was tall and lean, with piercing eyes. The shortest among them still towered over Su Huan by half a head. Zhang Qing opened a supply box, conducted a cursory inspection, and then promptly locked it again. Subsequently, the group proceeded to another storage facility affiliated with the Black Lantern Guards to collect compressed biscuits, military canned goods, and several large barrels of purified water. Thereafter, they bore the supplies onto the castle's carriage, heading towards the parking lot at the southern city gate of the gathering place. The carriage was the same one that had fetched Su Huan to the castle that morning, and it was already laden with a considerable amount of Su Huan's belongings. After Zhang Qing and the 5 disembarked, they made their way directly to the parking lot, swiftly locating their designated vehicle. It was a 7-seater light armored vehicle, a homegrown Black Traveler light assault vehicle, which, compared to the heavy armored vehicles Su Huan had previously encountered, exhibited slightly inferior armor protection. However, weighing about 4 to 5 tons, the Black Traveler was evidently more agile, faster, and better suited to navigate the variable terrains of the wilderness than the nearly 10-ton heavy armored vehicle. The group first placed Su Huan and Appo's belongings in the trunk, the majority of which consisted of food for the dragon snake lizard. This time, however, Su Huan opted against the cumbersome aluminum cans that took up excessive space and were inconvenient. Instead, he stored 2 types of food in 2 large, specially designed aluminum-sealed boxes. Afterward, they loaded the supply boxes and provisions into the still spacious trunk. Following the arrangement of Su Huan and Appo's luggage, Zhang Qing once again unlocked the supply box, commencing the distribution of weapons. Each member received a standard-issue handgun, the Eagle Falcon, and a Falcon assault rifle. Even Su Huan was allotted one. Zhang Qing continued to extract a variety of light and heavy weaponry, 1 Eagle Fire S2 battle rifle machine gun, 1 Eagle Hawk light machine gun, and 2 Eagle Strike sniper rifles, along with 1 fierce grenade launcher. He persistently retrieved various firearms, alongside 5 boxes of assorted ammunition, high-explosive grenades, fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, and incendiary grenades, totaling 50 in number. There was also a flamethrower and 2 canisters of compressed fuel. Remarkably, he produced a replica Iron Hammer rocket launcher from the Iron Fire Industrial City, complete with 6 matching Hammer 3 rockets. One strike from this formidable weapon would surely guarantee severe injury, if not death, to a fully evolved high-risk species. As he spoke, he opened the final box, swiftly assembling several components into a weapon that was narrow at the front and wide at the back. Coupled with the 2 mounted Eagle Fire S3 heavy machine guns on the Black Traveler assault vehicle, this arsenal was more than sufficient for an assault on a small gathering. Zhang Qing loaded a magazine for the rifle, patted the thick armor of the assault vehicle, and grinned. A few Black Lantern guards chuckled in response. Once everyone had inspected their weapons and confirmed their functionality, they all boarded the vehicle. With 3 rows of 7 seats, each row accommodated only 2 individuals, and Su Huan settled into the right side of the second row, adjacent to the driver's seat. The moderately built, yet exceptionally muscular member of the Black Lantern Guard received the car keys from Zhang Qing, igniting the engine of the assault vehicle as it smoothly departed towards the outskirts of the city, traveling along the boundless expanse of the desolate highway. Su Huan eagerly observed the scenery beyond the window. In stark contrast to the watchtower, the true wilderness appeared even more barren, with occasional glimpses of wild beasts and perilous creatures. However, these beings were evidently aware of the dangers associated with approaching the roadway, as they all remained within 100 meters from its edge, refraining from venturing closer. The sides of the road were adorned with resilient weeds that thrived even in the depths of winter. Yet, the condition of this road was relatively favorable, particularly for the armored assault vehicle, which, with its high chassis and broad wheels, faced no issues in traversing the terrain. Chapter 39, The Forest of the Grey Wolves and the Shallow Crocodile Lakes. The armored vehicle rattled as it traversed the rugged terrain. However, the 5 soldiers accompanying Su Huan were all seasoned warriors, well trained to endure such minor jolts. Su Huan, having received a prior warning from Zhang Qing, had firmly grasped the handrail before leaving the highway. The road suitable for passage had reached its conclusion, and thus, the speed could not be increased. After more than 2 hours, they had covered only a limited distance. Ahead lay a detour through the wilderness, where the path would become exceedingly arduous. Lord Su, one of the guards began, we will be circumventing several perilous areas. Yet we must still pass through a forest inhabited by a pack of grey wolves and a series of lakes frequented by shallow crocodiles. Beyond these 2 locations lies a small encampment affiliated with our Black Lantern Fortress, serving as a supply point along the southern route, where we can take a brief respite. Should all go well, we anticipate arriving by evening. The Black Lantern Fortress is the term used to refer to the Black Lantern gathering, centered around the Black Lantern Castle. As they descended from the highway, the scenery transformed dramatically. The once indistinct landscape glimpsed from the road now appeared vividly clear. Although the wilderness had yet to receive its blanket of snow, the trees stood stark and barren, presenting a desolate panorama that evoked a profound sense of bleakness and vastness. The armored assault vehicle navigated the dirt roads of the wilderness, which could hardly be called roads but rather ruts forged by the passage of countless vehicles. Indeed, the adage that a path emerges from the multitude of those who tread it held true. The vehicle followed the well-worn trail for over an hour, when the sparse trees suddenly thickened into a dense growth. Despite most of the trees being stripped of foliage, their sheer number cast a significant shadow, rendering the surroundings slightly darker. Zhang Cheng pulled back the bolt of his firearm and cracked open a window, extending the barrel outside. Skillfully employing the high-powered scope affixed to his weapon, he surveyed the distant landscape. Everyone, remain vigilant. We are approaching the dense forest occupied by the Grey Wolves. I hope they have adequately gathered provisions for the winter and harbor no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we may find ourselves wasting ammunition, he cautioned. The members of the Black Lantern Guard, save for the driver, readied their weapons, cycling the bolts and resting their fingers on the triggers, alert to their surroundings. The assault vehicle had now reached the edge of the forest, navigating a narrow path along its periphery. The ambience grew increasingly dim, necessitating the activation of the headlights. Pairs of emerald eyes scrutinized the roaring metallic beast as it advanced through the thicket. Those were the eyes of the Grey Wolves. As one of the most formidable packs within the wilderness, their collective presence posed a significant threat. Su Huan and Amp, Oppos, S expression turned grave. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 wolves, though the actual number was likely far greater. His mind was already attuned to the dragon, snake, and lizard, prepared to summon his beasts for battle at any moment. The guards clutched their firearms tightly, keeping a close watch for any signs of aggression from the green-eyed predators. Yet, ensconced within the armored vehicle of the black travelers, a profound sense of security enveloped them all. Despite the heavy atmosphere, there was an absence of panic. Steadying the accelerator, they gradually increased speed. After observing for a while, Zhang Qing noted that the surrounding pack of wolves was merely watching silently, showing no signs of aggression. He lowered his voice and spoke. The driver, a member of the elite guard named Chen Han, nodded slightly and gently pressed the accelerator. After a prolonged journey of over 10 minutes, the assault vehicle finally emerged from the long and winding forest path. The moment they exited the woods, Su Huan glanced back at the forest. He beheld a series of enormous gray wolves, each nearly 2 meters in length, leaping out from the dense underbrush, watching as the assault vehicle departed into the distance. Among them were several that were no smaller than full-grown wild tigers, their pelts a vivid shade of bluish-gray, standing out conspicuously amidst the pack. Zhang Cheng, also observing the rear, noticed Su Huan eyeing the imposing wolves several times. These creatures were undoubtedly responsible for the heightened danger in the forest. Although the shallow water crocodiles are amphibious, their speed on land is rather sluggish, rendering them powerless against the roaring assault vehicle. A few cunning shallow water crocodiles had already lain in wait, their massive bodies concealed in the underbrush, hoping to ambush passing prey. Their deep brown hides blended almost seamlessly with the brown shrubs, yet they were unable to breach the vehicle's armor, nor could they match its swift pace. One crocodile even lunged from the bushes attempting to attack the vehicle, only to be met with 2 rounds from Zhang Cheng and Oppos' weapon, collapsing to the ground. However, This assault angered the crocodile pack. Shaking their massive bodies, they emerged from the underbrush, and even those lurking in the lake, disguised as driftwood, began to thrash their bodies and pursue the vehicle. Unfortunately, the speed of the shallow water crocodiles was woefully inadequate. Su Huan pressed the accelerator fiercely, guiding the assault vehicle safely out of the crocodile-infested area, leaving behind a group of forlorn reptiles. The thwarted crocodiles could only resort to feasting on the carcass of their fallen companion, barely satiating their hunger. The path ahead proved to be much less treacherous. After exiting the crocodile and Appo's territory, Zhang Cheng, with his wealth of experience, remarked that the subsequent journey would indeed be uneventful. And so it was. They encountered no further dangers. After driving for over half an hour, around dusk, the outlines of several houses atop a hill gradually came into view. Shortly thereafter, a cluster of buildings nestled against the mountainside appeared before them. "We have arrived at Shanaimu," remarked the tall, slender guard seated to Su Huan's right with a smile. The assault vehicle soon reached the foot of the hill. What Zhang Cheng had mentioned earlier was this small settlement, a town built against the mountainside, Shanaimu. Although described as built against the mountain, it was merely a modest hillside, with a height of no more than 100 meters from base to summit. The foot of the hill was encircled by a wall constructed of brick and concrete, standing 3 to 5 meters high. Beyond the wall, several watchtowers, each 7 to 8 meters tall, loomed on the slope, their dark machine gun ports silently surveying the desolate expanse. The personnel stationed at the watchtower had long since detected the distant approach of the dark traveler assault vehicle. Their lack of preparedness stemmed solely from the conspicuous black lighthouse emblem emblazoned upon the vehicle's hood, which allowed the sentinels to instantly recognize the identity of the visitors, guests from the Black Lamp Fortress. Chapter 40. Shanaimu. In accordance with the standardized classification of settlement sizes among the various factions in the wilderness, small settlements typically host no more than 1,000 inhabitants. Shanai and Appo's is no exception. The entire town currently comprises merely 600 to 700 souls. This modest population has gradually developed as it became a vital supply point along the route of the Black Lamp settlement, following its affiliation with the Black Lamp Fortress. Initially, Shanai and Appo's was home to only 300 to 400 residents. Strategically located on a mountainside, the settlement endured precarious living conditions. Fortified only by a wooden and stone structure of a small fortress and several earthen defensive bunkers, all in an effort to fend off perilous creatures of the wild. The settlement lacked even a proper wall, resembling more a larger camp for nomads than a fortified community. The imposing stone wall that now encircles the town was constructed with the assistance of the construction crews from the Black Lamp settlement. Furthermore, the Black Lamp settlement supplied Shanaimu with enhanced, high-yield crop seeds, significantly boosting its food production and thereby facilitating population growth. Such transformations have solidified the resolve of the people of Shanaimu to remain aligned with the Black Lamp Fortress, transforming this quaint town, situated merely 100 kilometers from the Black Lamp settlement, into one of the most crucial supply points along the southern highway. At this juncture, the arrival of the Black Traveler assault vehicle had already captured the attention of Shanaimu's watch personnel. The demographic composition of the town, with its modest populace, is remarkably straightforward. Perched near the mountain summit, the town hall, comprised of a mayor and several deputy mayors, oversees the various affairs of Shanaimu. Beneath the mayor, there are a few clerks who manage daily matters. Additionally, the town has organized a standing guard force of 50 members, equipped with standard light and heavy weaponry provided by the Black Lamp settlement. Each member has undergone at least 2 years of rigorous, professional military training and has faced the realities of combat in the wild. This has endowed the town's guard with a level of military competence and combat experience that is commendable, even in the eyes of professional soldiers from the Black Lamp settlement. Aside from this half-squad of 50 guards, the Black Lamp settlement's military, referred to as the Black Lamp Tactical Brigade, has secretly stationed a 5-member combat team in Shanaimu, equipped with a heavy armored vehicle known as the Black Walker. This presence aims to provide specialized military training to the town's guard, while also offering a degree of protection to reinforce the confidence of the vassal power. At this moment, a deputy mayor responsible for defense has hurried to the scene, clad in a thick coat, standing atop a battlement of the wall at the mountain and Appo's base, holding a short-range communicator provided by the Black Lamp Fortress. Accompanied by several guards, he awaits the approach of the assault vehicle in silence. Zhang Cheng inputs a specific number into the vehicle's radio, connecting to the communicator in the deputy mayor's hand. Shanaimu does not prohibit outsiders from entering, however. All visitors must disarm before entering the settlement, as Su Huan and his companions drove their armored vehicle into the gathering place. Such a move posed significant safety risks to Shanai. Only the external personnel of the force affiliated with Shanai, the Black Lantern Fortress, were authorized to undertake such actions. Hello. I am Andrew, the deputy mayor of Shanai. Upon the connection being established, a silver-haired man of advanced years addressed the communicator. Please provide the latest access password. Andrew stated with meticulous precision. If the external team from Black Lantern Fortress required armed entry into the town, they must first verify the password. This procedure ensured that the identity of the arrivals truly belonged to the armed forces of Black Lantern, preventing any infiltrating forces from posing a threat to Shanai. After hearing this, Andrew set down the communicator and commanded, "Open the gates, allow passage." Two robust members of the town guard descended the sloped steps of the surrounding wall. Approaching the winch by the main gate, one grasped a handle, and together they began to turn the heavy winch. With a series of clanks, the formidable wooden door, reinforced with thick iron plating, was slowly drawn inward by two stout steel chains. With a resounding thud, the gates were fully opened, allowing Su Huan to drive the vehicle into Shanai. The guards then turned the winch to close the gates once more. Andrew led the way down the steps as Su Huan parked the vehicle and everyone disembarked. Leader Zhang, it and Appos. A long journey. You and Appos. VE worked hard. Andrew greeted warmly. Zhang Qing, clearly familiar with Andrew, sheathed his weapon and grinned. Old Andrew, you seem quite spirited. Thanks to you, Leader Zhang, Andrew replied, extending his arms for a ceremonial embrace. It has been quite some time since you last visited us in Shanai. How long do you plan to stay this time? Do you require any supplies? We have tasks to attend to and must depart early tomorrow. Our supplies are sufficient for the short journey ahead, so no need for replenishment. Just arrange for us a place to stay the night for some rest, Zhang Qing responded. As Andrew and several members of the town guard walked ahead, Su Huan and Zhang Qing and Appos' group followed closely, navigating the narrow, winding road at the foot of the mountain, just wide enough for the assault vehicle to pass through. Before long, they arrived at a three-story building situated about 30 meters from the mountain and Appos' base. On the opposite side of the building, another vehicle, larger than the Black Traveler, was parked. Although obscured by a camouflage cover, Su Huan could discern its familiar shape, recognizing it as the heavy armored vehicle deployed by the operational group stationed in Shanai. This is our tactical group and Appos' permanent base at Shanai, part of the Black Lantern Fortress Tactical Brigade, Zhang Qing remarked as he parked the vehicle. After departing from the shallow waters of the Crocodile Lake, he had taken over driving from Su Huan, who had been at the wheel for an entire day. Several capable soldiers clad in brownish-yellow camouflage emerged from the building upon hearing the commotion. At the forefront stands a robust military man, adorned with the insignia of a sergeant major, exuding an air of decisiveness and authority. This is indeed the standard combat attire of the Black Lantern troops. While Zhang Qing and his companions donned the distinctive uniforms of the Black Lantern Guard, the secretive elite force of the fortress. Upon sighting Zhang Qing and Appos' uniform, the military man swiftly approaches and salutes, exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander." The other soldiers who descend alongside him also offer their salutes. No need for such formalities so far from Black Lantern Fortress, Zhang Qing gestures dismissively. This exchange reveals to Su Huan that Zhang Qing and Appos' rank must be quite significant. It was only later when Su Huan inquired that he learned the truth. The Black Lantern Guard, as the Fortress Lord's clandestine elite, selects its ordinary members from the finest of the Black Lantern troops. Even a newly inducted ordinary guard member holds the rank of sergeant, comparable to the esteemed tactical squad leaders of the regular army, enjoying superior benefits and privileges. Many of the more seasoned guards possess the rank of second lieutenant, while the leaders of the guard are at least second lieutenants, with most attaining the rank of first lieutenant. Zhang Qing himself, being a notable figure remembered by the Fortress Lord, entrusted with the mission to escort his disciple to the Grizzly Forest as the leader of the elite tactical squad of the Black Lantern Guard, holds the impressive rank of captain. Within the hierarchy of the Black Lantern Fortress, the captain represents the pinnacle of the junior officer ranks, with the next step leading into the realm of field officers. Su Huan and several other members of the squad also hold ranks of second lieutenant or first lieutenant. Among the five, the lowest rank surpasses that of a sergeant major, thus affirming that this tactical group leader, despite appearing to be in his early 30s, possesses a rank superior to that of Zhang Qing. Chapter 41. Beast Fighting. After consulting with Su Huan, Zhang Qing politely declined Andrew's proposal for a welcoming banquet for everyone. The group simply heated a few cans of meat and vegetables, pairing them with steamed rice prepared by the station soldiers for a modest meal. Following his meal, Su Huan, accompanied by Su Huan, stepped outside. Su Huan, towering half a head taller than Su Huan, stood around 1.8 meters, somewhat unremarkable among his burly comrades. Yet his strength was formidable. Opening the trunk of the armored vehicle, he effortlessly lifted 2 large boxes filled with food for the dragon snake lizard, each weighing over 100 kilograms. One box contained food rich in 3 attributes, while the other held sustenance designed to accelerate growth. Before their morning departure, Su Huan had already fed the dragon snake lizard a generous amount, which had kept it from expressing hunger until now. Upon opening the sealed container, Su Huan filled a large steel bowl designated for the dragon snake lizard with a hefty portion, weighing 2 to 3 kilograms, and placed it on the ground. He then released the dragon snake lizard, which had been sleeping soundly in the spatial imprint for an entire day. "You must be starving, little fellow." Su Huan chuckled as he stroked the lizard's head. Meanwhile, Su Huan could not help but smirk, glancing at the imposing creature before him. Stretching over 3 meters in length and nearly reaching Su Huan and Apos' chest, hardly a fitting title for a little fellow. The dragon snake lizard, excited after a day apart from its master, extended its slimy tongue and affectionately licked the back of Su Huan's hand. "Let us eat quickly," Su Huan urged, but the dragon snake lizard promptly disregarded him. With a loud slurp, it plunged its long tongue into the steel bowl, voraciously devouring the food in large, messy bites. The lizard's eating was swift, and given that its diet consisted entirely of high-energy food, it was both nutrient-dense and filling. In mere minutes, it had finished, leaving its mouth smeared with the sticky remnants of its meal. Su Huan then fetched a large bowl of water from the small building to quench the lizard's thirst. After finishing one bowl, the dragon snake lizard still looked expectantly at the empty basin. Understanding its plea, Su Huan quickly filled another bowl, which the lizard drank eagerly before finally seeming satisfied. Using the last remnants of water in the bowl, Su Huan wiped the lizard and Apos' face clean of the leftover food. After their meal, he strolled along the path they had taken earlier, with the dragon snake lizard, which had been cooped up all day, following alongside him. The Black Lantern and Apos' tactical group was stationed at the foot of the Shanai mountain, away from the residential area, providing a secluded setting where Su Huan felt no concern that the lizard's fierce appearance would frighten anyone. Not far into their walk, Su Huan jogged up to catch up with Su Huan. Turning to face the approaching soldier, the dragon snake lizard followed Su Huan's gaze, observing Su Huan, a warrior who stood out even among the thousands gathered at the Black Lantern's encampment. However, as the lizard's piercing gaze fell upon him, Su Huan felt a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, ignorance often breeds fear. As a member of the Black Lantern, he had frequently encountered dangerous beings, possessing far greater knowledge and understanding than the average person regarding the terrifying potential of the creature before him. He prudently halted a few meters away from Su Huan and conveyed his message. "Lord Su, unlike our Black Lantern gathering place, there is no curfew in Shanai. The nightlife here is quite vibrant. A few comrades stationed in Shanai are eager to invite us to enjoy an evening at the Shanai bar on the mountainside. They asked me to inquire if you would join us." With a casual chuckle, Su Huan replied, "You all go ahead. I shall pass. I intend to explore this quaint town." He did not hesitate, preferring a leisurely stroll in Shanai over a visit to a bar, especially since he had no inclination towards alcohol. "Since you choose not to join, we shall find a local to guide you around," he was informed. A few minutes later, a girl, introduced by Zhang Qing as the sister of Deputy Mayor Andrew and granddaughter of the mayor of Shanai, led Su Huan towards the town. "Mr. Su, are you a master?" inquired the blonde girl named Lena, her expression tinged with respect, posing a question she already knew the answer to. To avoid unnecessary commotion in the densely populated residential area of Shanai, Su Huan simply nodded. "You appear quite young, yet you are already a formidable master. How impressive!" Lena exclaimed with a charming smile, her alluring features accentuated by her figure. Su Huan acknowledged her compliment with a non-committal nod. After 3 years of rigorous training as a master, he had grown almost immune to both derision and praise from others. Noticing Su Huan's lack of response to her flattery, Lena adeptly shifted the conversation, beginning to describe the charming hillside town. Despite its modest size, Shanai possessed an abundance of amenities: a hospital, a school, a town hall, shops, bars, and more. At the foot of the mountain stood a miniature thermal power plant, which refined coal extracted from a nearby small open-pit mine into coke for electricity generation. In contrast to the heavily industrialized Black Lantern gathering place, characterized by a palette of gray, white, in black, Shanai and Apos. Scenery was quite delightful. The architectural style of Shanai was notably distinct from that of the Black Lantern Fortress, featuring predominantly triangular roofs with square and rectangular structures that created a sense of dimension. According to local tradition, residents favored painting their houses in a variety of colors. The vibrant facades of the buildings intrigued Su Huan. As Lena explained that there were hundreds of such colorful houses scattered throughout Shanai, comprising both residential homes and shops, all nestled on the mountainside. Further up the hillside, there existed a small fortress reminiscent of a castle, along with several earthen fortifications. This small fortress marked the original site of Shanai and housed the town hall, while the surrounding residential areas were later expansions. However, with a population of only a few hundred, a leisurely stroll through the town would scarcely take an hour. Upon her first visit to the wilderness, Lena, captivated by the unique charm of the nearby settlement, proposed to Su Huan. This evening, we have an extraordinary beast fight at the T9 arena. I wonder if Mr. Su would be interested? Beast fight? Su Huan inquired with keen interest. Our town's guard and citizens occasionally capture wild beasts, which are then used in duels at the arena to attract spectators. Should a beast be injured or perish during the battle, its remains are not wasted. Instead, they are processed into meat for the townsfolk, Lena elucidated. Today, we fortuitously have a rare beast, one never before seen in T9, that will face off against an adult wild tiger. This event has certainly drawn a considerable crowd. Su Huan nodded. Then let us go and witness it. Despite his experience as a tamer, having faced numerous fierce and perilous creatures, Su Huan found little intrigue in the struggles of ordinary beasts. However, he had yet to encounter a living wild tiger, as documented in textbooks. This formidable creature is notoriously savage, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Even in the face of firearms, the wild tiger would boldly bare its teeth and charge forward. Of course, such ferocity is relative to the ordinary beasts. For those wielding firearms, dispatching them is not a daunting task. Yet, due to their nature, capturing these beasts alive proves to be exceedingly challenging. While death is easily administered, live specimens remain a rarity. Coupled with Lena and Apos' emphatic description of the mysterious beast, unseen in T9, both elements piqued his curiosity. Chapter 42. The mysterious little beast, what is referred to as an arena, is, in truth, a rather expansive and rudimentary circular structure constructed from an abundance of brick and concrete. Lena spent 30 steel coins at the entrance of the arena to procure 2 tickets. The entry tokens, crafted from wood, bore a faintly carved depiction of a wild tiger and a wild bear engaged in combat. With the tickets in hand, Su Huan followed Lena as they ascended the sloped stairs leading into the arena. From the highest vantage point, one could observe the arena's circular tiered seating that spiraled downward in concentric circles. There were a total of 7 tiers of seating, each containing approximately 50 seats. Except for the first tier. At the very center, the lowest tier encircled an open area designated for the beast duels. The lowest tier stood over a meter high from the arena floor, separated by iron railings and encircled by a wire mesh, ensuring the utmost safety for the spectators against any sudden aggression from the beasts. Lena, you've come as well. Come sit with me, Lena. My seat is splendid. It was evident that Lena was quite renowned in Shanai. Upon entering the arena, she was greeted with enthusiasm by numerous individuals, many of whom willingly relinquished their hard-earned prime seating for her. Lena, displaying grace and courtesy, acknowledged each greeting without favoring anyone, politely declining the offers to take their seats. Not long after entering the arena, a man of graying hair and slightly portly stature approached Lena, flanked by several admirers. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, "What a rare visitor, Lena. What brings you to Uncle Rad today?" "Uncle Rad, I am here accompanying this esteemed guest. You ought to arrange the finest seating in the arena. Otherwise, I might have to inform my grandfather," Lena replied, tactfully omitting the true identity of Su Huan and simply referring to him as a distinguished guest, much to Su Huan's satisfaction. Despite the presence of nearly 100 beast tamers in the dark lamp gathering place, it did not seem particularly extraordinary. This was primarily due to the substantial population base of tens of thousands and the formidable presence of the strong tamer, Lord Joha, who was both a tamer and the leader of the gathering place. His dedication to cultivating tamers over the years had led to the current situation. In smaller gathering places lacking a comprehensive inheritance of tamer knowledge, the existence of tamers capable of controlling dangerous beasts was exceedingly rare. Many such places boasted not even a single tamer. Even in the affluent Dark Lamp Fortress, which housed nearly 100 tamers, it was still impractical to station a tamer in Shanai. This scarcity further fueled the curiosity and reverence the people of Shanai held for the rumored mysterious tamer. Su Huan harbored no doubt that should Lina reveal his identity as a tamer, he would undoubtedly attract the inquisitive gazes of nearly every spectator in the arena. "You need not worry. Uncle Rad will certainly arrange the best seats for our little Lina from Shanai," Rad remarked with a smile, extending his hand toward Su Huan. "Esteemed sir, welcome to the Shanai arena." Su Huan reciprocated the gesture, shaking Rad's hand politely. After Rad arranged the seating for the two individuals, he instructed his subordinate beside him, "It seems that the audience has gathered sufficiently. Let us commence." The subordinate promptly dashed towards the arena below. Su Huan surveyed the surroundings and noted that the arena, the modest in size with only 300 or 400 seats, was nearly filled to capacity. The audience comprised adults, the elderly, and children alike. Considering the total population of Shanai, it was evident that even a small fraction of these spectators were travelers passing through the city, suggesting that perhaps nearly a quarter of Shanai's residents were present. According to Lina, such a turnout for an arena of this scale was indeed rare. As Shanai offered a plethora of nightlife options, and many preferred to avoid the bloodshed associated with the arena. Particularly, the local taverns that operated until dawn attracted numerous residents and travelers each night. This indicated that the upcoming battle held considerable allure. Before long, the latch at the end of a corridor on the right side of the arena was unfastened. A robust adult wild tiger, measuring 3 meters in length and adorned with a striking yellow coat patterned with black stripes, leaped from the corridor. However, it appeared that the tiger had sustained an injury to its right hind leg, causing it to limp slightly as it moved. With a powerful roar that echoed towards the spectators, the fierce creature displayed its ferocity, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Amidst the applause, Su Huan caught snippets of conversation. "This wild tiger is in excellent condition, exuding ferocity, a true beast. No doubt, it is the formidable catch of our greatest hunter, Assess, ensnared in a trap and ultimately captured with the assistance of the town guard. I can hardly wait for the battle to unfold." At that moment, another corridor on the opposite side of the arena was also opened. A hand emerged from the passage, forcefully tossing an already unlatched iron cage into the arena. Under the gaze of the several hundred spectators, a small golden figure scurried out from the cage. Once freed, the tiny creature dashed swiftly towards the corridor. But it had been thrown a considerable distance, and the person who had flung the cage promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. The little figure collided with the door, momentarily dazed and spinning on the ground. This theatrical scene momentarily stunned the audience, accustomed as they were to the brutality of beastly combat, before erupting into uproarious laughter that resonated throughout the arena. The creature was a plump, round-headed little beast, no larger than a small cat or dog, appearing almost pitiable in comparison to the several hundred kilograms of the wild tiger. Its back was rotund and chubby, resembling a ball. Covered in a coat of golden fur that shimmered like satin, it turned to reveal its large head, round nose, and a wide grin that displayed 2 prominent incisors reminiscent of a rabbit. Its short tail and wide, round eyes further contributed to its non-threatening appearance. The most striking feature was a brilliant, circular golden mark on its forehead, more vibrant than its already resplendent golden fur. By this time, night had fully descended. The round, prominent mark on the little beast's forehead was strikingly illuminated by the flickering torches of the arena, as well as the ethereal glow of the moon and stars above. In that shimmering light, it appeared almost as if it were radiating brilliance. At first glance, Su Huan thought he might have been mistaken. With keen eyesight, he focused intently once more, his eyes widening in astonishment, resembling the round gaze of the little beast itself. A wave of shock surged within him. Could it be that thing? The wild tiger, unable to restrain itself, launched an attack on the little beast. It crouched low, gathering strength, and suddenly dashed forward several meters. With powerful limbs propelling it, it leapt fiercely toward the bewildered golden creature standing motionless. The little beast seemed momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the charging wild tiger. The tiger's massive jaws gaped wide, revealing its jagged, razor-sharp fangs, poised to snap the little beast in one bite without the need for a second. Just as everyone anticipated, this eagerly awaited battle would conclude in a lackluster manner. The little beast astonishingly transformed into a golden blur, slipping through the gaps between the wild tiger and Appo's limbs. With a sharp snap, the tiger and Appo's jaws clamped shut, biting down on nothing but air. The little beast reappeared at the opposite end of the arena, precisely where the tiger had lunged. still exhibiting a demeanor of fear and trepidation. What astonishing speed! Just moments ago, it seemed as though the little creature would be devoured by the wild tiger. Yet this surprising turn of events unfolded. Remarkable! Who could possibly identify this extraordinary beast? The performance of the golden little creature undeniably captivated the audience, igniting a flurry of excited chatter among the spectators. There could be no doubt that such speed and reflexes were beyond those of an ordinary animal. Coupled with the golden mark on its forehead and its rounded physique, it might truly be a member of that mysterious race spoken of only in ancient texts and whispered legends. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Huan felt a silent roar erupt within him. On this cold winter night, his previously chilled face flushed with warmth from exhilaration. Chapter 43. The mysterious species of rumor. The realm of perilous creatures is abundant in diverse species. However, among them, for rare categories exist primarily in whispers, universally acknowledged for their formidable and astonishing nature. These four categories of rumored species are known as the mysterious, the marvelous, the miraculous, and the mythical, collectively referred to as the four divine classes of legend. The creature in question is one of these four legendary species, the treasure-seeking beast of the mysterious class. Numerous perilous creatures possess extraordinary abilities that defy simple classification by species level. The treasure-seeking beast is a prime example. Despite its classification as a high-level perilous species, its offensive capabilities are remarkably feeble, or one might even argue entirely non-aggressive. Yet, it is endowed with a profoundly rare ability characteristic of the mysterious class. Species imbued with mysterious attributes often exhibit powers that transcend conventional elemental concepts such as fire, ice, lightning, wind, rock, magma, and sand, instead revealing unique abilities beyond human comprehension. The term mysterious energy, and by extension, the mysterious class itself, serves more as an overarching designation rather than a mere taxonomic classification. Each species of the mysterious class wields distinct forms of mysterious energy, yet they share a commonality: the extraordinary power manifested by the mysterious energy they command. The treasure-seeking beast stands out as a paragon among its kind, naturally inclined to seek treasures. This creature is exceedingly rare, typically glimpsed only within the perilously high-risk confines of grand ruins and secret locales. The treasure-seeking beast excels at locating various treasures and sustains itself on these finds. Su Huan had previously encountered a brief mention of the treasure-seeking beast in a tome from the castle's library. Yet this did not hinder his recognition of the creature's immense value. The mysterious class. Throughout Su Huan's 3 years of specialized training as a beastmaster, his instructors in the study of perilous creatures have oft lamented the strength, terror, and rarity of beings from the mysterious class. This class surpasses others, standing alongside the 3 other legendary species in its formidable prowess. It must be obtained. As Su Huan observed the treasure-seeking beast skillfully evading the attacks of the wild tiger in the arena below, determination welled within him. Lena. Su Huan's intense contemplation remained concealed from view, leaving the young girl beside him oblivious to his unusual demeanor, as she was engrossed in the spectacle of the beast fight. "What is it, Mr. Su?" Lena inquired, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity, for this was the first instance of Su Huan addressing her by name. Previously, he had silently listened without initiating conversation. Lena expressed surprise. "Is it permissible?" Su Huan earnestly reiterated his inquiry, noticing the seriousness in Su Huan's expression. Lena carefully responded, "Mr. Su, that little beast was sold to Uncle Rad by our chief winemaker, Kamen, from the Chainom winery. Uncle Rad is the proprietor of our Chainom beast arena, and the beasts in the arena are his possessions. We must first seek Uncle Rad's consent. Then, I would appreciate it, Lena, if you could lead me to him, after arranging suitable seating for both." Rad had already proceeded to the nearby stands to preside over the ongoing beast fight up close. Lena nodded, bending low to minimize disturbance to the other spectators as she led Su Huan down the stands. "Uncle Rad," Lena called out. Rad turned, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" "Little Lena, why are you here? Aren't you watching the beast fights?" Rad commented with interest. "Look at that little creature. It is so agile, almost dancing circles around the wilderness tiger." "Uncle Rad, could you halt the beast fight?" Lena inquired. Su Huan remained silent, recognizing that it was more appropriate for Lena to communicate at this moment. As an outsider, his interjection might provoke resentment and resistance. "What is the matter, little Lena? You know the rules of the arena. Unless one side is injured to the point of incapacitation or death, it cannot be halted," Rad replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Lena explained, "It is like this, Uncle Rad. This esteemed Mr. Su is our valued guest from Shanai Mu, and he wishes to place a bid to purchase that little beast. Little Lena, regardless of the value of that creature, I, Uncle Rad, have never set a precedent of disrupting the arena's rules, he stated firmly. Please, Uncle Rad, consider it as a favor to me. I know that little beast is worth 2,000 steel coins, and I will offer 3,000 steel coins. Will you sell it to me? Lena pleaded, gripping Rad's fleshy arm earnestly. Rad wore an expression of helplessness. Little Lena, it is not that I do not wish to comply, but these rules have been passed down from the arena and Amp, Oppos, s inception. Even during my father Old Rad and Amp, Oppos, s time, there were no breaches of protocol. Uncle Rad, I beg of you. Just this once, make an exception for me. Lena continued to shake his arm in desperation. All right, little Lena, you have indeed inherited old Andre's stubbornness. But let me be clear, this will only happen once, Rad said, casting a displeased glance at Su Huan, feeling that if it weren't for this young man, Lena would not be so insistently urging him to break the rules. Su Huan was taken aback by Rad's agreement. He had been prepared to reveal his identity as a disciple of the master of Black Lantern Fortress if necessary. But he was surprised that Lena had managed to achieve this for him. Having conceded, Rad took a large megaphone handed to him by a subordinate and, with a strained demeanor, called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to special circumstances, the beast fight cannot proceed as scheduled. We hope for your understanding." Rad's announcement rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a lake, inciting a wave of discontent among the nearly 200 spectators present. Rad, we purchased tickets. I was enjoying it thoroughly. Will your arena still be operational? I shall never return again. Rad looked at Lena with a mournful expression, clearly conveying, see, little Lena, this is the consequence of breaking the rules. You have put your Uncle Rad in a terrible predicament. Lena felt somewhat embarrassed, gazing at Rad with a pitiful expression. Rad took a deep breath and, mustering his resolve, announced loudly into the megaphone, the ticket fees collected today will be fully refunded to all present. We hope for your understanding. As the crowd heard the promise of a refund for the entrance fee, their anger began to subside, albeit slightly, yet murmurs of discontent lingered. Observing this, Su Huan felt a pang of unease. He could not jeopardize the family legacy tied to the arena business. He grasped Raina's hand and instructed, please inform Rad that I shall refund every attendee threefold for the entrance fee, with fewer than 200 individuals present, each having paid 15 steel coins. The total came to merely 3,000 steel coins. Thus, a threefold refund would amount to less than 10,000 steel coins. Upon hearing the assurance of a triple reimbursement, the crowd ceased their outcry against Rad, which allowed him to finally breathe a sigh of relief, his forehead slick with perspiration. Meanwhile, the treasure beast continued to dart around the arena, evading the attacks of the savage tiger. The tiger, visibly exhausted and panting, contrasted sharply with the treasure beast, which showed no signs of fatigue, highlighting the formidable nature of its mysterious lineage. An attendant hurriedly prepared to call for assistance. But Su Huan raised his hand to halt him. Wait a moment, he cautioned, concerned that these ordinary individuals might not only fail to recapture the treasure beast, which had previously been confined, but might also inadvertently allow it to escape. Chapter 44. The Treasure Hunting Beast. How did you manage to capture this little creature? Su Huan inquired. According to the brief description in that book regarding the treasure hunting beast, it seemed to be noted that these creatures possess no combat abilities but are inherently adept at avoiding danger and excelling in the art of escape. Given that there were no beast tamers in the entire Tanaimu, how could they have ensnared the treasure hunting beast? This question pointed to Kumin, who had sold it to me in an iron cage, emphasizing that this little beast was exceedingly cunning and that the cage should never be opened before the beast fights. Kumin happened to be present in the stands. Should I fetch him for clarification? Rad explained. A middle-aged man, who had been observing the beast fights from the stands, was summoned by Rad. Rad had a ruddy nose resembling that of a heavy drinker, and although he was slightly balding, he appeared quite spirited. Kumin, how did you manage to capture that little beast? Rad asked. Lena interjected, Uncle Kumin, please enlighten us on how you captured this little creature. Lena added, I am aware of this matter, but do not know the specifics. Please continue. It was indeed quite slippery and difficult to catch. I, along with several apprentices, lay in wait for 7 days. Ultimately, I managed to seize it while it was soundly asleep, thoroughly intoxicated in a barrel. Su Huan suddenly understood. No wonder they were able to catch a treasure-hunting beast, which naturally possessed mysterious protective powers and knew how to avoid peril. It was merely inebriated. Although Su Huan did not drink, he had heard of this particular liquor's renown. As a vassal of the Black Lantern Fortress, Mu not only served as a crucial supply point along the southern route, but also excelled in brewing. It was Mu's brewing expertise that initially garnered the attention of Black Lantern Fortress, leading to its acceptance as a vassal. Not every settlement could attract the gaze of Black Lantern Fortress. The local specialty, Tanai liquor, was exceptionally popular among the upper echelons of Black Lantern Fortress. The exquisite variant of Tanai liquor, known as Guidao, was specifically offered as tribute to Black Lantern Castle and was highly favored by the elite of the Black Lantern community. The Guidao, aged for nearly 30 years, indeed deserved the title of a treasure. It was no wonder it attracted the treasure-hunting beast to pilfer and drink. No need for that. I shall handle it. The treasure-hunting beast is exceptionally skilled at evasion. It fears that ordinary individuals attempting to control the wild tiger might inadvertently allow the treasure-hunting beast to escape, leading to a lamentable situation. Rat expressed skepticism. He perceived no remarkable quality in this diminutive young man, who bore no weapons yet audaciously claimed he could subdue a wild tiger. His subordinates mirrored Cummins' puzzled expression. Only Lena regarded Su Huan with curiosity, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at his silhouette. With a firm push, Su Huan leaped onto the railing of the stands. Rad hurriedly attempted to thwart this reckless act, especially since the individual was a distinguished guest in Lena's eyes. He did not wish for any mishap to occur within his arena. However, Lena reached out to stop Rad. Uncle Rad, just wait and see. With a powerful push from the railing, Su Huan vaulted over the barbed wire and descended into the arena, nearly 3 meters high from the surrounding enclosure. Before touching the ground, Su Huan slightly bent his legs to absorb the impact, landing on the arena and Oppo's surface. As a trainee who had undergone 3 years of specialized training in beast taming, his regimen encompassed not only the acquisition of knowledge but also rigorous physical conditioning. Although his training could not compare to that of seasoned soldiers, overcoming an obstacle less than 3 meters high was a trivial feat. The once formidable wild tiger, initially at a disadvantage in its pursuit of treasure beasts, now turned its fierce gaze upon Su Huan as it noticed a living human had descended from the arena to stand before it. This wild tiger had been captured alive for 2 days and was now ravenously hungry, its ferocity heightened. To it, Su Huan appeared as nothing more than a moving meal. Unperturbed, Su Huan and Oppo's attention was drawn instead to the treasure beast at the opposite end of the arena, which observed him with palpable trepidation. Roar! The wild tiger, astonished that the human before it seemed oblivious to its presence, lunged at Su Huan with a ferocious roar. This spectacle captured the attention of numerous spectators who had been refunded their entry fees and were preparing to leave. They redirected their gaze back to the arena. In the arena of Chanaim, battles were typically confined to beasts alone. A duel between man and beast was an unprecedented occurrence. The crowd collectively anticipated that in the next moment, Su Huan would meet a grim fate. Some adults even shielded their children and Oppo's eyes, fearing that the ensuing scene would be too gruesome for young minds. After all, witnessing a beast's demise is entirely different from witnessing the slaughter of its kind. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated throughout the arena, far surpassing the wild tiger's growl. Even those who had already departed could hear it clearly. Their curiosity piqued as they stood outside the arena. What manner of beast could produce such a chilling roar, one never before heard? Had something unforeseen transpired in tonight's spectacle? Let us go back in. It won't cost us anything, some suggested, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A massive brown creature, even larger than the wild tiger, now stood before Su Huan. The once proud wild tiger lay trembling at the feet of this colossal beast. Too frightened to move, displaying a docility that surpassed even that of a domesticated cat before its owner. Though none present could identify the fearsome creature, it was evident that its presence instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in the powerful wild tiger. A dangerous species. A beast tamer. Heavens! The last time we saw a beast tamer in Chanaim was 3 months ago. Today was not in vain. Rad wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing that the esteemed guest Lena had mentioned was indeed a beast tamer. As a prominent figure in Chanaim and Oppo's arena, he had encountered several beast tamers over the years. Chanaim, known as a significant supply point nearby, attracted many travelers, including those mysterious beast tamers who roamed the wilds. Yet, these tamers were often elusive, making it nearly impossible to identify them even upon their arrival in Chanaim. Opportunities for close interactions with a beast tamer were few and far between for him throughout the years. Fortunately, little Lena, you have compelled Uncle Rad to acquiesce to his request. Otherwise, Rad sighed in admiration of Lena. However, the words that lingered on his lips remained unspoken. Yet, The individuals present were acutely aware of his unvoiced thoughts, for to refuse a mysterious and formidable beastmaster is far from a prudent course of action. Chapter 45. Capturing in the arena. Su Huan's attention was entirely focused on the treasure beast. Although the treasure beast trembled in fear from the dragon's might just moments ago, it still darted about under the pressure, making it difficult for the dragon snake lizard to pin it down, let alone capture it. Judging by its size, it appeared to be in its newborn to early growth stage. Its remarkable reflexes and speed were a testament to its mysterious lineage. Charge, Su Huan commanded. Through his observations, he noted that despite the treasure beast's swift escapes, it consistently evaded attacks from the wild tiger, demonstrating a natural talent for evasion. As long as the dragon snake lizard unleashed a powerful blow, it should have no trouble subduing the creature. Responding to Su Huan and Appo's orders, the dragon snake lizard lifted its massive paw off the wild tiger's head, allowing the trembling creature to breathe. It then leaped towards the treasure beast. The treasure beast was quick to react, nimbly dodging the lizard's advance. Vicious strike. The dragon snake lizard, enveloped in dark, malevolent energy, surged forward with astonishing speed, startling the treasure beast into a hasty retreat. The treasure beast found itself with little room to escape. Just as it seemed the treasure beast would be caught, this slippery little creature darted swiftly between the dragon snake lizard's legs. Dragon's Might Shockwave. The lizard's second-tier ability unleashed a tempest of power throughout the arena, intimidating even the spectators in the stands. The treasure beast, caught at the epicenter of this pressure, froze as if ensnared by a spell. Firmly pinned down by the dragon snake lizard and Appo's mighty paw, much like a cat capturing a mouse. Looks like you can end Appo's run anymore, little one, Su Huan remarked, relieved as he approached the captured treasure beast. Rolling over to expose its pale golden belly, the beast lay still beneath the lizard and Appo's claw, weakly vocalizing as Su Huan drew near. It had surrendered, accepting its fate. Lena, could you please get me a cage? Su Huan called out to Lena in the stands. He carefully placed the treasure beast into the cage, grinning as he observed the motionless creature feigning death. Lena, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Consider it a favor owed. If you require help in the future, you may contact me through the short-range communicator at Blacklamp Fortress. Just mention my name, and they will relay the message, Su Huan said, his spirits high as he thanked Lena and made his promise. Rad was taken aback, surprised to learn that this powerful and enigmatic beast Tamer had connections to Blacklamp Fortress. Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized the significance. She had referred to him as Mr. Su, but hearing the soldiers call him Lord Su revealed his full surname, though she remained unaware of his complete name. So, your name is Su Huan? May I call you that in the future? Lena asked, her voice tinged with hope. Su Huan chuckled at her wide-eyed expression. Of course. Names are meant to be used. From now on, you may call me Su Huan. In the future, I shall privately address you as such. I would not dare to do so in the presence of the warriors who accompany you, for they all respectfully refer to you as Lord Su. Lena playfully stuck out her tongue. Haha, suit yourself, Su Huan replied with a smile. Lena, I do not have any cash on me. I may need you to accompany me to the garrison to retrieve some, he added. There and Appo's, as no need for that, Su Huan. This time, you are our guest in Naim, and my grandfather has instructed me to treat you well. I will pay Uncle Rad 10,000 steel coins. You need not concern yourself with it, Lena insisted, shaking her head. You can persuade Rad to sell me this little beast. I already owe you a significant favor, and I cannot allow you to bear the cost. I must pay this, Su Huan stated earnestly, having unexpectedly acquired a treasure beast. He considered himself favored by the goddess of fortune. At this moment, Rad, standing nearby, spoke sincerely. It is my honor to conduct a transaction with a powerful beast master like you, Lord Su. Please forgive my presumption in waiving all your expenses today. Su Huan waved his hand. I must pay for today. It is the right thing to do. We of Black Lantern Fortress are not thieves. Seeing Su Huan and Appo's firm stance, everyone refrained from further discussion. On this outing, Su Huan had brought only 10 gold coins, equivalent to 25,000 steel coins, for emergencies. He retrieved 4 gold coins from a pouch in the bedroom on the second floor, handing them to Lena to pass on to Rad. Noticing that Su Huan had no intention of lingering, Lena, being well-versed in social etiquette, took her leave. After Lena departed, Su Huan placed the treasure beast and its iron cage on the table, scrutinizing them closely. To his knowledge, among the nearly 100 beast masters in the gathering, none had captured a creature of the mysterious type. This underscored the rarity of such a species. The treasure beast was merely the size of 3 palms, round and plump, languidly resting in a corner of the cage. This perilous creature exhibited no aggression whatsoever. The steel bars of the cage were only as thick as a pinky finger. If a dragon or snake were of similar size, they could undoubtedly break free from the cage. Yet the treasure beast appeared powerless against this ordinary enclosure meant for small wild animals. The next step was to forge a bond with this creature, Su Huan mused. From the moment he laid eyes on the little creature, he had resolved to make it his second pet. Su Huan planned to carry the treasure beast with him on the journey through the gray bear forest, gradually cultivating their relationship. Given the creature and Appo's size, it seemed to be quite young. Juvenile pets typically formed bonds more easily than their adult counterparts. However, pets are also living beings that require sustenance, leaving Su Huan pondering what food to prepare for the treasure beast. This indeed posed a challenge for him. Chapter 46. Dragon Snake Lizard Zhang Cheng did not forget that there was a task at hand. Early the next morning, after breakfast, everyone tidied their belongings, preparing to set off once again. Meanwhile, Su Huan was beside the armored vehicle, feeding the dragon snake lizard. This journey would take most of the day, and in order to avoid difficulties in stopping to feed along the way, Su Huan decided to give the dragon snake lizard an amount equivalent to 2 meals. 4 to 5 pounds of food filled the steel bowl to the brim. Holding the cage containing the treasure-hunting beast, Su Huan stood by, somewhat perplexed to see the lethargic treasure-hunting beast in the cage smacking its lips at the sight of the dragon snake lizard and Appo's meal. Could it be hungry as well? Su Huan wondered. The treasure-hunting beast opened its drowsy eyes, its round orbs gleaming with interest as it watched the dragon snake lizard eat with such focus. Do you want to eat too? Su Huan asked, bemused. To his surprise, the treasure-hunting beast indeed nodded its plump head. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huan took the large spoon used to serve food to the dragon snake lizard, ignoring its resentful gaze, and scooped out half a spoonful from its bowl. He dropped the food into the iron cage and observed. The treasure-hunting beast sniffed the dark mass of food, its eyes lighting up as it began to munch eagerly. Before long, the high-energy mixture had been devoured. The treasure-hunting beast smacked its lips, still wanting more. Su Huan again scooped a generous portion from the now dwindling steel bowl of the dragon snake lizard. Its gaze grew increasingly mournful, and its eating speed quickened. The treasure-hunting beast effortlessly finished off half of the newly served food. I never expected you to enjoy the dragon snake lizard's food, Su Huan chuckled. Now I need not worry about this little creature becoming emaciated. As he prepared to scoop another spoonful, he was astonished to find that the bowl, which had contained several servings just moments before, was now empty. Approaching the dragon snake lizard, he gently patted its head and earnestly advised, "You really should eat less in the future, and leave some for the treasure-hunting beast." The dragon snake lizard? Is this truly what a person would say? Had I known this, I should have devoured that little creature at once. The dragon snake lizard cast a dubious glance at the rotund creature relishing its special food. The plump beast shivered involuntarily, glancing around as it caught sight of the dragon snake lizard's fierce expression. With the dwindling food before it, it resumed eating. Su Huan opened the food storage box and added 2 large spoonfuls for the dragon snake lizard. Afterward, he added another spoonful, saying, "I'm increasing your portion, but you mustn't blame the treasure-hunting beast for eating your food." He also supplemented the treasure-hunting beast with 2 spoonfuls. The dragon snake lizard, teetering on the brink of tears, glanced at the food in the treasure-hunting beast's cage, then at its own bowl. With no other option, it transformed its sorrow into sustenance and began to eat. Once the 2 creatures had finished their meals, Su Huan provided them both with some water. Although the book records that the treasure-seeking beast feeds on treasures, it is improbable that it does not require water. Indeed, the treasure-seeking beast drank heartily. Su Huan, observing the beast in its cage, which had regained some vitality, inquired, "Have you had enough to eat, little one?" The beast nodded in affirmation. However, upon noticing the predatory gaze of the dragon snake lizard nearby and the gradually emanating aura of the dragon, it immediately shook its head vigorously. Su Huan was not oblivious to the fact that the creature felt threatened by the dragon snake lizard. He took a large spoon and offered the beast another generous helping of food. The dragon snake lizard remarked, "Su Huan, can you not act like a human?" The disgruntled beauty, powerless against the might of authority, could only be sent into the beast-taming space by Su Huan. Once the beast finished the last spoonful, it was finally satiated. This allowed Su Huan to gauge the creature's appetite, estimating it to require approximately 4.5 to 5 spoonfuls of food. The spoon he had specially prepared was quite large, capable of holding a substantial amount with each serving. 5 spoonfuls equated to nearly a pound of high-energy sustenance, comparable to the intake of the dragon snake lizard during its early growth stages. You and Oppos, requite the eater, barren, and imp. Oppos, to you? Su Huan remarked, extending his finger into the cage to stroke the beast and amp. Oppos' plump head, eliciting a smile from him. This time, the treasure-seeking beast did not shy away from Su Huan and amp. Oppos' gesture of kindness, allowing him to pet it. This pleased Su Huan, as he believed he had taken a crucial step in his strategy to win over the beast. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing and the others, who were ready, prepared to set off once Su Huan had concluded his tasks. As the assault vehicle approached the entrance of the mountain and Oppos' wall, Su Huan spotted a familiar figure waving vigorously at him from atop the wall. Zhang Qing turned to him from the passenger seat and said with a smile, Sir Su, it's Lena, the granddaughter of Mayor Chaname, the girl who accompanied you around Chaname yesterday. Su Huan cast a sidelong glance at him and ordered the driver to stop. The driver was no longer Chen Han, but a burly guard named Hualei, who was of similar stature to Zhang Qing. Hualei gradually brought the vehicle to a halt at the gate. Su Huan exited the vehicle, and Lena, surprised to see him, hurried down the slope stairs. Su Huan regarded the young girl before him and said, I must take my leave now. Do not forget my promise. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, communicate with me through the communicator or send a message to Black Lantern Fortress. Lena responded with a charming smile and a firm nod. Understood. Farewell, then. Farewell. Su Huan replied, boarding the vehicle without a hint of reluctance. Hualei restarted the assault vehicle, which slowly exited through the opening Chaname gate. As they distanced themselves from Chaname, Su Huan glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a tall girl in a trench coat with flowing golden hair waving fervently against the biting winter wind from atop the wall. Before long, the assault vehicle had left the confines of Chaname. The journey ahead appeared devoid of perilous regions for ordinary folk. The greatest danger lay near the Gray Bear Forest, not far from Rivet Town. Su Huan curiously inquired, You seem to possess some knowledge about the Gray Bear Forest? Zhang Qing, somewhat troubled, said, Lord Su, I am aware of certain insider information regarding the Gray Bear Forest. However, there are regulations concerning the gathering place that prohibit disclosing any details to those who are uninformed. As you can see, we are almost there, and you will naturally learn everything upon arrival. Throughout the journey, Su Huan had developed a favorable impression of Zhang Qing, so he decided not to press further and cause him discomfort. He waved his hand and replied, Very well, I shall not impose upon you any longer. We shall discuss it upon our arrival. Chapter 47. Rivet Town. The Black Lamp Fortress, along with the southern route traversed by numerous wilderness travelers, is indeed considered a remarkably safe passage. Perhaps it is also due to the fortunate circumstances surrounding Su Huan and his companions. According to Zhang Qing, based on statistics gathered over the years by the teams from the Black Lamp Fortress, there is a staggering 75% chance of encountering dangerous creatures along this route, with a 15% likelihood of facing a swarm of these perilous beings. Fortunately, they have found themselves among the fortunate 25 and 85. Yet, Su Huan felt a tinge of disappointment, as their journey had not yielded a single noteworthy battle against the dragon snake lizard. With Zhang Qing and his well-trained, formidable companions providing cover, even a mature or fully developed high-level threat would find it challenging to engage them. As dusk approached, their destination, Rivet Town, came into view. Even earlier than their arrival at Shanai-mu the previous day. Compared to Shanai-mu, the medium-sized Rivet Town was evidently more expansive. Although this so-called medium settlement is still relatively small, with barely over 1,000 residents, it pales in comparison to larger gatherings of several thousand. Nevertheless, in the vicinity of Gray Bear Forest, it stands as the largest settlement, as it is exceedingly difficult for any community to thrive near the forest without unique circumstances or substantial strength. After all, the bear populations within Gray Bear Forest do not hesitate to venture out in groups for a feast. The resilience of Rivet Town, firmly rooted on the desolate gray wilderness not far from Gray Bear Forest, is surely not without reason. The armored vehicle had already communicated its intent via radio and smoothly entered Rivet Town. The town's walls, towering nearly 6 meters, are significantly higher than the uneven 3 to 5 meter walls of Shanai-mu. The watchtowers atop Rivet Town's walls are also double in number compared to those in Shanai-mu, with over 20 machine gun firing ports. The architectural style of Rivet Town bears resemblance to that of the Black Lamp Fortress, characterized primarily by shades of black, white, and gray. Even before entering the town, Su Huan spotted a large chimney emitting dark smoke, indicative of the local smelting factory. Indeed, Rivet Town's name was not chosen lightly. It boasts a considerable smelting facility that primarily produces iron, copper, and aluminum. Upon entering the town, Su Huan was enveloped by a palpable industrial atmosphere, with the air heavy with the acrid scent of coal used in steel production. Huolei skillfully navigated the vehicle directly towards the town center, where a rather imposing 5-story building stood. After disembarking, Zhangqing introduced it to Su Huan. Esteemed Lord Su, this is the management committee of Rivet Town. The governance here mirrors our Black Lamp Fortress, overseen by a management committee consisting of a chief commissioner, a deputy commissioner, and several administrative commissioners. Before they could enter the building, several middle-aged individuals emerged to greet them. Zhangqing, you have finally arrived. And this must be the esteemed Lord Su Huan. Sire Su, after a long and arduous journey, we have prepared a banquet for you. A few middle-aged men approached with great enthusiasm. Zhangqing, addressing the puzzled Su Huan, remarked, "These gentlemen are members of the management committee of Rivet Town. When I visited previously, I never encountered such warmth. Not only was there no banquet prepared, but I scarcely saw a soul." Zhangqing was at a loss for words. "How can you compare yourself to Sire Su?" One of the men interjected. "Please, sire, allow us to first satisfy our appetites before discussing matters of importance." Su Huan was almost swept along by their fervent hospitality into the nearby building. After a dinner that, while not ostentatious, was certainly substantial, Su Huan began to grasp the essence of these middle-aged gentlemen in Rivet Town. With a population exceeding 1,000 and a militia of 150, it was ostensibly an independent small to medium settlement on the Grey Wilderness, yet in reality, it was a vassal of the Black Lantern Gathering. Its economy primarily revolved around the extraction of iron, copper, and aluminum ores, which were smelted into metals and supplied to the Black Lantern Gathering and agricultural endeavors. The minerals were sourced from the treacherous Bear Forest, where it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to mine. What astonished Su Huan was how Rivet Town managed to extract resources so effectively from the Bear Forest. It turned out that the entire expanse of the Bear Forest was under the dominion of his mentor. More precisely, it was the territory of a creature his mentor controlled. Through this creature, his mentor could exert influence over all the bears within the forest. Hearing this from Zhangqing, the chief member of the Rivet Town Management Committee, made Su Huan and Apos' eyes twitch in disbelief. He had endeavored to elevate his mentor and Apos' stature in his mind. Yet the reality of his mentor's power and terrifying capabilities surpassed his wildest imaginings. According to Zhangqing and the indigenous residents of Rivet Town, the population of adult bears in the Bear Forest approached 20,000, not accounting for the young, infirm, or weak. Their ability to mine in the Bear Forest stemmed from the dominion of the Lord's controlled creature, which maintained order over all the bear clans. "Does Rivet Town not have a beastmaster?" Su Huan inquired, his confusion evident as he recognized the strategic significance of Rivet Town and the Bear Forest to the Black Lantern Fortress. For Black Lantern Fortress, the Bear Forest was not only a crucial source of 3 industrial metals, but also essentially part of its territory. It seemed odd that such a vital location lacked a stationed beastmaster. Fearing a misunderstanding, Zhangqing hastily clarified. Su Huan soon learned that there were currently 4 beastmasters stationed in the Bear Forest, the strongest of whom was a seasoned quasi-professional beastmaster from Black Lantern Fortress. However, none were present in Rivet Town. Instead, all 4 were merely a few kilometers away in the Bear Forest. Logically, apart from the quasi-professional beastmaster who resided in the Bear Forest, one of the remaining 3 should rotate monthly to Rivet Town. After Zhangqing and Apos' explanation, Su Huan gained a deeper understanding of Rivet Town's significance. Chapter 48, The Attempt to Subdue After Spending a Night in Rivet Town. Zhangqing and his 4 companions embarked on their return journey the following day, having successfully completed their escort mission. Their journey was devoid of peril, rendering the formidable firepower they had prepared unnecessary. Zhangqing, aware of Su Huan and Apos' intentions, inquired if he wished to set forth immediately to the Grey Bear Forest. This was imperative, as Su Huan and Apos' upcoming endeavors required coordination with a semi-professional beastmaster who was a long-term resident of the forest. This beastmaster was also one of the original 17 followers of his mentor, Zhou He. Su Huan had initially intended to proceed directly to the Grey Bear Forest upon reaching Rivet Town to commence his training. However, an unexpected gain along the way prompted him to reconsider and delay his departure. For a beastmaster, a rare and precious beast was akin to the allure of wealth, power, and status for an ordinary person. The treasure-seeking beast was, in the eyes of most beastmasters, an exceptionally rare and valuable companion. Su Huan was uncertain whether the beastmasters within the Grey Bear Forest could recognize the enigmatic nature of the treasure-seeking beast. Moreover, He could not guarantee that among these unfamiliar beastmasters, there would not be those who harbored covetous thoughts about such a perilous creature, which seemed almost mythical. Su Huan deemed it prudent to attempt to subdue the treasure-seeking beast before venturing further. After all, a beast that had already formed a bond with a beastmaster was nearly incapable of establishing another bond with a different master. Furthermore, once he formed a connection with the treasure-seeking beast, he would be able to contain it within his beastmaster and Apos' seal ring. Given that he was still a couple of 100 kilometers away from the gathering place, he felt it essential to be cautious. Even if, as Zhang Jing claimed, the others were followers of his mentor, Su Huan was unwilling to jeopardize his life to test the integrity of human nature. Ultimately, he harbored no confidence in securing a mysterious beast. If the dragon snake lizard had already matured to its full potential, boasting true top-tier combat prowess, Su Huan would have no need for such circumspection. He lamented his own inadequacy. Although to Lina and the other Tanem people, Su Huan appeared a figure of mysterious strength. He was acutely aware that he was merely a novice, stumbling along the path of becoming a beastmaster, with only the dragon snake lizard as his companion. He lacked the diverse array of beasts required to form a competent beastmaster's team, falling far short of Lina's expectations. A proficient beastmaster needs to assemble a team of companions that can both advance and retreat, balancing offense and defense, while adapting to various extreme environments. This requires at least 7 categories of beasts: offensive, defensive, control, healing, enhancement, reconnaissance, and mounts capable of traversing land, sea, and air. This constitutes the ideal configuration of a qualified beastmaster's team. Yet Su Huan possessed merely the dragon snake lizard. Even though it combined offensive and defensive capabilities and had innate healing abilities, it was at best a fusion of attack and defense, leaving him 5 types short of a complete team. The journey ahead was indeed a long and arduous one. The methods of subduing beasts and hatching beast eggs bore striking similarities. However, unlike the unborn creatures within their eggs, already hatched beasts exhibited more intricate thoughts and a greater degree of independence. Some creatures that are closer to humans are more readily tamed and bonded with than those found in the pet egg. Conversely, some exhibit a profound aversion to humans, making them exceedingly difficult for their trainers to subdue, let alone establish a psychological connection. Su Huan remained uncertain as to which category the treasure-seeking beast belonged. He could only hope that it was one of those more inclined towards human companionship. Otherwise, he simply did not possess the luxury of time. After all, his goal was to enter the Gray Bear Forest to train the dragon snake lizard, aiming to advance its growth before the upcoming 6 Lands Duel tournament. Little one, do you wish to become my companion? Su Huan murmured to the treasure-seeking beast within the iron cage. The beast, with its round, curious eyes, gazed back at him in a state of bewilderment. Su Huan chuckled softly and said, "Let us first have something to eat. We shall converse afterward." With that, he released the dragon snake lizard and commenced its feeding. The dwelling he occupied was situated on the ground floor and was quite spacious. The 3-meter-long dragon snake lizard sprawled comfortably without feeling cramped. Su Huan meticulously prepared the lizard's food before turning his attention to the treasure-seeking beast's meal. He had even procured a small iron bowl for the beast, though its size and diameter paled in comparison to the lizard's substantial steel trough. The treasure-seeking beast happily munched away, while the dragon snake lizard, witnessing this creature devouring its rightful share, found it momentarily difficult to swallow. Yet, under Su Huan's bemused gaze, it begrudgingly began to eat as well. Unfortunately, the Dragon Codex did not contain any information about the treasure-seeking beast. Had it done so, methods for taming it might have been revealed. As the 2 creatures feasted, Su Huan took the opportunity to peruse the contents of the Dragon Codex that were available to him. As anticipated, there was no mention of the treasure-seeking beast. He felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, the knowledge he currently possessed was merely a fraction of the entire codex. A novice trainer attempting to hatch and tame their first pet, having yet to establish a psychological bond, found themselves unable to harness even the most rudimentary mental powers or engage in basic telepathic communication. Thus, they were left to cultivate a bond over many years of patient effort with their young pet. In contrast, for a trainer who had successfully tamed their first pet and could initially manipulate psychic energy, the subsequent endeavor of taming another pet would allow for attempts at communication through this energy, provided the pet did not resist such interaction. Otherwise, establishing a mental connection unilaterally was impossible unless one had reached a profound mastery of psychic energy, enabling them to impose their thoughts upon the other's mental realm without prior consent. Once the 2 little creatures finished their meal, the dragon snake lizard languidly reclined by the window, basking in the gentle rays of the newly risen sun. Su Huan prepared to attempt a mental connection with the treasure-seeking beast in the cage. The concept of mental energy was enigmatic and abstract. Every living being possesses consciousness and spirit. Countless individual consciousnesses compose the vast ocean of the mind. Mental energy is the mysterious force that emanates from this ocean. To communicate with the treasure-seeking beast's spirit, Su Huan needed to reach out to its mental sea. However, when Su Huan extended a tendril of his spiritual energy, aiming to make contact with the treasure-seeking beast and Apos' psychic realm, the barrier formed by its rejection gently repelled his mental tendril. Su Huan understood that the treasure-seeking beast was momentarily resistant to his psychic communication. Yet, the intensity of this refusal was not particularly strong, indicating that the creature harbored no profound aversion towards its human master. Su Huan recognized that this level of rejection was merely a commonplace reaction. Chapter 49. The Quest for Treasure. An opportunity for subjugation. Indeed, given the limited intensity of my mental energy, subjugating a high-risk creature of an innate lineage is not a task to be accomplished in a brief span of time. Although the treasure-seeking beast no longer resists Su Huan and Apos' approach, its inherent wildness prevents it from yielding to capture, thus impeding Su Huan's ability to forge a bond. It appears alternative strategies must be considered. Su Huan is already contemplating arrangements for the beast in the event that immediate subjugation proves elusive. Concealing the treasure-seeking beast in Rivet Town? That would be imprudent. Should it be discovered by a tamer, its safety would be jeopardized. Transporting it to Grizzly Bear Forest? Equally unwise, especially with several tamers stationed there, increasing the likelihood of complications. If they were in Black Lantern Fortress, with instructors present, Su Huan is confident that no one would dare to take undue interest in him. After thorough deliberation, he has dismissed several plans, shaking his head in resignation as he struggles to devise a viable solution. He has 3 days. 3 days to attempt the subjugation of the treasure-seeking beast, during which he must also contemplate how to prudently arrange for the creature should his efforts fail. Once again, he engages in a mental struggle, yet the outcome remains unfruitful. The treasure-seeking beast, despite its seemingly foolish and timid demeanor, possesses a mental fortitude equivalent to that of other formidable creatures, making it impervious to Su Huan's attempts at a forceful breach through mental energy. The exertion of mental energy is proving to be mentally exhausting for the tamer, and Su Huan finds himself beset by a throbbing headache. Deciding on a balance of work and leisure, he ventures out to explore the industrial town of Rivet Town. As a native of Black Lantern Fortress, having received a comprehensive education, he possesses a general understanding of the surrounding settlements. Before the Lord took command of Black Lantern Fortress, this town thrived on the periphery of the Grizzly Bear Forest, frequently besieged by the bear packs, leaving its residents in dire straits. However, following the subjugation of the forest master by the Lord, the town caught his eye, and he embraced this small settlement, investing considerable resources into its development. Today, Rivet Town, embodying the industrial aesthetic of Black Lantern Fortress, has transformed into a medium-sized community boasting a population of over 1,000. Each town possesses its unique charm. While Rivet Town has adopted the architectural style of Black Lantern Fortress, it is not merely a replica. It retains distinctive characteristics that set it apart. Su Huan strides down the main street of Rivet Town, carrying a khaki military backpack containing the treasure-seeking beast. The previous cage has been discarded in favor of a robust and durable military pack from Black Lantern Fortress, originally intended for clothing and personal belongings. Su Huan deemed it prudent to adapt given that Rivet Town does not enjoy the constant presence of tamers like Nam, and thus, he cannot guarantee that no ordinary citizen would recognize the creature. Consequently, he must ensure that the treasure-seeking beast does not make a conspicuous appearance before the eyes of the townsfolk. With its level of aggression nearly non-existent, Su Huan has securely placed it within a specially crafted tactical backpack. After thoroughly confirming that the pack would withstand any attempts of escape, he finally sets out with it in tow. Before departing, Zhang Cheng had already provided Su Huan with a general overview of the town of Rivet. Rivet Town is divided into 4 distinct areas. To the east lies the residential district, commonly referred to as the East Side, while the western counterpart is the ore smelting area. The southern sector is designated for agriculture, with the power plant and water facility located at the intersection of the west and south. The northern section comprises the commercial zone, with the administrative district at its heart. At the juncture of the northern and administrative areas lies the barracks of the town and Apos' guard, housing a contingent of 150 soldiers. Su Huan resolved to first explore the commercial district. His mind was brimming with knowledge of rare materials documented in the Dragon Codex. Upon leaving Black Lamp Fortress, he had meticulously planned his itinerary, intending to test his luck for unique materials at each destination. Previously, in Shanai Mu, evening had fallen, and aside from bars and entertainment venues like the arena, most shops had closed, preventing him from seeking fortune. However, he intended to linger in Rivet Town for several days. Thus, he would not miss the opportunity to explore. The scale of Rivet Town dwarfed that of Shanai Mu. According to Zhang Cheng, the population of Rivet Town was nearly 3 times that of Shanai Mu, making such a size unsurprising. The vibrancy of the commercial district in Rivet Town far exceeded that of Shanai Mu, boasting 20 to 30 shops, including 2 bars, an inn, for restaurants, and even a small cinema, alongside various other establishments. Although referred to as the commercial district, it essentially comprised a crossroad where shops lined both sides of the intersecting streets. Shortly after arriving in the commercial area, the treasure-seeking creature, which had been quietly nestled within his khaki backpack, suddenly became agitated. Su Huan initially feared that the creature intended to escape and was prepared to summon the dragon snake lizard to subdue it once more. Intending to teach the little fellow a lesson, to his astonishment, the creature proactively sought to communicate telepathically with Su Huan, opening his mental barriers. He accepted the creature's request for communication. The treasure-seeking creature conveyed a surprising notion. It sensed the presence of treasure nearby. "Are you indicating that you perceive a treasure's aura?" Su Huan inquired. Although surprised, he maintained his composure. After all, the creature's combat prowess was nearly negligible, and its primary skill was treasure detection, making its sensitivity to such matters unsurprising. The creature nodded eagerly. A sudden idea sparked in Su Huan and Appo's mind, yet feigning disinterest, he asked, "Do you desire that treasure?" The creature affirmed with palpable eagerness, expressing its strong desire for the treasure. Su Huan, maintaining an air of indifference, conveyed, "But why should I assist you in acquiring that treasure?" The creature's response was tinged with sadness, seemingly aware that Su Huan bore no obligation to help it. Nonetheless, Su Huan added, "However, I do enjoy acts of kindness, but you must agree to one condition first." As Su Huan sensed the opportune moment had arrived, he spoke with a hint of mischief. The treasure-seeking beast, akin to a child, was immediately elated upon hearing the prospect of acquiring treasures, eagerly inquiring about the requirements. "If I assist you in obtaining the treasure, will you allow me to access your spiritual sea and establish a mental connection with you? I shall provide for you and cater to your needs, as we are now partners. Establishing a mental link for better communication seems reasonable, does it not?" Su Huan articulated his request. He refrained from directly demanding a spiritual bond, recognizing that without a foundation of mutual sentiment, such a bond could not be forged instantaneously. Moreover, even if he proposed it, the treasure-seeking beast would likely decline. However, should the creature cease to resist his mental intrusion into its spiritual sea, it would signify that a stable mental connection had been tentatively established, allowing for ongoing communication between them. Achieving this milestone would indicate that the establishment of a deeper spiritual bond was imminent. Malu, the treasure-seeking beast, evidently inexperienced in the ways of the world, was thrilled to hear that the request did not involve subjugation and readily agreed. Su Huan felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an expression of calm composure. "Now, you may reveal the location of the treasure," he inquired, adopting a tone as though he were merely aiding the creature. In truth, even if the treasure-seeking beast had declined his request, he held a profound interest in the treasure that piqued the beast's curiosity. As for the ownership of the treasure once acquired, was there any need to question? Even the treasure-seeking beast was inherently his. Chapter 50. The dust-covered treasure. Su Huan slightly opened the combat bag, just wide enough for the treasure-seeking beast to extend a small paw to indicate the direction. After following the path indicated by the beast for a short while, they arrived at their destination. Initially, Su Huan presumed that the treasure sensed by the beast might be located within a shop, amidst its wares. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the treasure-seeking beast led him to the entrance of a bar. The name of the establishment was Steel and Hormones, an exceedingly straightforward and primal title. The entrance was adorned with posters featuring 2 alluring women, promoting a New Year's Eve discount of 15% off all beverages starting from midnight. Just by looking at it, the place seemed far less respectable than the bar at your name. "Surely the treasure ISN and Appo's tea inside there, is it?" Su Huan inquired with a perplexed expression as he stood at the bar's entrance. The treasure-seeking beast inside the bag vigorously nodded, conveying a sense of certainty to Su Huan. "Well, let us venture inside then," Su Huan conceded. Despite his dwindling confidence about finding anything valuable, he decided to explore, driven by his trust in the treasure-seeking beast abilities. Upon entering, a bartender clad in a black vest and white shirt regarded Su Huan with a puzzled expression. The sight of him, donning a snug combat suit and military boots while carrying a backpack in broad daylight, was decidedly incongruous. Nevertheless, professionalism compelled the bartender to smile and ask, "Good sir, are you here for a drink? May I recommend our signature spirit, Hormone?" The young bartender's demeanor stiffened at the absurdity of a patron casually browsing a bar at such an hour. However, Su Huan's distinctly khaki military backpack and quality leather combat boots momentarily deterred any thoughts of ejecting him. With subtle gestures, the bartender signaled two nearby security personnel to refrain from acting hastily. "This fellow appears to be a stranger. Perhaps he is an outsider mercenary or has connections with the military. Let us observe his intentions first," the bartender contemplated, guided by the treasure-seeking beast. Su Huan soon discovered what the creature referred to as a treasure, a rough stone, the size of a tire, gray and uneven in texture. "Is this truly it?" Su Huan asked, incredulous. "Malu Malulu." The treasure-seeking beast exclaimed with enthusiasm, urging Su Huan to quickly remove the item. "Are you a treasure-seeking creature or merely a garbage-collecting one?" Su Huan lamented. However, before he could finish his thought, an astonishing transformation unfolded before his eyes. The once dull and irregular stone began to undulate and reshape, as if molded by an unseen hand, morphing into a smooth, square white jade stool. The bartender observed Su Huan and Apos' astonishment with amusement, akin to watching a Navi country bumpkin. Ignoring the bartender, Su Huan inwardly questioned the treasure-seeking beast. Could this possibly be a metamorphic gemstone? "Malu?" the beast replied, puzzled, indicating that it was unfamiliar with the term metamorphic gemstone. Su Huan suddenly recalled that the materials recorded in the Dragon Codex did not match the names documented in the records of Black Lantern Fortress, let alone the treasure-hunting beast. He promptly shared with the treasure-hunting beast the information and characteristics regarding the transfigured color stone as described in the Dragon Codex, along with an image depicting the original appearance of the treasure-hunting stone. It was a stone of peculiar shape, seemingly assembled from various forms of colored stones, marked with numerous distinct patterns. Before long, the treasure-hunting beast conveyed a definitive thought, affirming that what Su Huan described resonated with the properties of the treasure. "Indeed, it is you. The transfigured color stone." Su Huan and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. The transfigured color stone was a primary material essential for a formidable dragon species and Apos' transformation. As chronicled in the Dragon Codex, he never anticipated coming across such an incredibly coveted item. "Thank you, treasure-hunting beast. Truly a mysterious entity." He cast a glance at the treasure-hunting beast, expressing his approval, while completely disregarding the bartender beside him. "Hey, kid, why are you standing there in a daze? Are you a customer or just causing trouble?" The bartender, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Su Huan's indifference, spoke rather bluntly. "What did you say?" Su Huan dismissed him with a wave. "Who cares? Just a passerby." "What? You intend to buy this scenic stone?" The bartender and Apos' face displayed a look of disbelief, as if he were gazing at a fool. Indeed, this stone was unearthed by his boss from a wilderness ruin, yet it was utterly useless, which was why it was merely displayed as a decorative piece in the shop. Subsequently, the boss had disregarded the odd stone that had caused him embarrassment before the esteemed master Tamer. "Make an offer," Su Huan asserted once more. "Do you truly wish to purchase it?" The bartender was genuinely astonished now, pondering if this fellow was indeed a simpleton. However, he held no doubt regarding the stone's worth, especially since even the knowledgeable master Tamer had merely deemed it worthless. Su Huan nodded. The young bartender scrutinized him multiple times, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Why are you looking around? Afraid I can Apos, afford it?" Su Huan replied impatiently. 10,000. You can take this stone for 10,000 steel coins," the bartender declared, his mind made up. After all, the boss had lost interest in this useless stone, and selling it to keep a share for himself while concocting a plausible excuse later seemed feasible. "Fine." Su Huan promptly opened a small pocket on the side of his combat bag and retrieved 4 gleaming gold coins. The bartender swallowed hard as he witnessed Su Huan produce 4 shimmering gold coins from his bag. The 2 burly security guards leaning against the bar and the door exchanged subtle glances, their eyes glinting with latent menace. It appeared that there were plenty of gold coins in that bag. The 3 men simultaneously felt a surge of temptation. However, Su Huan's next words dispelled their thoughts. I can pay you the full amount, but you must ensure it is delivered to the administrative committee building. The three exchanged silent glances, communicating wordlessly for a moment. Their expressions clearly indicated their intentions. Does this fellow have connections with the management committee? Never mind, he is probably a tough adversary, not easy to handle. The two of us will accompany him, and if he resorts to deceit or bluster, we shall assess the situation and act accordingly. Ultimately, the bartender feigned a reluctant expression, conceding for the sake of the 4 gold coins. Very well. Su Huan handed the 4 gold coins to the bartender, and 2 burly men, carrying the deformed gemstone, followed him closely to the management committee building. Presently, Su Huan resides in the guest accommodations of the management committee building. As they approached the entrance, the 2 armed guards on duty did not impede their entry. Rather, they greeted Su Huan with obsequious bows. The 2 companions were taken aback, and their last lingering doubts dissipated entirely. Chapter 51. The second beast Tamer and the treasure-seeking beast the metamorphic stone lay in the living room of the guest quarters. While 2 previously malevolent bar thugs had departed in an uncharacteristically subdued manner. In truth, Su Huan had long discerned the ill intentions harbored by the bartender and the 2 henchmen. However, he deemed it unnecessary to take action against such insignificant characters, provided they did not act on their nefarious thoughts. After all, Maodai Town was one of the principal vassals of the Black Lantern Fortress. As a disciple of the fortress and Amp, Apos, master, even if he lacked the strength to augment its influence, he could at least refrain from sowing discord among its subordinate factions. The treasure-seeking beast was eager to leap from the combat pack and pounce upon the metamorphic stone, yet it was halted by Su Huan. Little one, do you not recall something? He firmly said, restraining the creature's incessantly bobbing head. The beast, with an air of confusion, pondered what it might have forgotten. Chuckling softly, Su Huan abandoned any hope of the creature recalling, instead extending his mental energy to forge a mental connection. As his mental tendril approached the treasure-seeking beast's mental sea, it encountered only a slight resistance from a psychic barrier. Under Su Huan's piercing gaze, imbued with an aura of intimidation, the beast relinquished the barrier, allowing his mental tendril to successfully make contact with its mental sea. Little one? Su Huan inquired. Malu. The beast responded, its spirit brightening. This time, it was not the treasure-seeking beast initiating the mental communion. Rather, it was Su Huan establishing the connection. This distinction bore significant implications, indicating that the beast no longer resisted Su Huan and Amp, Apos, mental communication. Maintaining this connection would establish a stable channel of mental linkage, paving the way for a deeper bond. Having successfully entered the treasure-seeking beast's mental sea, Su Huan utilized a unique sealing technique taught by his mentor to inscribe a mental mark upon the mental sea. In an instant, the mark was engulfed by the surging waves of the mental sea, merging completely with it. Su Huan exhaled in relief once the mental mark was inscribed. Even if the beast attempted to forcibly erase it, such an endeavor would not be accomplished swiftly. Furthermore, the tamer could track the beast through this mental imprint. No matter where it ventured, as long as it remained within the limits of his mental perception, he would be able to find it. Thus, he no longer feared losing the creature. With newfound assurance, he released the eagerly anticipating treasure-seeking beast from the pack. The moment it emerged, the little creature sprang towards the metamorphic stone, prostrating itself atop it, utterly motionless, with an expression of unbridled desire, its tongue flicking out incessantly in eager anticipation. Su Huan regarded the creature's possessive stance over the stone with indifference. After all, by the time he intended to utilize the metamorphic stone, he would have already established a bond with the beast, rendering it unable to stir any significant trouble. For now, he would allow it to indulge in its whims. 2 days later, on a training ground, a brown creature, over 3 meters in length and covered in scales, relentlessly pursued a diminutive golden figure, snapping at it with voracious intent. Amidst the creature's ferocious roars, the small figure emitted cries of terror. A young lad of unremarkable appearance stood at the edge of the training ground, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. This was Su Huan, engaged in training the treasure beast and the dragon serpent lizard. It had been 2 days since he left a mental imprint on the treasure beast's mind sea, and just a day prior, he had successfully established an unbreakable mental connection with it. The completion of his bond with the treasure beast was drawing near, a pace that, while astonishingly rapid, was not entirely uncommon. In the process of taming beasts, 2 scenarios often allowed for swift submission. One was when a master of immense power subdued a creature of significantly inferior rank, and the other was when the creature willingly desired to be tamed. The treasure beast clearly belonged to the latter category, since it had learned to communicate mentally. The bond between Su Huan and the little creature had intensified dramatically. This fledgling, still in its early developmental stage and newly separated from its parents, embarked on a treasure-seeking journey. Su Huan, with his vast experience and knowledge, had effortlessly convinced the young beast of the wondrous adventures that awaited, such as uncovering treasures in hidden realms and ancient relics, leading it to regard him as an angel. To further nurture the young creature's reliance on him, Su Huan cleverly framed their training sessions as exercises to enhance the treasure beast and Appos' speed. Each day, he dedicated time in the training yard behind the committee building, allowing the dragon serpent lizard to challenge the treasure beast. Just when the creature seemed overwhelmed and despondent, Su Huan would intervene, posing as its savior and rescuing it from the clutches of the dragon serpent lizard. This act of heroism only deepened the beast's trust and gratitude towards him. Observing the familiar scene, Su Huan smiled and mused, "What a delightful moment." Yet, within, he thought, this little one is truly easy to persuade. The treasure beast had been pursued for over an hour, nearing its physical limits, panting heavily. The moment was ripe. Watching as the creature narrowly escaped the clutches of the dragon serpent lizard, Su Huan noted that it was perilously close to capture. As anticipated, within minutes, the treasure beast was pinned to the ground by the dragon serpent lizard's mighty paw. Su Huan rushed onto the field, feigning indignation as he exclaimed, "Dragon serpent lizard, release the treasure beast at once. Must you bully it again? Can you not be gentler?" The dragon serpent lizard huffed in mock displeasure but reluctantly relinquished its grip, allowing the treasure beast to escape. With the arrival of its angel, the treasure beast leaped into Su Huan and Appos' embrace, chattering incessantly for comfort before he could even approach. Cradling the plump little creature in his arms, Su Huan gently patted its head, soothing it. He felt the invisible thread that symbolized their mental bond growing increasingly solid, and his heart swelled with joy. Soon, the bond will be established. Between him and the dragon snake lizard, there existed a distinctly visible thread of connection, formed through the bond of telepathy, symbolizing the unbreakable partnership between a beast master and their beloved companion. At this moment, however, the bond with the treasure-seeking beast appeared somewhat tenuous and not yet fully developed. Despite tomorrow marking the final day of Su Huan's planned stay in Rivet Town, the last step in establishing this bond, allowing the beast to lower its mental barriers and facilitating a connection, was a gradual process that could not be rushed. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was evening. The treasure-seeking beast had once again endured relentless torment from the dragon snake lizard. Yet its remarkable recuperative abilities meant that a simple application of medicine and a night's rest would restore it fully. As Su Huan discreetly communicated for the dragon snake lizard to cease its torment, he stepped forward to embrace the exhausted treasure-seeking beast. To his surprise, the creature suddenly raised its plump face and licked his right cheek with its tongue. Initially taken aback, Su Huan was then overwhelmed with joy. That once elusive and intangible thread of connection, which had been perceptible only through his mental vision, solidified entirely. The treasure-seeking beast had truly become his. Even if other beast masters attempted to seize the treasure-seeking beast, they could not sever this bond, even in the event of Su Huan's demise. The connection forged with the treasure-seeking beast would render it nearly impossible for the creature to bond with another master. This was an unyielding law among beast masters. Chapter 52. Arrival in the jungle amidst the dense, untamed wilderness. A military green off-road vehicle navigated the rugged terrain. Along the journey, both ferocious beasts and perilous species kept their distance, retreating several dozen meters away as if this ordinary military jeep were a formidable predator. Upon reaching a narrow river approximately 17 or 18 meters wide, the jeep came to a halt. The middle-aged soldier in the passenger seat respectfully addressed the young man in the back, "My Lord Su. Crossing this river signifies leaving the outskirts of the grizzly bear forest and entering the inner region. However, the shallow parts of the river are 3 to 4 meters deep, while the deeper areas reach 7 to 8 meters. Our vehicle cannot traverse it. If we take the detour along the usual route for mining vehicles, it will add considerable distance. There is a footbridge not far off, suitable only for pedestrians. What shall we do? Take the detour or proceed on foot?" After speaking, the soldier, with a robust demeanor, looked inquiringly at Su Huan. "Let us proceed on foot." Su Huan, who was preoccupied with nurturing a bond with his treasure-hunting beast, replied without hesitation, "Then I shall trouble you. We will first conceal the vehicle nearby," the soldier responded. "Being without a vehicle is no concern for me." "You need not worry," Su Huan said with a smile, noticing the soldier's apprehensive demeanor. Subsequently, the driver, guided by the soldier in the passenger seat, maneuvered the jeep into a thicket of lush underbrush. "Is this where we stop?" Su Huan inquired, somewhat puzzled after disembarking. The thicket where they parked was littered with traces of wild animal droppings and footprints, indicating a frequent presence of wildlife. Shouldn't they have parked in a more concealed area with fewer signs of animal activity? The middle-aged soldier explained, "My Lord Su. Vehicles departing from Miaoding Town are infused with the scent of bears overnight before entering the grizzly bear forest. This scent can linger for more than 3 days. Even in heavy rain, bears reign supreme in this jungle, and ordinary beasts, as well as dangerous creatures, will keep their distance upon detecting the bear scent." Understanding dawned upon Su Huan, and he nodded in realization. It was no wonder they had traversed safely thus far. The potent aroma in the vehicle was indeed that of bears. 2 soldiers retrieved camouflage tarps from the trunk and draped them over the jeep, utilizing an entrenching tool to hack away at the underbrush and gather branches to create a rudimentary disguise for the vehicle. "That should suffice. My Lord Su. We are ready to depart. There is an engineer's bridge over there," the middle-aged soldier said, packing up their belongings and pointing in a direction with a smile. Before leaving, he produced a small glass vial resembling a perfume bottle and sprayed a peculiar fragrance on each of the 3 men. "This is a concoction infused with the scent of bears, effective in repelling wild beasts and hazardous creatures." Su Huan sniffed the scent that assaulted his nostrils and felt speechless. "Is this what one calls perfume? It resembles foul water more closely." Nevertheless, in the perilous grizzly bear forest, this substance represented safety, and for that reason, it was essential to apply it. Each of the 3 men shouldered a large backpack and set off. 2 robust soldiers carried backpacks weighing at least 100 pounds, whereas Su Huan's burden was around 70 to 80 pounds, predominantly filled with provisions for the dragon snake lizards and treasure-hunting beasts. The middle-aged soldier led the way, with the younger soldier trailing closely behind Su Huan, who found himself nestled between the 2, subtly shielded by their presence. Before long, they arrived at a wooden bridge, constructed as a military engineering solution for those with special missions in Nayland Town, enabling swift passage across the river into the depths of the gray bear forest. As the middle-aged soldier began his explanation, he stepped onto the sturdy structure of the bridge. After traversing over 10 meters, the group reached the opposite bank. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from nearby, accompanied by the ominous sound of branches snapping in the dense underbrush. The heavy thud of approaching footsteps reverberated through the air. Su Huan's expression turned grave as he instinctively contemplated summoning the dragon snake lizard for defense. However, the middle-aged soldier intervened, saying, "Lord Su, please be calm. The forest's apex predator, the bear, is nearing us. We possess a scent repellent for bears. It will not attack recklessly. If you summon a dangerous creature, it may perceive a threat and choose to assault us." Upon hearing this, Su Huan reluctantly abandoned his intention to summon the dragon snake lizard. It was not merely that summoning it would not guarantee their safety. While the lizard might protect him, the 2 ordinary soldiers stood little chance against a bear and Appos' assault. Their assault rifles, while perhaps intimidating to ordinary beasts or lesser threats, would barely suffice against a bear. Moreover, bears seldom appeared alone. The bear, an evolved form of ordinary bears, wielded both beastly and malevolent energies, and was a rare Dominion-type danger creature, possessing the elusive Dominion energy. Although Dominion creatures are not as rare as those of the mystical category, they are still sufficiently uncommon. Creatures with Dominion attributes often possess the innate ability to command numerous subordinates, and bears are no exception. Each bear is typically accompanied by several adult bears, whose threat level is comparable to that of mature secondary danger species. Soon, a massive brown figure barreled through the forest, snapping a tree thick enough for a person to embrace, crashing toward the riverbank with the force of an armored vehicle. The middle-aged soldier and Appos' eyes twitched upon seeing the unexpected guest, a brown bear. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, he sheathed his rifle, refraining from any aggressive actions toward the formidable creature before them, instead standing motionless and harmless. Su Huan mirrored his stance, having already recalled the treasure-hunting beast into his summoning space, mindful to avoid any distractions that could compromise their safety. However, his spiritual energy remained entwined with the summoning ring, ever poised to call forth dragons, serpents, and lizards. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at an unexpected visitor not far away, a colossal brown bear, measuring a staggering 5 meters in length and appearing significantly heavier than the military jeep that had previously carried the 3 of them. Fortunately, upon bursting forth from the thicket, the imposing creature sniffed the air with a curious expression, revealing no intent to attack. Thud, thud, thud. Before the trio could exhale in relief, Unusual sounds echoed once more from the depths of the forest. Following this, a dozen adult brown bears emerged, each slightly smaller than the first, but still measuring around 3 meters in length and weighing no less than a ton. They approached, roaring at Su Huan and his companions, quickly encircling them. Yet, the lead bear did not issue a command for an assault, and the group of bears displayed no signs of aggression. The middle-aged soldier wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief, declaring, "At last, we are safe." Such occurrences were rare. This particular bear seemed to have evolved later rather than having grown from a cub, rendering it unfamiliar with the scent of bear pheromones. Typically, ordinary bears would avoid this scent from a distance. The soldier explained this to Su Huan, who nodded in understanding. The group then resumed their journey. Chapter 53, The Secret Base of Gray Bear Woods. After more than an hour of trekking away from the riverbank, the group arrived at an ancient forest composed of towering trees. The shortest of these ancient giants exceeded the height of the nearly 20-meter-tall smokestack in Rivet Town by a significant margin, making those within feel exceedingly diminutive. The colossal canopies of the ancient trees obscured the midday sun, casting the forest into an eerie gloom. Beneath these great trees, a profusion of ferns, shrubs, and fungi flourished in the shadow, creating a dense undergrowth. Not long after entering the ancient woodlands, the group encountered several waves of bears, which passed by them without any sign of aggression, just as the middle-aged soldier had described. The bears, upon catching a whiff of the trio and Appo's scent, ignored them entirely. The three continued on, their hearts racing, until they spotted, in the distance, a human structure made entirely of reinforced concrete, a stark contrast against the towering trees. Standing proudly beneath a tree that must have been nearly 100 meters tall, this modern edifice, devoid of walls, appeared rather unprotected. Yet it was far grander than the observation post where Su Huan had previously been stationed, capable of housing at least 100 individuals. "Sir Su, we have arrived at our destination. This is the secret base of Gray Bear Woods. The other dignitaries are also stationed within the vicinity," the middle-aged soldier explained to Su Huan. Su Huan recognized that the dignitaries referred to were the beast tamers residing in Gray Bear Woods and the surrounding Rivet Town. From a lookout tower several hundred meters away, a dark figure leapt down from a height of nearly 10 meters. Before the figure could touch the ground, a robust, fiery silhouette swooped in, catching it with ease. The dark figure then rode the majestic creature towards Su Huan and his companions. As they approached, the dark figure dismounted gracefully from the 2-meter-tall beast. The two soldiers bowed respectfully, addressing her as Lady Ju. The figure, a woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit with a curvaceous silhouette, tossed her long hair over her shoulder and nodded slightly to the soldiers before turning her gaze to Su Huan, smiling as she said, "You must be Su Huan. I am Hei Ju, the beast tamer stationed in Gray Bear Woods. You may call me Sister Ju." With a smile, Hei Ju continued. "The fortress master has already informed us through the short-range communicator about your arrival for a month-long training session in Gray Bear Woods. We expected you to arrive sooner. It seems you have been delayed by certain matters along the way." Su Huan casually explained, "I was held up due to some issues." Hei Ju dismissed the concern lightly, turning to the two soldiers, saying, "You may return now. What about these belongings?" One soldier pointed to the large backpacks behind them, looking somewhat troubled. Hei Ju smiled faintly, reaching to touch a necklace around her slender neck, which shimmered with a subtle, enigmatic light. Immediately before them stood a colossal giant ape, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high, dwarfing even the tallest young soldier present, who was significantly shorter. This immense creature boasted silvery gray fur and bore a resemblance to a silverback gorilla. However, its arms were a stark, obsidian black, exuding an aura of unyielding strength akin to forged iron. The silverback iron-armed ape, a highly dangerous species, it had undoubtedly reached full maturity. Determining whether it had transcended the limitations of its kind was not easily discernible from its appearance. Su Huan instinctively assessed in his mind. Detailed descriptions of such perilous creatures were documented in the records at Black Lantern Fortress, and instructors in specialized training had even lectured about them. This creature was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly lifting tons of steel, making it an invaluable asset in the construction of specialized edifices. Heiyu commanded, "Silverback iron-armed ape, relocate their luggage to the base." In response, the silverback iron-armed ape nodded at Heiyu and approached the two soldiers, extending its palm, which was as large as a wash basin. The soldiers promptly removed their backpacks, and the ape skillfully hooked 2 of its fingers around each bag, lifting them with ease, as if they were mere plastic bags. Heiyu smiled at Su Huan and added, "And yours as well." Su Huan likewise removed his backpack and handed it to the silverback iron-armed ape, which then bent its third finger to grasp the third bag. The burden that weighed heavily on the three men felt almost weightless in the ape's grip. "You may leave now." Heiyu waved her hand dismissively. She then mounted the back of a fiery crimson beast beside her, patting its head affectionately before turning to Su Huan and inquired, "It's quite a distance to the base. Would you like to ride my Qian tiger?" "No need, Jejiu." Su Huan politely declined with a smile. "I shall ride the dragon snake lizard instead." This was an opportunity to further develop the riding attributes of the dragon snake lizard. As Su Huan summoned the creature, a flicker of admiration and a subtle hint of envy crossed Heiyu's eyes. Even she had yet to tame a top-tier dangerous species. While this young man had managed to do so before her, her Qian tiger was merely at the mature stage of a special dangerous species. The dragon snake lizard standing before Su Huan was already larger than an ordinary horse. Wrapping his arms around the lizard and Apos' neck, Su Huan managed to mount its back. Though his dismounting technique paled in comparison to Heiyu's graceful proficiency, he still succeeded in climbing aboard. Heiyu observed him with a smile. Noting that he clearly lacked formal riding training, he likely had never even ridden a horse before, evident in his awkward and clumsy mounting posture, truly a novice. The silverback iron-armed ape, with its three backpacks in tow, had already sped ahead towards the base, outpacing the Qian tiger. Su Huan steadied himself on the back of the dragon snake lizard and, mimicking Heiyu, squeezed his legs to urge the creature forward. Despite the lizard and Apos' efforts to minimize the jostling for its rider, maintaining balance proved a challenge for Su Huan, who nearly lost his grip several times in an embarrassing display. Fortunately, the distance of several hundred meters was negligible for the swift dragon snake lizard, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the base. Su Huan let out a sigh of relief as he dismounted from the back of the dragon snake lizard. Almost simultaneously, Heiju landed in front of the base. Suppressing laughter as she exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Welcome to the Gray Bear Forest base." She took 2 steps forward and clapped her hands against the large door, producing a resounding echo. "Open the door." Before long, a rather languid voice emerged from within. "I say, Ju, can't you be a bit gentler this time? You're nearly going to dismantle the iron gate." As the door swung open, a disheveled young man with hair resembling a bird's nest and an air of despondency appeared. "Ju, can you not at least bring a key next time? I'm so busy and still have to open the door for you." "Bring a key? When have I ever jumped up here with one? This time I simply brought my little brother Su Huan with me. Otherwise, would I even need you to open the door?" "Busy? Busy hibernating, are we? You dare to sneak off to the base for some leisure while you're supposed to be on duty at Rivet Town? Do you want me to tell Chief Su about your little escapade?" Heiju retorted with a mischievous glint. The young man with the messy hair chuckled awkwardly. Adopting a sycophantic tone, it was a slip of the tongue. "I'm more than happy to open the door for you, Ju. Now that's more like it." Heiju's expression softened. Su Huan silently observed the exchange between the two. One never carried a key and relied solely on jumping to enter, while the other, who was supposed to be guarding Rivet Town, had chosen to escape to the Gray Bear Forest base for a nap. Chapter 54. Observations currently in the Gray Bear Forest. Only I and that fellow Shui remain at the base. Initially, there were a few soldiers engaged in miscellaneous tasks, but they could not endure the oppressive, sunless conditions of the Gray Bear Forest and subsequently requested transfers. The responsibilities for these chores have now fallen to our respective tamed beasts. The base supervisor, Master Su Huan, the chief tamer of both the Gray Bear Forest and Rivet Town, has been tracking a dangerous creature in the wild gray wilderness and departed several days ago. Another tamer, Linjin, was initially at the base awaiting your arrival, intending to guide you through some specialized training. However, upon learning of your delayed arrival, he commenced the training on his own. As Haiju guided Su Huan on a tour of the base, she provided insights, while the silver-backed iron-armed gibbon trailed closely behind with 3 large backpacks in tow. Shueyu, the young tamer with a disheveled appearance, was supposed to oversee Rivet Town this month, but overwhelmed by the responsibilities, he sought refuge at the Gray Bear Forest base when he heard Master Su Huan had left for an expedition, especially since there had been little combat in Rivet Town lately. You should be unaware of the specific content of the specialized training in the Gray Bear Forest before your arrival, Hydra remarked with a smile. It is customary that new tamers from the Black Lantern Fortress are only informed of the details upon reaching the Gray Bear Forest base. After Haiju opened the door for him, Shueyu stealthily retreated to his room for a nap. According to Haiju, despite his apparent laziness, Shueyu practiced a rather unique mental refinement technique, maintaining a thread of clarity in dreams that enhances the effectiveness of his training. Thus, while he may seem lethargic and dispirited, his abilities are commendable. It is no surprise that he has been entrusted with significant responsibilities as one of the 4 resident tamers in the Grey Bear Forest. The task of guarding the Grey Bear Forest demands greater strength and overall competence from tamers than the duties associated with the 4 major defensive lines in the Black Lantern gathering place. Moreover, Chief Tamer Su Huan ranks among the top 5 of the 17 followers of the Fortress Lord and is considered one of the top 10 experts within the entire Black Lantern Fortress. What benefits are there? Su Huan inquired, intrigued. His teacher seemed confident that his dragon snake lizard would significantly enhance its strength after undergoing specialized training in the Grey Bear Forest, and he was eager to understand the source of this confidence. Have you ever heard of energy fruits? Haiju inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Huan felt a glimmer of realization and inwardly rejoiced, though he feigned ignorance and asked, "Are you implying that there are energy fruits in the Grey Bear Forest?" Indeed, the Grey Bear Forest is abundant in bear power fruits, which are a stable source of energy fruits that we, the Black Lantern Fortress, have mastered. They are highly beneficial for beasts of the malevolent, beast, and strength categories, Haiju explained. Lin Jun has just tamed a gray bear cub with the lineage of a gray bear king, which is why he is eager to obtain bear power fruits to nurture his new companion. Su Huan, puzzled, asked, "Is it the lineage of the Grey Bear Forest Master?" He had previously heard that the Grey Bear Forest was the territory of one of his teacher and Appos, as tamed beasts, but he was unaware of the species or rank of that beast. Heiyu let out a light laugh and shook her head, saying, "The master of the Grey Bear Forest is a creature of a lower innate racial level, a terrifying being that has been cultivated to a higher level of terror by Lord Fortress, specifically the leader of the bear-like creatures known as the Xiongpi. Even possessing merely a quarter of its bloodline would endow one with at least the potential of a top-tier dangerous species, potentially even reaching the realm of a super dangerous species. Unfortunately, Lin Jun does not possess such fortune. He has only tamed a gray bear with half the bloodline of a top-tier dangerous Xiongpi, which grants it merely the potential of a special dangerous species, born from a male and a female Xiongpi leader. The Xiongpi leader? I have only heard of 3 types of Xiongpi. I have never encountered a leader of the Xiongpi. Is this an evolved form of the 3 types?" Su Huan, fully utilizing the virtue of asking questions out of ignorance, inquired further. Heiyu showed no signs of impatience and answered every question with care, explaining, "Indeed. The leader of the Xiongpi in the Grey Bear Forest is an evolved race of the Xiongpi. Like ordinary Xiongpi, they are divided into 3 major groups: gray bears, brown bears, and black bears. Only the master of the entire Grey Bear Forest, the Xiongpi leader, can command all species of bears without distinction." Upon hearing this, Su Huan understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Then how can one obtain the bear power fruit? Su Huan once again broached the topic that concerned him most. Heiyu chuckled heartily, replying, "Finally you ask. I thought you were indifferent. The bear power fruit is one of the most effective energy fruits that we at the Black Lantern Fortress currently have stable access to. Particularly effective for mid-tier and high-tier dangerous species that have yet to reach maturity. Obtaining it is neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. This jungle is the territory of the Xiongpi leader under Lord Fortress. Any non-affiliated tamer who dares to pilfer energy fruits will undoubtedly face the wrath of the entire bear populace in this forest, as well as attacks from our guarding tamers. However, our tamers can engage in combat with the indigenous creatures of the Grey Bear Forest using the tokens of the Xiongpi leader to acquire the bear power fruit through battle." Combat? Su Huan expressed his confusion. He had heard of energy fruits before. They were exceedingly rare compared to even the most unusual materials. Ordinary fruits manifest in tangible forms, whereas energy fruits exist in a remarkable state that lies between solid and energy. For dangerous species that inherently manipulate energy, these fruits are treasures. Different types of energy fruits enhance various attributes of dangerous species or improve mastery over certain energies. The rarity of energy fruits stems not only from the scarcity of the trees that bear them, but also from a major reason: once harvested, the energy of the fruits inevitably dissipates unless preserved through exceptionally specialized techniques. However, such preservation methods typically apply only to specific types of energy fruits, and it is rare for one technique to be suitable for multiple kinds. Evidently, the Black Lantern Fortress has yet to acquire the appropriate preservation techniques for the bear power fruit, which explains why Su Huan had never encountered such a wondrous fruit within the fortress. As Haiju instructed the silver-backed gibbon to place Su Huan and Appos as belongings into a room on the 2nd floor of the base, she remarked with a smile. The bear power fruit can enhance the strength, stamina, and endurance of perilous creatures, which is quite rare among energy fruits. Even the indigenous bears of the gray bear forest find these fruits insufficient for their own consumption, often engaging in fierce battles over a mere few. All the bear power fruit trees in the gray bear forest are claimed by these bears. However, with the token from the leader of the bears, you may challenge the owner of a specific bear power fruit tree. With the token in hand, refusal is unlikely, and upon victory, one may obtain a bear power fruit. After a brief pause, Haiju added, nevertheless, such challenges do have certain limitations. Chapter 55, The First Battle in the Primeval Jungle, where towering ancient trees abound. The dragon snake lizard found itself in a tense standoff with a formidable gray bear. This bear, though smaller than the 5-meter-long, 3-ton creature that Su Huan had encountered upon entering the forest, was still a colossal beast. With bared teeth, it glared at the relatively diminutive dragon snake lizard. Its fierce demeanor unmistakable. Standing at a mere 3 meters and 4 centimeters, the dragon snake lizard appeared quite petite in comparison, provoking the gray bear and Apos' ire. A day had passed since Su Huan and Apos' entry into the gray bear forest. He had gathered insights regarding the region and Apos' circumstances, rules, and various restrictions from Haiju. This morning, after receiving a token of the forest's master from Haiju, Su Huan embarked on his journey of training within the gray bear territory. He stood alongside a robust young man clad in a camouflage cloak, perched upon the crown of an ancient tree, observing the unfolding confrontation. The brawny youth chuckled as he remarked, "It seems this gray bear is on the verge of accepting the challenge. If the dragon snake lizard can prevail, a 30-year-old bear power fruit will be within reach." Su Huan, grinning in response, added, "I doubt it will be so simple." Finding an opponent of comparable strength is no easy feat, Haiju had previously stated. Each bear will only entertain challenges from opponents they perceive to be weaker. If they deem an adversary too powerful, even with a token in hand, they may refuse the challenge, potentially viewing the challenger as a predator or invader, rallying their companions to assault the intruder. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to select an opponent whose strength aligns closely with one's own. Earlier that morning, Haiju had entrusted Su Huan with a steel token, which now hung around the dragon snake lizard's neck. This token contained the essence of the bear leader, making it exceedingly difficult to counterfeit. With the leader's essence present, bears were more inclined to accept challenges from those they perceived as weaker, thus preserving the dignity of their kind before their leader. The robust youth beside Su Huan was Linjin, as mentioned by Haiju. Today, Su Huan was under Linjin and Apos' guidance for his training. However, the process proved to be more arduous than Su Huan had anticipated. Locating a bear of similar strength to the gray bear, yet slightly weaker, that would accept the dragon snake lizard's challenge was a daunting task. Moreover, this bear needed to possess some standing within the gray bear forest to claim a bear power fruit tree. These 3 prerequisites made finding a suitable bear quite challenging. Given the abundance of bear power fruit trees in the gray bear forest, the individual strength of the bears was significantly greater than that of ordinary bears in the wilderness. Any bear occupying a bear power fruit tree, regardless of its strength, would not be overly weak. At the very least, it would be close to a mid-tier dangerous species, unlikely to be inferior to the fully mature red-scale beast that Luo Cheng took pride in. Among them, there are even complete and high-risk species of formidable bears. Although Su Huan had utmost confidence in the dragon serpent lizard, he was acutely aware that it still fell short of matching such powerful adversaries, making victory seem improbable. However, Su Huan understood that one must take things step by step. He did not expect the dragon serpent lizard to triumph in its inaugural battle today and procure a bear power fruit. If such fruits were readily available, the entire gray bear forest would have been stripped bare by the Tamers from Black Lantern Fortress, leaving no opportunity for him. According to Lin Jun, he had spent yesterday battling deep within the forest with the newly tamed gray bear, which possessed the potential of a high-risk species, yet was unable to secure even a single bear power fruit after an entire day of combat. This endeavor required patience, with more battle encounters. It was only natural to secure a victory here and there. This was not solely due to Lin Jun's gray bear being merely at the late growth stage, possessing slightly inferior strength compared to the dragon serpent lizard. The gray bear, now facing off against the dragon serpent lizard, was the result of Lin Jun's diligent search throughout the forest alongside Su Huan, yielding a fruitful morning of efforts. Just as Su Huan and Lin Jun engaged in brief conversation, the confrontation between the dragon serpent lizard and the gray bear escalated into combat. The gray bear let out a thunderous roar, attempting to intimidate its opponent with its bear might. Yet, the dragon serpent lizard, being a top-tier dragon species, inherently wielded dragon might and exhibited considerable resistance to various forms of pressure. Moreover, it had long been subjected to the terror of other formidable creatures. Following Su Huan's directives, the dragon serpent lizard refrained from unleashing its dragon might at the onset of battle, so as not to deter its challenger from accepting the confrontation. Amidst the deafening roars of the gray bear, the dragon serpent lizard remained steadfast, almost resembling a granite monolith, even revealing its sharp teeth in a display that seemed to mock the bear's futile attempts at intimidation. Infuriated by this perceived slight, the gray bear could no longer contain its wrath and charged at the dragon serpent lizard. From a nearby tree canopy, Su Huan observed the scene with a grin, remarking on the dragon serpent lizard's unexpected talent for provocation. He turned to Lin Jin, perched on another branch, and inquired, "Does this mean the gray bear has accepted the challenge?" Lin Jin replied with a chuckle, "Indeed." The two once again focused their attention on the unfolding battle. Despite the gray bear and amp, Apos, size and weight being somewhat inferior to that of an armored vehicle, its combination with the bear roar created a momentum that was more imposing. The dragon serpent lizard stood undaunted, channeling its dragon energy to enhance its strength and directly confront its opponent. The gray bear, refusing to be outdone, activated its own energy enhancement as it charged forward. The dragon serpent lizard had only recently entered the mid-growth stage, its strength comparable to that of a mid-tier mature species, while the gray bear had evidently reached the threshold of maturity, nearing full potential. With a resounding crash, the two beasts collided fiercely, uprooting the earth and grass beneath them. The dragon serpent lizard, known for its endurance and defense, revealed a slight disadvantage in this direct clash of strength against the gray bear, whose enhancements effectively countered the dragon lizard and amp, Apos, own boost. The dragon snake lizard was forcefully pushed back several steps by the ferocious grizzly bear. After retreating 4 or 5 paces, the lizard finally halted its backward momentum with its front claws pressed against the grizzly's massive paw. With a roar, the grizzly, realizing it could not advance, bared its jagged, sharp fangs and lunged at the dragon snake lizard. Given the bear's formidable biting strength, a successful bite would surely penetrate the lizard's scaled armor, potentially inflicting severe injury. At this moment, the dragon snake lizard could retaliate in kind, but having already sustained significant wounds, such a strategy would be detrimental to its prospects in the ongoing battle. With a fierce roar, the lizard's might surged like a tide returning after a retreat, crashing upon the unsuspecting grizzly. This psychic and spiritual dominance caused the bear to stumble, missing its bite. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon snake lizard retracted its claws to counter the bear's paw, lowering its body and striking stealthily towards the bear's head. The grizzly, eyes wide with surprise, though shaken by the lizard's imposing presence, relied on its vast combat experience to evade the blow, causing the lizard's claws to graze its shoulder instead. The claws, capable of rending steel, merely left 3 shallow marks on the bear's thick hide. Chapter 56. An unexpected delight. Su Huan gazed in astonishment at the gray bear, which bore merely 3 claw marks inflicted by the dragon snake lizard. Was its hide truly so impenetrable? The defensive capabilities of this creature appeared to rival those of certain mature high-level dangerous species. Su Huan was acutely aware of the lethality of the dragon snake lizard and Apos' sharp claws. Had that previous strike landed upon the armor of a military vehicle, it would have left a distinctly visible gash. Lin Jun, noticing Su Huan's expression of shock, chuckled and remarked, "Bears are inherently known for their formidable defenses. This gray bear and amp, Apos' resilience is likely on par with that of mature high-level dangerous species, which are not primarily defensive in nature. The injury inflicted by the dragon snake lizard is indeed significant." Su Huan nodded slightly and looked again. He observed that the gray bear, now wounded, had become even more enraged. Yet, it refrained from the reckless charge it had previously attempted. For the memory of the dragon might's nearly paralyzing force lingered vividly in its mind. The dragon snake lizard, low to the ground, and sensing the lack of immediate aggression from its opponent, hesitated to launch an attack. Fully aware that its previous use of dragon might had momentarily caught the bear off guard, it recognized that employing the same tactic again would likely meet with caution from the bear, making success more elusive. After several breaths of tense standoff, the gray bear and Apos' shoulder wound had begun to scab and staunch the bleeding thanks to its robust physique and remarkable self-healing abilities. With a slight movement of its injured shoulder, the bear could no longer contain its fury. It bared its massive jaws, revealing its menacing fangs, and roared forth like an armored vehicle with the accelerator fully pressed. Though the bear's roar was not particularly effective against the dragon snake lizard, it served to counteract a significant portion of the pressure exerted by the dragon might. The combination of the bear and amp, Apos, S roar and its fierce presence rendered the dragon might ineffective. Faced with the frenzied charge of the gray bear, the dragon snake lizard dared not withstand the onslaught. The previous clash had already demonstrated the stark disparity in strength and mass between the two creatures. In this moment of rage, the gray bear unleashed its bear fury technique, significantly amplifying both its ferocity and destructive potential, leaving the dragon snake lizard feeling overwhelmed. With the enhancement of bear fury, the gray bear surged forward with over half again its usual speed, barreling directly toward the dragon snake lizard. In a desperate maneuver, the dragon snake lizard darted to the side, seeking refuge behind an ancient tree, the trunk of which was thick enough to require several people to encircle it. In a bid to avoid a futile charge, the gray bear hastily adjusted its trajectory. Upon seeing this, the dragon snake lizard propelled itself away, twisting its rear and flicking its tail to swiftly conceal itself behind the massive trunk. The less agile gray bear, however, could not recalibrate its course in time, resulting in a resounding crash against the ancient tree. The tree, as robust as a house, trembled violently from the impact, and leaves cascaded down like confetti. A deep, fist-sized dent marred the tree's trunk where the bear had collided. Stunned by the force of the impact, the gray bear glared with unyielding malice at the dragon snake lizard lurking behind the tree. It hastily attempted to rise and retaliate. Yet, the dragon snake lizard was not one to be merely a passive recipient of blows. With a sudden opening of its jaws, it unleashed a barrage of malevolent energy projectiles, akin to a machine gun, directed at the bear's recently scabbed shoulder. The dragon snake lizard timed its movements with impeccable precision, while the grizzly bear had just managed to rise and establish its footing, unable to evade in time and forced to desperately turn its shoulder. Several malevolent projectiles struck forcefully against the bear's side, scorching the fur on its broad back. Although the barrage failed to breach its defenses, the pain was akin to being seared by electricity, causing the bear to howl in agony, its fury escalating. With a powerful thrust of its robust hind legs, it propelled itself off the ground, scattering tufts of grass. Utilizing the momentum, the bear circled around the ancient tree, charging at the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard quickly dodged, yet the bear and Apos' speed unexpectedly surged during the pursuit, growing increasingly faster until it approached the lizard with astonishing swiftness. Lin Jun and Amp, Apos' expression turned grave, frenzied assault. Su Huan and Amp, Apos' demeanor also grew slightly tense. Frenzied assault was a speed-enhancing ability of beast-type creatures, significantly amplifying their velocity, commonly employed by many dangerous beasts during hunts and combat. Unlike the instantaneous acceleration of a surprise attack, frenzied assault gradually intensifies speed as the skill is activated. Once the brief boost of the surprise attack concluded, the dragon snake lizard would have no choice but to be overtaken and attacked by the frenzied grizzly bear. Just as the bear closed the distance to within a mere body length, seemingly on the verge of pouncing on the lizard, the dragon snake lizard astonishingly increased its speed once more. However, a towering ancient tree loomed just 10 meters ahead, its breadth extending 7 to 8 meters, making it nearly impossible for the dragon snake lizard to evade at its current velocity. A collision with the tree was imminent. The grizzly bear recognized this as well, a wicked grin spreading across its face, eyes alight with frenzied malice. "I will smash you into a pulp." The bear unleashed its frenzied assault, upgraded to a second level. Lin Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively prepared to command his pet to rescue the dragon snake lizard. Yet, Su Huan restrained him. Wait a moment. Not only does the dragon snake lizard have a backup plan, but even if it were to collide head-on, its renowned vitality and recovery abilities would prevent it from being easily dispatched. As anticipated, Lin Jun and Amp, Apos' eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the dragon snake lizard and Amp, Apos' performance. At the very instant the lizard was about to collide with the ancient tree, it executed a powerful leap, firmly gripping the trunk with its limbs, and continued to ascend. As an evolved reptilian creature, the dragon snake lizard naturally retained its innate ability to scale vertical surfaces. Meanwhile, the grizzly bear, trailing just a body length behind, could not halt its momentum and crashed violently into the ancient tree. The impact reverberated through the trunk, shaking the tree and sending leaves cascading down like rain, with several branches breaking off as well. The dragon snake lizard, perched upon the trunk, swayed precariously but managed to halt its ascent. Clinging tightly to the bark with all four limbs, ensuring it remained secure despite the tremors. Peering down at the scene below, the lizard observed the unfortunate grizzly bear. Now crumpled on the ground from the immense force of the impact, dazed and foaming at the mouth, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. The ancient towering tree, upon enduring the impact, sustained considerable injury, resulting in a deep indentation, a full person and Appos' depth, with its bark splintered and branches scattered. Witnessing this scene, the dragon snake lizard descended the trunk, its claws imbued with draconic energy, landing upon the massive head of the grizzly bear, whispering in a language only perilous creatures could comprehend. The essence of its utterance appeared to declare victory. Meanwhile, the scale-shaking creature perched upon another ancient tree gazed in astonishment, eventually exclaiming, "This truly is a foolish bear. Why have I not encountered such a sight?" Su Huan grinned, remarking, "I too did not anticipate the dragon snake lizard's triumph in its inaugural battle." Lizard spirit energy levitated its form as it gracefully descended from the tree. At present, Su Huan could only harness his mental energy to tame his beasts, unable to master the spirit energy that extended from it. Thus, he relied on Lizard and Appos' aerial companion, a blood-tailed black-crowned eagle with a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, to gently lower him from the treetop. Upon reaching the ground, Lizard promptly summoned its healing beast to tend to the grizzly bear and Appos' injuries. This was one of the challenge regulations in the grizzly forest. One must not inflict harm upon any bear group, and after the confrontation, one must heal the grizzly bear, ensuring that the battle does not jeopardize its life. Failure to comply would result in an assault from the bear group. As Su Huan currently possessed no healing beasts, he had to rely on Lizard's assistance. Lizard's healing companion was a natural type, healing lotus grass, named for its large, hat-like leaf. It could take root in the soil to absorb nutrients or withdraw its roots to traverse the ground. With each step, its branches would sway, resembling a moving shrub. The grass approached the grizzly bear, its verdant natural healing energy cascading like sunlight upon the creature. Under the influence of this natural healing energy, the wounds on the grizzly bear began to mend swiftly, and the confusion caused by the shock subsided, leading to a gradual return to consciousness. Chapter 57. A Bear and Appos' strength fruit in the stomach. Upon awakening, the gray bear was confronted with the loathsome visage of the dragon snake lizard, prompting an immediate desire to lash out. However, reason and the established rules with its master, along with the watchful presence of the fierce guardian nearby, restrained its instinctual response. The gray bear could only glare fiercely at the dragon snake lizard, its face etched with resentment. In contrast, the dragon snake lizard grinned at this defeated foe, reveling in its triumph, which only fueled the gray bear's fury further. The dragon snake lizard, with a series of vocalizations, clearly demanded the bear's strength fruit. The gray bear, with bulging eyes, glared menacingly at the dragon snake lizard, who remained unfazed. Deep down, the gray bear was extremely reluctant to part with this coveted fruit. It could have accepted defeat if it had been bested in a fair fight, but losing consciousness due to its own clumsiness was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, bound by the rules, it begrudgingly moved its hefty body, swaying as it led the dragon snake lizard deeper into the forest. The tree that bore the strength fruit was nestled in the heart of the dense woods, vigilantly guarded by its legion of gray bear subordinates, a true domain of its own. The gray bear strode ahead with an air of authority, soon arriving at a lush woodland encircled by towering ancient trees. Several robust adult gray bears stood sentinel at the entrance, while 3 smaller bears frolicked merrily in the underbrush. Upon seeing their leader approach, the stout bears displayed expressions of deference and respect. The gray bear, satisfied, let out a commanding roar and nodded approvingly at its subordinates. The earlier gloom of defeat seemed to lift slightly. With a swagger, the gray bear ventured further into the woodland, while the dragon snake lizard attempted to follow. However, the adult bears glared menacingly at it, emitting low growls to block its advance, clearly poised to pounce should it take another step. It was then that the gray bear remembered the unwelcome presence trailing behind. Turning, it growled a few warnings at the dragon snake lizard, signaling it to remain outside, for the inner sanctum was reserved solely for itself. Reluctantly, the dragon snake lizard stood outside, peering in through the gaps between the large trees. Under the watchful eyes of the stocky bears, the gray bear swaggered past the 2 towering trees, soon disappearing into the thick cover provided by the ancient giants, until it reached a small clearing. In the center stood a peculiar little tree, vibrant and lush, its leaves defying the harshness of winter. As if untouched by the climate's grasp, rising only 4 or 5 meters, it blended inconspicuously among the surrounding giants. Yet, compared to the nearby trees, which bore signs of winter and Apos, toll, it radiated vitality. Adorning the branches of this remarkable tree were a dozen crystalline fruits, glistening like exquisite treasures meticulously carved from crystal, drawing the eye irresistibly. A human-like expression of anguish crossed the gray bear's plump face as it beheld the sight. After a fierce internal struggle, I reluctantly selected a seemingly small and recently ripened shonly fruit from the treetop. After retrieving the fruit, I ambled over to the Longshi lizard and spat out a saliva-coated, gelatinous crystal fruit. The Longshi lizard displayed a look of disdain, using its claws to flick off the slimy residue before cautiously biting down on it. Amidst the comical expressions of reluctance and discomfort on the pudgy face of the bear, it crawled away. The Longshi lizard approached Su Huan, who was waiting outside, and disdainfully deposited the shonly fruit into his hands. Su Huan, holding the fruit marked with several bite impressions, turned his gaze toward Linjin, seeking guidance on its use. Upon hearing this, Su Huan instinctively intended to hand the fruit to the Longshi lizard, but it appeared momentarily dazed. Eat. Consume it? It suddenly recalled the image of the fruit just having been in the bear and Apos' mouth, coated in its foul saliva, which inexplicably made it feel a bit nauseous. Su Huan looked at the Longshi lizard with curiosity, pondering the source of its distaste for such a valuable item. After inquiring, and upon envisioning the vivid image conveyed by the Longshi lizard, he couldn't and Apos' help but shake his head and chuckle. Undeterred by the mess, he wiped the saliva off the surface of the shonly fruit with his sleeve and then offered it to the Longshi lizard. Once the fruit was ingested, there was no immediate reaction. Linjin remarked, "Follow me. What this creature needs now is a battle. Intense physical activity will enhance the absorption efficiency of the mysterious energy contained within the energy fruit." With that, he summoned a superior-grade moonshadow leopard from his spirit bond and leaped onto its back, heading toward a different section of the forest. Su Huan also climbed onto the Longshi lizard's back, swaying as he followed suit. Before long, the Longshi lizard engaged in combat with a black bear. However, this time it was not a challenge. According to the rules of the Gray Bear Forest, each individual is permitted to challenge a bear once per day to obtain shonly fruit. Even in the event of failure, one cannot challenge again. Thus, the Longshi lizard's battle was solely for the purpose of digesting the energy fruit. The black bear was merely a chance encounter. The Longshi lizard launched a malevolent energy projectile, striking the black bear's back and successfully provoking the hefty creature. In this encounter, the black bear maintained a dominant position, its massive paws striking in rapid succession, seemingly increasing in speed. It vaguely exhibited a semblance of martial technique. Linjin observed with astonishment as the black bear, which was gaining momentum and keeping the Longshi lizard on the defensive, exhibited an unexpected mastery of combat skills. After scrutinizing for a while, he confirmed, "This is a technique of combat palms. I never imagined this black bear could possess such a rare skill, and it seems to have reached level 3. Its overall strength is likely not inferior to that of a typical fully developed black bear." As the fierce battle progressed, the Longshi lizard's condition began to wane, narrowly escaping several close calls with the black bear and Apos' powerful paws. Almost there, the mysterious energy of the shonly fruit had begun to be absorbed by the Longshi lizard and Apos' body, and the process of absorption was affecting its overall state. Upon witnessing the scene, Linjin spoke up. He patted the ebony head of the Moonshadow leopard beside him and commanded, "Moonshadow leopard, conclude the battle." The Moonshadow leopard responded with a slight nod. In the blink of an eye, it leapt forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and appeared before the black bear. As the black bear swung its massive paw towards the dragon snake lizard, the leopard raised its own formidable claw, enveloped in a shimmering layer of dark, ethereal energy. With a resounding thud, it effortlessly intercepted the bear's strike. Meanwhile, the dragon snake lizard seized the opportunity to evade. Subsequently, the Moonshadow leopard emanated the overwhelming presence of a superior species, letting out a low growl that served as a warning to the black bear, dissuading it from further aggression. Although the intimidation factor of its presence was not as potent as the bear's roar, the pressure emanating from this higher species was palpable, causing beads of sweat to form on the face of the black bear. In a display of defiance, the black bear let out a couple of roars, but ultimately refrained from attacking this formidable adversary. With a reluctant turn, it slinked away. Su Huan hurried towards the visibly agitated dragon snake lizard, silently marveling at its prowess. Truly, as a mature-level dangerous species, its strength was nearly overwhelming in comparison to the mid-level dangerous species. Chapter 58. The Power of Leap Through a Mental Connection. Su Huan conveyed soothing thoughts to the restless dragon snake lizard, assuring it that the peculiar sensations in its body were merely a normal phenomenon. The anxious creature sighed in relief. Lin Jun approached Su Huan and suggested, "Let the dragon snake lizard absorb the energy from the bear power fruit here. We should wait until it has fully absorbed the energy before we depart. Otherwise, we would waste a considerable amount." Su Huan nodded in agreement. Allowing the dragon snake lizard to lie on the ground and commence its absorption of the bear power fruit's energy. Meanwhile, Lin Jun moved to the outskirts of the forest, summoning two of his tamed creatures, a fully matured and dangerously wild owl lion, comparable in size to the moonshadow leopard, and a 10-meter-long, barrel-thick, mature-level, elite-grade earthbound rock-net python. The two summoned creatures stealthily ventured into the surrounding woods, taking their positions to guard against any potential threats that might approach. "Thank you," Su Huan remarked upon witnessing this. Without sufficiently powerful tamed creatures for protection, it would be wise to seek out tree hollows, caves, or other concealed and secure locations to rest. You will become accustomed to such situations with time. However, the dragon snake lizard, lying atop a pile of dry branches and leaves, exhibited increasingly intense restlessness and discomfort. Even while lying still, its body quivered slightly, trembling in agitation. Its elongated, serpent-like eyes turned a deep crimson, veined with blood, and low, suppressed growls emanated from its mouth intermittently. Su Huan, feeling unease, gazed anxiously at the dragon snake lizard, aware that this was its first experience with energy fruits. Sensing Su Huan's apprehension, Lin Jun reassured, "Such reactions are perfectly normal. They arise from the mysterious energies of the fruit, which transform the biological makeup and even the cells at an extraordinary pace. After all, the bear power fruit is renowned for its powerful effects among energy fruits." Upon hearing this, Su Huan nodded, his anxiety alleviating slightly, though he remained tense. The two waited patiently for over an hour until the dragon snake lizard's agitation and discomfort gradually subsided. Noticing that the creature no longer trembled and the bloodshot veins in its eyes had vanished, Su Huan let out a sigh of relief. Lin Jun remarked, "It seems that the majority of the energy from the bear power fruit has been absorbed. The residual energy within the dragon snake lizard will take time to assimilate fully." Observing the dragon snake lizard's improved condition, Su Huan expressed, "I would like to train and further develop its abilities alongside you." Lin Jun chuckled, replying, "Indeed. The dragon snake lizard's abilities are yet to be fully explored. From what I gathered from its previous battles, it appears to have only mastered a secondary awakening of a single ability. To my knowledge, some low-level dangerous species with notable talents can achieve a complete form and master one or two tertiary awakenings. My newly tamed grizzly bear possesses elite-grade potential and, although it is only in the latter stages of growth, has already mastered the tertiary awakening of bear roar, along with two other distinct abilities at the secondary awakening stage." Su Huan nodded, acknowledging that the evolutionary potential of the dragon snake lizard had indeed diminished somewhat. Although a difference of 1 or 2 levels in evolutionary capability may not be the ultimate determinant of strength, it is undeniable that higher evolutionary abilities can easily overwhelm those of a lower caliber. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. Su Huan sat firmly atop the back of the dragon snake lizard, which was an impressive length of nearly 3 meters and 9, its head raised high, almost at the level of his nose. They raced through the dense forest, 13 days having elapsed since he consumed the first bear strength fruit. During the past 3 months, the dragon snake lizard had experienced tremendous growth, nearing the 4-meter length typical of most late-stage dragon snake lizards. Moreover, in terms of strength, endurance, and overall physicality, it was no longer inferior to its late-stage counterparts. Indeed, it might even surpass them. After all, in the past 10 days, it had consumed 8 or 9 bear strength fruits. Possessing an innate talent for provocation and derision, the success rate of the dragon snake lizard challenging the bears astounded Lin Jun, leaving him feeling humbled. Over the course of 13 days, it had engaged in battles with nearly 20 bears occupying a single bear strength fruit tree, achieving a nearly 50% success rate. However, Lin Jun had misjudged the dragon snake lizard. Aside from the initial stroke of luck in defeating the foolish bear on the first day, the subsequent high success rate was largely due to the behind-the-scenes hero, the treasure-seeking beast. This creature not only possessed a natural sensitivity to treasures, but also exhibited an almost enigmatic predictive accuracy regarding which locations were more conducive to acquiring specific treasures. The bears the dragon snake lizard had challenged in recent days were nearly all selected by the treasure-seeking beast. This was the true reason why Lin Jun and Appo's gray bears had only managed to obtain 1 bear strength fruit in over 10 days, while the dragon snake lizard had garnered a remarkable 8. However, this secret was unlikely for Lin Jun to discern at the moment. 3 days prior, Su Huan had begun training the dragon snake lizard alone in the jungle, no longer troubling Lin Jun for company. This was not a matter of arrogance on Su Huan's part. Rather, the dragon snake lizard had undergone a qualitative transformation in strength just 3 days ago, enabling it to fend for itself in the gray bear forest. Its two primary abilities, Dragon Force and Dragon Might, had both achieved breakthroughs during intense battles 3 days prior. The Dragon Force ability had successfully evolved to the second level, mastering the advanced technique of Dragon Force, Rending Claw. This second-level evolution was more than double the power of the Dragon Claw previously wielded by the gray bears, capable of tearing through the thick hides of mature bears that were not protected by energy shields. The Dragon Might ability had evolved even further, attaining a third-level capacity known as Dragon Might, Might Scales. The third-level Might Scales no longer served as an offensive pressure tactic. Instead, they functioned as a defensive measure against such forces. Once activated, the dragon snake lizard and Apos' body would be enveloped in an almost imperceptible layer of transparent scales, resembling a unique form of armor that effectively resisted pressure attacks. Even the 3-level evolved roar of a fully matured gray bear would be completely ineffective against the dragon snake lizard. Just the day before, while inadvertently venturing deep into the jungle, the dragon snake lizard had withstood the roar and pressure of a fully matured, top-tier dangerous gray bear leader, standing firm and unyielding. This signified that the dragon snake lizard had essentially caught up to wild, mature mid-tier dangerous species in its application of evolutionary abilities. Even the formidable gray bear, which had mastered the third-tier ability known as Bear Roar over a fortnight ago, has yet to acquire any new third-tier capabilities. The power and efficacy of the third-tier dragon might far surpass that of the ordinary Bear Roar. Furthermore, 5 days prior, the malevolent energy of the dragon snake lizard had already achieved a secondary evolution, mastering the ability of Malicious Breath, which enhanced the malevolent orb. This fortified malevolent orb boasts significantly greater lethality and penetrative power compared to its standard counterpart, rivaling the formidable Falcon assault rifle, a medium to large caliber weapon manufactured by Black Lantern Fortress. Additionally, the chaotic mental effects associated with the malevolent orb and Apos' energy have been substantially amplified. Naturally, this increase in potency comes with a corresponding rise in energy consumption, which is now 50% greater than that of the ordinary malevolent orb. However, for the dragon snake lizard, whose physical stamina and endurance have greatly improved, such an increase in consumption is nearly negligible. Moreover, the dragon snake lizard and Apos' other abilities have approached the brink of evolution through relentless combat experience. Even Su Huan, who had long yearned for the evolution of his earth energy absorption, successfully acquired a primary evolution capability, earth energy absorption, resilience. Under the auspices of this evolved resilience, the already formidable endurance of the dragon snake lizard has reached new heights. By harnessing the earth beneath its feet, it has nearly become a perpetual motion machine, capable of continuously absorbing energy to restore its stamina for prolonged engagements, as long as it is not incapacitated. In summary, the power of the dragon snake lizard now rivals that of a mature bear. Should it face the foolish bear from the first day again, it would undoubtedly triumph in a direct confrontation rather than relying on luck or cunning to secure victory. Chapter 59. The Poacher with a sudden halt. The dragon snake lizard, racing through the jungle towards its depths, slowed its pace and emitted a low growl. Su Huan, who shared a profound connection with the creature, instantly grasped its meaning. He paused momentarily, then with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, inquired, "You mean you've spotted that formidable black bear again, the one skilled in combat techniques?" The dragon snake lizard nodded affirmatively. "Let us go and meet it," Su Huan exclaimed with a smile, giving the lizard a gentle pat on its head. It appeared that the dragon snake lizard had a unique bond with the bear that wielded such extraordinary abilities. In the expansive gray bear forest, there were nearly 1,000 bears scattered throughout the vast wilderness. Each bear's daily territory spanned over 100 square kilometers, making the likelihood of encountering the same bear twice within a mere fortnight exceedingly rare. Moreover, their previous encounter with the black bear had occurred far from its den, merely a chance meeting in the jungle. Su Huan was deeply impressed by the black bear. After all, the odds of a bear mastering combat techniques were remarkably low. Typically, such skills were more common among combat and martial arts types. In contrast, the gray bears of the evil, beast, and domination categories bore little resemblance to those adept in combat. With a spirited roar, the dragon snake lizard surged forward into the dense thicket, eager to ascertain its newfound strength and determine how it fared against the peculiar black bear that had once effortlessly subdued it. Soon, the dragon snake lizard, bearing Su Huan, arrived at a clearing where they beheld the black bear fiercely battling a gray armored wolf by a small stream. "Stop!" Su Huan urgently commanded the approaching lizard. "Hide!" A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he suddenly perceived an ominous threat, akin to a sword poised at his throat. The dragon snake lizard sensed its master's urgency and quickly concealed itself within a lush thicket, remaining utterly still. Together, they watched the fierce struggle from their hiding place, observing from a distance of 100 meters. "Is that an armored wolf?" Su Huan discerned something unusual in the creature engaged in combat with the black bear. The armored wolf, classified as a mid-tier dangerous species, typically resided in dark caves and mines, its body clad in a shell-resembling black armor. Its defensive capabilities ranked among the highest of its tier, rivaling some weaker high-tier dangerous species. However, Su Huan had never encountered any records indicating that armored wolves inhabited forests. This particular wolf was undoubtedly a fully evolved specimen, robust and exuding an oppressive aura. Su Huan and the dragon snake lizard remained hidden in the underbrush, closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Before long, a cold, detached voice pierced the air. "This creature is not to be trifled with, a heavy armored wolf. Deal with it." Upon hearing the voice, Su Huan felt a jolt of fear. A heavy armored wolf? The evolved form of the armored wolf. It possessed virtually no weak points and was classified as a top-tier dangerous species. It was on par with the weaker apex dangerous species, far exceeding the prowess of Lin Zhun's Moonshadow Leopard and Haiju's Crimson Flame Tiger, yet still inferior to the evolution of the bear leader. The evolutionary patterns of dangerous species across different races are irregular. Some may only advance by 1 or 2 tiers, while others can leap 3, 4, or even 5 or 6 tiers, with rare instances of significant jumps. The bear-like creature, after its evolution, transcended 3 tiers, transforming from a mid-level dangerous species into the apex predator known as the bear leader. In contrast, the armored wolf evolved by merely 2 tiers, elevating from a mid-level dangerous species to a special grade known as the heavy armored wolf. At that moment, while Su Huan was lost in thought, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. A colossal creature, even larger than a heavy armored vehicle, appeared on the grassy bank by the creek. Slightly smaller than the terrifying crimson wolf of his teacher, Su Huan's pupils contracted, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. This creature was undoubtedly at its peak stage of evolution, and its cultivation appeared to be exceptionally perfected. Upon landing, it stomped the ground fiercely, sending a shockwave that sent the grass flying. The heavy armored wolf dashed forward like a streak of black, colliding with the black bear-like creature, which was sent tumbling into the creek, blood spurting into the air, leaving its fate uncertain. The heavy armored wolf landed heavily, its bloodthirsty gaze cruelly surveying the spot where the black bear-like creature had fallen into the water, hidden 100 meters away among the bushes. Su Huan dared not even draw a breath. The Black Lantern Fortress, a formidable force that had stood resilient in the gray wilderness for over a century, had inevitably faced conflicts and military encounters throughout its development, thereby establishing a few enemies. One particularly strong rival faction of the Black Lantern Fortress seemed to specialize in taming such armored wolves and heavy armored wolves, controlling a habitat for these creatures akin to the gray bear forest held by the Black Lantern Fortress, albeit on a smaller scale. This situation provided a relatively stable source of juvenile creatures, thus increasing the number of tamers for the armored wolves. Though he dared not breathe, Su Huan and Appo's expression twisted with revulsion as he gazed at the 2 dangerous species in the distance. "Poachers," he silently uttered the word. This individual was undoubtedly not a legitimate entrant into the Gray Bear Forest, but rather a poacher from the rival faction of the Black Lantern Fortress. After incapacitating the black bear-like creature, the heavy armored wolf intended to deliver a fatal blow to tear its opponent apart, but was restrained by its owner, who chose not to waste time searching for the fallen creature in the creek. Suddenly, a robust figure clad in gray-green camouflage leapt down from a towering tree. The figure swiftly approached a bear-strength fruit tree nearby, presumably the one previously occupied by the black bear-like creature. This tree was evidently much older than the one from which the dragon snake lizard had claimed victory over the gray bear-like creature. The older the fruit tree, the more bear-strength fruits it bore, rich in mysterious energy. This particular tree had over 20 bear-strength fruits. It seemed this individual had taken advantage of Chief Su's absence to scour the gray bear forest for these fruits. However, how would this individual preserve them? Even the Black Lantern Fortress had yet to master the technique of preserving bear strength fruits, leaving Su Huan thoroughly perplexed. Just as Su Huan found himself enveloped in confusion, a formidable figure had already harvested every last bear strength fruit from the tree. After completing the task, the figure extracted a syringe-like instrument from his combat backpack. The syringe's needle was remarkably thick. With a swift motion, the figure plunged the needle into the bear strength fruit, forcefully pulling it back. And in just a few quick thrusts, he drained the fruit of its flesh and juice, leaving behind only a shriveled shell, casually discarding the empty husk. He proceeded to extract another fruit. However, just when Su Huan thought he could remain hidden, the imposing figure unleashed a pet resembling a dragonfly, with a wingspan exceeding 1 meter. This creature was clearly a scouting pet. Its compound eyes swept the surroundings before it emitted a sharp cry directed towards Su Huan. The piercing sound startled the beast master, who was still extracting juice from the bear strength fruit. Damn it! Didn't expect to find a little mouse hiding here. How unfortunate. The beast master cursed angrily while hastily stuffing the unprocessed bear strength fruits into his combat backpack. He patted the massive head of the armored wolf beside him, which was as large as a desk, and mounted its broad back. The armored wolf surged forward, creating a gust of wind as it charged towards Su Huan and Apos' location. Yet, before the beast master could set off, Su Huan, having sensed impending doom the moment the scouting pet called out, urgently signaled to the dragon snake lizard to make a hasty retreat. Chapter 60, Pursuit. As the enigmatic beast master charged towards the thicket where Su Huan had just concealed himself, he had already sprinted 200 to 300 meters away. The dragon snake lizard fled ahead, while the heavily armored wolf pursued relentlessly behind. Although the dragon snake lizard had yet to reach its mature phase, its speed rivaled that of most high-level dangerous species that were not particularly renowned for their swiftness. The mysterious beastmaster, watching the little mouse darting towards the secret base of the grizzly bear forest, felt a mix of fury and amusement. Utilizing his abilities, he hastened to eliminate this little rodent and its worthless companion. With a resounding crash, the heavily armored wolf unleashed the same lethal maneuver that had previously dispatched the black bear. This ambush, indeed, was one of its formidable fifth-level offensive capabilities, the black line strike. The wolf transformed into a straight black line, crashing through countless branches and scattering leaves in its wake as it sped towards the dragon snake lizard. A shiver ran down Su Huan and Apos' spine. The sustained effects of the ability, combined with the dragon snake lizard's boundless stamina and endurance, would allow it to counteract the persistent advantage of the black line strike. That little mouse can truly run. The beast master noted the dragon snake lizard skillfully maneuvering through the forest with Su Huan aboard, and for the moment, it seemed unlikely that the heavily armored wolf would catch up. His expression darkened. Even though the terrifying guardian of the grizzly bear forest, Su Ku, was absent, discovery by the other 3 stationed beastmasters would pose a significant threat. Suddenly, a tiger-like beast with silver fur, adorned with blue patterns, resembling a bolt of lightning, appeared in the woods. The beastmaster quickly mounted this creature and resumed his pursuit of Su Huan. "Electric Tiger, catch up to that little mouse," he commanded with malicious intent. Seizing the moment while the beastmaster switched mounts, Su Huan managed to widen the distance by several dozen meters. He glanced back and caught sight of the newly summoned beast. The electric tiger? Su Huan's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming grave. If the heavily armored wolf, while potentially swift in short bursts, lacked endurance for long-distance chases and was somewhat unwieldy, the electric tiger was a formidable creature known for its speed, being a tri-elemental species of lightning, beast, and light. Treasure beast, lead us to the nearest territory of the grizzly bear leader. Su Huan silently communicated with the treasure beast within his beast imprint space. The treasure beast's abilities extended beyond mere treasure finding. It possessed an acute sense of danger. Fully aware of the treacherous territories of the 3 most perilous grizzly bear leaders in the forest, recognizing the urgency of the situation, the treasure beast promptly took on the role of guide. Su Huan could only hope to reach the territory of a grizzly bear leader before the electric tiger caught up. Hoping that this top-tier dangerous species would confront the beast master, who bore no token of a grizzly bear leader's presence. The electric tiger, like a streak of lightning in the form of a tiger, adeptly avoided the towering trees that the dragon snake lizard had meticulously selected to obstruct its path, drawing ever closer. With the distance narrowing to within 200 meters, the electric tiger began unleashing beams of light-based energy attacks. Despite the dense canopy of the jungle, several beams of light narrowly missed the dragon snake lizard, striking the tree trunk behind it instead. the situation grew increasingly dire. With the distance between the two adversaries rapidly closing to a perilous 100 meters. How much farther to the treasure-seeking beast? Su Huan inquired anxiously. Lawalua, the treasure-seeking beast, aware of the imminent danger, cried out urgently to Su Huan that they were close, approximately 1,000 meters away. Su Huan lowered himself, clinging tightly to the back of the dragon snake lizard, fearful of being thrown off during its frenzied sprint, battling against the fierce winds. He turned his head to glimpse the electric light tiger, which had now breached the 100-meter mark, and the poacher whose brutish visage was rife with malevolence. Dragon snake lizard, do not merely flee. If we continue like this, we shall soon be overtaken. Use the earth gun to hinder them. Su Huan had previously tested the dragon snake lizard's earth gun spear capability, which had a maximum effective range of about 80 to 90 meters. The electric light tiger was nearing this critical distance. Thud, 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 as the dragon snake lizard raced forward. The sound of earth spikes erupting from the ground echoed behind them. To evade the continuously emerging spikes, the electric light tiger slowed its pace. The distance between them gradually expanded back to a safer 100 meters. However, should the electric light tiger close to within 90 meters, the dragon snake lizard would unleash another volley of earth spikes. In this manner, before long, they would cover the final 1,000 meters to the Bear King. Yet, once the distance narrowed to within 100 meters, the accuracy of the electric light tiger's beams would increase dramatically. Throughout their fierce chase, the dragon snake lizard had inevitably been grazed by several beams. Although it had not suffered direct hits, scorch marks marred its scales. Fortunately, the beams had not struck Su Huan, who lacked the thick, resilient armor of the dragon snake lizard and would sustain grievous injuries from even a mere graze. He could only hope that the Bear King was up ahead in the forest, silently praying, "Do not toy with me." After all, the bears in the Gray Bear Forest had a habit of roaming their territory, and while the treasure-seeking beast had recorded the Bear King and Appo's domain, it could not guarantee that the king resided within it. A ferocious roar echoed from the depths of the distant thicket. Once a sound that sent both Su Huan and the dragon snake lizard scurrying for safety, the bear's roar now felt oddly comforting. A massive, deep brown bear, no less formidable than a teacher, bolted from the dense foliage, its size rivaling that of the crimson direwolf and surpassing it in sheer strength. As the colossal bear approached, the mysterious beast Tamer pursuing Su Huan flinched, fully aware of the intruder and Appo's identity. Lacking the distinctive token of the Black Lantern Fortress and accompanied by creatures that were not native to the Gray Bear Forest, his presence was a blatant invitation for the higher-ranking bears to attack. Even with items to conceal his aura, deceiving the ordinary bears might suffice. But drawing near the apex of the dangerous hierarchy of the Bear King would reveal him in an instant. As the colossal bear approached, the enigmatic beast master could only helplessly command the Thunder Tiger to flee in another direction. The imposing presence of the nearly fully matured top-tier dangerous species, the grizzly bear leader, was such that even his strongest pet, the heavily armored wolf renowned for its defensive prowess, dared not confront it head-on, let alone the Thunder Tiger, which excelled in evasion rather than direct combat. "You little mongrel, run a bit longer. Let's see how far you can go," the mysterious beast master cursed fiercely, hastening the Thunder Tiger to evade the grizzly bear leader. Su Huan, witnessing the poacher cursing and darting into the dense forest to escape the grizzly bear leader, grinned at the giant bear pursuing the poacher, saying, "Big guy, deal with that old scoundrel." However, he secretly instructed the dragon snake lizard to keep moving swiftly. Reaching the base earlier meant greater safety, even though Linjin was out challenging bears and Black Chrysanthemum was patrolling the mine. At least that fellow Shui Yu was surely still sound asleep at the base. Chapter 61, Peril, Uncertainty. Not long after, they had covered over 1,000 meters. Glancing back at the dense forest that marked the territory of the brown bear leader, which was now far behind, Su Huan finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Having run this far, it seemed unlikely that they would be pursued immediately. Dragon Serpent Lizard, do not halt. Press on and continue running. As he ran, he absorbed the earth's vitality to recover his strength. Though his heart, which had been in turmoil, had calmed somewhat, Su Huan still felt uneasy and instructed the Dragon Serpent Lizard, which retained about 70 to 80% of its stamina. The Dragon Serpent Lizard carried Su Huan through a relatively open expanse of forest. Ahead lay a dense thicket. Just as the Dragon Serpent Lizard was about to plunge into the lush woods, Su Huan and Appo's pupils constricted sharply, and the sense of lethal threat returned. Dragon Serpent Lizard, evade quickly. The battle-hardened dragon serpent lizard possessed an innate sensitivity to danger. Almost the instant Su Huan spoke, it executed a leap. In the very spot from which it had just taken off, a striking silver-blue electric tiger flashed by with its razor-sharp claws. The mysterious beast master atop the electric tiger glared at Su Huan with murderous intent, cursing, "What a pity. You and Appos, VE escaped this time, you little wretch. How on earth did you manage to evade me?" Su Huan found it hard to believe. Yet, no amount of disbelief could alter the reality that they were indeed being pursued. He hastily surveyed his surroundings, seeking an escape route. The best option was undoubtedly behind him. For beyond 1,000 meters lay the territory of the brown bear leader. Surely, the bear, having failed to catch the poacher just now, would not let a second opportunity slip away. Turning to glance back, he spotted the imposing figure of the heavily armored wolf emerging in the open field behind him. "Little wretch, run some more. Decided to stop?" The mysterious beast master, riding the electric tiger, approached Su Huan's tree with the armored wolf in tow, disdainfully taunting him. "You think you can escape after being hit by the electric tiger's binding beam? If I let a pathetic little scoundrel like you, who commands a mere scale lizard, get away, what sort of reputation would I have?" The beast master glared at Su Huan with malicious intent. Upon hearing those words, Su Huan, despite having no prior knowledge of the binding beam, could surmise that the dragon serpent lizard had likely been afflicted by a special tracking ability from the beast master's pet when it was struck by the light beam. The seated dragon serpent lizard, upon hearing the insult, felt as though struck by lightning. "Scale lizard? Your entire family is a scale lizard. I am now a top-tier danger species, the dragon serpent lizard. Should I grow stronger, I will surely crush you." The dragon serpent lizard ground its teeth in fury. Unaware of the dragon serpent lizard and Appos' explosive mindset, Su Huan was contemplating his retreat. With the electric tiger ahead and the armored wolf behind, the thicket to the left was too dense to discern any ambush that might await. If there were hidden dangers, a single strike could spell doom for him today. He made a swift decision to direct the dragon serpent lizard to veer to the right. The dragon snake lizard leaped from the treetop of one tree to another, absorbing the impact before landing steadily on the branches of the second tree and sprinting towards the open area on the right. Although the terrain on the right was relatively unobstructed, posing a challenge for escape, it at least revealed that there were no ambushes lurking in that direction. Still thinking of fleeing? Let and Appos see if you truly can escape today. The voice of the mysterious beast master rang out, "Lightning tiger. Employ your electric strike technique and catch that wretch." As the words fell, a faint silver lightning glow enveloped the lightning tiger. In an instant, its form, akin to that of an off-road vehicle, surged forth like a colossal bolt of lightning. Within mere breaths, it traversed dozens of meters and pounced upon the fleeing dragon snake lizard. "First, eliminate the little pest, then deal with its worthless beast." The cold voice told in Su Huan's ears like a death knell, sending chills down his spine and making him acutely aware of the imminent threat of death for the first time in his life. He had never anticipated the lightning tiger's explosive speed would be so formidable, capable of closing the distance in an instant. In the fleeting moment, he had no time to react as a claw, enveloped in lightning, descended upon him from the back of the dragon snake lizard. The lizard instinctively turned its body, attempting to shield Su Huan from this potentially lethal blow. Yet, bolstered by the electric strike technique, the lightning tiger and Appos' speed and agility escalated remarkably. With a slight shift, its massive claws circumvented the dragon snake lizard's defense and continued its assault on Su Huan. In that instant, Su Huan realized his fate was sealed. There was no evading this strike. It was an overwhelming display of power. As death approached, he could not help but recall the ancient dragon codex. To think he possessed a treasure trove yet had barely unearthed its riches before facing an untimely demise. He pondered whether, upon his death, the codex would fall into the hands of this wretch, resulting in a grievous loss. He wondered how heartbroken his sister would be upon learning of his demise. And what of his master? He would surely be the earliest casualty among his disciples. If given a second chance, he would not have been so cautious, but rather would have fully utilized the myriad secret formulas and methods recorded in the ancient dragon codex to rapidly enhance his strength. However, in that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts whirled in Su Huan's mind, just as he braced for the worst. The fire guardian ring worn on his index finger erupted with a dazzling crimson flame. The red glow swiftly extended around him, weaving countless fiery tendrils that formed a crimson energy membrane enveloping his form. The powerful claw of the lightning tiger crashed down. With a resounding thud, the claw, charged with potent electric energy, was repelled as it neared him, as if struck by some invisible force, propelling it back towards the lightning tiger. The immense force sent both the lightning tiger and its enigmatic master flying away. This was the 6th-level manifestation of the Fire Guardian technique, the Fire Guardian. To think that such an ability, typically possessed only by the most perilous of mature species, would be sealed within an extraordinary ring. This ring, even among moderately dangerous artifacts, is truly exceptional. I have never encountered such a remarkable item. Who exactly are you? After steadying himself, the mysterious beast master exclaimed with a mixture of anger and astonishment. Initially, he had assumed he was dealing with an inconsequential little mouse, easily crushed without regard for the repercussions, only to discover a seemingly well-connected young individual. Meanwhile, the electric tiger beneath him stood awkwardly, its paw that had just struck at Su Huan now completely charred, as if it had been seared by fierce flames. At that moment, the fiery red membrane enveloping Su Huan had dissipated, yet the Fire Guardian ring continued to emit a gentle warmth. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Su Huan, upon witnessing this scene and hearing the Beastmaster's inquiry, realized that the Beast-mastering ring his teacher had bestowed upon him served not only as a vessel for housing his tamed beasts but also as a means of protection. He couldn't help but feel a lingering dread, muttering, "Oh teacher, could you not have mentioned this sooner? I may not have been killed, but I have certainly been frightened to death." Glancing at the electric tiger, which bore an injured forepaw and appeared somewhat limping, he called out to the equally bewildered dragon snake lizard, "What are you still doing? Hurry and run." Upon hearing this, the dragon snake lizard promptly lifted its feet and fled. One was a fully matured high-level dangerous wind speed wolf, and the other a mature elite-level white mountain lion. The former excelled in speed, while the latter thrived in forested terrain, both far surpassing the dragon snake lizard in swiftness. Su Huan and Appo's eyelids twitched at the sight. This fellow certainly had quite a few formidable tamed beasts. However, it was fortunate that this scruffy creature did not possess a top-tier dangerous species. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Chapter 62. Reinforcement. Despite the mere one-tier distinction between top-tier and special-tier dangerous species, the disparity in their strength is monumental. The higher the rank of a species, the greater the variance in power. This principle, however, does not possess universal applicability. It is pertinent only to advanced dangerous species and those below, failing to encompass species classified as advanced dangerous or above. With few exceptions, a fully matured advanced dangerous species is significantly weaker than a mature special-tier dangerous species, with the gap sometimes reaching double or more, a fundamental truth well understood by beast tamers. It is precisely for this reason that the formidable enigmatic beast tamer, upon encountering the top-tier dangerous species leader, the brown bear, opted for flight rather than confrontation. Even a mature top-tier dangerous species cannot contend with a fully matured special-tier counterpart, let alone the fact that the brown bear leader is among the more powerful of its kind. Just as Su Huan was relieved that the adversary did not possess a top-tier dangerous species, the dragon snake lizard and the opponent and Appo's windspeed wolf, alongside the white mountain lion, initiated a pursuit. In the fleeting moment it took for the opponent to swap their tamed beasts, the dragon snake lizard had already sprinted 200 meters ahead. The same chase seemed poised to unfold once more, with 7 or 8 kilometers of direct distance remaining to the base. Su Huan had no choice but to direct the treasure-seeking beast to navigate, planning to circumvent the territory of the nearby bear leader in hopes of gaining a respite. The speed of the windspeed wolf, while slightly inferior to that of the lightning tiger, was still formidable, even burdened by a rider. The windspeed wolf rapidly closed the distance to the dragon snake lizard. The white mountain lion, with its astonishing leaping ability, though not as swift as the windspeed wolf, could vault 20 meters with a powerful thrust of its muscular hind legs, swiftly reducing the gap to the dragon snake lizard. Su Huan and Appo's mood grew increasingly grim. The pursuit by 2 tamed beasts proved to be a far greater challenge than a single lightning tiger. The opponent continuously summoned new beasts, while he had no alternatives to call upon. It was already a stroke of fortune that the treasure-seeking beast, hardly a formidable creature, could merely guide the way. Releasing it for assistance was out of the question, for the risk of injury from the opponent's ranged attacks would render him utterly despondent. Within the confines of the beast tamer's space, the treasure-seeking beast, albeit able to sense the external circumstances, now wore a tense expression, incessantly indicating the path forward for the dragon snake lizard and Su Huan. Just as Su Huan racked his brain for an escape plan, a rustling sound emanated from the dense forest ahead, branches and leaves stirring ominously. Su Huan and Appo's expression hardened. No one could predict what might transpire next, or whether the newcomer would be friend or foe. Before he could react, a small azure bird, no larger than 2 palms, zipped through the foliage like a streak of blue lightning, darting towards Su Huan. Initially taken aback, Su Huan's heart surged with joy upon recognition. The azure hummingbird. Linjin and Amp, Oppos, as reconnaissance beast. Linjin must be nearby. Su Huan felt a surge of certainty, despite its diminutive size and relatively weak combat prowess. Hardly surpassing that of the treasure-seeking beast, the azure hummingbird was a special-tier dangerous species, its speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Remarkably, the hummingbird can flap its wings over 300 times per second, achieving speeds that approach 2/3 the speed of sound under normal circumstances. When utilizing its abilities, it can even momentarily near the speed of sound. Most super-dangerous species cannot match the hummingbird's velocity. Moreover, its vision is exceptionally acute, allowing it to perceive clear images from thousands of meters away in unobstructed areas, rendering it a naturally gifted reconnaissance companion. Su Huan had never witnessed Linjin summon a hummingbird, but he had heard numerous times from Haiju about such an enviable scout companion belonging to Linjin. Each time it was mentioned, Haiju could not help but exhibit expressions of jealousy and admiration. At this moment, a glance at the little creature allowed Su Huan to surmise its origins. The small being halted, its wing flapping upon reaching Su Huan, gripping his shoulder with its claws and perching on him, lifting its head to emit a clear, melodious chirp. Soon after, the rustling sounds from the nearby jungle grew increasingly dense. A roar erupted shortly thereafter. Suddenly, a sleek, ebony beast with an elegant stature, adorned with moon-white crescent patterns on its back and cheeks, leapt from the dense foliage, pouncing on the relentless Baishan lion behind Su Huan. It sent the Baishan lion flying with force. The moon-shadow leopard. Upon seeing this formidable creature, Su Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Linjin present, even if they could not defeat this foe, fleeing would surely be feasible. No longer would he proceed with cautious restraint to develop slowly. Instead, he would strive to amplify his strength, even if it meant exposing some secrets. The moon-shadow leopard. The mysterious beast Tamer pursuing him also caught sight of the moon-shadow leopard, his expression darkening as he let out a shriek of alarm. "Let us go." The mysterious Tamer, displaying decisiveness, recognized the futility of the chase and intended to make a hasty retreat. Still thinking of escaping? Linjin's cold voice resonated. The sound of his camouflage cloak flapping echoed as he rode the owl lion, leaping from the jungle to block the path of the retreating mysterious Tamer. "Linjin, do you dare to obstruct me?" The mysterious Tamer glared at Linjin with ill intent. "Not only do I dare to block you, but I also dare to kill you." Scumazue Huatown. Linjin glared fiercely, his murderous intent palpable. The organization to which the mysterious Tamer belonged was the rival faction of Hatingfort, Ziehui Town. Both were distinguished entities within large gathering places, the full name being Ziehui Gathering Place. "I fear you lack the capability." The mysterious individual spat derisively at Linjin, laughing as he summoned a ferocious armored wolf. The armored wolf exuded a dense aura of malice, advancing step by step towards the owl lion. The owl lion, merely a high-level dangerous species in its complete form, was already struggling to withstand the full pressure exerted by the complete form of the elite dangerous species, the armored wolf. Once I defeat you, you and Amp, Oppos, I'll understand whether I possess the capability." Linjin shielded himself with a mental barrier against the wolf and Amp, Oppos, as oppressive force. He summoned the ground rock net python that Su Huan had previously seen, along with another formidable elite dangerous species that matched the armored wolf in prowess. Perhaps describing it as one would be inaccurate. A more fitting term would be necessary, as this was a rare humanoid dangerous species. Chapter 63. The strength of Linjin. The 5 categories of superclass dangerous entities include poison, martial arts, thermal energy, magic, and enchantment. The fiery poison man. This creature resembles a human, but is significantly taller, standing over 2.5 meters. Its muscular physique is both robust and imposing, yet devoid of any bulkiness. The skin, as red as molten lava, is adorned with mysterious black markings across its exposed arms, thighs, and cheeks, radiating an aura of mystery, power, and allure. A searing heat emanates from its body. Upon its appearance, the fiery poison man instinctively employed its enchanting abilities, causing the adversaries to lower their guard. Before the heavily armored wolf and the enigmatic beastmaster could react, it took several powerful strides, launching itself forward over a distance of several meters, and struck a fierce punch upon the wolf's head. The impact forced the heavily armored wolf to stagger back several steps, leaving a slight dent in its thick head armor. The heat and toxins accompanying the fiery poison man and Apos' fist penetrated the wolf and Apos' defenses, inciting a sharp burning sensation that elicited a pain growl. The mysterious individual was momentarily daunted by the fiery poison man and Apos' presence, momentarily frozen in place. A fiery poison man? You possess such a rare beast. No wonder you dare to challenge me. The beast master displayed a wary expression, his face contorting with a fierce grimace. You've hidden this well. Our intelligence agency in Sin Firetown has never gathered information about such a rare beast in your Dark Lantern Fortress. Had I known, how would I have been able to defeat you today? Lin Jin retorted with a mocking smile. You think a single fiery poison man can defeat me? It seems you have yet to awaken fully. Despite the fiery poison man being among the most formidable of superclass dangerous entities, the heavily armored wolf also ranked among the elite. The outcome of their battle would ultimately unveil who was superior, even if the fiery poison man could overpower the wolf. Eliminating a creature renowned for its defensive capabilities would be nothing short of fantastical. At that moment, the armored wolf's exoskeletal energy had already expelled the penetrating fire toxins from the fiery poison man, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glare. Armored wolf, dark line assault, commanded the beast master, his hand slicing through the air in fury. The attack unleashed a level 5 evolution ability, transforming into a shadowy line that swiftly crossed 10 meters to lunge ferociously at the fiery poison man. With a sardonic expression, the fiery poison man gathered searing energy and dark toxins within its fist. Just as the armored wolf lunged, it deftly sidestepped the assault with ghostly speed. Then, with a powerful twist of its waist, it unleashed a devastating punch, immediately following with another forceful strike. The sound of 2 resounding impacts echoed through the air. Fiery poison fist, fiery poison chain strike. The fiery poison man unleashed a flurry of blows, the first connecting with the wolf and Apos' cheek, causing its head to tilt slightly, while the second struck mercilessly against the exposed jaw. With a thundering crash, the heavily armored wolf was sent reeling to the ground, uprooting patches of grass and earth. Even among level 5 evolution abilities, there exists a distinction in strength. Perched upon the back of the serpentine dragon lizard, concealed amidst the expansive canopy of a grand tree, Su Huan's mouth slightly agape. His astonishment was palpable. How could Lin Jin possess such formidable strength? Su Huan was well aware of the prowess of the heavy armored wolf, an elite and perilous species of unparalleled danger. Even the dragon lizard, which he held in high regard, could only hope to reach a comparable level of power when fully matured. The heavy armored wolf, which he deemed nearly invincible, had been effortlessly dispatched by this humanoid creature, exuding an enigmatic allure, with merely 2 strikes. Fortunately, the dragon lizard was a top-tier danger species. Upon reaching its full potential, it would undoubtedly overpower the heavy armored wolf. Such astounding might. The mysterious beast master gritted his teeth and spoke. But do you think this will severely injure my heavy armored wolf? As soon as the mysterious beast master uttered these words, the heavy armored wolf, having been struck down by 2 blows, shook its head and rose to its feet. Aside from the singed areas on its armor, it appeared largely unharmed. Truly, it was worthy of its reputation for resilience. Fiery toxic man, let an Apos' show it some true color. Lin Jin said, his expression slightly grave yet his tone remained composed. Fiery toxic man nodded slightly. With hands clasped, his crimson palms transformed into a deep crimson hue, radiating a heat so intense that it made the frigid air of winter feel searingly hot, akin to the sweltering summer sun. The mysterious beast master recognized the impending threat and quickly commanded, Heavy armored wolf. Armor reinforcement. The gray-black armor of the heavy armored wolf was swiftly enveloped in a layer of silvery gray, spreading like dye in water, until the entire body was coated in a thick layer of this new armor, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The trade-off was a marked increase in weight, rendering its movement slower and less agile. Thermal fist, crystalline flame. The hands of fiery toxic man, enveloped in a layer of flowing dark red substance, crystallized into dark red gems as he opened his fists. It was as if he donned a pair of fiery crystalline gauntlets, unleashing a tidal wave of heat towards the heavy armored wolf, which felt the mounting pressure. After 2 consecutive failed assaults, the mysterious beast master chose to forego further offensive commands, opting instead for a defensive stance to await an opportune moment. Fiery toxic man made his move. The martial arts skill, Flash Step, which had previously aided him in evading the heavy armored wolf's lunges, activated instantaneously. Thermal fist, super thermal. The formidable ability, also part of the thermal fist and Apos' 6th tier, was unleashed in an instant. The fiery crystalline fists of fiery toxic man erupted in a blaze of intense flames, his long and robust arms striking down upon the heavy armored wolf like two fiery dragons. Heavy armored wolf. Malevolent wave. Weakened malevolence wave. The heavy armored wolf opened its gaping maw and bellowed at fiery toxic man, unleashing an invisible wave of malevolent energy that surged toward him, diminishing the potency of the superthermal attack. Rending claw. Shatter. Confronted by the searing might of the fiery toxic man and the overwhelming force of his superheated fists, the heavy armored wolf extended its massive beastly claws, channeling both beast and armor energies into its appendage in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the fiery foe. A thunderous roar erupted as the scorching waves of red light collided with the shimmering silver shards of armored energy, producing a blinding brilliance that left the onlookers, including Su Huan, momentarily unable to open their eyes, forcing them to squint. As the luminous clash gradually dimmed, Su Huan reopened his eyes to behold the battlefield, where grass and soil were sent flying, leaving behind a crater several meters in diameter and a meter deep. In the pit, the heavy armored wolf, charred and with its silvery gray armor shattered, trembled yet stood firm. Meanwhile, 10 meters ahead of the wolf, the fiery toxic man stood like an unyielding spear, his fists enveloped in crystalline flames that continuously radiated heat. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Indeed, the fiery toxic man is a rare beast tamer, possessing mastery over 2 6th-level abilities. No wonder my heavy armored wolf suffered such grievous injuries. The mysterious tamer's face contorted with hatred. Just as the mysterious tamer finished speaking, the beast-taming necklace around his neck emitted a faint glow, and the form of another creature gradually materialized on the battlefield. It was a fully evolved, special-grade perilous species, the fire-scaled beast. Towering over 3 meters in height and stretching 6 to 7 meters in length, this formidable beast boasted razor-sharp teeth and a fiery red body, its scales seemingly ablaze, with a large tail tip engulfed in deep crimson flames. This fire-scaled beast was an evolved form of the red-scaled beast Su Huan had encountered days prior, belonging to the category of special-grade perilous species yet possessing comparatively modest power. Its overall strength paled in comparison to the heavy armored wolf and was far surpassed by the terrifying fiery toxic man. Only with a further evolution into the crimson flame fire-scaled beast could it hope to turn the tide, achieving a status among the super perilous species that would place it in the first echelon of power. It was rumored that the primary beast tamer of the comprehensive training under Liu Yu was a formidable crimson flame fire-scaled beast. Lin Zhun regarded the fire-scaled beast with surprise, remarking coolly, "What? Do you believe that summoning this worthless creature will enable you to deal with me?" The mysterious tamer, revealing a murderous intent, retorted, "I need not confront you. As long as I can restrain you, others will come to eliminate you." As he spoke, the tamer swiftly retrieved a portable short-range communicator. Pressing a few buttons with haste, Lin Zhun's expression shifted, while Su Huan was left utterly astonished. This individual could indeed call for reinforcements? Chapter 64, The Ultimate Danger. Lin Zhun retrieved a short-range communicator and pressed a few buttons. "Can you really call for help?" Su Huan also possessed a short-range communicator given by He Ju. Although he witnessed Lin Zhun's actions, he prudently pressed the device again to ensure the message was sent. He separately notified He Ju and Shui Yu. Lin Zhun was able to locate him precisely because, amid his flight for survival, he had taken the time to alert others via the communicator. Upon receiving his distress signal, the opposing party was able to find him promptly with the aid of the hummingbird. Previously, during his harrowing escape, he refrained from using the communicator to contact He Ju and Shui Yu because He Ju was patrolling the mines, which were situated quite far from him, in opposite directions, one to the northeast and the other to the southwest, making it nearly impossible for her to arrive in time. Shui Yu was at the base, and if he ventured out to search for Su Huan, they might narrowly miss each other, even if he could reach the base in time. He would be unable to contend with the enigmatic Beastmaster. Thus, he only informed Lin Zhun, who was honing his beast-taming skills in the grizzly bear forest. Far away in the northeast corner of the grizzly bear forest, in a vast open copper and iron mine situated southwest from Su Huan, a female beastmaster clad in a form-fitting black combat suit stood on a platform beside a fiery red beast, observing the industrious workers below. Miners were sorting ores, while porters transported the ores in baskets and carts, and drivers maneuvered the ore trucks to receive their loads. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. He Ju was accompanied by 2 mine managers, with several armed guards stationed behind them. Suddenly, a short-range communicator in her pocket emitted a series of beeping alerts. She pulled it out and her expression shifted dramatically upon noticing two prominent red messages requesting assistance from Linjin and Su Huan. Meanwhile, Shuiyu, who was fast asleep in a room at the base, was awakened by the persistent beeping of his bedside communicator. Initially indifferent, he lazily brought the device closer to his eyes, blinking groggily at the screen. Upon seeing the two urgent red messages, his eyes widened, and his previously lethargic demeanor transformed into one of sharp focus. He swiftly grabbed the cloak from the floor and draped it over his sleepwear, slipping into his slippers. He strode out of the room and leaped from the third-floor window of the base, summoning a flying beast with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters to catch him. Heading towards the southwestern direction of the grizzly bear forest, the battle between Linjin and the Beastmaster from Sin Fire Town was escalating to a fever pitch. Linjin's fiery hot male beast engaged two adversaries, firmly suppressing the fire scale beast and the heavy armored wolf. Meanwhile, his ground rock net python was locked in fierce combat with the white mountain lion, with both parties evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Boom. The heavy armored wolf was sent flying for the fifth time by the fiery hot male beast's superheated punch. Its heavy armor was considerably damaged, oozing bright red blood. Yet, the heavy armored wolf's resilient fighting spirit, formidable recovery, and astonishing defense continued to sustain it as it battled fiercely against the fiery hot male beast. After the heavily armored wolf collapsed, it took a few deep breaths before gritting its teeth and rising once more, charging towards the fiery venomous man to support the precariously positioned fire-scaled beast. Linjin and Apos' expression grew increasingly grave. He understood well that both the heavily armored wolf and the fire-scaled beast were tough adversaries. The fiery venomous man could suppress them 1 against 2, yet it would be arduous to eliminate them swiftly. He contemplated summoning another beast to assist the fiery venomous man in swiftly resolving the conflict. But he could not ascertain whether the enemy had any strength left or how quickly their reinforcements would arrive. Aside from the not particularly formidable war lion under his command, he was left with the flying beast, the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle, the healing beast, the hat-wearing grass, the reconnaissance beast, the non-combatant green hummingbird, and a formidable creature he kept as a trump card. The blood-tailed black-crowned eagle was ill-suited for combat in the dense jungle, compelling him to reserve one beast to counter any impending reinforcements from the enemy. Boom. The fire-scaled beast was once again violently struck by Linjin and Apos' fiery venomous man, sent flying with its head bloodied and its fiery red scales shattered, appearing utterly wretched. Just as the fiery venomous man prepared to pursue and seek to completely eliminate the fire-scaled beast's combat capability, the heavily armored wolf positioned itself in the path of his charge. The fiery venomous man unleashed a superheated punch. Bang! The heavily armored wolf was sent flying yet again. The fiery venomous man surged forward, enveloped in crystalline flames, aiming for the sluggish fire-scaled beast's massive head. This time, nothing could impede the fiery venomous man's overwhelming assault on the fire-scaled beast. However, the anticipated scene of the fiery venomous man's fist striking the fire-scaled beast did not materialize. Instead, a colossal creature, comparable in size to the heavily armored wolf, stood before the fire-scaled beast. This giant extended its enormous, furry black hands, charged with combat energy, blocking the seemingly unstoppable attack of the fiery venomous man, firmly withstanding the force of his punch. It was a giant ape, standing 6 meters tall, covered in dense black fur, with colossal feet. The giant ape grinned at the fiery venomous man, revealing a menacing smile that appeared quite distasteful in the eyes of Su Huan and Linjin, a mature top-tier dangerous species. Battle-footed black chimpanzee. Linjin's tone was notably grave, as it was clear that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived first. He did not believe that his fiery venomous man was inferior in strength to this seemingly incomplete battle-footed black chimpanzee. However, since the opposing Beastmaster could command a top-tier dangerous species, it was likely that they possessed more than just this one formidable creature. Sure enough, a middle-aged Beastmaster, clad in camouflage like the one pursuing Su Huan, leapt from the jungle atop a ferocious-looking dangerous creature. This creature bore a scorpion-like tail, a lion-like mane on its massive head, and its entire body was a dark purple. A mature top-tier dangerous species. Scorpion-tailed demon lion. Linjin and Apos' expression darkened further. Even if his fiery venomous man were exceptionally strong, it would be impossible to contend against the combined assault of two top-tier dangerous species. After all, the fiery venomous man was merely a special-grade dangerous species. It was time to gamble. he could only hope for the arrival of Su Huan and the others. Lin Zhen's face revealed a resolute determination. As for fleeing with Su Huan, he had never entertained such a notion. His tamed beasts were not particularly swift, and attempting to escape would only expose his own weaknesses while capitalizing on those of his adversary, a foolish endeavor that Lin Zhen would never undertake. Meanwhile, Su Huan, perched on a nearby tree, was in a state of heightened anxiety. To his astonishment, the opponent's scruffy old fellow had summoned reinforcements of even greater prowess. Now, not only was he in peril, but Lin Zhen found himself ensnared as well. He had no standing to intervene in the ongoing battle and could only silently retrieve his communicator to dispatch yet another urgent plea for assistance. The adversary possessed formidable, top-tier combat power. The situation was dire. Chapter 65. Siege. The fiery and venomous male was ensnared by the armored wolf and the flame-scaled beast, while the summoner from Su Huan town had already leapt down from the scorpion-tailed demon lion, urging it to lunge fiercely at Lin Zhen. With a stoic expression, Lin Zhen fixed his gaze upon the colossal creature advancing like a massive shadow. Boom! Just as the scorpion-tailed demon lion was about to pounce upon Lin Zhen, the owl lion retreated a few steps. A purple beast, slightly smaller than the scorpion-tailed demon lion, materialized in its stead, radiating a powerful purple energy of the night element. It leaped high, extending its forepaws to intercept the oncoming behemoth. This was a fully fledged, class A dangerous species, the purple-maned battle beast. Its silky purple fur gleamed like satin, adorned with a robust deep purple mane encircling its neck. It possessed an elongated physique with well-defined muscles, exuding a wild vigor. The beast was a tri-elemental creature of the beast, combat, and night attributes, exhibiting a remarkable balance in defense, attack, and speed. It belonged to the first tier of class A dangerous species, its rank at least on par with the armored wolf. However, its actual combat prowess would depend on the level of nurturing it had received. Nevertheless, this purple-maned battle beast appeared considerably stronger than the armored wolf. Seeing its advance thwarted, the scorpion-tailed demon lion thrust its elongated tail forward, aiming directly at the purple-maned battle beast and Oppo's eyes. The purple-maned battle beast, noticing that Lin Zhen had already maneuvered the owl lion to safety, swiftly transformed into a purple shadow, evading the lethal tail strike. The scorpion-tailed demon lion charged again, bearing down on Lin Zhen, its master's command to eliminate the human summoner paramount, while the purple-maned battle beast was momentarily disregarded. A deep, night-like energy erupted from the purple-maned battle beast's maw, coalescing into a formidable energy beam. The beam, as wide as a bowl, contained an immensely corrosive power of the night element, vastly exceeding the malevolent breath of a dragon snake lizard. The violet beam shot forth, directly intercepting the path of the scorpion-tailed demon lion as it lunged towards Lin Zhen. Should the scorpion-tailed demon lion persist in its attack, it would inevitably be struck by the beam. Attempting to evade, the scorpion-tailed demon lion sought to continue its assault on Lin Zhen. Yet, the purple-maned battle beast did not grant it an iota of opportunity. A flurry of violet beams followed in rapid succession. With a roar of frustration, the scorpion-tailed demon lion relinquished its pursuit of Lin Zhen, watching as he swiftly distanced himself by 100 meters, redirecting its fury towards the purple-maned battle beast. With a powerful leap, the scorpion-tailed demon lion struck the ground, causing the earth to crack, harnessing the recoil to accelerate toward the purple-maned battle beast. The moment it was summoned, the purple-maned battle beast had received Lin Zhen's instructions, understanding that its primary objective was to buy time rather than engage in a direct confrontation. It pivoted to the side, employing its movement ability, Night Step, transforming into a purple shadow to evade the ferocious charge of the scorpion-tailed demon lion. However, the scorpion-tailed demon lion was not only adept in poison and strength, its magical and beastly powers also endowed it with unparalleled speed. With a resounding impact, the scorpion-tailed demon lion caught up, delivering a powerful slap to the back of the purple-maned battle beast, which, unable to dodge in time, was sent sprawling. Kneeling on its hind legs, even with the protective nightlight armor shielding its back, it was still torn open by a gory claw mark. After the scorpion-tailed demon lion struck successfully, it lunged again, targeting the purple-maned beast. The purple-maned beast hastily scrambled to its feet, moving deftly to evade the attack. Meanwhile, the fiery poisonous man was completely overwhelmed by the onslaught of the black-chested gorilla and the heavy armored wolf, as well as the fire-scale beast. However, its situation was markedly better than that of the purple-maned beast, though both sides had sustained injuries. The black-chested gorilla was struck in the face by a punch from the fiery poisonous man, causing blood to stream from its nose. Conversely, the fiery poisonous man's chest was slapped by the black-chested gorilla, whose immense strength left a slight indentation and caused minor rib fractures. The heavy armored wolf also seized the opportunity to send the fiery poisonous man flying, exacting a harsh revenge. Overall, Lin Jun was unable to withstand the relentless assault from formidable foes for much longer. The situation was perilous. Observing that the battle showed no signs of abating, the arriving Sin Fire Beast Tamer exhibited impatience, preparing to summon his beast to join the fray. A resounding roar echoed through the nearby forest, momentarily halting his actions. At that moment, the fiery poisonous man was dodging the encirclement by the three opponents. Suddenly, a dangerous creature with its hind legs running and its forepaws raised in front charged out from the jungle, colliding directly with the unsuspecting fiery poisonous man's back. The fiery poisonous man was sent hurtling through the air like a severed kite, trailing a line of blood. Fiery poisonous man, Lin Jun and Apos' expression darkened. Su Huan was equally alarmed, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. An exceptionally perilous creature, the rampaging dragon. The purple-maned beast was also struck by the scorpion-tailed demon lion and amp, Apos' tail stinger. Its speed severely hampered by the toxin, providing the scorpion-tailed demon lion an opportunity to bite down on its hind leg. Despite struggling to break free, it suffered a grievous tearing wound, bleeding profusely and rapidly declining in condition. Scorpion-tailed demon lion, disregard the rabble, eliminate the tamer first, commanded the owner of the scorpion-tailed demon lion with a smile. The scorpion-tailed demon lion roared furiously at the purple-maned beast, accelerating towards Lin Jun, who was in a dire predicament. Su Huan swiftly leapt from the ancient tree canopy, landing beside Lin Jun. Lin Jun looked at Su Huan in astonishment. "Are you seeking death?" he exclaimed angrily, attempting to shield Su Huan behind him. Yet, Su Huan had already extended his right hand, revealing the Fire Guardian ring. Determined to withstand the impending attack from the scorpion-tailed demon lion. To everyone's astonishment, the fiery poisonous man, initially outnumbered 3-1, managed to evade the trio and Apos' assault with a swift movement and arrived before the scorpion-tailed demon lion, launching a powerful attack that sent it flying with a surge of intense heat and crystalline flames. However, the fiery poisonous man was subsequently struck by the massive paw of the approaching black-chested gorilla, sending him hurtling away to crash violently against a large tree trunk. Blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his back caved in and bearing a ghastly appearance. Thus, Lin Jun and Apos' primary beast, the fiery poisonous man, and his secondary beast, the purple-maned beast, were both grievously injured. However, Lin Jun stands resolutely against 3 adversaries, one of whom wields at least 2 top-tier beasts, hinting at the prowess of an elite beast master, a fact that is already a source of pride. The scorpion-tailed demon lion, having been struck down by the fiery, relentless iron fist, has risen once more, lunging at Lin Jun and Su Huan. Its sharp claws and scorpion tail glimmer ominously, clearly intent on simultaneously tearing apart Su Huan and piercing Lin Jun. Su Huan takes a deep breath, uncertain of how many blows his Fire Guardian ring can withstand. Yet, at this juncture, he recognizes that he has no choice but to fight with all his might. Lin Jun, having endured such injuries to rescue his beast, cannot possibly stand idly by. Chapter 66. Bitter struggle in the moment when the stinger of the scorpion-tailed demon lion swiftly approached Lin Jun. Su Huan, witnessing Lin Jun's astonished expression, resolutely positioned himself in front of him. Gathering his courage, Su Huan fixed his gaze on the stinger, which was piercing towards him from 10 meters away, its sharp, glinting tip now vividly discernible. "You must defend against it, Flame Guardian," Su Huan silently implored, bolstered by unwavering faith in his mentor. Yet, the Flame Guardian did not activate as smoothly as he had envisioned. A long, gray-yellow shadow flashed past, intercepting the deadly strike of the scorpion-tailed demon lion. It was the rocknet python, as thick as a water barrel, its body adorned with granite-like patterns. Upon witnessing its master in peril, it exchanged injury for injury, desperately extricating itself from its battle with the bi-mountain lion. Just as the scorpion-tailed demon lion closed the distance to 7 or 8 meters from Su Huan and Lin Jun, the python ensnared it tightly. The serpentine creature and Apos' formidable constriction abilities were fully displayed at that moment. Though the rocknet python was merely a mature-level, special danger species, it managed to temporarily restrain the fully mature apex danger species, the scorpion-tailed demon lion. Meanwhile, the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle had appeared above them, flapping its wings, one claw grasping Lin Jun and the other clutching Su Huan, preparing to soar into the sky. As for the fiery toxic male, situated dozens of meters away, and the purple-maned battle beast, nearly 100 meters distant, they had exceeded the range in which the summoning artifact could accommodate its summoned beasts. Lin Jun could only feel a pang of anguish in his heart as he reluctantly abandoned his two main summoned beasts, allowing the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle to take flight. Still thinking of escaping? The formidable summoner controlling the scorpion-tailed demon lion and the battle-footed black chimp sneered, as a faint light flickered from the summoning artifact in their hand. A ferocious flying creature lunged forward with a speed that surpassed that of the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle. Despite the eagle and Appos' desperate wing beats, it was unable to widen the gap between itself and the approaching monstrous creature. The grotesque, fearsome flying beast opened its maw wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, and lunged towards the black-crowned eagle, its viscous saliva clearly visible to Su Huan. Just as the summoners of Sin Firetown believed that Su Huan and Lin Jun were on the brink of being ensnared, a voice imbued with lethal intent resonated in their ears. Flame Wing, Gale Griffin, Wind Flame Slash. A whirlwind of tempest and fire cascaded from the heavens, mercilessly battering the grotesque flying creature, sending it crashing down from the air. Shuiyu? Wasn't he supposed to be at Rivet Town? How could he have arrived so swiftly? The summoners of Sin Firetown were filled with confusion and astonishment. If I weren't here, wouldn't you scoundrels of Sin Firetown have your wicked schemes come to fruition? Shuiyu scolded while directing two summoned beasts, the heavy-armored wolf and the fire-scaled beast, to engage the purple-maned battle beast, as well as the rocknet python, which was now wounded from the scorpion-tailed demon lion stinger. Meanwhile, the battle-footed black chimp had once again become ensnared by the fiery toxic male. Although it bore significant injuries, it still retained a measure of combat capability. Coupled with its mastery of magical recovery techniques, the magic furnace, and having developed a 5th-level ability, it could sustain its healing during battle, having already recovered a portion of its injuries. Thus, it was not on the verge of collapse like the purple-maned battle beast, even though it was clearly at a disadvantage in the fight against the battle-footed black chimp. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, the heavily injured armored wolf, stripped of its combat prowess, was confronted by Shuiyu's mighty bear, an evolved form of the strength bear. The strength bear, akin to the formidable bear monster, belonged to the realm of intermediate danger species, while the mighty bear stood as a second-tier creature among the elite danger species, renowned for its immense power. Although Shuiyu's mighty bear was somewhat weaker than the armored wolf in its prime, the latter had already sustained severe injuries from the relentless assaults of the fiery poison man. The diminished armored wolf was no match for it. Even with the battered fire-scaled beast at its side, they could only hope to match the might of the mighty bear. Meanwhile, the grounded rock network python, aided by Shuiyu's rock monster, managed to entangle the scorpion-tailed demon lion, despite the latter's fierce nature. The rock monster excelled in defense, surpassing even the armored wolf in that regard, though its sluggish speed was a notable drawback. Nonetheless, the scorpion-tailed demon lion found it challenging to overcome this resilient creature. Just as the tide of battle began to shift favorably, the rampaging earth dragon, which had previously sent the fiery poison man sprawling, seized the opportunity to attack the scorpion-tailed demon lion, diverting its attention from the grounded rock network python. At that moment, the rampaging earth dragon lunged forth from the jungle with ferocious speed, its razor-sharp fangs bared, sinking into the python and Appos' body. The grounded rock network python writhed in desperation. Yet the rampaging earth dragon's teeth pierced deep, rendering it immobile. In a brutal display, the dragon unleashed a series of savage strikes with its blade-like forelimbs, delivering a devastating blow to the python and Appos' head. With one strike, the python and Appos' resilient hide was cleaved open. With a second, its neck was nearly severed, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, the rock monster was ensnared by the scorpion-tailed demon lion, unable to provide assistance. As the grounded rock network python struggled fiercely, on the brink of escape from the rampaging earth dragon's grasp, the dragon struck again with unrelenting ferocity. In an instant, the python was torn asunder, meeting a gruesome demise. "Curse it! I shall slay you, you cowardly wretch!" The harrowing scene sent Lin Jun into a frenzy, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. To witness the death of a creature he had nurtured and befriended was enough to drive any beastmaster to despair. Emerging from the shadows of the jungle was a figure draped in a flowing black robe, accompanied by another rampaging earth dragon, equally formidable. With a sardonic smile, he regarded Lin Jun and declared, "Let us see how you plan to kill me. Next time, my rampaging earth dragon will sever the head of your purple-maned war beast." As his words lingered in the air, the rampaging earth dragon at his side surged forward from the shadows, charging toward the battlefield where the mighty bear and the purple-maned war beast were locked in combat. The mighty bear, lacking in speed, could do nothing to hinder the stealthy assault of the rampaging earth dragon, helplessly watching as the dragon and Appos' razor-sharp forelimbs descended upon the wounded purple-maned war beast, which was barely managing to defend itself against the armored wolf's onslaught with the mighty bear's assistance. Suddenly, a massive column of flame, as thick as a sea bowl, erupted from the jungle, striking the rampaging earth dragon and forcing it out of its stealthy approach, leaving behind charred marks upon its body. The fierce bear roared as it lunged towards the ferocious earth dragon, determined to prevent it from attacking its comrades. Heiju, perched atop the blazing red tiger, leaped from the jungle. Her eyes quickly absorbed the chaotic battlefield, noting the severed body of the ground-dwelling rock net python still writhing. Heiju's pupils constricted sharply, but upon seeing that Lin Jun and Su Huan were unharmed, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. She dismounted from the red tiger and summoned 2 more beasts alongside the red tiger to join the fray. Meanwhile, she called forth a flying companion, ascending into the air. This was a common tactic among beast tamers during combat, taking to the skies for self-preservation while allowing their ground companions to engage in battle. The flying beast carried Heiju to Lin Jun and Su Huan, where she expressed her sincere apologies. "I am truly sorry for my tardiness." Lin Jun and Appos' eyes were bloodshot. The death of the rock net python had deeply unsettled him. Nevertheless, he recognized that Heiju and Appos' arrival was remarkably swift under the circumstances, and he bore her no ill will. He shook his head and replied, "It is not your fault. We can only blame the wretched scum of Su Huan town." Heiju and Appos' blazing red tiger, along with the 2 other specially dangerous beasts, joined the battle. The conflict had evolved into a tense 3 versus 3 standoff, gradually becoming a drawn-out struggle. However, the beast tamer from Su Huan town clearly had no intention of allowing this stalemate to persist. No sooner had he spoken than another top-tier danger beast appeared on the battlefield. Originally intended as a safeguard against Suko, it was summoned to expedite the resolution of the fight. This colossal giant ape stood a staggering 6 or 7 meters tall, adorned with golden fur, and its arms were as formidable as steel. It towered over the battle-hardened black chimpanzee by an entire head, approaching its final stage of evolution. The golden-backed steel-arm ape was significantly more powerful than the battle-footed black chimpanzee and the scorpion-tailed demon lion. This was the evolved form of Heiju's silver-backed iron-arm ape, an embodiment of raw strength and ferocity, renowned for its belligerent nature. Upon its arrival, it swiftly overpowered the companions of Heiju, leaving the trio in a dire struggle once more. Chapter 67. Death. Retreat before a grand tree. Su Huan and his 3 companions huddled together, valiantly resisting the beasts of the 3 Sin Fire Town beast tamers, shielded by their own summoned creatures. Having dismounted from their flying beasts, they realized that the aerial combat was perilous. The ground offered a semblance of safety. The emergence of the golden-backed steel-arm ape was akin to the last straw that broke the camel and Appos' back. Even Shueyu and Appos' fully evolved rock monster suffered devastating injuries. Its tank-like chest, fortified like armor, was brutally shattered by the steel arms of the ape, nearly endangering the life core of this rock entity. Shueyu had no choice but to withdraw the incapacitated rock monster into the beast seal space for recovery. Indeed, the likes of the fiery toxic man, who defied the hierarchical suppression of levels, were but a rare breed. The vast majority remained unable to bridge the immense power chasm between the special and top-tier dangerous species. Initially intending to eliminate Lin Jun and the insignificant nuisance, they were surprised by the arrival of 2 others seeking their demise, whether it was 1 or 4. They resolved to eliminate them all. After sending the audacious fiery toxic man flying once again, the golden-backed steel-arm ape charged into the protective circle formed by the beasts of Heiju and her companions. Not only was the golden-backed steel-arm ape immensely powerful, but its body was also as resilient as iron. Typical assaults merely bounced off it, rendering it exceedingly challenging to combat. Heiju and her companions found themselves utterly helpless against it. The ape surged through the fray like a general amidst a battlefield, leaving the already injured beasts of Heiju, Lin Jun, and Shueyu utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Just as the golden-backed steel-arm ape dealt a crushing blow to Shueyu's mighty bear, causing it to spit blood, it lunged towards the gravely wounded crimson flame tiger of Heiju. In an instant, a tremendous force enveloped the scene. The golden-backed steel-arm ape was propelled away with a speed surpassing that with which it had charged. Its chest caved in. The Sin Firetown beast tamer controlling the golden-backed steel-arm ape, along with another beast tamer hidden within the jungle guiding the rampaging earth dragon, summoned their swift steeds and fled as if faced with a cataclysm. Only the mysterious beast tamer, who had initially pursued Su Huan, remained oblivious to the shifting tides of battle, his expression one of bewilderment. Boom. In the next moment, the already injured golden-backed steel-arm ape had not even risen before being crushed under the foot of a colossal beast, meeting a death most final. It was the nightmare earth dragon, the primary force of Chief Su. Heiju exhaled softly, acknowledging, truly, the might of a fully evolved super dangerous species beneath the terrifying class is formidable. The golden-backed steel-arm ape was dispatched in mere moments. Shuiyu too breathed a sigh of relief, while Su Huan gazed in astonishment, murmuring, is this the true power of a super dangerous species? Yet, they did not forget the remaining creatures of Sin Fire Town and their tamer. As the tamer attempted to flee, he was intercepted by the fiery demon man, who had suffered a broken arm, and the crimson flame tiger, following the crushing of the golden-backed steel-arm ape's skull. The nightmare earth dragon once again charged towards the scorpion-tailed demon lion, which had nearly cornered Su Huan and Linjin, dispatching it after only 2 exchanges. As the battle raged on, the formidable Warfoot chimp realized the impending danger and fled. To the astonishment of Su Huan and his companions, a colossal creature, ensconced in frost, emerged from the dense jungle. Atop this perilous being sat a middle-aged man with graying temples. With a deep growl, the nightmarish earth dragon lunged at the Warfoot chimp, shattering its massive arms with a single collision. In a swift second strike, its razor-sharp claws severed the chimp's head. Nightmare earth dragon, eliminate those small pests. The middle-aged man commanded in a low voice. Observing the disheveled appearance of Lin Jun and the others, he spoke gently, you little ones have worked hard. I did not expect these creatures to infiltrate the Gray Bear Forest during my absence. The 4 of them understood that they were finally safe. Suku was already considered the pinnacle of strength in Black Lantern Fortress. The few entities that could rival him in power within the Sin Fire Town were not likely to act recklessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the lifeless body of the Tundra Rock Python, its corpse now severed, and his expression changed slightly as he inquired, who did this? Linjin. Being his disciple, was well known to him, and he was familiar with Linjin's tamed beasts. Heiju replied with indignation. It was the underlings of that sneaky wretch from Sin Fire Town, the rampaging earth dragon. Understood. Leave the rest to me, Suku replied, a hint of murderous intent lacing his tone. Before long, he presented 2 severed heads of rampaging earth dragons. The nightmarish earth dragon let out a roar directed at Suku. Suku nodded slightly. The nightmarish earth dragon reports that most have been eliminated, though the other 2 tamers managed to escape. Nonetheless, it has tracked down both rampaging earth dragons by their scent. The nightmarish earth dragon casually discarded the heads onto the ground. Upon witnessing the demise of his tamed beast and Appos, adversaries, Linjin finally regained some composure and expressed his gratitude to Suku. Heiju summoned the silverback iron-armed gibbon to retrieve the carcasses from the nightmarish earth dragon's jaws. For Linjin, Shuiyu, Heiju, and Suku, had any one of them arrived a moment later, their lives might have been forfeit. While still haunted by the experience, they were filled with anticipation for the might of high-tier beasts. Whether it was Linjin's fiery poisonous male, the formidable creatures led by the Tamers of Sin Fire Town, or the astonishing nightmarish earth dragon alongside its frosty counterpart whose species remained unknown. Each encounter left an indelible impression on him. Despite his previous close encounters with his teacher's terrifying beasts, he had never witnessed their full combat prowess until now. By their conflict, resembled a war-torn site. Even more chaotic than one devastated by artillery. Massive craters, still smoldering scorch marks, shattered branches, and splintered trunks littered the area, leaving the entire forest in ruins. The destructive capability of a mature super-dangerous species was akin to that of an army equipped with heavy firepower, capable of decimating hundreds. Let alone the utterly perilous species such as the nightmarish earth dragon, and even more terrifying entities beyond that. The individual destructive potential of these super-dangerous species far surpasses the mere accumulation of military firepower. It is no wonder that the teacher places such great emphasis on the cultivation of beast tamers. It is also understandable that the teacher would assign beast tamers to command within the military ranks. Should a beast tamer reach their full potential, their contribution is irreplaceable by conventional military forces. Relying solely on soldiers to confront a beast tamer would only result in an overwhelming loss of life. Chapter 68. loss and reward several dozen kilometers from the gray bear forest, in a secluded grove within the wilderness, a group of 4 or 5 figures huddled conspiratorially. Damn it, a plan that was nearly foolproof has been thwarted by a mere brat. Reg, Lin Tu, and Ma Zheng have likely perished at the hands of Su Ke. It is utterly lamentable. As they recalled their original 8-member team, now reduced to just 5, a sense of sorrow permeated the air. At this juncture, lamentation was futile. Their operation had been caught squarely by Su Ke, and the mission had been deemed a failure. It was imperative to relay the news back to the gathering place, allowing them to prepare for the impending retaliation, for the Black Lantern gathering was not comprised of benevolent souls who would suffer in silence. I second that. I concur. How about you, Luoyu? The proposer directed a glance towards the middle-aged beastmaster who commanded the scorpion-tailed lion, the black-footed chimpanzee, and the golden-backed steel-armed ape, all of which were top-tier dangerous species. Don't bother me. You all decide. The middle-aged beastmaster raised his head, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at the proposer. Startled by the beastmaster's menacing demeanor, the proposer dared not voice further objections and quietly retrieved a communicator to report the situation to the higher-ups in Sinfire Town. The others were no longer surprised by this scene. Despite the proposer being the nominal leader of the operation, the middle-aged beastmaster was the strongest among them. His volatile temperament often led him to reprimand the group, a behavior they had long since grown accustomed to. However, they were acutely aware that during this operation, the beastmaster and Appos, as 3 top-tier dangerous species, had all been eliminated by Su Ke, and a sense of schadenfreude began to brew among them. With the loss of the top-tier beasts, only a few special dangerous species remained. Meanwhile, within the Gray Bear Forest base, Su Ke summoned Su Huan, Linjin, and 2 others to the conference room on the first floor. Su Huan meticulously recounted how he had discovered the movements of those from Sinfire Town, detailing every aspect. Subsequently, Linjin and Haiju offered additional insights. Upon hearing their accounts, Su Ke nodded slightly. I have surveyed the various regions, and the losses this time are not significant. Of the several hundred bear power fruit trees in Gray Bear Forest, only a few dozen have been completely harvested, less than 1/10. However, nearly 100 bears have perished, which constitutes a serious blow to the entire gray bear population. The leader of the bears will undoubtedly be furious upon learning of this. We must provide an explanation. But the subsequent matters will fall to the Black Lantern stronghold, which will seek vengeance against Sinfire Town to appease the owner of Gray Bear Forest. Su Huan, your contributions have been indispensable in thwarting Sinfire Town and Appos' scheme. You deserve the highest commendation. Su Ke smiled at Su Huan. He then turned to Lin Jun, stating, your losses are considerable as well. I will accurately report this to the Black Lantern stronghold, advocating for the compensation of a high-quality special dangerous species juvenile pet for you. As for Haiju and Shueyu, your timely support is commendable, and I will report it as well. How you are rewarded will depend on the stronghold master's discretion. After Su Ke finished speaking, Shueyu felt a surge of joy within. However, before he could catch his breath, Su Ke, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, approached and playfully kicked Shueyu in the rear, chiding, I almost forgot to ask, Shuden and Amp, Appos, do you be in Rivet Town? What brings you to Grizzly Forest? Shueyu, with a sheepish grin, replied, I came to support Linjin and Su Huan, didn't I? As he spoke, he exchanged mischievous glances with Su Huan and Linjin. Stop pretending. I can't be bothered to discuss it with you. Relieved as if granted a pardon, Shueyu quickly muttered that he would head out immediately, hastening towards the base's exit. That rascal. Su Ke chuckled to himself, shaking his head at Shueyu's retreating figure. He then turned to Su Huan, saying, Su Huan, your discovery of the plot to plunder our energy fruits from Grizzly Forest will surely please the Fortress Lord, who will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. How about this? Our base has a plethora of valuable items. You may select 1 or 2 for yourself. Su Huan, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, if it weren't for Lin Jun's timely arrival, even if I had uncovered their scheme, I would likely have lost my life. It would be best to reward Lin Jun instead. Su Ke burst into hearty laughter at this. Lin Jun, too, glanced at Su Huan in surprise. Su Ke then remarked, rest assured, the Fortress Lord will decide on the rewards and compensations for Lin Jun's situation, so you need not decline. Lin Jun added, the Fortress Lord typically grants substantial rewards and compensations for my losses in such circumstances, so Su Huan, you should not refuse any longer. This reward is rightfully yours. Reluctantly, Su Huan acquiesced. He was also curious about the treasures within the Grizzly Forest and Appos' storeroom, for it was not solely known for producing bear power fruits. but also numerous rare materials. Now, let us proceed, Suku said. Su Huan hesitated, stating, Chief Su, could we possibly wait until tomorrow? Before he could finish, Suku, understanding his plight, interjected, Indeed, today and Appo's battle has been quite exhausting for you, so take the time to rest well. I shall take you to the storeroom first thing tomorrow. Su Huan nodded repeatedly. He had intended to fabricate some excuse, yet Suku had already filled in the blanks. The reason for his request to postpone until tomorrow was not due to fatigue. After all, he had been accustomed to intense physical exertion from challenging the grizzly bears in grizzly forest alongside the dragon snake lizard. Rather, he desired to meticulously review the various materials outlined in the ancient dragon canon, hoping to glean insights that might aid him in discovering something valuable in the storeroom the following day. Upon returning to his room, Su Huan closed his eyes and began to sift through the vast reservoir of knowledge in his mind regarding the dragon canon. Aside from the information he had already mastered, new insights had emerged following his successful bond with the treasure beast, which he had only skimmed over in recent days. Among these revelations, one particularly captivated his attention, a path to dragon transformation. Treasure Beast Dragon Transformation Path 1. 500 grams of dragon scale essence from the treasure beast, a complete block of floating secret stone, 100 grams of spirit essence, Treasure Beast Dragon Transformation Ritual. Treasure Dragon Beast. Similar to the dragon transformation path of the scale lizard, the treasure beast also possesses multiple avenues for transformation, in contrast to the numerous metamorphic pathways of the scaled lizard. The treasure-seeking beast possesses considerably fewer, with only 9 routes to transformation. Among these, the first pathway, which leads to the treasure dragon beast, captivated Su Huan the most. This allure stemmed from the description of the dragon lineage post-transformation, where all other dragon species derived from the treasure-seeking beast predominantly belong to different elemental categories, while the treasure dragon beast retains a strong affinity for the enigmatic attributes. The treasure dragon beast, characterized by its primary association with the mysterious element, undoubtedly appears superior to its counterparts. However, the materials required for this transformation pathway are also the most abundant, necessitating one additional component compared to the other metamorphic routes of treasure-seeking beasts. Su Huan harbored no illusions about fortuitously discovering the requisite materials by the morrow. Thus, he shifted his gaze towards other information. Chapter 69. The Strengthening Plan for Dragon, Snake, and Lizard. The content of the Ancient Dragon Codex can be broadly divided into 4 sections: the path to transformation into a dragon, various formulas and secret recipes, cultivation and training methods, and the crafting of extraordinary items. Currently, Su Huan has mastered hundreds of pathways to dragon transformation, encompassing not only the lizard and treasure hunting beast but also numerous perilous races. Among these, there are pathways to transformation from fearsome creatures that Su Huan has never encountered before. After all, the depths of the wilderness, uninhabited territories, and various secret locations and forbidden zones harbor an abundance of unknown dangers. Even the comprehensive statistics compiled by the Black Lantern Fortress account for only a minute fraction of these perilous races. Their understanding of dangerous species is somewhat more extensive only within the realm of their influence. However, the collection of various dangerous races housed within the archives of the Black Lantern Fortress comprises thousands, if not tens of thousands, of species, with nearly 1,000 being relatively common. This includes the main companion of Linjin, the fiery poisonous male, capable of battling top-tier dangerous species at a higher level, as well as the ice-type companion ridden by Chief Suku, the Ice Lake Nightmare. The Ice Lake Nightmare appears to be a rare and dangerous species residing atop frozen lakes, of which Su Huan has only caught a fleeting glimpse in the records. As for the fiery poisonous male, this is the first time Su Huan has heard of it and seen it in person. From the pathways to dragon transformation that he has acquired, Su Huan has selected several races as potential options for future companions. In addition to the hundreds of pathways to dragon transformation, the Codex contains thousands of formulas and secret recipes. Each pathway typically corresponds to at least a few, if not dozens, of formulas and recipes. Moreover, there are numerous recipes that can be utilized universally across various species. These encompass food recipes, breeding formulas, and recipes designed to enhance specific attributes or abilities. Su Huan's application of these formulas and recipes has thus far been limited to food preparation, and he has never attempted to concoct recipes that enhance abilities or skills. This is not only due to the rarity and scarcity of the materials required for secret recipes, but also because he fears that the already rapid growth rate of the dragon, snake, and lizard might become even more astonishing, arousing suspicion. Nevertheless, having experienced this crisis, Su Huan has resolved to fully utilize all available secret recipes. Regardless of how others perceive his growth rate, as long as his master remains, and he is still a disciple of the Lord of Black Lantern Fortress, others would not dare to act overtly against him. First, he sets a goal. Additionally, he aims to master at least one fourth-level transformation ability. With a clear objective in mind, Su Huan begins to peruse various formulas and recipes. However, even with the dragon, snake, and lizard nearing the late stages of growth, its strength in comparison to other late-stage top-tier dangerous species or late-stage special dangerous species, as well as mature high-level dangerous species, does not exhibit any advantages in terms of skill enhancement abilities, aside from the innate attributes granted by its race. This crisis has made Su Huan acutely aware of the significance of skill enhancement abilities. The reason Lin Zhun's fiery poisonous male can overpower the heavy-armored wolf and even contend with top-tier dangerous species is not solely due to its exceptional attributes. Due to the fervent prowess of the fiery male, who possesses an array of 6th-level abilities typically reserved for the most formidable of species, including the mastery of superheated kinetic energy and crystalline flames, the cultivation of these abilities holds paramount significance in the realm of beast taming. Presently, the only 3rd-level ability mastered by the dragon snake lizard is the dragon might. Beginning with undeniably offers a greater likelihood of advancing to the 4th level of cultivation. However, Su Huan is reluctant to pursue this path, much like in the recent crisis where the unassuming ambush and the earth gun sacrificial technique enabled his miraculous escape. He weighs his options and resolves to explore the possibility of a breakthrough in the ambush technique. Ambush is a relatively common speed-oriented malevolent technique. For instance, the heavily armored wolf commands a 5th-level malevolent ability known as Black Line Strike. Su Huan swiftly identifies a recipe from a vast array of formulas that specifically enhances the ambush technique and its cultivation potential. This recipe is classified as a universal formula, effective for numerous species adept in ambush. However, for the dragon snake lizard to fully harness the formula and Oppo's benefits, it must be complemented by its exclusive training methodology. The formula, while not capable of amplifying every aspect of the ambush technique, can enhance over 20 distinct cultivation abilities spanning from the 1st to the 5th level, which is already a rare find. Su Huan has never encountered such a recipe in Black Lantern Fortress that can augment specific cultivation abilities of tamed creatures. Each cultivation ability is the result of years of arduous training and enlightenment. Nevertheless, Su Huan holds no doubts regarding the efficacy of the formulas documented in the Dragon Codex. Among the 20-plus cultivation abilities that the formula can enhance is the ambush, accelerated assault, an ability that significantly increases attack speed. Yet, Su Huan's primary focus is not on offensive capabilities but rather on enhancing agility and speed. He swiftly identifies a particular ability, the 1st-level cultivation ability ambush, Swift Strike, followed by the 2nd-level ambush, Rapid Strike, the 3rd-level ambush, Frenzied Speed, the 4th-level ambush, Violent Speed, culminating in the 5th-level ambush, Grand Speed. The enhancement effects of this formula encompass the complete progression chain of ambush abilities from 1st-level Swift Strike to 5th-level Grand Speed. Swift Strike is an ability that boosts aerial maneuverability, achieving remarkable speed even in complex terrains when executed proficiently. The formula and Oppo's name is quite straightforward. Ambush Technique Enhancement Formula, 27 cultivation abilities. The contents also note the required training methods tailored to different species. Although the dragon snake lizard has yet to cultivate the Swift Strike ability, given its current mastery of ambush and the detailed training methods recorded in the Dragon Codex, it is reasonable to assume that the dragon snake lizard will not require much time to acquire the Swift Strike cultivation ability. The materials required for the formula are somewhat intricate, and Su Huan does not anticipate gathering them in the Gray Bear Forest. Nonetheless, he clings to a glimmer of hope that he might uncover the primary materials for the formula in the storeroom of the Gray Bear Forest base tomorrow. Chapter 70, Late Growth, Part 1. After perusing the enhancing recipes, Su Huan resumed his exploration amidst a vast expanse of knowledge. Behind this burgeoning library lay an immense, indistinct sea of dust-laden information, awaiting the opportune moment for complete revelation. Although the dragon snake lizard had approached the late growth phase, it still fell short by a fraction. After a thorough search, Su Huan indeed discovered numerous recipes and secret formulas. However, the materials required were beyond his reach. Even within the confines of the Dark Lantern Fortress, gathering these components proved to be a formidable task. Furthermore, upon comparing the data from the Dragon Codex, Su Huan realized that the culinary recipes and the unique effects of the bear strength fruit had already maximized the dragon snake lizard and Apos' growth rate under optimal conditions. Any further attempt to accelerate its growth beyond this limit would be akin to forcing a sprout, potentially jeopardizing the lizard's future growth potential. Thus, Su Huan's eagerness tempered considerably. Even if he were to gather the necessary materials, he would not engage in such folly. With the recipes and formulas rendered ineffective, he contemplated alternative cultivation methods. The most effective approach, with minimal side effects, was combat. However, this would require the incorporation of some special techniques. Glancing at the dragon snake lizard, which had once aided him in his escape and was now sprawled by the bedside, soundly asleep and occasionally snoring, Su Huan mused, "Let you rest well tonight. Tomorrow's combat intensity shall be increased." The dragon snake lizard shivered slightly in its slumber. The following morning, Su Huan did not meet Suku as expected. Instead, he received news from Heiju. "Chief Su instructed me to inform you that our forward observation post discovered traces of a Sin Fire Town supply convoy last night. Without delay, Chief Su has already set out to annihilate that convoy." Su Huan could not help but admire the Chief Tamer's dedication. Undertaking such a perilous task in the dead of night, given that the chief's mission included not only the destruction of the sizable Sin Fire Town convoy, but also the potential eradication of several nearby frontier bases and observation posts of Sin Fire Town. Su Huan nodded in understanding, assured that his rewards would remain intact. Since a trip to the storeroom was not feasible at the moment, he decided to take the dragon snake lizard out for combat, hastening their entry into the late growth phase and achieving his goals sooner. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Jun descended the spiral staircase. "Hey Ju, it seems you were speaking of me," he said with a forced smile. After a night of rest, his condition had improved somewhat. However, the recent loss of a tamed creature still cast a shadow over his brow. Nonetheless, he appeared much better than the previous day. "I intend to train the dragon snake lizard in the grizzly bear forest. If he wishes to join, it would be prudent to accompany you, lest any remnants of Sin Fire Town infiltrate," Heiju remarked, noticing Lin Jun and Apos' improved demeanor, and smiled in agreement. Lin Jun, with a knowing expression, advised, "Come, Su Huan. It would be wise for you to accompany me. After all, the Gray Bear Forest may not be very peaceful lately. Not only are the people from Sin Fire Town agitated, but with so many bears having recently perished, the leaders of the bears in Gray Bear Forest are also quite furious. If you happen to cross paths with them, you might find yourself unjustly targeted." "Very well. I appreciate your concern, Lin Jun," Su Huan acknowledged, aware that it was prudent to exercise caution given his current physique. Lin Jun waved his hand dismissively. "You may depart after breakfast. My chef prepares meals rather swiftly." Black Chrysanthemum chimed in with a smile, summoning her enhanced pet, the grass-skirt songstress. This advanced humanoid creature represented a fully matured form of its kind, classified under the grass and soundwave categories, displaying remarkable learning capabilities. Black Chrysanthemum's version had successfully unlocked culinary skills, and since the soldiers at the base had been sent back, she had taken on the responsibility of cooking for the entire Gray Bear Forest base. After a sumptuous breakfast, Su Huan, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, set out with Lin Jun. Despite having already fed the dragon snake lizard prior to their departure, it was essential to carry some materials and food. Su Huan had prepared certain nourishing items before entering the Gray Bear Forest, which were now proving their worth. However, he had not prepared materials. The contents of his backpack were assembled from the base. Though they were still insufficiently gathered, they would suffice for the time being. Most of these materials were relatively common and served only as aids in culinary concoctions and combat training. The speed at which the dragon snake lizard could advance to the later stages of growth would ultimately depend on its own capabilities. Soon, Lin Jun led Su Huan to their first combat target, a fully matured brown bear. Although the dragon snake lizard had made significant progress since their arrival in the Gray Bear Forest, a fully matured gray bear posed a formidable challenge. Brown bears, being the largest and strongest among the three species commonly found in the Gray Bear Forest, were not to be underestimated. Before their expedition, the dragon snake lizard had already feasted on a specially formulated meal designed to promote growth. Just prior to the onset of battle, Su Huan provided it with 2 additional ingredients, a scale leaf root and a blood pattern bird egg. The scale leaf root, a tuber adorned with scale-like leaves, assists pets in digestion, while the blood pattern bird egg, from a mid-level danger species, can enhance vitality in humans and accelerate blood flow for pets. thus aiding in the swift breakdown and absorption of nutrients. Both ingredients served as digestive aids and bore no adverse effects for the dragon snake lizard. Combat, too, was a means to enhance energy absorption from food. With all preparations in place, whether the dragon snake lizard could swiftly progress to the later stages of growth now rested upon its own performance. The imminent clash was palpable. The slaughters instigated by Sin Fire Town had enveloped the gray bear forest in an atmosphere charged with unrest and fury. Once the brown bear and the dragon snake lizard engaged, neither showed any inclination to hold back. Every strike aimed at the vital points of the dragon snake lizard, presenting a visage of desperate combat. However, the dragon snake lizard, having received prior counsel from Su Huan, was restrained from inflicting severe harm upon the brown bear. Thus, it fought with a degree of limitation, somewhat constrained in its movements. Nevertheless, the remarkable progress in skill and strength it had achieved in recent days allowed the dragon snake lizard to maintain a balanced contest, engaging the brown bear with equal fervor. Chapter 71, Late Growth, Part 2, 2 days later. Each day, he would inquire about the condition of the grizzly forest from the diligent caretaker, Black Chrysanthemum, through the short-range communicator, alleviating any concerns regarding Chief Su and Appo's safety. During these 2 days, the dragon snake lizard experienced remarkable progress in strength, a pace that even Lin Jun found astonishing. Firstly, the dragon snake lizard's size successfully surpassed 4 meters and was now comparable to the typical dimensions of a dragon snake lizard in the late growth stage, even slightly exceeding that of most others newly entering this phase. Approaching the size of a small car, it had undeniably become a formidable creature. In terms of power, bolstered by the enhancement from the bear strength fruits and the inherent potential of a top-tier dangerous species, it had reached the level capable of withstanding a fully matured black bear. However, in comparison to the more powerful fully matured grizzly and brown bears, the dragon snake lizard still fell short in raw strength. Nevertheless, the dragon snake lizard's strengths lay not in brute force, but rather in its stamina, endurance, and regenerative abilities, areas where the bears could scarcely compete. Even so, the dragon snake lizard had not yet fully matured into the late growth stage, as evidenced by the patterns on its scales. Ancient dragon lore provided meticulous records indicating that the brown scales of a dragon snake lizard in the late growth stage would exhibit dark brown patterns. These markings were exceedingly subtle, blending almost seamlessly with the brown scales themselves, making them difficult to discern without close inspection. The formation of these patterns resulted from the further awakening of its draconic powers during the late growth stage. Under the influence of draconic energy, the defensive capabilities of its scales were significantly enhanced, with the patterns representing faint dragon markings. At this point, the dragon snake lizard's scales bore delicate dark brown lines, though they had yet to fully define themselves and appeared somewhat disordered. Thus, Su Huan could ascertain that it was merely on the cusp of entering the late growth stage. In a dense forest, a robust and well-fed, fully matured grizzly bear was engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon snake lizard. This grizzly was even stronger than the one encountered 2 days prior, having mastered a 4th-level enhancement of its bear roar ability. The bear roar, mighty roar. This formidable ability transcended mere intimidation, exhibiting the effects of sound wave manipulation, leaving Su Huan feeling as though a grenade had detonated before him, nearly deafening him. It was only due to Lin Jun bestowing a mental barrier to mitigate the sonic assault that he found some relief. Remarkably, Su Huan was positioned a considerable 70 to 80 meters away from the battlefield between the grizzly and the dragon snake lizard. Despite being enveloped in the protective dragon esmite scales, the dragon snake lizard was still experiencing great discomfort from the brunt of the mighty roar. The 4th-level enhancement was a privilege reserved for many high-tier dangerous species, with only a select few exceptionally gifted mid-tier dangerous species capable of such advancement. Faced with the mighty roar of the grizzly, the dragon snake lizard felt pressure akin to confronting a frontal assault from a mature high-tier dangerous species. As the grizzly's roar echoed, it began to accelerate, swiftly closing the distance towards the dragon snake lizard. Its palm-sized paws were infused with yellow beast energy, the claws at the edges glinting with sharpened ferocity. Clearly, it had employed the beast technique, rending claw. Under the tremendous roar and oppressive force, the dragon serpent lizard found its mobility severely diminished, its speed lagging behind that of its opponent. The moonshadow leopard, poised and ready, prepared to intervene at a critical moment to rescue the dragon serpent lizard. Just as the grizzly bear drew within mere meters of it, the moonshadow leopard leapt forth. The blood coursing through the dragon serpent lizard quickened. The mysterious power contained within the recently ingested blood-patterned bird egg reaching its zenith. With a sudden thrust of its head, The dragon serpent lizard let out a thunderous roar. A wave of sound, laden with minuscule dust particles, surged forth from its mouth, nearly visible to the naked eye. Infused with a staggering draconic pressure directed at the grizzly bear. The bear, caught in the throes of the mighty roar, staggered as if struck by a colossal hammer. Crashing heavily to the ground. The moonshadow leopard halted in its tracks, as did Linjin and Su Huan, both rendered speechless. Undeterred, the dragon serpent lizard unleashed another fierce roar. A linear wave of sound erupted again, colliding once more with the grizzly bear. The bear felt a heat rise in its throat, spewing forth blood as it sensed an overwhelming threat, howling in distress as it clumsily retreated. Yet the dragon serpent lizard deemed its escape too slow. In an instant, 10 spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the earth behind the grizzly bear, startling it into a hasty flight. Dragon might, dragon roar warhammer, Su Huan remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He had not anticipated that this creature would surpass expectations with its innate talent for the dragon might ability, achieving a remarkable 4th-tier proficiency. The dragon roar warhammer solidified the essence of dragon might into a sonic attack of formidable lethality, one of the most potent forms of the 4th-tier ability, capable of inflicting tangible harm. Furthermore, the damage could directly impact the psyche. The grizzly bear's final maneuver of simultaneously launching 10 spikes was a capability it had not possessed prior. It seemed to be a 2nd-tier manifestation of the earth spear technique. After vanquishing its foe, the dragon serpent lizard swiftly approached Su Huan, its demeanor exuding pride, boastfulness, and a hint of eagerness for approval. Su Huan had intended to offer words of praise, but his expression suddenly shifted. A sudden tempest of mental energy was rapidly coalescing within his mind. He immediately immersed himself in the sea of consciousness, fixated on the burgeoning mental storm. Initially, he feared that the tempest's onslaught would disrupt the harmony of his mental energy. However, to his surprise, once the storm fully formed, it began to whirl in place without dissipating any excess force that might threaten his mental sea. Instead, a steady stream of mental energy flowed through a stable conduit, fortifying the mental storm, and that conduit unmistakably originated from the dragon serpent lizard. Su Huan surmised the unfolding events. He promptly began his crystalline meditation, and the crystal materialized at the very heart of the mental storm. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain akin to mental disintegration, when the crystal appeared at the storm's core, waves of pure, potent mental energy began to refine the crystal. The clarity of the mental crystal intensified with each passing moment. As the tempest of the mind subsided, Su Huan's mental crystal had transformed into a state of near transparency, with scarcely any impurities remaining, akin to the results of several months of spiritual cultivation. It was anticipated that with just a month of diligent practice, he could truly reach a level of mastery in his spiritual training. He would be able to wield the mind hammer in such a way that each rise and fall would guide the tides of spiritual energy across the ocean of the mind, thus embarking on the path of mastering the techniques of spiritual energy manipulation. The recent mental reinforcement from the dragon serpent lizard had significantly aided him. Upon opening his eyes, a residual wave of mental energy dispersed, surprisingly manifesting as a gentle breeze in the external world. Linjin offered him a slight smile. Recognizing that Su Huan had just entered a state of spiritual training, and it appeared he had made considerable progress, Su Huan returned the smile. Directing his gaze towards the dragon serpent lizard beside him, he noticed that the previously incomplete patterns on its scales had now fully formed into intricate dragon motifs, nearly identical to those recorded in ancient dragon scriptures. Furthermore, the innate pressure emanating from the dragon serpent lizard seemed even stronger than before. Coupled with the sudden enhancement of its mental power, it became evident to him that the dragon serpent lizard had reached the late growth stage. At long last, it had indeed achieved the late growth stage. The intense training over the past couple of days had proven fruitful. Not only had it successfully entered the late growth stage with a significant increase in strength, but his own spiritual cultivation had also made remarkable strides. Additionally, it had unlocked the 4th-level ability of Dragon Might and the 2nd-level ability of Earth Spear Ritual. Earth Spear Ritual, 10 spear thrusts. In an instant, it could unleash 10 piercing strikes. The power was more than double that of Earth Spear Ritual. Thrust. Su Huan mentally summarized the current abilities of the Dragon Serpent Lizard, a 4th-level ability, Dragon Might, Dragon Roar Warhammer, a 3rd-level ability, Dragon Might, Mighty Scales, 2nd-level abilities. Dragon Might, Shockwave, Dragon Force, Tear, Malicious Breath, Powerful Malicious Bullet, and Earth Spear Ritual, 10 spear thrusts. Aside from the slight shortcoming of not having unlocked the 2nd-level ability for Malicious Assault, The level of ability evolution was already comparable to that of most mid-level dangerous species in their complete form, nearly rivaling advanced dangerous species in their mature state. The red-scaled beast, Luo Chong, would be easily dealt with by a single dragon roar warhammer from the current dragon serpent lizard. Satisfied, Su Huan patted the dragon serpent lizard's head and offered a few words of praise. Linjin, standing nearby, couldn't he help but flinch at the mention of the dragon roar warhammer, being an experienced beast tamer himself. He understood that the fourth-level evolution of a low-tier dragon might ability was no small feat. Has it truly reached the fourth level? Although his own fiery toxic male had achieved a remarkable sixth-level evolution, that was the result of years of rigorous training together. Yet this dragon serpent lizard, he distinctly remembered, had only mastered a second-level ability, Dragon Might, Shockwave, half a month ago. And now, in just half a month, it had evolved to the fourth level. It had already surpassed the formidable potential of the grizzly bear, a special-grade dangerous species. Was the innate talent of a top-tier dangerous species truly this terrifying? Lin Jun was left speechless. Meanwhile, Su Huan remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Jun was nearing a state of despondency, his thoughts occupied with other matters. It has been half a month since arriving at the Bear Forest, and with the few days spent in Rivet Town, a total of 20 days have elapsed. Surely, the teacher would be pleased with such a rapid progression into the latter stages of growth. Furthermore, the new year approaches, and it might feel rather solitary for my sister to celebrate alone. Having been away for nearly a month now, Su Huan gazed contemplatively towards the direction of Black Lamp Fortress. Chapter 72. The treasure-seeking beast, though his attire bore no traces of blood. The resounding flutter of his cloak in the wind exuded an aura of iron and blood, a palpable intensity felt by both Su Huan and Black Chrysanthemum alike. A chill ran through the hearts of those present, cognizant that Chief Su had likely claimed numerous lives in his wake. Su Huan, I hear your dragon snake lizard has reached its later growth stage? Chief Su inquired with a smile. Su Huan nodded in affirmation. Aware that Black Chrysanthemum had conveyed this news during a phone call with Chief Su the previous night. Acknowledging this, Chief Su understood that Su Huan and Appo's departure was imminent. Once Su Huan's dragon snake lizard matured or completed a month, his training mission would conclude. This information had been relayed to him by the fortress lord even before his arrival at the grizzly bear forest. Truly remarkable progress, Chief Su remarked. The fortress lord had initially only hoped for a breakthrough. To reach the later growth stage is indeed the best outcome. If that were not feasible, we anticipated a significant enhancement in the lizard and Appo's abilities within a month to prepare for the 6 regions duel. I did not expect you to exceed expectations. Chief Su chuckled. As it stands, I have already faltered. Having delayed for 3 days, it would be prudent to fulfill my promise sooner rather than later. With that, he made his way deeper into the base, gesturing for Su Huan to follow. Su Huan obliged. The storeroom of the grizzly bear forest base lay underground, entirely excavated. Its structure supported by reinforced concrete and cement, housing an array of materials, with several months remaining until the annual deadline. Chief Su encouraged Su Huan to select freely from the bounty on offer. I shall not be stingy. Originally, I intended for you to choose 1 or 2 items. But since I have delayed, you may select an additional one. Gratefully, Su Huan nodded. The vast expanse of the grizzly bear forest encompassed not only woodlands but also lakes, rivers, valleys, and mountainous regions. The diverse assortment of materials from various locales included numerous entries documented in the Dragon Codex, and Su Huan found himself momentarily overwhelmed by choice. The underground storeroom sprawled over an area exceeding 1,000 square meters. After a thorough search, Su Huan was unable to make a definitive selection due to the sheer volume of materials. Chief Su had already exited the storeroom, instructing Su Huan to find him once he had made his choices. Faced with the daunting array of items amassed over half a year, Su Huan felt a sense of helplessness. He realized that it would take him an entire day and night to sift through everything. In his frustration, he relayed the characteristics and appearances of a few specific materials through a mental link to the treasure-seeking beast, hoping it could assist in locating them. True to its name, the treasure-seeking beast proved its worth. Before long, it led Su Huan to a corner of the storeroom, where it uncovered a material resembling a block of gray mud. This piece had been carelessly discarded beneath a heap of materials, buried and pressed down by the weight of many others. Had it not been for the beast and Appo's extraordinary abilities, Su Huan surmised he could have searched the entire storeroom without ever discovering this hidden gem. Upon his gaze falling upon the lump of gray mud, an expression of incredulity illuminated his eyes. Ah, treasure beast, You truly possess remarkable fortune, Su Huan exclaimed in a tone of admiration. This gray mud was indeed the precious material documented in the Dragon Codex, essential for the transformation of the treasure beast into the dragon treasure beast, known as the treasure essence. After lifting the treasure essence, the treasure beast began to leap excitedly within the confines of its spiritual realm, incessantly urging Su Huan to feed it this precious substance. How could Su Huan acquiesce? This creature would require this material for its metamorphosis into a dragon. Noticing the treasure beast's relentless insistence, Su Huan resolutely confined it, severing its mental connection. Holding the treasure essence in his hand, he weighed it thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. This substance undoubtedly exceeded 500 grams. The primary material was secured. As for the dragon seed and dragon scales, he was confident that his mentor could provide a piece, as there were likely reserves available. With this acquisition, only the floating secret stone and spiritual essence remained, alongside the completion of the dragon transformation ritual. Su Huan brimmed with anticipation. He felt an intense envy towards Chief Su's formidable nightmarish earth dragon, wondering if the treasure beast would also exhibit some of the super dangerous species might upon its transformation. Surely, a super dangerous species would not lack any combat capability. Are there any other materials? Su Huan reopened his mental link with the treasure beast to inquire. Chirp. The treasure beast, having completely forgotten about the recent confinement, shook its head innocently. Su Huan understood. He had just transmitted images of several dragon transformation materials pertaining to the treasure dragon beast, as well as the primary material for another dragon-type creature's transformation, the deformation color stone, which he had stored in Nail Town, alongside other primary materials he had previously selected for the transformation process. As expected, only the treasure essence was discovered. Nevertheless, the discovery of the treasure essence was a delightful surprise. He subsequently conveyed images and characteristics of a dozen more materials to the treasure beast. After the treasure beast's thorough exploration yielded no results, Su Huan transmitted additional images and material information, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Within mere minutes, he had identified 3 primary materials, including the treasure essence. The other 2 consisted of a substantial evil root, which could enhance the speed of the dragon, snake, lizard, and Appos' malevolent attack techniques, and a dried illusionary flower, a primary material for concocting a secret potion that would amplify the mental energy of the beast Tamer. As Su Huan exited the storeroom, Suku was taken aback upon seeing the 3 selected materials in his hands. While he understood the selection of the evil root and illusionary flower, the former enhancing the evil capabilities of tamed beasts, and the latter advancing the mental cultivation of the beast Tamer, he was perplexed by the grayish lump of mud. Su Huan, would you consider exchanging this item? It was unearthed by our miners at the quarry, and since its purpose was unknown, I carelessly discarded it in the storeroom and Appos' corner, Suku sincerely suggested. Recalling the muddy substance, Su Huan replied with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Chief Su, but I shall keep this item. I believe it holds some significance, and I wish to investigate further. However, he thought to himself, this is the primary material for the dragon transformation. How could I possibly trade it away? Even if Chief Su forbade him from selecting this particular material and urged him to discard the other 2, he was resolute in his choice of this exquisite treasure. The agitated demeanor of the treasure-seeking beast upon encountering this item was a testament to its considerable value, likely rivaling that of the metamorphic gemstone. After all, the more precious an object, the more excitement it incited in the treasure-seeking beast. Su Huan believed he had thoroughly grasped the temperament of this little creature. Upon seeing Su Huan's determination, Suka simply nodded, refraining from further discussion. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy to close the steel door of the storeroom and secured it with a key, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chapter 73. The Return Journey, Rivet Town Center. Su Huan observed as the town and Appos' guards securely loaded the coveted deformed crystal stones into the trunk of an armored off-road vehicle, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. However, given the recent aggressive suppression of numerous crime hotspots in Sinfire Town by Chief Su, it was certain that retaliation would follow. Thus, caution was prudent. These personnel were undoubtedly among the elite of the Rivet Town Guard. Yet, in Su Huan's eyes, they paled in comparison to the formidable Black Lantern Guards led by Zhang Cheng, who had escorted him to Rivet Town. Such disparity was to be expected, as Zhang Cheng and his companions were the elite guards of their mentor, while these individuals were merely the town's defenders, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Moreover, the vehicle had transitioned from a military armored truck, the Black Traveler, to an off-road vehicle retrofitted with protective armor and a mounted heavy machine gun. According to Zhou He's arrangements, Su Huan was to remain in the grisly forest for a full month, yet several days still remained before that duration was complete, leaving Black Lantern Fortress unable to send personnel for his retrieval. Su Huan felt confident that his abilities had significantly progressed since his arrival. Soon, everything was loaded, and a squad leader from the town guard approached to inquire if Su Huan was ready to depart. He nodded and boarded the vehicle, followed by the guards who filed in behind him. The combat team comprised 5 members, but the provisions from their journey had been devoured by the gluttonous Longsheet and treasure beast, leaving their packs empty. The primary cargo for the return journey consisted of a deformed crystal stone and 3 materials. The armored off-road vehicle gradually rolled out of Rivet Town. Su Huan turned for one last glance at the town and the vast black forest looming behind it, then shifted his gaze forward, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Thoughts of Sinfire Town prompted a silent prayer. May the journey be safe, and may no miscreants emerge to threaten them. Alas, fate often defies our desires. Less than 10 kilometers from Rivet Town, in a secluded thicket, 3 figures cloaked in gray were huddled together in hushed conversation. Have we confirmed? The figure at the center inquired. Yes, replied the others, swiftly dispersing to their pre-designated hiding spots. The off-road vehicle drew ever closer to the woods. You little brat. I joined this hunting party specifically to make you experience the terror of death. Meanwhile, Su Huan and the 5 guards remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger within the jungle. Suddenly, the treasure beast within the spatial imprint grew restless, incessantly alerting Su Huan of imminent peril. His expression shifted, and he urgently instructed the driver to halt the vehicle, advising him not to turn off the engine and to be ready to accelerate back to Rivet Town at a moment's notice. A thunderous roar erupted from the forest. Su Huan felt a jolt of alarm, urging the driver to flee. Yet, a series of ferocious roars caused him to swallow back his words. This roar, it sounded vaguely familiar. Su Huan furrowed his brow, deciding to wait a moment longer. In the forest, a brutally savage slaughter is unfolding. The lifeless bodies of various tamed beasts lay strewn haphazardly among the trees. Ultimately, only a heavily armored wolf remains, one that Su Huan had previously encountered. However, this wolf and Appo's stature surpasses that of the fully matured, exceptionally dangerous breed Su Huan once faced, being significantly larger. Its aura and oppressive malice are notably more formidable, evidently having surpassed its species constraints and cultivated to the pinnacle of danger through postnatal training. Yet, this fierce armored wolf is now marred by several gaping wounds, blood gushing forth, having sustained severe injuries. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you use this information as bait to personally intervene? The leader clad in gray robes kneels, gazing at the bodies of his fallen companions not far away, blood spilling from his mouth as he accuses with tears in his eyes. When it comes to treachery, you cannot compare to the Sinfire Town. I merely came to protect our beast masters of Black Lantern Fortress. Otherwise, how could you wretches have stumbled into my line of fire? Suka retorts, an emotionless smile gracing his lips, a cold mockery in his voice. The gray-robed man, knowing his demise is imminent, spits a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm at Suku. Oh, is this your final farewell? Then perish. The spittle is intercepted by a mental barrier, slowly descending to the ground. Suku's ice lake steed unleashes a frigid breath, encasing the man in ice, which is subsequently shattered by the nightmarish earth dragon's mighty blow. Despite the loss of its master and the debilitating impact on its psyche, the armored wolf, still howling defiantly, charges at Suku in a futile attempt to avenge its fallen owner. The nightmarish earth dragon strikes again, delivering a devastating blow to the wolf's head, shattering its skull. With a second strike, the wolf's head is completely split open, its brain matter spraying in a gruesome display. Unaware of its fate, Suku dismisses the nightmarish earth dragon, shaking his head at the carnage surrounding him as he departs the battlefield atop his ice lake steed. Chief Su Huan hurriedly dismounts and respectfully addresses him. Merely a few insignificant flies dealt with. May you have a smooth journey, Suku replies with a smile. Despite being referred to as insignificant, Su Huan understands that these foes would have posed a formidable threat had it not been for this powerful ally. Suku waves his hand dismissively. Let us speak of this another day. With that, he rides towards the direction of the Gray Bear Forest, his cloak billowing majestically behind him, exuding an air of effortless elegance. How carefree he is, Su Huan muses inwardly. Regrettably, his current strength is insufficient. He cannot yet command the dragon snake lizard for long-distance travel. Even those of Lin Zhun and Appo's caliber venture only in caravans. To traverse the wilderness like Chief Su, he must wait until the dragon snake lizard reaches the apex of its species. It still has a long way to go. And a complete lineup of tamed beasts is necessary. As the vehicle enters the forest, the chaotic scene within sends shivers down the spines of the town's guards. Even Su Huan feels a pang of fear. Fortunately, Suka had accompanied him, or he might have fallen victim to a sudden ambush. The assailant this time was well prepared for a surprise attack, starkly contrasting the previous encounter where the opponent was caught off guard in the light while he lurked in the shadows, managing to escape with his life. Notably, the enormous carcass of the heavily armored wolf, comparable in size to a freight truck, emanated an aura of menace even in death, causing a flicker of unease in Su Huan's eyelids. The imposing presence of this armored wolf appeared even more formidable than the one he had previously encountered. As the vehicle slowly traversed the battlefield, a question arose in Su Huan's mind. Aren't they going to dispose of these corpses? The leader of the town and Appos' defense team explained with familiarity, the dangerous creature has just perished. Its oppressive aura still lingers, deterring ordinary beasts from approaching. A truck will arrive shortly to transport them away. The corpses of these perilous species are valuable resources that should not be squandered. Previously, Lord Su had also intervened. And now the storage facility in Maotai Town is filled to the brim with the dangerous species harvested by him. Su Huan nodded in understanding. Chapter 74. The Teacher and Appos' commendation. Aside from a minor incident that was smoothly resolved by Su Ku, there were no further disruptions during the journey. The town and Appos' guards, understandably wary of traveling by night, opted to rest at a gathering place, just as they had on the outbound trip. However, the return route diverged from the original path through Shanai Mu, opting instead for an alternative that, while longer and more circuitous, offered enhanced safety. This route was commonly traversed by the caravans transporting ore and metals from Rivet Town, replete with numerous sentries from Black Lantern Fort ensuring a high level of security. A snowflake drifted down from the heavens. Su Huan extended his hand out the window to catch it, exclaiming with a sense of wonder, "Today is the new year." Upon their arrival at the southern gate of the Black Lantern gathering place, they were directed to a parking area. "Thank you for the hard work along the way." Su Huan expressed his gratitude as he bid farewell to several members of the town guard. The carriage sped through the streets. As Su Huan sat inside, he observed the streets and alleys of the Black Lantern gathering place adorned with festive decorations in celebration of the new year. Yet, the streets appeared somewhat desolate. As most people were gathered in their homes for family reunions, his thoughts inevitably wandered to his sister. However, according to the carriage driver, the teacher was already waiting for him at the castle, and he dared not keep the teacher waiting. In the study of the inner fort, the teacher sat comfortably in a leather armchair behind the desk. "You must have had quite a journey," so he said, a jovial smile illuminating his face as he regarded the weary Su Huan. "It wasn't arduous," Su Huan promptly replied. Observing Su Huan's increasingly robust demeanor, He beamed with satisfaction. "It seems you have made significant progress this time." "I shall not disappoint you, teacher," Su Huan asserted. "Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training." He quickly summoned the dragon snake lizard, now in its later stages of growth. The creature had expanded to an impressive length of 4 meters and 2 centimeters, appearing in the study. Su Huan marveled at the spaciousness of the room. Even with the 4-meter-long dragon snake lizard standing within, it felt far from cramped. The burly teacher rose from his chair and approached the dragon snake lizard, which now towered at his brow. He examined it closely, occasionally prying open its jaws to inspect its teeth. The dragon snake lizard, fully aware of the formidable nature of the human before it, offered no resistance, reverting to its pet-like demeanor, fully cognizant that any hint of defiance would be mercilessly quelled. "Come along to the training ground," He instructed. Su Huan had grown accustomed to the teacher's familiar ways. Upon reaching the training ground, the old acquaintance, the Crimson Fiend Wolf, was summoned once again, having previously encountered the apex of danger and the unleashing of overwhelming force. Su Huan now experienced a different sentiment upon seeing the Crimson Fiend Wolf. It felt as though the wolf was a dormant volcano, poised to unleash devastation at any moment. The oppressive weight of the terrifying creature, akin to a mountain, cast a solemn shadow over Su Huan, who was no longer the naive novice he once was. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, he reflected inwardly. After an encounter that felt no different from past experiences, the dragon snake lizard and Appos' abilities and strengths, including its advancements in power, were laid bare for all to see. The Crimson Wolf remained unscathed, not a single hair out of place. However, Long Shishi and Su Huan's performance greatly pleased He. who expressed that Su Huan had a promising chance of victory in this duel among the 6 realms. Su Huan promptly recounted how he infiltrated the Sin Fire town, stole the bear strength fruit from the Gray Bear Forest, and was pursued, only to be rescued in the nick of time by Lin Zhan, He Ju, and Shui Yu. He even mentioned the activation of the Fire Guardian's ability and Suka's commendation for him. He particularly emphasized Lin Zhan's sacrifice of a main battle pet to protect him. Upon hearing this, Zhou's brows furrowed like gathering storm clouds. His murderous intent palpable. In recent days, I have dispatched individuals to uproot many vassals in Sinfire Town. Even the locations that produce armor wolves and heavy armor wolves have been personally plowed through by your senior brother. Yet, they still dare to attempt an assassination on you, which only indicates they have not yet felt sufficient pain. Very well, today is the new year. I shall send them another grand new year and Apos' gift. Despite the calmness in his tone, Su Huan felt a chill run down his spine, especially at the mention of this new year and Apos' gift. He feared that the residents of Sin Fire Town would have a rather tumultuous year ahead. However, considering that Sin Fire Town was a large gathering place on par with the Black Lanterness, Su Huan felt a twinge of concern for He Ju and others in the distant Gray Bear Forest. Master, they wouldn't seek to retaliate against Gray Bear Forest, would they? After spending time together, he had come to regard them as friends and trusted seniors. A shiver coursed through him. Although he was unaware of the master of Gray Bear Forest's level, he was certain they were a formidable presence among the terrifying species. He silently mourned for the people of Sin Fire Town for 3 seconds. As for Lin Zhan, he is indeed a promising talent. It is time for his spiritual cultivation to progress. After the new year, I shall send a young Qingyin Liao Tiger as a reward for saving your life. He had already noticed Su Huan's earnest plea for Lin Zhan's commendation and chuckled. Su Huan was initially taken aback, but then his heart swelled with joy. He had heard of the Qingyin Liao Tiger long ago. There was one in the special training of Luyu that was expected to break through its racial shackles and reach the level of a super dangerous species. It was undoubtedly a top-tier dangerous species, one of the foremost among them. He had initially thought his master would at most reward him with a first-tier pet from the special dangerous species, but to his surprise, it was a top-tier dangerous species. However, upon reflection, he felt at ease. For an ordinary beast master, a top-tier dangerous species might seem unattainable. But his master was among the most elite of professional beast masters. For him, a top-tier dangerous species was as trivial as a secondary dangerous species to Su Huan. The thought that Lin Zhan could now begin to rise to prominence with a top-tier dangerous species filled him with joy. And what of you? Your timely discovery of the conspiracy in Sin Fire Town is commendable. What reward do you desire? Zhou inquired, observing Su Huan's foolish grin. Su Huan's heart soared once more, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. Master, might I inquire if you still possess the high-grade dragon scales you previously rewarded me? Could I possibly receive another piece? The treasure beast's dragon transformation material is still missing a dragon-type scale. After posing his inquiry, he encountered some obstacles. After all, he had already discerned the origin of dragon species and their scales, known as the esteemed high-grade dragon scales, which belonged to a perilous echelon of beings that transcended the terrifying species. Even his mentor likely did not possess such a high-tier companion. Thus, acquiring high-grade dragon scales was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. To his surprise, Zhou smiled and replied, "Indeed, while high-grade dragon scales are rare, there are a few in the castle storeroom that I can offer you. Do you seek anything else?" Su Huan initially contemplated revealing the other 2 materials required for the treasure-seeking beast transformation, yet he hesitated, fearing the exposure of his secrets. After all, he was merely an inexperienced tamer. Uttering the names of materials unheard of even by his mentor would be rather peculiar. After careful consideration, he could only ask, "Would you permit me to browse the storeroom, teacher, to see which materials may be of use to me?" Had it been his former self, upon receiving the dragon scales, he likely would not have dared to make additional requests, for his mentor had already shown him considerable kindness, and one must not be avaricious. However, following a series of events, Su Huan felt an increasingly urgent desire to enhance his strength. Not to mention, the looming threat of the Sin Fire Town imposed upon him immense pressure. Zhou was taken aback by Su Huan's request and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Su Huan, perceiving this reaction, assumed that his mentor would decline. To his astonishment, after a moment of laughter, Zhou nodded in agreement. He instructed Su Huan to wait until after the new year, which was merely the following day, to visit the castle and meet with Manager Lin. Manager Lin would escort him to the storeroom, and in addition to the dragon scales, allow him to freely select 2 materials as a reward for his contributions in the scheme at Sinfire Town. This news filled Su Huan with immense joy. Chapter 75. New Year. Emerging from the teacher's study, Su Huan encountered the castle's chief steward, a figure perpetually clad in a black suit and waistcoat, adorned with a bow tie, and sporting a meticulously groomed white beard. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they last met. "Happy New Year," he exclaimed. "Haha, Happy New Year." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the chief steward, Su Huan took his leave. Just as he turned away, the steward called out, "Wait a moment, Su Huan. Your villa in the inner fortress is ready. Do stop by the castle's administration office to collect your keys." With a wink and a warm smile, the steward turned and entered the Lord and Amp, Apos' study. Upon exiting the castle where his mentor resided, Su Huan made his way to the administration office to retrieve the keys. Engraved upon them was the number 173, signifying that these were the keys to Villa 173, his new abode within the castle. Much like the villa where he had trained with Wang Yin, this residence was also situated in the southeastern corner of the villa estate within the inner fortress. Whenever he wished, Su Huan could relocate there at his convenience. This was a matter he intended to discuss with his elder sister. Nevertheless, he recognized that he had transformed significantly. He now possessed numerous valuable items that were not secure outside the castle. Therefore, regardless of whether his sister was amenable to moving into the villa, he resolved to store his belongings in the private underground vault of the villa. Indeed, each villa boasted its own private cellar. The carriage that had transported Su Huan to the castle awaited at the boundary between the inner and outer fortresses. Once settled in, he instructed the coachman to proceed to Villa 173 in the southeastern corner. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. To Su Huan and Apos' surprise, he noticed that Villa 131, where Wang Yin trained, was located directly across from him. This would certainly facilitate future visits. With a smile, he cast a glance toward Wang Yin and Amp, Apos' dwelling. Subsequently, he summoned the dragon and snake lizard, and together they transported various materials into the villa, securing them in the underground vault. The carriage retained only a few simple changes of clothing, along with the scant provisions remaining for the dragon and snake lizard and the treasure-seeking beast. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed against the azure stone pathway of the villa estate. Soon, the coachman departed the castle, escorting Su Huan to his new home. Standing at the doorstep with his luggage, Su Huan knocked on the door. Prior to his departure, he had entrusted the keys to his sister to avoid misplacing them. "Who is it?" a familiar voice called out. "Sister, it and Apos. Me." Su Huan recognized his sister and Apos' tone, which was slightly elevated with excitement. There was a hurried sound of footsteps. "Not late at all, just in time," Su Qing exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. She opened the door, helping Su Huan with his luggage and ushering him inside. Once inside, Su Qing dashed towards the kitchen. As she entered, her head popped out and she beamed. "Hurry and wash your hands. I'll prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly." Just as Su Huan finished washing his hands, a series of knocks resounded from the door. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Puzzled, Su Huan rose to approach the entrance. As fate would have it, the elder sister swung open the kitchen door and dashed towards the entrance ahead of him. Explaining as she ran, "It's a few friends of mine. They thought I would be spending the new year alone and came specifically to keep me company." Su Qing warmly opened the door to welcome a man and a woman accompanied by a cherubic little girl, no more than 1 or 2 years old, her rosy cheeks adorably captivating. Following them were 2 young women in their early 20s, who entered one after the other. Su Qing enthusiastically introduced them to Su Huan, saying, "This is Deputy Director Zhang Lian from our Agricultural Department, and his partner Wang Pingshan, who is also from our Plantation Management Office, serving as the Deputy Director of the Number 9 Plantation." After Su Huan greeted the two, he shook hands with Wang Pingshan. Su Qing then pointed to the long-haired girl on the right, saying, "This is Lin Mingwan," and subsequently gestured to the short-haired girl on the left. "And this is Jean Meili. They are both colleagues from our Plantation Management Office, one from the General Affairs Division and the other from the Resource Allocation Division. And they are dear friends of mine." Su Huan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the 2 young women. Having spent many years away from home, he found it heartening that his sister had a few friends, whether their friendship was born from genuine affection or an awareness of his identity. As long as their intentions were pure and they brought joy to his sister, he was more than willing to embrace it. The 2 charming young women greeted him with cheerful smiles. After introducing the adults, Su Qing knelt down to engage with the little girl. "Shatong Dong, what brings you to Aunt Qing today?" The little girl, seemingly just learning to speak, stammered out, "Mom, Mom, say, eat, eat rice, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Even Su Huan, who had long been acquainted with the harsh realities of life, felt his heart warm at this innocent scene, breaking into a genuine smile. As Su Huan chatted with Wang Pingfei, who was tending to the child, the ladies busied themselves in the kitchen, transforming into chefs. Some washed vegetables, others chopped. Some rinsed rice, and others stirred the dishes, creating a lively atmosphere. With the addition of these energetic helpers, Su Qing quickly finished her preparations, and soon, an array of dishes was brought to the table. Although primarily vegetarian, there were still 3 or 4 meat dishes, a veritable feast in this era. Everyone at the dining table enjoyed the meal heartily, except for Lin Mingwan and Jean Meili, who appeared somewhat reserved. Su Qing eagerly took on the task of feeding little Tong Tong, usurping the parental duties from Zhang Lian and Wang Pingfei. Observing his sister and aunt, Appo's affection for children, Su Huan contemplated whether he should consider bringing home a small pet for her. However, just as Su Qing finished feeding Tong Tong a bite, she looked up at Su Huan and reproached him. I say, brother, can't you make an effort to give me a nephew to dote on? Su Huan, caught off guard while eating, was momentarily bewildered. He thought to himself, sister, you're a few years older than I am. Why not create one that allows me to be an uncle instead? Yet, he replied with a chuckle, no rush, before returning to his meal. Noticing Su Huan's nonchalance regarding her request, Su Qing proceeded to nag him further, prompting Su Huan to feign ignorance. The joyous New Year's Eve dinner concluded amidst laughter and merriment, and eventually, the guests took their leave one by one. As Su Qing escorted several individuals downstairs with Su Huan, she subtly and overtly urged them to consider introducing suitable young ladies to her brother. This left both Su Huan and Su Diyusher feeling rather awkward, their smiles gradually stiffening. With a decisive wave of her hand, Su Qing insisted, without allowing Su Huan to decline, that he must ensure the safe return of her 2 cherished friends to their homes. As she spoke, she playfully made faces at Su Huan. Upon witnessing the unmistakable expression on his sister's face, Su Huan could hardly fail to recognize her fervent matchmaking intentions. Chapter 76. The new home. Both individuals resided within the inner district of the gathering place. Yet their location was in stark contrast to that of Zhang Lian and Wang Pingfei. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lian and Wang Pengjin and Appo's family, the trio parted ways. However, they had not ventured far when a cacophony of chaos erupted in the distance, accompanied by the panicked cries of women and eerie roars. With his heightened senses honed through spiritual cultivation, Su Huan had developed abilities that surpassed those of the average person. This cultivation subtly enhanced his physical attributes over time, granting him extraordinary strength, physique, and sensory perception. With his keen senses, Su Huan quickly discerned that the commotion stemmed from the roar of a beast. In an instant, he surmised the unfolding situation, realizing that it originated from the very direction where Zhang Lian and Wang Pingfei had just departed. Urging Lin Mingwan and Jean Meili to seek refuge in their home, he boldly raced towards the source of the turmoil, exchanging glances filled with unease. Lin Mingwan and Jean Meili understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident they feared for the safety of the Zhang family. Rather than heed Su Huan and Appo's advice to retreat, they hastily moved towards the source of the disturbance, resolved to assess the situation and, if necessary, summon the security team for assistance. This decision would lead them to witness an unforgettable scene. There stood Su Huan before a 3-story building with a collapsed wall, directing a terrifying beast, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and comparable to a civilian vehicle, as it battled 4 enormous rat-like creatures. It was not merely a battle. The 4 oversized rodents, larger than fierce dogs and armed with razor-sharp claws, were being ruthlessly dispatched by the formidable beast. With a swift swipe of its claw, the beast cleaved through one charging giant rat, eviscerating it instantly, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Following this, a massive spike, as thick as an adult and Appo's thigh, impaled a second rat. The third rat met its demise under the beast's enhanced malevolent energy projectile, its skull shattered and brain matter oozing forth. The fourth rat, whimpering, attempted to escape through a toppled manhole cover, only to be intercepted by the beast in a flash, crashing into it with tremendous force. The rodent was thrown into a U-shape, its spine fractured in 2, and it lay on the ground, convulsing and spitting blood, clearly beyond recovery. After dispatching the 4 monstrous rodents, Su Huan gazed at the bloodthirsty beast and could not help but reflect on how, merely 2 months prior, the juvenile variant of this dangerous species had posed a significant challenge. Now, it was akin to slaughtering chickens. Once the 4 fearsome rodents had been eliminated, Su Huan turned his attention to the Zhang family, who were trembling in fear behind a shop sign. Seeing them unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Although his sister had merely asked him to escort Lin Mengwan and Jean Meili, he would have been at a loss for words had anything happened to the Zhang family. After all, it would be utterly unacceptable for someone to lose their life while visiting his sister for the new year. Are you all right? Su Huan wore a self-proclaimed gentle expression as he inquired, is everything all right? However, Wang Pingxin, who had been conversing animatedly with him at the dining table, now spoke with a hint of stammering. It seemed the gruesome scene before them had startled him, leaving him in a state of shock. Lin Mengwan and Jean Meili hurried towards Su Huan, and it was then that he realized these two young women had followed him as well. I instructed you to wait upstairs. Why have you come down? Do not assume that just because nothing has happened, you are safe. These dangerous creatures are not highly perilous. But if I face a more severe threat, I will be unable to protect you, Su Huan admonished, his tone slightly stern. Understood. We had no idea you were a tamer. We merely wished to come and assess the situation, to assist you in notifying the security team, the two young women explained. Their heads bowed, yet their hearts warmed. As individuals associated with the public sector, they were somewhat acquainted with the elite of the settlement and had heard of tamers. Seeing their demeanor, Su Huan's expression softened. At that moment, the security team finally arrived at the scene. From a distance, they spotted Su Huan, alongside the blood-dripping, menacing dragon snake lizard. A dozen security personnel jogged over to Su Huan, the leader of the team respectfully addressing him, my lord. Su Huan nodded slightly. The 4 dangerous creatures have been dealt with. The shop has collapsed due to the creatures, and there appear to be some casualties. Please attend to this matter. Yes. My lord, the team replied, their expressions increasingly reverent and their attitudes more humble as they gazed upon the slain ferocious rodents. Deliver these 4 ferocious rodents to the Internal Affairs Office in the Inner Fortress, stating they are for Su Huan of Villa 173. After all, dangerous species are valuable materials, worth a considerable sum, and he certainly did not intend to refuse them, with the dragon, snake, lizard, and treasure beast being voracious eaters. Even the landlord's family had their limits. After issuing his instructions, Su Huan said nothing further and departed the scene with the others. Once away, he felt a tinge of confusion. His sister had mentioned that the settlement was rather unsettled lately. He had initially thought it was mere banter, but it turned out they had indeed encountered dangerous creatures, 4 of them, no less, which was quite peculiar. It seemed prudent to persuade his sister to relocate to the inner fortress, for the boundary between the outer and inner districts remained perilously unsafe. Su Huan resolved firmly. They all closely followed Su Huan, the earlier horrific scene still fresh in their minds, finding solace only in his presence. The Zhang family and Apos' residence was not far from the Black Lighthouse of Hating Fortress, situated near the executive office, and fortuitously, the 2 young women lived in the same building. As they explained, they had grown up as close friends. Su Huan's sister, Su Qing, had also met Jean Meili through Lin Mengwan. However, as Su Huan escorted the 2 into the building and turned to wave goodbye, both Lin Mengwan and Jean Meili shared a complex gaze as they watched his departing figure. They had never anticipated that Su Qing's younger brother was a distinguished tamer, though his stature appeared unassuming. He exuded an extraordinary sense of security, a quality that was sorely lacking in this era. Yet, the 2 women understood that tamers and themselves resided in almost entirely different worlds. Upon returning home, Su Huan began to discuss with his elder sister the matter of relocating to the castle. He informed her that the recent disturbances and noises outside were due to dangerous creatures infiltrating the gathering place. After a few persuasive words from Su Huan, his sister consented to the move, and they agreed to relocate the following day. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Su Huan, as he had anticipated that his sister would be reluctant to leave their old home, necessitating considerable persuasion. The next day, Su Huan arranged for 2 horse-drawn carriages from the castle. Given his status, acquiring not only 2 carriages, but even all the available ones, excluding those designated for the lord and a few dignitaries, posed no challenge. 2 coachmen transformed into laborers, and Su Huan assisted them as they swiftly loaded their belongings onto the carriages. Due to his sister's strong insistence, despite the move to a new home, Su Huan decided against acquiring new furniture and opted instead to utilize the items from their previous residence. From morning until dusk, the furnishings were rearranged in their new abode. The villa at number 173 was maintained year-round by the cleaning staff at the Internal Affairs Office, rendering it unnecessary to clean before moving in. When Su Huan saw his sister, Su Qing, sitting on the bed in the spacious second-floor room, gazing out at the view through the floor-to-ceiling windows with a silly smile, he too smiled. He had feared that his sister might struggle to adapt to their new home, but it seemed the villa's environment brought her great satisfaction. Chapter 77. The invitation to a gathering. The news of Su Huan moving to a new residence swiftly spread throughout the inner fortress. After all, as the newly accepted prodigious disciple of the fortress lord, Su Huan had become one of the most discussed figures in the entire realm of Black Lantern this latter half of the year. On the second day after his relocation, Wang Yin, Liu Yu, and several other instructors from the specialized training for beast tamers visited Su Huan one after another. To Su Huan's surprise, his third senior brother, Lu Ling, whom he had met twice and had grown quite familiar with, also came to visit him at Villa number 173. Lu Ling still held a cigar between his lips. However, this time he was not wearing sunglasses nor draped in his sandy yellow cloak, though his demeanor remained flamboyant. He appeared slightly less imposing. Upon opening the door, Su Huan exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Third senior brother, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." With a playful slap on Su Huan's head, Lu Ling chided, "Enough of this flattery. I have a matter to discuss with you today." Su Huan touched his non-painful head and smiled. "What instructions do you have for me, third senior brother?" Lu Ling removed the cigar from his mouth and replied, "It's nothing significant. With the new year approaching, it is customary for us, the brothers who have been traveling throughout the year, to gather together. I discussed this with the second senior sister and thought it a good opportunity to introduce you to your other senior brothers and sisters." Su Huan readily agreed. Among his 8 senior siblings, aside from the third senior brother Lu Ling and his peer, the 8th senior sister by Su, he had yet to meet the others. "When shall we gather?" he inquired. "We have set it for tomorrow evening at 7:00 and Appos clock in the castle and Appos small banquet hall," Lu Ling informed him. Su Huan readily accepted and then asked, "Would you like to stay for a moment?" "Not necessary." Lu Ling waved his hand. "I have matters to attend to. We shall meet tomorrow evening." With that, he prepared to leave. At that moment, Su Qing descended the spiral staircase from the second floor and looked at Su Huan by the door, inquiring, "Brother, is this your guest?" "Shun and Appos. Do we invite him to join us for lunch? I can prepare a meal quite quickly." "No, sister, my third senior brother," Su Huan began, recalling Lu Ling and Appos' earlier statement about having business to attend. However, upon hearing Su Qing and Appos' voice, Lu Ling couldn't and Appos' help but turn and glance, his eyes brightening. He swiftly interrupted Su Huan, exclaiming, "Ahem, since junior brother is so gracious, I shall accept the invitation to stay for a bit. After all, I haven't had lunch yet, so I might as well join you." Su Huan was bewildered, unsure of Lu Ling and Appos' sudden change in demeanor. He cast a glance at Lu Ling, who had covertly eyed his sister, and then at his sister, immediately piecing together the situation. He mentally gestured a middle finger at Lu Ling, but could only say aloud, "Sister, let my third senior brother stay for a simple meal. No need for anything extravagant. Just a couple of small dishes and some stir-fried peanuts to accompany the rice will suffice." Goodness. Lu Ling's expression froze momentarily, yet he could only agree. Yes. Just something simple will do. What we eat is secondary. The main thing is to catch up with junior brother Su. I trust you, old rascal. You're quite the devious one. Regarded as a senior by Su Huan, he secretly lamented the inappropriate intentions of his companion towards his sister. Nonetheless, he rationalized that if his sister harbored any affection for Lu Ling, he would refrain from meddling in their affairs. After all, despite Lu Ling's advanced age, he had maintained a commendable reputation, sharing a humble background akin to his own, and had devoted himself to cultivation over the years, avoiding any scandalous rumors. However, should his sister show no interest in Lu Ling, he would have to express his apologies to the third senior brother, as he had no intention of acting as a matchmaker. Seizing the moment while his sister busied herself with cooking, Su Huan solemnly inquired, "Third senior brother, may I ask you something?" Lu Ling, sensing the gravity of the question, responded earnestly, "Please, do ask, junior brother. How old are you now?" Lu Ling nearly choked on his drink, hastily swallowing and almost sputtering in the process. Su Huan, maintaining a stoic expression, offered a few gentle pats on his back. Once he regained his composure, Lu Ling, visibly irritated, retorted, "What do you mean by how old? Among us brothers, only the eldest has crossed 30. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Even the second senior sister is only 29. After a brief pause, he resumed his normal tone. "I am merely 28, in the prime of my youth." Su Huan whispered thoughtfully, "That makes you 7 years older than my sister," noting Su Huan and Appos' muttering. But unable to catch the words clearly, Lu Ling asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Just continue drinking your water. Be careful not to choke." The two waited nearly 2 hours before Su Huan's sister finally served dinner. His stomach grumbled in hunger, and he cast a resigned, reproachful glance at her. "Is this what you call a quick meal?" Yet, accustomed to her pace, he recognized that she preferred to take her time to ensure the food was exquisite. In contrast, Lu Ling appeared utterly unfazed by the tardiness, relishing the meal, especially when Su Qing encouraged him to indulge further. Su Huan observed with dismay as his sister prepared an abundance of dishes, far surpassing the simplicity he had requested, almost rivaling the lavishness of a New Year's feast. He couldn't help but shake his head, finding the meal lacking in flavor. "Is this how it goes, then?" The meal concluded swiftly, with Lu Ling polishing off 3 large bowls of soup before reluctantly taking his leave. As he exited, he stole one last glance at Su Qing, who was clearing the table. "Junior brother, I've been thinking that my villa in the southwest corner lacks brightness and feels somewhat dreary. Your southeast villa, however, is quite luminous. The neighboring Villa 174 is vacant, so I plan to request a transfer from the administrative office tomorrow. It would be lovely to visit you more often." With that, he dashed off, leaving no opportunity for Su Huan to refuse. Perplexed and bewildered, Su Huan mused, "What is he talking about? Moving in? Will he be visiting my home daily? My sister will be faced with that lecherous man constantly." Resolute, he decided to rush to the administrative office to secure the keys to Villa 174 before Lu Ling could act. Upon his arrival at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he was met with a piece of intriguing news. Just 5 minutes prior, Lord Lu Ling had collected the key to Villa 174. 5 minutes? He was certain that his journey to the ministry had taken him no more than 6 minutes in total. How could Lu Ling have possibly accomplished this in under a minute? He would bet his life that this fellow had flagrantly ridden his steed through the inner fortress to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 78. Acknowledgements. Upon release, I received a notification quite unexpectedly to launch this Friday, which has taken me aback, as I am sure it has for my comrades as well. As is customary, I shall pen a few words to commemorate this occasion. Having previously faced the disappointment of a lackluster reception with my last work, I cannot help but feel a twinge of melancholy, regardless of my typically carefree disposition. My previous book, Tamer, garnered over 100 initial subscriptions. Thus, I humbly aspire for this one to surpass that modest achievement. Let us aim for a target of 200. Should we reach that initial subscription goal of 200, I shall dedicate myself to an intense writing schedule, producing 5 chapters the very next day. For every additional 50 subscriptions, I shall contribute yet another chapter. However, with my current writing speed, it may prove challenging to exceed this output. This book has reached this point largely due to the unwavering support of my readers. Without the encouragement and backing from my fellow brothers, I doubt I could have continued to draw inspiration. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude to the esteemed Lan Guang, whose recommendations for both this work and my previous one have prevented me from launching into obscurity. I am truly thankful. In conclusion, I kindly ask for your continued support, as it fuels my motivation to write. I firmly believe that once we embark on this journey, the ensuing narrative will bring satisfaction to all. Chapter 79. The Efficacious Bloodline Incense. After Lu Ling departed, Su Huan first accompanied his elder sister to the Internal Affairs Office to register her as a family member of a Beastmaster. They exchanged their ordinary resident identification cards for exclusive identity cards that permitted free passage within the confines of the Black Lantern Castle. Thus, his sister could traverse between the castle and the outside world at will, and she could also utilize her identification to board the castle's commuter carriages. However, unlike the Beastmasters, she could not summon the castle's carriages directly. She was limited to the designated commuter routes. Nevertheless, this arrangement provided a certain degree of safety, alleviating the need for travel solely on foot. Subsequently, Su Huan commenced preparations for procuring food for the dragon serpent lizard and the treasure beast. Although the treasure beast could consume the same food as the dragon serpent lizard, the latter's diet was specifically tailored for its needs. The Dragon Codex also detailed the most suitable nourishment for the treasure beast. Furthermore, with over 2 million steel grams remaining from the sale of the black tar, his financial resources were temporarily robust. Seated in his study, he began to compile a comprehensive list of materials required for procurement. First on the list was the food for the dragon serpent lizard. The dietary formula remained unchanged until the creature reached maturity, consisting of a few specific types, with the only variation being the quantity fed. Previously, a monthly expenditure of 500,000 steel grams sufficed for one dragon serpent lizard. However, As it approached its later growth stages, its appetite would increase, likely necessitating 600,000 steel grams to sustain it adequately. Next, he considered the dietary formula for the treasure beast. The cost of its ingredients was comparable to that of the dragon serpent lizard. Yet its consumption was only half that of the latter, amounting to 300,000 steel grams. While this quantity appeared modest, it was noteworthy given the immense size of the treasure beast, which rightfully earned its title as a creature of the mysterious class. It was remarkable that, despite its size being far less than 1/20th that of a dragon serpent lizard, which weighed 2 to 3 tons, its food intake was nearly half that of the dragon serpent lizard. Then, Su Huan noted the materials needed to enhance the dragon serpent lizard and Apos' assault abilities. As he surveyed the extensive list of various materials occupying a full sheet of paper, he nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he added a few more items on the reverse side. Although he would receive a monthly allowance of 250,000 steel grams in a couple of days, it seemed that the more one had, the more one required. While his peers needed only about 100,000 steel grams for a single beast and Apos' nourishment, his expenses were almost tenfold. How could he grow stronger without diligent financial effort? The black tar was primarily utilized for crafting extraordinary objects, categorizing it as a strategic resource. If sold in large quantities, it would likely attract unwanted attention, which was imprudent. The items he selected were less likely to raise suspicion. Even if discovered, the subsequent repercussions would be significantly less than those stemming from the sale of black tar. Though the profit margins were not as high as those from the black tar, they were still substantial. Moreover, this approach allowed for thin margins with high turnover. And if sufficient raw materials were acquired in the future, it could facilitate mass production through industrial assembly lines. Su Huan was now quite familiar with the castle and Apos' storeroom. He meticulously reported the materials he wished to exchange, albeit in a disordered manner to obscure any inference regarding their true purpose. Su Huan directly exchanged for a month and a half's worth of ingredients for the dragon snake lizard and treasure beast, amounting to a staggering 2 million steel credits. The materials required to enhance the assault skill were not as exorbitant as one might expect. They were simply rare, and thus, Su Huan procured enough for half a month in Apos' use, costing him 350,000 steel credits. This brought the total expenditure to 155 million. Finally, for the materials he intended to sell, another 550,000 steel credits were spent. In total, Su Huan laid out 1 million steel credits. However, he exchanged the corpses of 4 ferocious rats with the storeroom. Mature ferocious rats are not particularly valuable among low-level hazardous species, yet their teeth, claws, venom sacs, and skins are all usable materials, with each rat fetching around 65,000 steel credits. Thus, for yielded a total of 260,000 steel credits. After this deduction, Su Huan effectively spent 184 million steel credits to acquire all the materials. Naturally, he could not transport the several large boxes of materials alone, so a dedicated cart from the storeroom assisted in delivering them to his villa. The dragon snake lizard transformed into a hauling lizard, carrying the boxes one by one into the basement. The basement had now transformed into not only Su Huan's storage, but also half of his laboratory. The glassware previously used for concocting the black viscous resin was relocated there. Additionally, he salvaged several tables of equal height from the castle's repository of discarded items to create a makeshift workbench. Finally, to ensure a constant water supply for his laboratory, he enlisted construction workers from the castle's building department to install a water pipe directly into the basement. What would have taken at least 3 to 5 days outside the castle was completed in just 2 to 3 hours under Su Huan and Apos' direct supervision. With everything in place, Su Huan laid out the materials and tools on the workbench, ready to commence his work. He intended to first prepare the food for the dragon snake lizard and treasure beast, followed swiftly by concocting items for profit. After all, this expenditure had reduced his wealth to below the critical threshold of 1 million steel credits, inducing a sense of urgency within him. Feeding the dragon snake lizard and treasure beast alone would cost 900,000 steel credits per month, primarily due to the high value of the ingredients listed in the Dragon Manual and Apos' recipes. If he opted for ordinary ingredients, substituting them with his teacher's formulas could significantly reduce costs by at least half. Feeding these creatures with such expensive recipes while maintaining a base of 2 million steel credits in hand was understandably distressing. Both earning money and enhancing his strength were pressing concerns. After an entire afternoon spent grinding materials, heating, and stirring, Su Huan found himself utterly exhausted, but finally managed to prepare long-lasting food for both of his summoned beasts. The storeroom in the castle was abundant with materials, many of which were quite useful to him, but they all came at a cost. Even if the storeroom lacked something, with sufficient funds, the procurement department in the gathering place could source items from elsewhere. Thus, Su Huan found himself in dire need of money, more so than other beast tamers. What he was now preparing was a concoction known as bloodline fragrance. As the name suggests, this was a type of perfume. However, this is by no means an ordinary perfume capable of merely masking body odor and fragrance. It is a unique essence designed to deepen the spiritual bond and mental connection between the master and their pet. The principle behind this perfume lies in its ability to create an illusion of an almost bloodline connection between the master and pet, allowing them to momentarily immerse themselves in this experience, thereby accelerating the establishment of their mental bond. Remarkably, this perfume is not limited to the use of established masters. Even trainees who have yet to become masters can utilize it to foster a quicker spiritual connection with the young creatures within their eggs. For novice masters, it is nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Once this perfume emerges into the market and gains widespread circulation, it is bound to enhance the cultural depth of the Black Lantern gathering place, yielding significant influence. The reason Su Huan opted to profit from such a concoction lies in its simplicity of preparation. The materials required are minimal, comprising only 2 components. Unlike the more complex black viscous resin, which necessitates specialized thickening agents. Even if others were to trace the origins, he could easily claim it as a serendipitous discovery, posing as its inventor without fear of prying into deeper, hidden secrets. The formulation of the bloodline perfume involves blending blood agarwood and the venom from the dream-eroding worm's poison sac in a ratio of 3:2, crushing and baking them into a powder. Subsequently, this mixture is combined with distilled water in a 1:9 ratio and simmered until it reaches a thick, moisture-free consistency. Finally, distilled water is added in a 1:90 ratio, mixed thoroughly until it attains a transparent liquid state, thus completing the bloodline perfume. The reason for the modest profit margins lies in the rarity of its primary ingredients, blood agarwood and the venom from the dream-eroding worm. Blood agarwood is derived from the bodies of bloodline hazardous creatures that have fused with agarwood after death, often utilized as a high-quality incense known for its invigorating and restorative properties. It enjoys popularity among the elite, although its high price means that few within the Black Lantern gathering place can afford to burn it daily. As for the venom from the dream-eroding worm, it is, as the name suggests, sourced from this perilous species, which typically lives in groups and rarely strays alone. The leader of such a group is an even more fearsome variant, the dream-eroding worm. Thus, there are likely very few individuals within the gathering place capable of hunting such dangerous creatures. The procurement of these materials is indeed a challenging endeavor. Therefore, unless the bloodline perfume is sold at an exorbitant price, it can only be marketed at thin margins with high volume. Su Huan's expenditure of 550,000 steel grams yielded a mere 30 grams of blood agarwood and 20 grams of dream-eroding worm venom. Chapter 80. The Dragon Transformation Ritual awaits in a bid to conserve materials. Su Huan utilized merely 1/5 of the ingredients during his initial concoction. This comprised 6 grams of blood-scented agarwood and 4 grams of dream-eating worm venom. After crushing and mixing, he was left with a mere 5 grams of viscous liquid following the extraction process. He then poured 450 grams of pre-diluted water into a flask. With vigorous shaking, the purplish-black blood-scented liquid transformed into a pristine, transparent lavender hue, resembling the exquisite clarity of purple amber, summoning the treasure-seeking beast. Su Huan prepared to test the efficacy of the blood-scented agarwood. As for the dragon-snake lizard, given the unwavering bond between them, the blood-scented agarwood seemed unnecessary. According to the prescribed method, the liquid should first be placed into a spray bottle, delivering a fixed dosage of 0.5 milliliters in a misty form to achieve the desired effect. However, the affluent Su Huan carelessly let a generous drop, approximately 3 to 4 milliliters, fall onto his hand. Cradling the treasure-seeking beast, he first applied some beneath his own nostrils and then a dab on the creature. The potent effects of the blood-scented agarwood plunged both him and the treasure-seeking beast into a shared illusion. This illusion, however, could be dispelled by sheer willpower, allowing them to regain clarity. Within the vision, he perceived himself as the elder of the treasure-seeking beast, now grown. Each day, he would take the creature out on treasure-hunting expeditions since its birth. In turn, the treasure-seeking beast regarded Su Huan as its father. After a prolonged hour, Far exceeding the recorded 15 minutes, the illusion finally dissipated. Su Huan's gaze upon the treasure-seeking beast brimmed with affection, akin to that of a father observing his son. The creature, in return, looked up at Su Huan with admiration, as though gazing upon a venerable parent. A sudden jolt snapped Su Huan back to reality, shaking his head vigorously to shake off the peculiar sensation. Yet, he distinctly felt that the bond with the treasure-seeking beast had deepened significantly. He pondered the creature's path to transformation, realizing it was still too weak. Without undergoing transformation, it lacked significant combat utility. As the thought crystallized, a sudden revelation struck him: dragon transformation, high-grade dragon scales. He meticulously stored the prepared blood-scented agarwood. Upon closing the basement door, he set off to seek the Grand Steward. However, stepping out of the basement, he was greeted by the stark realization that night had fully enveloped the sky. A glance at the clock in the living room revealed it was already past 9 o'clock. He wondered whether the Grand Steward had retired for the evening. Ultimately, he decided to postpone his visit until the following day. That night, Su Huan diligently prepared the remaining blood-scented agarwood and concocted a special formula to enhance the dragon snake lizard's assault capabilities. He completed his tasks as the clock edged closer to 1 in the morning. Throughout the night, his sister had called for him to sleep several times, but he had managed to dismiss her with vague assurances of resting shortly. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Huan made his way to the castle to find the Grand Steward. As the overseer of the entire castle, Lin Fu naturally resided within the exclusive Black Lantern Castle, designated for the lord of the estate. After Su Huan articulated his intentions, the chief steward gazed at him with a smile and remarked, "If you do not come to find me soon, I might have to seek you out." Su Huan scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I truly apologize, esteemed chief steward. I've been preoccupied with moving these past few days and completely forgot." "Follow me," came the steward's response. Before long, the chief steward led Su Huan to the storeroom of the castle. It is important to clarify that this storeroom was not the one where Su Huan exchanged materials, but rather the storeroom located in the castle's basement. This place was filled with an abundance of precious materials, which were strictly forbidden for anyone to enter without the Lord's consent, though it may not contain the vast array of treasures found in the Lord's private vault. The materials present were still exceedingly rare. Once Su Huan was brought to the storeroom, the chief steward excused himself, allowing Su Huan to select what he desired, instructing him to call upon him when he was finished. As for the concern that Su Huan might take more than he should, every item in the storeroom was meticulously catalogued, and the ceiling bore the watchful gaze of the elite danger species, the Evil Eye Monitors. Anyone daring to pilfer from the storeroom would be courting disaster. Thus, Su Huan refrained from releasing the treasure-seeking beast, opting instead to allow it to sense the essence of the materials from within the confines of his enchanted ring. Due to the shielding barrier of the ring, the treasure beast found it somewhat challenging to perceive, resulting in a noticeably lower efficiency compared to their previous expedition in the Gray Bear Forest storeroom. Nevertheless, it was still far superior to Su Huan's own efforts. Before long, guided by the treasure beast, Su Huan discovered a piece of high-grade dragon scale, specifically, the one imbued with the most potent bloodline power. It was even stronger than the dragon scale gifted to him by his teacher for the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. Naturally, there exists a hierarchy among high-grade dragon species. What transpired next took Su Huan by surprise. The treasure beast led him to a heap of shards that resembled transparent glass fragments. Apart from their sharpness, they appeared utterly unremarkable, akin to ordinary glass. Had Su Huan been the one searching, he would have undoubtedly overlooked them. However, upon closer inspection using a special perception unique to his affinity, he sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy within them. Spirit essence. Su Huan and Appo's expression turned ecstatic, leaving him momentarily speechless. 3 types of dragon transformation materials. And now he had gathered 2 of them. He selected the largest shard, undoubtedly exceeding 100 grams required for dragon transformation, and decided to preserve the remaining fragments for future use, as they were materials of extraordinary efficacy. Treasure beast, forget everything else. Quickly search for any floating secret stones, Su Huan exclaimed. However, upon uttering these words, he felt somewhat greedy and impatient. To find 2 types of materials in such a short span was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was unrealistic to expect to stumble upon floating secret stones as well. Nonetheless, having made the request, he allowed the treasure beast to try. Before long, the treasure beast emitted an excited call and guided Su Huan to a vast corner of the storeroom. In that corner stood a deep brown glass dome, under which lay an object emanating a faint glow. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Su Huan lifted the glass dome after consulting with the treasure beast. As soon as the glass cover was lifted, a black, irregular object suddenly soared into the sky with astonishing speed, darting chaotically around the warehouse. By the heavens! The levitation stone. Once released from its confinement by Su Huan, the levitation stone began to flit about the warehouse erratically. Given the abundance of precious materials within, Su Huan found it impossible to capture it due to its swiftness. He hesitated to unleash the dragon snake lizard to ensnare the stone, fearing it might damage the valuable items in the storeroom. As for the treasure beast, it was far too slow to match the speed of the flying object, let alone take to the air itself. In that moment, he was at a complete loss, just as he was about to summon the chief steward for assistance. A peculiar creature with bulging eyes, perched on the ceiling, suddenly emitted a grayish beam of light. The beam struck the errant levitation stone, causing it to sway as if intoxicated, before it slowly descended from its aerial frenzy. Su Huan swiftly dashed forward, capturing it in his palm. Overwhelmed with joy, he communicated telepathically with the treasure beast within the imprint space, exclaiming, "Now we are almost there. All that remains is for you to complete the dragon transformation ceremony." Chapter 81. Senior brothers and sisters gathering the high-grade dragon scales, precious essence, spiritual quintessence, and levitating secret stones, Su Huan nodded in satisfaction. All 4 materials required for the treasure beast's transformation into a dragon were in place. Only the crucial step of the dragon transformation ceremony remained. This ceremony entails the treasure beast utilizing its treasure-seeking abilities to discover and consume a treasure imbued with an exceptionally rich dragon lineage, surpassing its current tier. However, the dragon scales in Su Huan's possession did not possess the required intensity of bloodline, let alone the extraordinarily rich level. Such a bloodline must at least be akin to the crystallized essence of dragon-type creatures. Before the dragon transformation ceremony can be completed, the treasure beast must fully digest the energies contained within these 4 materials. The method by which the treasure beast digests these energies differs significantly from that of the dragon snake lizard. While the latter relies on absorbing energy through inhalation and permeation, the treasure beast adopts a more primal approach. It simply devours everything. This is a trivial task for the treasure beast, despite its combat prowess nearing 0. It possesses a formidable bite capable of crushing nearly anything. Regardless of whether the treasures are stone or metal, they can be shattered and swallowed whole. With sufficient effort, even high-grade dragon scales can be reduced to fragments. Having already fed the treasure beast earlier that morning, Su Huan planned to provide it with the levitating secret stones in the afternoon. The consumption of these materials was not merely for sustenance, but served to genuinely nourish the creature. The digestive capabilities of the treasure beast are vastly different from those of other beings, allowing it to consume treasures as its staple food to replenish its nutrients, a testament to its enigmatic nature. Setting aside thoughts of the treasure beast, Su Huan had lunch and fed the dragon snake lizard a specially formulated food designed to enhance its ambush skills. After a brief training session in the inner castle and Apos, as training ground, Su Huan observed significant improvement in the dragon snake lizard and Apos' leaping abilities. By the end of the afternoon, it had begun to grasp the nuances of the ambush skill, and he believed that in a few days, it would fully awaken this capability. It was not that Su Huan wished to cease training. Rather, the evening gathering was about to commence. Heeding the specific instructions of his 3rd senior brother, Su Huan decided to arrive early to avoid tardiness. After changing out of his soaked clothes and donning a black suit gifted by his older sister, he set off towards the castle and Apos' banquet hall. The banquet hall, located within the exclusive castle of his teacher, is divided into 2 sizes, a grand hall on the 1st floor and 2 smaller halls on both the 1st and 2nd floors. Today's gathering was to take place in the more private 2nd floor hall. Were it not for the fact that all the hosts of this gathering were disciples of the castle lord, Zhou He, ordinary practitioners would not even qualify to borrow such a space. The dinner was scheduled to begin at 7 o'clock, yet Su Huan arrived at the banquet hall by 6:30. A full half-hour early. However, to his surprise, he discovered that he was not the earliest attendee. A young girl adorned in an elegant white evening gown, draped in a delicate pink shawl, and wearing white lace gloves, sat quietly in a seat near the floor-to-ceiling window of the banquet hall. This was by Susu, the most radiant prodigy throughout the grueling 3-year training in the art of control. As Su Huan scrutinized by Susu, she too noticed his entrance. Gracefully, she rose and glided a few steps towards him, her voice melodious as she greeted, "Junior brother." Su Huan was taken aback. Junior brother? He thought incredulously. It was one thing for that old man, Lu Ling, to call him junior brother, but Bai Susu was his peer. They were both 18. How could she address him so? During the 1,000 days of their rigorous training, he had never exchanged a word with this brilliant girl. Contemplating his response, Su Huan finally said, 8, senior sister, you may call me Su junior brother. Bai Susu seemed to perceive his inner thoughts, covering her mouth with a soft giggle. She replied, then you need not call me 8 senior sister. Simply refer to me as Bai senior sister. Very well, I agree, Su Huan responded readily. The two resumed their seats, and the banquet hall fell into a prolonged silence once more. Both were inherently reserved, lacking the talent to enliven the atmosphere. This continued until other seniors began to arrive. The first to enter was a girl clad in a flowing purple gown, appearing to be of similar age to Su Huan's sister. She was strikingly beautiful, her long lavender hair cascading elegantly, a bright smile illuminating her face as she entered the hall. Bai Susu promptly rose to greet her, exclaiming, Sister Chu? Su Huan followed suit, echoing her greeting. Bai Susu slightly turned her head, introducing, Su junior brother, this is our 7th senior sister, Chu Na. The girl with purple hair raised an eyebrow, smiling as she remarked, Susu, this must be our little junior brother, Su Huan. As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled Bai Susu's hair and caressed her cheek. Upon hearing the term junior brother, Su Huan felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly insisted, Sister Chu, I am Su junior brother, Su junior brother. He emphasized this once more for clarity. Understood, junior brother. Bai Susu chuckled at Chu Na's address. Chu Na then linked her arm with Bai Susu's and led her to the long banquet table nearby. Su Huan could only accept this title of junior brother with resignation. As Bai Susu and Chu Na took their seats, more seniors arrived in succession. First came the icy 5th senior sister, Hu Yin. Unlike Bai Susu's serene demeanor, she exuded a chill that might seem aloof to strangers, truly embodying the essence of a frozen beauty. Dressed in an ice blue gown, paired with her frosty aura and piercing gaze, her beauty was striking yet frigid. However, upon seeing Su Huan, she managed to conjure a faint smile. This rare smile elicited astonishment from 7th senior sister Chu Na, who exclaimed, Junior brother. The 5th senior sister smiled at you. You are indeed fortunate. This is the first time I've seen her smile in the second half of this year. Her last smile was at the teacher's birthday banquet earlier. Su Huan returned her smile, feeling a mix of surprise and intrigue. Deep within, Su Huan couldn't and oppose help but scoff at the seemingly cold smile of the 5th senior sister. Was that truly a smile? Shortly thereafter, his familiar LSP 3rd senior brother, Lu Ling, along with 4th senior brother Meng Jingyan, arrived in succession. As 3rd senior brother cast a glance at Su Huan, he responded with a broad grin. Su Huan returned the smile, yet internally he was mocking. It was said that this fellow had already begun moving furniture into Villanelle. 174, clearly undeterred by past failures. Unbeknownst to Lu Ling, who was blissfully ignorant of Su Huan's silent disdain, he surveyed the room and greeted various junior brothers and sisters, remarking, we are merely awaiting the arrival of the 1st senior brother and the 2nd senior sister. The wait was not long. A woman of mature elegance entered the banquet hall, clad in form-fitting black combat attire, her hair tied neatly into a bun. With refined features and bright, piercing eyes, her skin bore the healthy glow of sun-kissed wheat, a testament to her years spent traveling. As she stepped into the room, everyone promptly rose to greet her. Su Huan stood alongside the others, calling out, 2nd senior sister, greetings. You have arrived. The 2nd senior sister beamed, apologies for my tardiness. Dear junior brothers and sisters. As she spoke, she offered a warm, maternal smile, akin to that of an older sister surveying her younger siblings. In terms of appearance, the 1st senior sister could only be considered striking, her purple hair adding a distinct charm that paled in comparison to the breathtaking beauty of 5th senior sister, Hu Yin and Bai Susu. Overall, her looks could be deemed above average, but her smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of Su Huan's own sister, Su Qing. It seems we are just missing the 1st senior brother, the 2nd senior sister remarked, guiding everyone to take their seats. No sooner had she finished speaking than a man, even more robust than 3rd senior brother Lu Ling and nearly as imposing as their teacher, Zhou He, strode into the banquet hall. The imposing figure donned a standard camouflage military uniform, draped with a dark red cape that barely fit him. The cape was speckled with dust and sand, giving him an air of ruggedness. He moved with a commanding presence, striding purposefully towards the group. Even though he had consciously tempered his aura in their presence, the palpable intensity of his demeanor was formidable. In Su Huan's eyes, this man's presence was second only to that of his teacher, eclipsing even Su Ku. Chapter 82. All are great masters, junior sister. It seems I just heard you mention me, the imposing man remarked as he walked in, his voice remarkably steady and resonant. Haha, we were just talking about you, senior brother, and here you are. The second senior sister, Su Huan, smiled at the robust man. The others echoed in agreement. This must be our little junior brother, they said as they settled in. After taking their seats, Su Huan and the senior brother, Qiao Yan, turned their attention to Su Huan. Su Huan promptly greeted them. Su Huan and Qiao Yan responded with warm smiles. I haven't and Appos, tea had lunch yet today. Let's serve the dishes and eat while we converse, said the senior brother. The castle attendants, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately began to arrange the meal. The brothers and sisters soon engaged in lively conversations, as most of them held significant positions within the gathering place, rarely able to meet throughout the year, except for a few occasions. As Su Huan counted the attendees, he realized that, including himself, there were only 8 individuals present, and he was indeed the 9th junior brother. Aren't and Appos, we waiting for the 6th senior brother? He inquired, puzzled, glancing at Bai Susu beside him. Bai Susu and Appos' expression shifted slightly. She discreetly tugged at Su Huan and Appos' sleeve, gracefully extending her fair neck to whisper in his ear, the 6th senior brother has long since departed. Be cautious not to speak incorrectly. Su Huan felt the gentle warmth of her breath, yet the news she conveyed left him momentarily taken aback. Departed? Does that mean he has passed? A sigh escaped his heart, and he mourned the 6th senior brother he had yet to meet. In these tumultuous times, even those who were disciples of powerful masters could not guarantee their safety, often unable to preserve their lives in moments of peril. The essence of this era was that human life was as fragile as grass. The attendants, clad in black vests, began serving an array of dishes on the long table. Su Huan could confidently assert that this meal was among the most lavish he had experienced in the past decade or two, with an array of dishes he had never seen or heard of being presented continuously. However, he hesitated to lift his chopsticks. As the 3rd senior brother took on the role of a guide, introducing each of the senior brothers and sisters present, starting with the 7th senior sister, Chu Na. In Lu Ling's eyes, both Bai Susu and Su Huan were peers from the mastery training, familiar with one another and requiring no further introductions. Little did he know, Su Huan had never exchanged a single word with Bai Susu before joining the training. 7th senior sister, Chu Na, was a top-tier practitioner close to the semi-professional level, currently serving as the captain of the 3rd hunting squad in the gathering place and Appos' Wilderness Guards. The Wilderness Guards were a special group comprised of practitioners, not only within the Black Lamp gathering place but also usually established in other gathering locales. The primary purpose of the hunting guardians is to pursue and capture the offspring of various perilous creatures in the vast wilderness, as well as to seek and collect an array of materials and treasures. Each hunting guardian unit within the Black Lantern gathering consists of 4 Tamers and 12 attendants, with a total of 7 such units currently established. Naturally, the hunting targets of the guardians are at least the young of high-level dangerous species. Exceptional units, such as the one led by the formidable 7th sister, typically set their sights on elite and even top-tier dangerous species offspring, as well as materials and treasures of equivalent caliber. As for the intermediate dangerous species found within the eggs of novice Tamers, these are usually bred within the gathering itself. Consequently, more than half of the young creatures in the Black Lantern gathering originate from artificial breeding. The 7 teams of hunting guardians are ranked by their strength, with the 3rd unit occupying the 3rd position. The 1st and 2nd units, preceding the 3rd, are led by Tamers of professional caliber, while their ordinary members are top-tier Tamers, focused on hunting the offspring of the most dangerous and even super dangerous species. The fact that the unit led by the 7th sister ranks 3rd already attests to its formidable prowess. Although the hunting guardians are primarily tasked with the hunting of perilous creature offspring in normal circumstances, they can swiftly transform into a highly capable combat force during times of war. After introducing the 7th sister, the 3rd brother naturally bypassed the unfortunate and deceased 6th brother to introduce 5th sister, the icy beauty Hu Yan, a tamer of professional caliber, according to the 3rd brother. She is a powerful tamer whose strength is on par with his own. 5th sister Hu Yan currently holds a significant position. Aside from the conventional combat units and the Black Lantern Army and Appos' Tactical Brigade, there exists an extraordinary military force comprised of Tamers and their attendants, known as the Black Lantern Tamer Corps. The overall commander and chief tamer of this corps is, of course, his mentor, the Fortress Lord Zhou He. Within the Black Lantern Tamer Corps, fifth sister Hu Yin serves as the deputy director of the operations department, a role of considerable importance. The Black Lantern Tamer Corps is primarily divided into three sections: the recruitment department, the training department, and the operations department. Given that many Tamers serve in the military or are stationed in various locations, the recruitment department plays a crucial role in calling upon Tamers stationed elsewhere during times of war. The director is concurrently held by Mentor Zhou, as it is vital that the recruitment of Tamers in key positions is handled with care to avoid severe consequences. The training department is responsible for training newly inducted Tamers, such as Lin Yusin and Luo Chong, who have been observed undergoing training there. As he has directly received special training from his mentor, he is exempt from attending the training department. Lastly, the operations department oversees and assigns tasks to the station Tamers, known as operational Tamers. The director of the operations department is a professional level Tamer. The appointment of Hu Yin, a quasi-professional level beast master, as the deputy director serves as a testament to his exceptional abilities and prowess. It is noteworthy that Hu Yin is not the sole quasi-professional beast master within the realm of action trainers. Following him is the fourth senior brother, who possesses a calm demeanor and remarkable patience. He currently holds the position of director of the training department for beast masters. Luo Chong, a fellow trainee under the fourth senior brother, would undoubtedly face dire consequences should Su Huan even utter a word against him. However, Luo Chong, being of a lesser caliber, is merely a trivial obstacle for Su Huan, who finds no motivation to target him as long as he remains unobtrusive. Next is the second senior sister, a professional level beast master and a true authority. She serves as the deputy director of the recruitment department within the Black Lantern Beast Master Corps. The overall commander, who also serves as the director of the recruitment department, is her mentor, Zhou, who typically refrains from intervening in matters, allowing the second senior sister to effectively become the leading figure in the recruitment department. Regardless of the position or rank of any beast master, they can be summoned by her official recruitment order. Lastly, we have the eldest senior brother, who is currently one of the two deputy beast masters within the Black Lantern Beast Master Corps, ranking just below the chief beast master, Zhou. He is regarded as a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy within the Black Lantern Enclave, boasting professional level capabilities that surpass even those of the second senior sister. His individual strength places him among the top 3 within the Black Lantern Enclave. After listening to the introduction of the third senior brother, Su Huan greeted each of his seniors respectfully and cast a glance at Bai Su, the eighth senior sister, standing beside him. Fortunately, with Bai Su's presence, he, as a newly appointed beast master without any official title, did not feel entirely out of place among such distinguished figures. Chapter 83, My Desire to Dive Before He Could Feel Any Solace. A remark from seventh sister Chuna left Su Huan utterly bereft of comfort. Chuna addressed Bai Su, I have heard that the teacher intends for you to establish the 8th hunting guard. Bai Su replied with a gentle smile, Indeed, sister. Chuna continued, Have you gathered your team members in attendance? If you find it challenging to select suitable candidates, I could recommend a few promising newcomers. That would be wonderful, Bai Su responded promptly. Chuna proceeded to mention a young girl named Reina, who had recently become a beast master over 2 years ago. She possessed a fully matured iron demon tree and a fully matured sleep butterfly, both of which were formidable mid-level dangerous species with commendable immediate combat capabilities. Furthermore, she had recently acquired a juvenile bloodlion, a high-level dangerous species, which indicated her impressive potential and strength. However, Su Huan furrowed his brow upon hearing the name Reina. The Iron Demon Tree and Sleep Butterfly were indeed the companions of one of his teammates in the upcoming Six Lands duel competition. He was astonished to realize that within less than a month, she had not only nurtured her Sleep Butterfly to full maturity, but had also tamed a juvenile bloodlion. The bloodlion was known for its balanced prowess among high-level dangerous species, ranking within the second tier of such beings. Nonetheless, even 2 fully matured mid-level dangerous species would not stand a chance against the current dragon snake lizard. As for the juvenile bloodlion, it had yet to manifest any combat abilities. Bai Su and Apos' brow furrowed as well, seemingly dissatisfied with Chuna and Apos' recommendation of Reina. However, her reticence rendered her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to politely decline. Before Bai Su could voice her thoughts, the astute Chuna continued to introduce another candidate, a newcomer who possessed a matured high-level dangerous species and 2 fully matured mid-level dangerous species. Upon hearing this introduction, Bai Su displayed a flicker of interest, albeit still rather indifferent. Chu Na then introduced a third candidate, yet Bai Susu remained unmoved. Other senior brothers and sisters also endeavored to introduce various newcomers to Bai Susu, but none succeeded in captivating her interest. Even a super newcomer boasting two near-mature extraordinary dangerous species. Meanwhile, Su Huan, who had been observing quietly, found the exchanges quite intriguing. He did not know many beast masters, and the few he was acquainted with, such as Lin Jun and his companions, held significant positions and thus had little to offer in terms of introductions. To his surprise, the next moment, a fellow diver was thrust into the limelight, with none other than third brother Lu Ling pushing him forward. Susu, let me introduce you to an exceptionally promising super newcomer who will undoubtedly meet your needs. Third brother and Amp, Appos, S slightly exaggerated tone peaked by Susu and Amp, Appos, S interest, drawing the attention of both the eldest brother and second sister, who were engaged in conversation. All right, third brother, Bai Susu replied expectantly, knowing that each hunting guard comprised 4 beast masters and 12 attendants. She has recently been quite troubled by the final member of the 8th Wilderness Hunting Guard. What do you think, third brother? I haven't heard of any remarkable newcomers lately, remarked senior brother Chao Nian with a hint of interest. Senior brother, you should be mindful of your words. Our junior brother might feel disheartened, chuckled third brother. Senior brother was momentarily taken aback by this remark and inquired, what does this have to do with junior brother? After casting a glance at Su Huan, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, are you implying? Third brother, with a knowing expression, replied, indeed, I am recommending our extraordinary newcomer, junior brother Su. Come now, third brother. Our junior brother has only been a tamer for 2 or 3 months. Sending him to the wilderness guard would be akin to pushing him into a pit of fire. Chao Nian retorted sternly, isn't a late-stage dragon serpent lizard far superior to an end-stage elite dangerous species? Lu Ling interjected, and as soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone present became quite animated. Even Bai Susu appeared momentarily stunned, looking exceedingly adorable. All the senior brothers and sisters turned their gazes towards Su Huan, asking, junior brother, is your dragon serpent lizard truly nearing late-stage growth? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Huan conceded, all right, I shall no longer pretend. The 4-meter-long dragon serpent lizard emerged from the taming space, swaying its head and tail as it lay on the marble floor of the banquet hall, leaving everyone astounded. Not only did Bai Susu's eyes light up, but the other brothers and sisters also sparkled with excitement. Sister China, who had been introducing team members to Bai Susu, was the first to speak. Junior brother, I believe what you need most right now is practical experience. Join my wilderness guard. I will guide you, and you can significantly enhance your practical abilities. Bai Susu pouted in feigned grievance, Sister Chi, your wilderness guard is already at full capacity. I still need one more person. Before Sister Chi could respond, Sister Hu Yin interjected coldly, indeed, your wilderness guard is full, but our Black Lantern Tamer Corps is always in need of personnel, junior brother. You should consider it carefully. Bai Susu felt increasingly wronged and spoke with a near-whining tone, sisters, you are all bullying me. As soon as she finished speaking, Chi Na and Hu Yin chimed in unison, just teasing you. Chi Na continued, I also believe junior brother is well suited to join your newly established 8th Wilderness Guard, Susu. A late-stage top-tier dangerous species like the dragon serpent lizard is nearly equivalent to 2 mature high-tier dangerous species. It certainly isn't weak. Bai Susu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Huan. What do you think, Su junior brother? She had not forgotten their agreement that he should not be called junior brother. Su Huan was bewildered. Wasn't it merely a casual gathering? And now this arrangement? He skillfully employed the art of procrastination, stating, let us discuss this after the 6 regions duel tournament. As long as the teacher agrees, senior sister Bai Susu can wait. After the tournament concludes, I would not mind considering it. To his surprise, Bai Susu appeared exceedingly pleased, as if he had already consented. All right, Su junior brother. I will certainly wait for you. Chapter 84. The concept of recruiting followers. The gathering swiftly transitioned from evening to night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, everyone collectively suggested the conclusion of the meeting. Consequently, the 8 siblings began to disperse one by one. Before departing, Bai Susu deliberately called out to Su Huan, earnestly reminding him not to forget to join her hunting guard after the 6 regions duel. Su Huan, gazing at her radiant smile as she left with the 7th and 5th senior sisters, held back the words, when did I ever agree to join you? This gathering held profound significance for him. offering insights into numerous secrets that circulated solely among the upper echelons of the gathering place. After all, his time as a beast master had been brief, and he had long been under the tutelage of his teacher, who, as a leader of a formidable faction, was burdened with countless responsibilities. It was only natural that such a person could not impart every detail of common knowledge to him. Thus, these gatherings proved to be immensely beneficial. Previously, he had been unaware of the composition of beast masters within the gathering place. Nor did he know about the existence of clandestine organizations such as the Hunting Guard and the recruitment, operations, and training divisions of the Black Lantern Beastmaster Corps. Furthermore, he found himself particularly intrigued by the mechanism of Beastmaster followers. In simple terms, this mechanism allowed every Beastmaster to qualify for the establishment of a follower team upon reaching a certain level of strength. The follower team consisted of the Beastmaster and Oppos, S adherents. With the current strength of the dragon snake lizard, it was roughly equivalent to 2 mature high-level dangerous species of comparable strength, resulting in a near 50-50 chance in combat. Although still some distance from fully matured high-level dangerous species, the gap was narrowing. Most Beastmaster followers were ordinary individuals, not Beastmasters themselves. Unless the opposing party possessed exceptional strength, it was rare for a Beastmaster to willingly become another's follower. Suka had once been a follower of teacher Zhouhe, and it was likely that only someone of such caliber could attract semi-professional Beastmaster-level followers. Moreover, at the time Suka became a follower, he was merely an ordinary Beastmaster. Among the 7 senior brothers and sisters, only the first senior brother and the second senior sister had followers who were also Beastmasters. The followers of the other siblings were all ordinary individuals possessing various extraordinary skills. What captivated Su Huan the most was that once the requirements were met, the expenses for establishing a Beastmaster follower team would be entirely covered by the finances of the gathering place. This meant that all expenditures for the followers were borne by the gathering. Naturally, this applied to teams of 3 or fewer, once the team exceeded 3 members. The additional cost would be the responsibility of the Beastmaster. Otherwise, relying solely on his own efforts to gather materials and earn money would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of his energy. Just yesterday, he had been engrossed in experiments, leaving the laboratory well into the night. He scarcely had time for spiritual cultivation, let alone training the dragon snake lizard. If this continued, his time for personal cultivation and training his beast would surely diminish dramatically, severely hindering his improvement in strength. However, he also understood that he could not rush this matter, especially since his current strength did not yet meet the minimum threshold for forming a follower team. The astonishingly unique secret he harbored compelled him to exercise utmost caution. Should he attract a nefarious retinue, it could not only disrupt his peace of mind but also lead to dire consequences. Given his fragile physique, it was not inconceivable that he might find himself ensnared in an irreversible predicament, particularly as the secret of transforming dangerous creatures into dragons was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, the immense benefits of assembling a retinue tempted him to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The prospect of gathering followers required careful consideration. Absolute loyalty was imperative, for his secret must never be divulged. As Su Huan approached his home, he began to formulate a preliminary vision for his future entourage. He categorized his prospective followers into 3 distinct types. The first type, in his imagination, would engage in commercial and production activities. Their primary function would be to manufacture various products utilizing the dragon recipes and secrets he provided, thereby generating profit, while also acquiring necessary materials to spare him the burdensome task of sourcing them himself. He referred to this group as commercial retainers, encompassing 3 main roles: commerce, production, and procurement. The second type would primarily focus on research endeavors. Although the dragon texts contained countless invaluable recipes and knowledge, many pertained to draconic creatures, which were exceedingly rare. Most tamers did not possess even a single dragon-type creature. He could not simply apply these recipes indiscriminately. They required adaptation to enhance their applicability. The function of these retainers would be to engage in research, simplifying and modifying the knowledge from the dragon texts for better utilization. He designated this group as research retainers. Lastly, the third category consisted of combat retainers. As the name suggests, their primary role would be to accompany him in battles and protect the commercial activities of the commercial retainers, as well as the research outcomes of the research retainers. The concepts of commercial, research, and combat retainers were merely embryonic ideas. To bring this vision to fruition would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor, not achievable in the short term. The immediate priority remained to recruit a few trustworthy individuals to assist him in procuring materials and selling products for profit. Furthermore, to join the hunting guard, he required 3 combat retainers. A complete hunting guard consisted of 4 tamers and 12 combat warriors. These retainers needed to be exceptionally skilled fighters, proficient in various weapons and modes of transportation, embodying the essence of versatile elite warriors. The system of retainers had long been established in the dark gathering places. Yet Su Huan, born a commoner and newly initiated as a tamer, was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. Even within the military, many capable soldiers were eager to serve as retainers for a tamer. Not only did tamers' retainers enjoy significantly superior personal treatment compared to soldiers, but they also gained a foothold in the upper echelons of the gathering place, even if they had lost their chance to become prominent tamers themselves. Being a retainer for a tamer would afford their descendants the precious opportunity to ascend. Presently, many tamers in the gathering place hailed from families of tamers' retainers. The predecessors served as attendants to the esteemed masters, and in turn, they garnered favor from these masters due to the legacy of their forebears, allowing them to traverse the path of mastery with greater ease and distance. Upon returning home, Su Huan began to introspect deeply, attempting to identify individuals among his 2 decades of life experience who might qualify as his attendants. However, after considerable contemplation, he found himself at an impasse and ultimately decided to set aside this pursuit in favor of spiritual cultivation. He had long coveted the specialized techniques of mental barriers and the ethereal manipulation of thought energy. Chapter 85. Continuous Enlightenment. The night of arduous cultivation swiftly passed. Su Huan was acutely aware of his lack of innate talent in the realm of spiritual cultivation. He was far from being a genius, and even among the mediocre, he could scarcely find a place. He was essentially a wastrel. Thus, he held no grand expectations for significant advancements from a single night of practice. Incremental and steady progress would suffice. His reliance was not solely on relentless toil. In fact, the deficiencies in his spiritual cultivation aptitude were not insurmountable. The ancient Dragon Codex contained numerous secret formulas, elixirs, and methodologies capable of enhancing one's innate qualities. However, merely glancing at the materials required for these recipes left him feeling overwhelmed. Even with the backing of his mentor and the collective resources of the gathering, he harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to procure them, as many involved materials of formidable rarity. For the time being, gathering such resources seemed an impossible endeavor. After all, the paramount aspect of being a beastmaster lay in the prowess of one's subservient creatures. Given Su Huan's actual aptitude, it was unlikely he would be regarded as a prodigy, let alone be accepted as a disciple by his mentor. It was probable that even if he were fortunate enough to become a beastmaster and enter the training facility of the Black Lantern Beastmasters, he would be relegated to the bottom ranks, overlooked and undervalued. After enjoying breakfast prepared by his sister, feeding the treasure beast, and providing the dragon snake lizard with a specially formulated meal to enhance its offensive capabilities, Su Huan made his way to the training grounds early. The 6-region duel competition was set to commence in 7 days, a date his mentor had shared from the outset. There was no time for last-minute preparations. He intended to maximize the potential of the dragon snake lizard within this week. According to the teachings of the Dragon Codex, the training methods for enhancing speed necessitated not only variations in jumping techniques but also the incorporation of obstacles to amplify the challenge and achieve optimal results. Fortunately, within the castle grounds, there existed a specially constructed terrain designed for the training of beastmasters and their creatures. However, due to its substantial area, this training ground was situated in the outer fortress rather than the inner keep, which was already occupied by the Lord's castle and 4 grand villas, leaving little room for such specialized facilities. The training ground Su Huan discovered was nestled within a grove. Numerous meticulously transplanted trees, along with artificially constructed obstacles and mounds of earth, formed this unique terrain. Adhering strictly to the methods prescribed in the ancient Dragon Codex, Su Huan relentlessly guided the dragon snake lizard through the intricate obstacle course, employing a variety of specialized jumping frequencies and techniques. The energy contained within the special formula consumed by the dragon snake lizard continually enhanced the musculature of its limbs and the skeletal structure essential for powerful jumps. Days slipped by in a blur of training. Gradually, the dragon snake lizard's limbs grew sturdier, its leaping ability becoming increasingly remarkable. Capable of bounding nearly 20 meters in a single leap, it could even ascend to the crowns of tall trees, soaring effortlessly over 10 meters high without the need for a secondary push. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, While the dragon snake lizard engaged in its routine training to master the art of speed, it diligently repeated its exercises. Upon the completion of the initial leap, and in the fleeting moment of the second, a delicate layer of dark malevolent energy enveloped its limbs, producing a resonant sound as it soared forth. This singular jump spanned an impressive distance of over 30 meters. Su Huan gazed in astonishment. While uttering 30 meters may seem trivial, correlating that distance with the height of several stories reveals the true magnitude of such a leap. Ignoring the effects of gravity, it equates to a jump equivalent to a dozen floors. This remarkable speed of flight even surpassed that of the agile white mountain lion, which had pursued him and the dragon snake lizard in the town of Sinfire. However, the lion had not employed its energy techniques during the chase, relying solely on its natural speed. Had it fully unleashed its abilities, it would undoubtedly have eclipsed the current jumping speed of the dragon snake lizard. The malevolent technique, swift assault, had finally evolved, and now Su Huan aimed to push towards the secondary evolution of rapid assault in the remaining days. With merely 4 days left until the 6 regions duel, Su Huan continued his rigorous training with the dragon snake lizard. Each day, not only did the creature exhibit considerable enhancements in strength, but it also grew in size, surpassing 4 meters 3 and striving toward 4 meters 4. On the 6th day, as he received word from an envoy sent by his teacher, announcing their imminent departure for the 6 regions duel, Su Huan remained dedicated to his training regimen that evening. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, braving the chilling night breeze. However, today he deviated from his usual routine. The dragon snake lizard, despite a full day's training, remained in exceptional condition, brimming with vitality. Su Huan watched the creature in anticipation. Previously, such exuberance had only manifested during the 3rd and 4th levels of the dragon might technique. The dragon might had recently attained its 4th level, known as Dragon's Roar Warhammer. This newfound vigor could not merely stem from the evolution of the dragon might technique. Was it the breath of malevolence, or perhaps the dragon power? A glimmer of insight dawned upon Su Huan, for aside from dragon might, the dragon snake lizard had mastered the breath of malevolence and dragon power to their fullest potential. As expected, when the dragon snake lizard opened its gaping maw, a deep gray stream of malevolent energy coalesced into a straight ray and was unleashed. Su Huan immediately recognized this evolved capability, breath of malevolence, malicious ray. The ground struck by the malicious ray bore a crater the size of a basin, as if it had been bombarded. What sheer power! Su Huan observed the impact site, narrowing his eyes slightly. He had only encountered the malicious ray in texts and ancient dragon lore, never having witnessed its might firsthand. Such strength, delivered unexpectedly, would undoubtedly incapacitate a mature high-risk species. Furthermore, under the guidance of the dragon lore formula and rigorous training, the dragon snake lizard had rapidly deepened its understanding of the advanced evolution of the malevolent swift assault, mastering its application with remarkable finesse. Coupled with ample physical stamina and endurance, the dragon snake lizard had become exceptional in its ability to evade. In summary, the dragon snake lizard, at this juncture, possessed no discernible weaknesses. It was equally adept at both combat and retreat. As the upcoming duel competition among the 6 territories approaches, Su Huan is imbued with confidence. Provided he does not encounter a fully matured, exceptionally dangerous species, he believes he can contend even with a high-level dangerous species. The dragon snake lizard now possesses such strength. That fellow, Luo Chong, wishes to test his prowess, does he not? One wonders what his reaction would be if they were to meet on the battlefield of the duel competition and Su Huan unleashed a formidable attack. Would that be too cruel? Su Huan pondered while stroking his chin. As for Luo Chong and Amp, Oppos, crimson-scaled beast, it has already reached the pinnacle of its species. As for transcending the limitations of its kind to attain a higher echelon, that is a luxury unattainable by a novice beast master. Such accomplishments are typically reserved for seasoned beast masters or exceptionally talented individuals among them. Regarding Luo Chong and Oppos, Bloodhunter Wolf, it was merely at the late growth stage a month ago. Even if it has now reached maturity, it remains vastly inferior to the dragon snake lizard. In terms of progress, a report to my brethren is in order. We have surpassed the initial target of 200 subscriptions. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the brothers who have supported this endeavor. After a day of secluded writing, coupled with previously stored drafts, I present to you an update. Although the increase is a mere 31, rounding it off brings us to 50, does it not? A touch of humor indeed. To express my gratitude for your unwavering support. An additional chapter will be released tomorrow. Lastly, I humbly request another wave of subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendations in support. Chapter 86. Before departure the following day marked the much-anticipated journey to participate in the Six Regions Duel Tournament. Upon returning to the villa, Su Huan's elder sister, having already been apprised of his imminent departure, meticulously packed his garments and provisions suitable for sustenance on the road. She incessantly advised him on matters of safety, the importance of timely meals, and the necessity of not overexerting himself. Su Huan patiently absorbed her well-meaning admonitions. Once Su Qing had retired for the night, he descended to the basement to prepare the items he would carry on his expedition. First and foremost, he gathered the daily rations for the dragon, snake, lizard, and the treasure-seeking beast, ensuring the provisions were sufficient for a month. Additionally, he included the formulated food to enhance the dragon, snake, lizard, and Apos' surprise attack abilities, a concoction derived from the Dragon Codex specifically designed to heal injuries, along with various materials beneficial for training his pets. Before long, Su Huan had everything ready, awaiting his departure the next morning. Once his belongings were organized, he had one final task to attend to, disposing of the remaining bloodline incense he possessed. In recent days, he had gradually sold off the bloodline incense, targeting merchants in the inner district who possessed both connections and financial means, just as he had once procured dragon blood roots, known to others as purple-brown roots. From the venerable Mr. Yoli, he had managed to sell no less than 3 vials of bloodline incense through his acquaintance. Naturally, Su Huan did not confine his sales to a single shop. In addition to Mr. Yoli's establishment, he had successfully sold 3 vials across 2 other shops. Over the past few days, these 3 retailers collectively facilitated the sale of 6 vials of bloodline incense for him. This was still a modest figure, given that the incense had yet to gain widespread recognition. Otherwise, the sales could have multiplied severalfold. The vials of bloodline incense were custom-ordered from a factory, each holding a capacity of 25 grams, with a standard dosage of 0.5 grams per use, allowing for a total of 50 applications. After utilizing the raw materials valued at 550,000 steel coins, Su Huan had produced a total of 250 grams of bloodline incense, which filled approximately 90 vials. Subtracting the 6 vials sold, he was left with 84 vials, which needed to be addressed before his departure, as they represented a significant source of income. Initially, Su Huan dismissed the notion of selling all remaining bloodline incense to the 3 retailers, despite the sale of 6 vials within a week. This translated to an average of merely 2 vials per shop. He had set the price for each vial at 100,000 steel coins when selling to retailers. While he remained indifferent to the retail price they would charge, as long as it was reasonable and they could sell it effectively. From his recent inquiries, he learned that Mr. Yoli and Apos' shop retailed each vial at 125,000 steel coins, with the other 2 shops maintaining similar pricing. This meant a retail profit of 25,000 steel coins per vial. Consequently, Mr. Yoli's shop had generated a net profit of approximately 70,000 to 80,000 steel coins over the past few days, while the other 2 shops sold slightly fewer, with one even managing to sell just a single vial. Nevertheless, even for Mr. Yoli and Apos' shop, the bloodline incense remained in a state of cautious observation. After all, this is a unique commodity that has never before graced the market, targeted primarily at the practitioners of the art of control, or at the very least, those undergoing specialized training in this discipline. The potential for side effects in the future remains uncertain, and the modest sales figures of just a few bottles do not provide enough confidence to make a firm decision. Consequently, they procure the product from Su Huan on a per-bottle basis, acquiring another bottle only after selling the previous one. Su Huan had initially provided them with the first bottle on a trial basis, allowing them to sell it without upfront payment. They would remit a sum of 100,000 steel coins to Su Huan once the bottle was sold. From the second bottle onward, however, they were required to pay upfront. Su Huan's status as a practitioner undoubtedly played a crucial role in their somewhat hesitant agreement to his proposal. Had he been an ordinary individual, they would likely have shown him the door without hesitation. After all, a price exceeding 100,000 for a single bottle is astronomical for the average person, even if each shop successfully sold its first bottle of bloodline essence. The owners remained skeptical about this product's long-term viability. Although the sales occurred, these practitioners, not quite ordinary themselves, could not guarantee that there would not be subsequent side effects or complications. Thus, their attitude towards Su Huan and the bloodline essence remained one of cautious collaboration. Of the 84 bottles of bloodline essence Su Huan intended to manage, he was effectively handling 81, as 3 bottles had already been placed for sale in 3 different shops. Despite not having sold yet, he had already received payment for those 3 bottles. Su Huan had indeed urged the shop owners to increase their order volumes, but they consistently responded with non-committal attitudes. Were it not for his lack of personal sales channels, he would have long ceased his collaboration with these shopkeepers. He recalled how effortlessly he sold the black viscous substance, with buyers being exceedingly agreeable. Moreover, given the substantial profit margin on bloodline essence, each bottle would earn the shopkeepers an easy profit of 2,000 to 3,000 steel coins. Was that not enticing? Yet they insisted on acquiring the product 1 bottle at a time. As for the arrangement of deferring payment until after the sale, he had no intention of considering such a proposal. Did they truly think his bloodline essence would not sell? Su Huan loaded 2 to 3 dozen bottles of bloodline essence, donned his coat, and stealthily exited his abode. It was already past 9 in the evening. However, from his understanding, shops in the inner district typically began their operations after 10 o'clock. After taking a carriage to the outer commercial district, Su Huan's first visit was to 2 shops conveniently located near the castle. Before long, both shopkeepers were smilingly escorting him out with utmost respect. They had been unwilling to agree to increased order volumes, yet they greeted him with obsequious smiles. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, Su Huan was there to conduct business, and he had no intention of coercing anyone into compliance. Even though he possessed the power and influence to compel their submission, he preferred not to resort to such measures. In business, relying solely on one's connections for leverage is not a sustainable approach. Ultimately, he approached the last shop, whimsically named Old Man Yurley's Little Shop. Do not misunderstand. Su Huan was not attempting to be endearing by using that name. It was the shop's actual title. Upon entering the shop, Jory, with his hair slightly graying and his receding hairline appearing even more pronounced since their last encounter, was engaged in closing up with a staff member. Noticing the arrival of a customer at such an hour, Jory initially intended to usher them out. However, before he could complete his sentence, his tone shifted dramatically. "Ah, Su Huan, what a surprise. Why are you standing there? Come in and have a seat. Would you like some coffee? The kind made from cat feces." Su Huan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While he held Jory in high regard, he could not condone the latter and Appo's penchant for such an unusual brew. He refrained from addressing him as old man, preferring to use the more respectful Uncle Jory instead. "I'll pass on the coffee, Uncle Jory. I'm here for a matter of importance." Jory adopted a listening posture, encouraging him to speak. Su Huan then proceeded to articulate the same concerns he had previously expressed at 2 other establishments. Chapter 87 Departure. He initially presumed that Yoli would refuse, much like the proprietors of the other 2 shops. To his surprise, upon hearing his proposal, the other party clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I just sold that bottle today. I was contemplating rushing to you for a new supply. How about this, Su Huan? We have been old friends for a while now. I will order 10 bottles directly. This way, it saves us both the hassle of future restocking, and frankly, my small shop cannot accommodate more than that." Su Huan was astonished. He had not anticipated Yoli would order 10 bottles outright. Although this quantity was insufficient to constitute even an eighth of his stock, it nonetheless represented a portion sold, justifying his late-night venture. Su Huan had no intention of concealing his identity. The gathering place was limited, and he had expedited the custom order of glass bottles for his lineage perfume through the castle's internal affairs office. Others could easily ascertain his background just by examining the glass bottle, so he found it more prudent to be forthright rather than furtively secretive. Meanwhile, Yoli's father stood at the entrance with his assistant, cheerfully bidding farewell to Su Huan. "Father, why did you say the bottle sold? You just had me place it on the counter," the assistant inquired, perplexed. Scratching his head, the assistant acknowledged and turned back to the shop to continue closing up. The castle lord's brilliant disciple possesses unrivaled mastery in the art of manipulation and has concocted such a wondrous perfume. Su Huan, I wonder what other hidden talents you possess. It truly excites one and Appo's anticipation, Yoli mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips as a soft breeze tousled the few strands of hair on his forehead. After successfully selling 10 bottles of the lineage perfume, Su Huan was left with 71 bottles, based on the current sales rate of 6 to 7 bottles over 7 days. And considering the other 2 shops had declined to increase their orders, he anticipated running out of stock soon. Even at a conservative estimate of 4 bottles over 7 days, the 10 bottles sold would sustain Yoli and Appo's father for nearly half a month. What he could not have foreseen, however, was that the very next day after his departure, the influence of the lineage perfume he had personally crafted would begin to ripple through the market. Upon returning to the villa, Su Huan sealed 70 of the 71 bottles of lineage perfume, keeping one for personal use in case of emergencies, given it was still winter. There was no need for special low-temperature storage. The basement maintained a temperature near freezing, adequate for preservation without specialized equipment. In his room, he beamed at the pile of gold coins atop his nightstand, a dazzling smile illuminating his face. With the 10 bottles recently sold, he had now shifted a total of 16 bottles of lineage perfume, accumulating a revenue of 1.6 million stangs. Each bottle's production cost was merely 6,000 to 7,000 stangs, allowing him a net profit of 1.5 million stangs after expenses, a staggering return. Yet, in Su Huan's eyes, it merely represented a modest profit through volume sales. This was preferable as compared to the viscous black tar. The lineage perfume promised a steady stream of income. After all, the raw materials for the creation of black tar were limited in demand, leading the market to inevitably saturate, while the lineage perfume would never face such saturation. Even excluding the novice tamers and those from affluent backgrounds, even the seasoned and reputable tamers, if they wish to swiftly bond with a new tamed beast, are no doubt reliant on a vial of bloodline essence to expedite the establishment of a spiritual connection. Had I possessed such a miraculous item during my time in Rivet Town, I could have easily subdued the treasure beast in a fraction of the time, perhaps even days in advance. The following morning, the black-clad sentinel who had previously informed Su Huan of the duel tournament's commencement arrived once more at his villa to relay the news of their departure. Under the reluctant gaze of his elder sister, Su Huan gathered his luggage and boarded the carriage dispatched by the castle. The carriage clattered along the morning streets, swiftly arriving at the parking lot near the western city gate. Upon reaching the parking area, Su Huan noted several identical castle-exclusive carriages awaiting outside. As he disembarked, he was greeted by the sight of 4 companions, whom he recognized from previous encounters, set to participate in the duel tournament alongside him. Luo Chong stood with his arms crossed, staring at him impassively. Yet Su Huan had no inclination to engage him and instead turned his attention to the only middle-aged man present. "Director Liu, are you joining us this time?" Su Huan exclaimed upon spotting the familiar figure. "Indeed, Su Huan, I am leading the team for this duel tournament," Liu replied with a smile. Shortly after Su Huan's arrival, 3 armored vehicles, familiar to him, emerged from the parking lot. 10 elite black-clad sentinels from 2 operational teams disembarked from the vehicles and saluted Lu Yu. "Everyone, let's board and prepare for departure. Wang Sun and Luo Chong, you will take the 3rd armored vehicle, Reina and Lin Yusen, the 2nd, and Su Huan, you will accompany me in the 1st, Lu Yu instructed. As he directed the arrangements, the sentinels diligently loaded everyone's luggage onto the armored vehicles. While boarding, Wang Sun and Luo Chong seethed with frustration. Why aren't we sitting with Director Liu? Why does that guy Su Huan get all the good fortune? They were acutely aware that Director Liu was a rare and formidable quasi-professional tamer, and they were eager to foster a closer relationship during the journey. Even though Wang Sun and Apos, S. own mentor, was also a quasi-professional, no one could ever have too many connections to such esteemed ranks. However, despite their inner turmoil, they had no choice but to accept the situation, as it was, after all, Lu Yu and Apos' personal arrangement, and they lacked the audacity to challenge his authority. The armed forces assigned for this mission were significantly reinforced compared to those sent during Su Huan's previous escort to Rivet Town, comprising 2 operational teams and a total of 10 elite sentinels equipped with heavy weaponry. Moreover, the 3 mobile firepower platforms, the Black Traveler armored vehicles, were capable of handling even the most mature and formidable species of danger, even without Lu Yu's stabilizing presence as the leader. The trio of armored vehicles lined up in formation, their engines growling ominously as they traversed the vast and desolate gray wilderness, resembling 3 ferocious steel beasts galloping freely. On the armored vehicle led by the Dark Traveler, Su Huan, seated to the left of Lu Yu, had already entered a state of mental cultivation. According to Lu Yu, the journey to the venue of the 6 Lands duel, the Blood Forest ruins, was quite distant, requiring no less than 3 days even under optimal conditions. Most of this time would be spent on the vehicle, rendering the training of beast taming impossible. What purpose does it serve if one does not cultivate? Meanwhile, Lu Yu observed and felt the intensity of the mental energy emanating from Su Huan's body, nodding to himself in approval. Having only been a beast tamer for a little over 2 months, such progress in mental cultivation was commendable. Not only was his talent exceptional, but his diligence was also remarkable. It was no wonder that the fortress lord held him in high regard. If Su Huan could discern Lu Yu's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Exceptional talent? Is that truly referring to me? Chapter 88. The Hybrid-Scaled Beast. The Treasure-Seeking Beast. After a 3-day journey, it was inevitable to take breaks along the way, even if the travelers could endure. The armored vehicles lacked the fuel to sustain uninterrupted travel for 3 days and nights. They set off at dawn and by afternoon, before dusk approached. The convoy of dark lanterns entered a small town to rest and recuperate. The arrival of 3 armored vehicles naturally stirred considerable unrest among the town and Apos' defense forces. For most small settlements, 3 fully armed armored vehicles posed a significant threat. Additionally, this town was not a vassal of the Dark Lanterns, but rather a neutral faction. A mid-sized settlement slightly less formidable than Rivet Town. Faced with the ominous armored convoy, the townsfolk were on high alert and filled with apprehension. Even the portly mayor, perched atop the walls, was visibly sweating. Upon the lead Dark Lantern guard, Li Tong, declaring the identity of the Dark Lantern stronghold and the purpose of their visit. The mayor promptly grasped the situation and ordered the gates to be opened. The town's guards immediately complied, allowing the convoy entry. The immense deterrent power of the Dark Traveler's armored vehicles played a significant role in this decision. The settlement, known as Green Ivy Town, was situated along the western highway of the Dark Lantern stronghold. Over the years, it had developed by providing rest and supplies for passing convoys, travelers, and adventurers. Thus could not refuse the request for normal entry and resupply by the Dark Lantern convoy. Unlike the completely isolated settlements in the wilderness that sustain themselves and typically do not permit outsiders to enter, Green Ivy Town had no grounds to deny legitimate requests for rest and supplies from the Dark Lantern stronghold. Even if the Dark Lantern personnel were refused, they would seldom retaliate with anger or force. However, settlements like Green Ivy Town, which thrived on providing rest services, would be perceived as provocations if they dared to deny the Dark Lantern convoy the same privileges afforded to others. What would be the outcome of such defiance? The last settlement to attempt this has since been reduced to ruins, a relic of the wasteland frequently scavenged by wanderers. This place, known as Sandstone Town, was a mid-sized settlement larger and more powerful than Green Ivy Town, with a richer history. Originally a neutral town situated between the Dark Lantern stronghold and Sinfire Town, it provided rest and supplies for passing travelers. However, it failed to recognize reality. During a period of frequent conflicts between the Dark Lantern stronghold and Sinfire Town, it was swayed by Sinfire Town, refusing any requests from Dark Lantern convoys for normal entry and resupply. They even secretly colluded with Sinfire Town, providing intelligence on the Dark Lantern convoy. Ultimately, they were annihilated by the forces dispatched by the stronghold and Apos' Lord, leaving nothing but crumbling ruins. Upon entering the settlement, the 3 armored vehicles lined up in formation naturally evoked a sense of awe among the residents and passing travelers. Under the guidance of 2 armed personnel from Green Loquat Town, the convoy arrived at a clearing located to the east of the gathering place for a much-needed respite. The Green Loquat settlement would not provide food and lodging for the convoy from Black Lantern Fortress free of charge. Even a powerful entity like Black Lantern Fortress must adhere to the rules of the wilderness. We can offer you a resting place, but expenses for food and supplies must be borne by yourselves. The location provided by the armed personnel of the settlement was merely an edge of the gathering area intended for parking the armored vehicles. After all, the core area of the settlement was limited in size, leaving insufficient space to accommodate 3 large vehicles akin to delivery trucks. In a 3-story building at the town center, the mayor wiped the perspiration from his plump face and inquired of a young man beside him, fully armed and carrying an assault rifle. Is the arrangement for the Black Lantern Fortress convoy complete? As per your instructions, everything has been arranged separately, ensuring they are not grouped with other convoys, but instead located in the clearing to the east of the gathering place. That's good. It is advisable for these influential figures to avoid mingling with others to prevent unnecessary troubles, just like last time when 2 opposing factions opened fire upon encountering each other, resulting in several casualties within our settlement, a truly unfortunate incident. The young man nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the vehicles came to a halt and everyone disembarked to stretch their stiff limbs, Luo Chong and Wang Sun eagerly suggested seeking accommodation and a place for dinner. Su Huan, however, did not mind spending the night in the armored vehicle. Yet, Luo Chong and Wang Sun, accustomed to a life of luxury, would certainly prefer a soft bed over a hard floor. Let us first feed our pets, and then we can look for something to eat in town, Lu Yu proposed. Thus, several young beast tamers began rummaging through their respective armored vehicles for the rations prepared for their companions. After all, they were all beast tamers from powerful factions, rather than mere wanderers of the wilderness. Given the circumstances, they had all thoughtfully prepared suitable formulated food for their pets. Rather than relying on the inefficient practice of feeding them whatever was available, Wang Sun was the first to summon his Highland Lion and iron-armored helmet. Lin Yusin also called forth her flower ghost tiger and electric tail swallow. When Luo Chong released his red-scale beast, he provocatively cast a glance at Su Huan. Unbothered, Su Huan summoned his dragon snake lizard. Upon its emergence, the dragon snake lizard let out a low growl directed at the nearly 4-meter-long red-scale beast. Its inherent dragonic aura subtly spreading towards it, causing the red-scale beast to take a step back, eyeing the dragon snake lizard as if facing a formidable adversary. Last time, when this creature summoned the red-scale beast to confront its master, the dragon snake lizard, even while within the confines of the beast-taming space, could sense the tension. Had it not been for Su Huan's refusal to summon it, the dragon snake lizard would have eagerly leapt forth to engage in battle with the red-scale beast. With a length of nearly 4 meters and an imposing presence, the dragon snake lizard clearly had the advantage over the red-scale beast, both in size and in the overwhelming aura it exuded, indicating its superiority. Luo Chong, evidently lacking in discernment, failed to recognize the true strength of the dragon snake lizard. He merely felt humiliated that his red-scale beast had been intimidated into retreat by Su Huan's creature. He summoned another of his beasts, a mature bloodhunter wolf, which stood proudly beside him, challenging Su Huan with an audacious gaze. The two beasts together managed to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from the dragon snake lizard. Oh, has it reached maturity? Is this the source of your newfound confidence? Su Huan regarded the summoned mature bloodhunter wolf with disdain. He had no interest in retaliating against Luo Chong. The disparity between them was simply too vast. The dragon snake lizard could effortlessly eliminate both of the opponent's beasts in under 10 seconds, unless, of course, the opponent was similarly inept. Subsequently, Su Huan summoned the treasure beast. Since it had consumed 3 of the 4 dragon transformation materials the previous night, its appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its body was now adorned with golden scales, seemingly imbued with a hint of draconic bloodline due to the high-grade dragon scales. Additionally, after devouring the floating secret stone, the treasure beast unexpectedly acquired the ability to fly. However, its flight was not akin to that of a bird, propelled by wings, but rather a suspension in the air, reminiscent of the floating secret stone and Appo's unique capabilities. Moreover, the precious essence had been entirely consumed by the treasure beast, though its effects had yet to manifest. Only the spiritual essence remained, untouched by the treasure beast's appetite. According to the Dragon Classics, a 24-hour interval was required between the consumption of each material. As less than 20 hours had passed since the treasure beast completely depleted the precious essence, Su Huan intended to feed it after the full 24 hours had elapsed. At this moment, even if someone were to see the treasure beast, they would be unable to associate it with the previous form. The golden scales starkly contrasted with the silky golden fur of the original treasure beast, and in everyone's common knowledge, the treasure beast was not known for its ability to fly. Thus, the treasure beast could easily masquerade as a rare and unconventional creature, allowing Su Huan to remain unconcerned about its true identity being discovered. Just as the treasure beast extended its neck, burying its large head into the food bowl with ravenous enthusiasm, a single remark rendered it motionless. Wang Sun scrutinized the treasure beast several times, his expression one of disdain, before turning to Su Huan with an air of arrogance and casually remarked, "Su Huan, you've really lowered your standards. Your second beast is an utterly unimpressive hybrid reptile that appears to lack any combat capabilities." Treasure Beast. Chapter 89. Wang Sun's indifference to Luo Chong. The treasure beast withdrew its large head from the food basin, glaring furiously at Wang Sun. Mixed blood scale beast? Who are you referring to? The term scale beast encompasses dangerous creatures such as the red scale beast, armor beast, and fire scale beast, all of which are inherently equipped with scales and armor. Interestingly, the appearance of the treasure beast closely resembles that of certain juvenile scale beasts at this moment. The mixed blood scale beast refers to the offspring resulting from the breeding of scale beasts and other perilous creatures. It is a well-established fact that any hybrid dangerous creature is, by nature, inferior in talent to its purebred counterparts. This is a fundamental law of nature. After all, every species has evolved over countless ages in the natural world, gradually forming a complete genetic lineage, excluding exceedingly rare mutant hybrids. The offspring of two distinct species inevitably leads to genetic and lineage instability, resulting in diminished innate abilities. Furthermore, the treasure beast's appearance does not entirely resemble any common scale beast, reinforcing the conclusion that it can only be classified as a mixed blood scale beast. Thus, Wang Sun's assessment holds some merit, as it is common knowledge among all beast tamers. However, Su Huan was indifferent to these speculations. From their very first encounter, he had perceived the subtle hostility emanating from the three individuals, aside from Lin Yusin, towards him. With heightened senses unique to beast tamers, he could naturally detect the animosity of others. Initially, he had no desire to engage with these individuals, but it seemed they were becoming increasingly assertive. Su Huan stroked his chin, maintaining a stoic expression as he regarded Wang Sun. He quietly issued a command to the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard extricated its sizable head from the food basin, comparable to a baby's bath, and ambled over to the red-scale beast that Luo Chong was feeding. With a swift motion, it pressed the red-scale beast into Appo's head into the food basin. Luo Chong was momentarily stunned and exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing, Su Huan?" Wang Sun had claimed that his pet lacked combat ability, and Su Huan was determined to prove him wrong. "What does it matter to me what Wang Sun says about Luo Chong?" Luo Chong's face contorted in confusion and anger upon hearing this. Su Huan, uninterested in Luo Chong's outburst, turned directly to Wang Sun and declared, "Since you believe my second pet lacks combat prowess, I challenge you to a duel using the dragon snake lizard." Luo Chong's fury heightened at Su Huan's disregard for him. However, witnessing the dragon snake lizard pinning the head of his red-scale beast into the basin, the latter too intimidated to resist. He realized that his red-scale beast was likely no match for Su Huan's dragon snake lizard. He was acutely aware of his red-scale beast's temperament. Had it been capable of winning, its fierce nature would have already instigated a fight. Thus, seeing that Su Huan was only challenging Wang Sun, he refrained from further comment. Wang Sun receiving a beating had nothing to do with him. With a gulp, Wang Sun observed the dragon snake lizard, whose overwhelming aura suppressed the red-scale beast's will to resist, and he swallowed hard. "I was referring to that scale beast, not your dragon snake lizard. Have you misunderstood?" It was understandable for him to feel intimidated, as he was among the least experienced present, having been a beast tamer for the shortest duration. His primary summoned beast, the Highland lion, was somewhat inferior in strength compared to the red-scaled beast, and his steel-armored helmet had only just reached maturity, making it even weaker than the Highland lion. A sense of despair settled within him. Unlike Luo Chong, he had long recognized the formidable prowess of Su Huan's dragon snake lizard and was acutely aware that he stood no chance in a one-on-one confrontation. However, what he did not anticipate was Su Huan's complete disregard for any semblance of courtesy. Was it so wrong to have merely mocked him? Su Huan had not exhibited such temperament during their special training as beast tamers. Observing the situation, Su Huan chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, I am referring to the dragon snake lizard. What is the matter? Are you afraid to engage in a spar? If you cannot even muster the courage for a friendly duel, why bother participating in the Six Lands duel tournament? If you are truly intimidated, you could team up with Luo Chong. I can have the dragon snake lizard spar with all four of you." At that moment, not only did Luo Chong and Wang Sun become incensed, but even Lu Yu, who was feeding his azure flame wild tiger nearby, displayed a keen interest. The strength of a beast tamer inherently stemmed from combat experience, and he would not obstruct such an opportunity for sparring. Furthermore, with him present, even if the spar turned serious, it would remain merely a friendly competition. With Su Huan's words hanging in the air, Wang Sun found himself devoid of any excuses to decline the challenge. He exchanged a glance with Luo Chong, a silent agreement passing between them that compelled Luo Chong to join him in accepting Su Huan as challenge. Luo Chong nodded slightly, his simmering anger flaring anew. Emboldened by Su Huan's bold claim of a 1-versus-4 scenario, he dismissed any notions of unfairness and engaged in a silent telepathic discussion with Wang Sun, finalizing their plan to jointly teach Su Huan a lesson at the expense of the dragon snake lizard. Seeing Luo Chong's acquiescence, Wang Sun brimmed with confidence, declaring, "Very well. This area is spacious enough for our spar." Su Huan nodded slightly, gesturing for the dragon snake lizard to release its hold on the red-scaled beast. He then casually stated, "I want to take advantage of you. You may attack alongside Luo Chong." How infuriating, Wang Sun thought, his irritation intensifying upon witnessing Su Huan's condescending demeanor, akin to a senior guiding a novice. What did he mean by not taking advantage of him? His gaze fell upon Reina, Lin Yusin, and Lu Yu, who were watching with keen interest, and he resolved that even if the odds were stacked against them, he would ensure Su Huan faced consequences. The three of them moved to a more spacious area to prevent the aftermath of their spar from damaging vehicles and supplies. Wang Sun and Luo Chong stood side by side, readying their red-scaled beast, blood-hunting wolf, Highland lion, and steel-armored helmet for a confrontation against the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard slowly approached the four summoned beasts, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if facing not four opponents, but merely four pieces of timber. This silent disdain ignited a fire within the four summoned beasts. Although they lacked confidence in a one-on-one engagement with the dragon snake lizard, their spirits soared at the prospect of joining forces. Without waiting for their Tamer and Appo's command, they lunged at the dragon snake lizard all at once. The red-scaled beast and steel-armored helmet charged directly at the dragon snake lizard, while the blood-hunting wolf and Highland lion maneuvered to encircle it from behind and the side, attempting to launch a coordinated assault. The tactics employed were straightforward and effective, yet they appeared utterly naive in the face of overwhelming power, as Su Huan remarked. "Strike now, dragon serpent lizard, but do so with restraint. A careless blow might cause damage," he commanded, a cruel smile gracing his lips. As soon as his words fell, the dragon energy surged and coalesced in the robust tail of the dragon serpent lizard. With a swift motion, the tail swung, casting a shadow over the arena. Bang! The blood hunter wolf, attempting to flank the dragon serpent lizard from behind with remarkable agility, was abruptly sent flying by a single swipe of its tail. The force amplified by the dragon energy rendering it motionless upon impact. This spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence, the only sound being the persistent rustle of the wind. However, the sight of the blood hunter wolf being flung aside did not deter the other three beasts, the red-scale beast and the steel-armored shell. Though slightly slower than the blood hunter wolf, rushed toward the dragon serpent lizard as it was struck down. The red-scale beast unleashed its tearing claws, enveloped in beastly energy, aiming directly for the dragon serpent lizard. Simultaneously, the steel-armored shell activated its piercing technique, extending steel energy spikes to collide with the creature. Such an assault could puncture even the toughest of armors. Unperturbed, the dragon serpent lizard gaped wide, disregarding the incoming threats. This led Luo Chong and Wang Sun to believe they had a chance at victory. Yet, just as the red-scale beast and steel-armored shell closed in, mere meters away, the dragon serpent lizard and Appo's claws shimmered with a faint golden hue of dragon energy. It propelled itself forward with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, creating a shadowy blur. Dragon power, dragon claw, malevolent strike, swift assault. With two swift sounds, the dragon serpent lizard darted between the red-scale beast and the steel-armored shell, delivering a crushing blow to both beasts and Appo's heads. Bang! Bang! The two creatures were nearly toppled simultaneously, howling as they crashed to the ground. The expressions on Wang Sun and Luo Chong and Appo's faces darkened. The disparity in strength was staggering. How could they possibly continue? Yet, the onslaught was far from over. The dragon serpent lizard pivoted once more, striking again with astonishing speed, landing two more vicious blows to the heads of the steel-armored shell and red-scale beast. Scales flew from the head of the red-scale beast, and even with their robust hides, both were rendered dazed and unconscious. Wang Sun and Luo Chong were left in a state of shock. The battlefield was now left with only the Highland lion, which had approached within 10 meters of the dragon serpent lizard. Upon noticing the creature's gaze upon it, the lion froze, reluctant to advance, fearing it might meet the same fate as its fallen companions. However, the dragon serpent lizard had no intention of sparing it. Malevolent strike, swift assault. Bang! The Highland lion was hurled through the air. Already disoriented from previous blows, it succumbed to unconsciousness upon landing. In a mere 20 seconds, the blood hunter wolf, previously knocked aside, struggled to rise. The dragon serpent lizard prepared to repeat its earlier feat. But Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Su Huan and coughed softly. Su Huan understood instantly, recognizing Lu Yu's intent to show some mercy to Wang Sun and Luo Chong, who were not only comrades but also fellow beast tamers within the gathering. He quickly called off the dragon serpent lizard. Chapter 90, Arrival Brother Su. Would you care for some? A delightful treat, snow-dried yak beef jerky. Luo Chong inquired eagerly, presenting an open can to Su Huan. Is it salty? Su Huan asked casually, recalling the excessively salty silver fish from their last encounter. Not at all. My previous oversight was regrettable. Please, do try it. If it is too salty, I shall wash it with pure water for you. I assure you it will be palatable, Luo Chong quickly proposed. Excellent idea. I shall sample it, Su Huan replied. Nearby, Reina, Wang Sun, and others could only watch in bemusement silently acknowledging Luo Cheng and Apos' unexpected talent, realizing they had previously overlooked such a quality. It had been 2.5 days since Luo Cheng and Apos' previous humiliating defeat at Wang Sun and Apos' hands. The group found themselves resting on a small hillside in the wilderness. As they were nearing their destination, the Blood Forest ruins, located deep within the desolate gray wilderness. The absence of any significant settlement left them no choice but to pause in the wild. Since being bested by Su Huan, Luo Cheng had completely submitted, now addressing him with utmost reverence, eager to serve. Although Su Huan had once regarded Luo Cheng with disdain, he begrudgingly accepted him as a subordinate. Recognizing the potential utility in their partnership, Su Huan had come to understand Luo Cheng's character, one that adhered strictly to the principle of power. This perspective was common among those who roamed the wilderness, yet Luo Cheng and Apos' expression of it was more extreme and pronounced. As long as someone was significantly stronger, he would not entertain the thought of resistance, thus becoming utterly subservient. To put it plainly, he was a character that thrived on discipline, often needing a firm hand. Since his defeat, Luo Cheng had assumed the role of a loyal underling, enhancing the group's provisions considerably. Coming from a wealthy merchant family, he carried an assortment of fine goods. As the old adage goes, talent comes in all forms. Su Huan had discovered that Luo Cheng possessed considerable merit, albeit reluctantly, and found him exceptionally adept as a sycophant. Moreover, with a lineage entrenched in commerce, Luo Cheng and Apos' family owned several shops within the settlement, which could prove advantageous should he perform well enough to assist in selling bloodline incense. Wang Sun, on the other hand, despite his own prestigious background as a beast master, could not quite match Luo Cheng and Apos' level of servility. His father was a respected beast master within the settlement, rendering him incapable of such flattery. Nonetheless, Wang Sun had adopted a more humble demeanor, greeting Su Huan with respect to avoid provoking another challenge. After a brief respite, during which they fed their beasts and refueled their armored vehicles, the group resumed their journey. After 4 to 5 hours of travel, a dense forest resembling a vast expanse of red maple trees came into view. "We are nearly there," Liu remarked after glancing at the scenery. Soon after, the 3 armored vehicles arrived at a rudimentary structure formed from mounds of earth and stone. The structure before them bore a resemblance to the arena of Shanghai town, albeit in a more rudimentary form. There were no stands to speak of, only 2 stone platforms at the center, encircled by a towering wall. The wall featured a single entrance barely wide enough for 3 individuals to pass side by side, lacking even a proper gate. Torches affixed to the wall had been ignited, casting flickering shadows. 3 crimson armored vehicles were stationed outside the wall, their engines silenced and headlights unlit, suggesting that the occupants had disembarked. The hoods of the armored vehicles were emblazoned with the image of a dark red scorpion, distinct from the black lighthouse emblem of the Black Lantern armored vehicles. "Have the Red Scorpions arrived?" Liu murmured. The Red Scorpions were one of the factions participating in the Six Lands Duel tournament, a name that Su Huan had long been familiar with. The design of the red armored vehicles allowed him to surmise the identity of their owners. The rumbling of engines from the Black Lantern's 3 vehicles echoed from afar, reaching the confines of the wall. A woman clad in black leather emerged from within the wall, accompanied by a group of young men and women. After the vehicles came to a halt, Liu, along with Su Huan and the others, alighted from their transport. "Liu, I didn't expect you to be leading the team this year," the striking woman in leather remarked with a smile as she approached. "It's been a while, Ji Fei. I didn't anticipate that your Red Scorpion town would be the first to arrive," Liu replied, a smile gracing his features upon recognizing an old acquaintance. The Red Scorpion town was known to be an ally of the Black Lantern in the desolate Great Wilds. Su Huan surveyed the opposing team, noting that, like their own, they comprised 5 young duelists, presumably participants in the upcoming tournament. In addition, several robust soldiers clad in red and black camouflage stood guard nearby. "We arrived a bit early, but not by much. We just finished setting up our tents," she said. "Li Tong, go assist in setting up the tents," Liu instructed. The tournament was scheduled for the following day, meaning everyone would be spending the night in the vast wilderness. Li Tong acknowledged the command and turned to lead the Black Lantern guards in transporting the military folding tents into the walled area for assembly. 3 tents were swiftly erected, each accommodating individuals comfortably. Liu had 1 tent to himself, while Su Huan, Wang Sun, and Luo Cheng shared another. Lin Yusin and Reina occupied the third. The tents, covering over 10 square meters, offered ample space for 5 occupants, let alone the mere 2 or 3 they currently housed. As for the 10 Black Lantern guards, Aside from those on watch duty, they resided within their vehicles. The armored vehicles provided spacious interiors, with the seats reclined. 3 individuals could rest in a single vehicle without feeling cramped. As night fell, the group was jolted from their slumber by the thunderous roar of engines accompanied by the piercing honks of vehicles. Luo Chong awoke, grumbling, and noticed Su Huan was already awake, mistakenly believing Su Huan had been disturbed by the noise. Which faction-s ruffians are causing such a commotion and disturbing your rest? Brother Su? I'll go and have a look. In truth, Su Huan had not been asleep. He had been engaged in spiritual cultivation and was merely roused from his meditation by the clamor. He caught Luo Chong, who was hastily throwing on a jacket to rush outside, and said, "Hold on, don't be hasty." Luo Chong's subordinate is indeed a remarkable talent. He is quite adept at running errands. However, true to his name, he tends to act impulsively, often without forethought. This was evident when he provoked a series of confrontations and ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Now, he has gone out, bearing an air of authority and seeking to settle scores. With his limited skills, it is likely he will soon find himself in trouble again, risking the reputation of the dark gathering place. Before long, a rustling sound emerged. The 6 tents, comprising a total of 12 individuals from 2 gathering places, were roused from their slumber by the blaring horn, emerging from their shelters clad in jackets. Ji Fei, who had been indulging in a beauty sleep, appeared rather displeased upon being awakened, expressing her irritation. It must be that bunch of fools from Iron Anvil City. Iron Anvil City is another organizer of the 6 Regions Duel Tournament. Despite its name suggesting a grand city, it is merely a large gathering place, somewhat inferior in scale to Blacklamp Fortress. It still falls far short of qualifying as a true city-level mega-gathering place, serving merely as a facade for self-aggrandizement. With that, Ji Fei, accompanied by the Red Scorpion members, stormed out in a fit of fury. Liu Yu also followed suit, leading Su Huan and others outside. Acknowledgements. Since the release of Olden Dragon Rider on January 25, 2021, heartfelt thanks to those brothers for their generous support. The contributions are as follows. Qixia Shui, 1,500 coins. Men and Amp. Amp. Oppos, S-Tribe, 5,000 coins, for Love and Amp. Amp. Oppos, S-Pursuit San, 1,500 coins, 1 and Amp. Amp. Oppos, S-Private Words, 1,000 coins, Black Mist Serpent, 100 coins, Book Friend 20207211625 47390, 100 coins. Remembering the Glory of Yesteryears, 500 coins, Duncan Spark, 100 coins, Book Friend 20208092328122212, 500 coins, Book Friend 20180923090554696, 194 coins, Extraordinary Excellence, 100 coins, One's Private Words, 100 coins. Reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, You and I, 100 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, Wine Fragrance, 100 coins. Vance and I, 100 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, Wine Fragrance, 100 coins, Wine Fragrance, 100 coins, Wine Fragrance, 101 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins. Wine Fragrance, 101 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, Qixia Shui, 100 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, Book Friend 20190516132812997. 500 coins, Book Friend 20200412155813055, 100 coins. Light Bluching Lawn, Withered Vines, 100 coins, reading hundreds of books, 100 coins, Wind Clear, Clouds Dispersed, 500 coins, Qixia Shui, 1,500 coins, Lazy One, 100 coins. Kiva 575, for 778, 100 coins, 19-star Ladybug, 100 coins, 19-star Ladybug, 100 coins, Chocolate Deceit, 300 coins, Kiva 575, for 778, 300 coins. Devouring Allies, 100 coins, Bao Shaoi, 150 coins. Men and Oppos, S-Tribe, 500 coins, Good Nicknames Taken by Displayed Affection, 100 coins, Black Mist Serpent, 171 coins, Reading Hundreds of Books, 100 coins, Devouring Allies, 100 coins. Devouring Allies, 100 coins, Devouring Allies, 100 coins, Devouring Allies, 100 coins, Devouring Allies, 100 coins for love and imp. Oppos, as pursuit sand, 100 coins, Kiva 575. For 778, 200 coins, Su. The confused passerby, 100 coins, wine fragrance, 100 coins, wine fragrance, 100 coins, Su Huan, 100 coins. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have subscribed and supported the journey through the winds and sands, as well as to those who have voted for this book. 1,000 thanks. Chapter 91, The Prelude to the Six Regions Duel Tournament. Ji-Fei. Who provoked you? The burly man leading the team from Iron Anvil City winced as he gazed at the dinted hood of the armored vehicle, where Ji-Fei and Oppos' S-whip kick had left a noticeable impression. You disturbed my slumber, Ji-Fei replied, her expression darkening. Seeing her demeanor, the muscular man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, recognizing that the damage to the armored vehicle was trivial in comparison to the potential embarrassment of becoming a target of her wrath. My fault. I did not expect you, Ji-Fei, to arrive so early. Had I known you were already resting, I would never have allowed anyone to honk. As Su Huan departed, he could not help but cast a glance at the impacted area, where the armor had been indented a full palm's thickness. The sheer force of that kick seemed to surpass the limits of human capability. Moreover, Ji-Fei had evidently not employed any energy beyond her physical strength. Could human strength genuinely achieve such feats? How was it possible? His mind buzzed with these perplexing questions. The next day arrived swiftly, with everyone having had a restless night due to the incessant arrival of vehicles. In the morning, all 6 organizers of the Six Regions Duel Tournament gathered. Black Lantern Fortress, Red Scorpion Town, Iron Anvil City, Eagle's Nest Fortress, Sandstorm Town, and Flowing Cloud Town, each a substantial settlement with populations in the thousands. Among them, Black Lantern Fortress and Eagle's Nest Fortress were particularly formidable, boasting populations exceeding 10,000. As the 6 settlements convened, the 30 participating beast tamers and their 16 leaders assembled before the 2 competition platforms. The Six Regions Duel Tournament was officially set in motion. Initially, everyone stepped forward to register their participating beasts, with each individual allowed to list 2. When it came to denoting his treasure-hunting beast breed, Su Huan hesitated momentarily before reluctantly writing down mixed blood-scale beast. The tournament employed a relatively fair point system. The 30 contestants would face off in 5 rounds determined by random draw. Winning a match would earn 1 point, while losing would result in a deduction of 1 point. Ultimately, the 8 individuals with the highest scores would advance to the quarterfinals, commencing a more intense phase of competition. In the event of a tie for 8th place, the tied individuals would engage in a direct duel to determine who would progress. All participants approached to begin the first round of the draw, with 15 pairs competing. Each round consisted of 15 matches. Su Huan and Oppos' luck appeared favorable in the first round, as his opponent hailed from Flowing Cloud Town, the weakest of the 6 settlements. Aside from the leading contestant, Lu Lan, the rest exhibited lackluster abilities, comparable to those of Wang Sun and Luo Chong. At this moment, all competitors had summoned their participating beasts. Su Huan's opponent was accompanied by a mature, mid-level dangerous species, an ornate cloud leopard, whose displayed prowess seemed to fall short even of Luo Chong and Oppos'. The matches would follow a 1vs1 format, yet each contestant would have 2 bouts, allowing them to switch their beasts. Thus, defeating one of the opponent's beasts did not guarantee victory. One must completely vanquish both of the opposing beasts to claim triumph. Such rules undoubtedly placed Su Huan at a disadvantage. After all, he possessed only one battle-worthy pet, the dragon snake lizard, while the treasure beast was merely a placeholder. Despite its ability to fly and the emergence of scales, it could not alter the fact that it was utterly weak in combat. The arena featured 2 platforms, allowing for 2 simultaneous duels. Su Huan's match was scheduled for the second round. Following the conclusion of the battles on both platforms, it was finally his turn to ascend the stage. His opponent was a boy with a flat haircut, thick eyebrows, and large, innocent eyes, exuding an aura of simplicity. Once summoned, both contestants politely clasped their hands in greeting. However, to their surprise, the opponent's matured cloud-patterned leopard launched a sudden assault, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, its claws glinting menacingly as they swiftly approached the dragon snake lizard. The boy, observing the dragon snake lizard remaining motionless, revealed a cunning smirk of triumph. Yet, Su Huan's smile remained unwavering, causing the boy to shudder involuntarily. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as his cloud-patterned leopard was unexpectedly sent flying at an even greater speed, crashing to the ground without the slightest movement. Meanwhile, the dragon snake lizard had merely flicked its tail, Rushing over to assess the condition of his cloud-patterned leopard, the boy found it merely unconscious, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He won from Hatingfort, victorious in one match, declared the judge from Chaos Sandtown. Refusing to concede, the boy summoned his second pet, a fully matured, intermediate dangerous species known as the hook-tailed beast. The cultivation level of this hook-tailed beast was commendable, its aura surpassing even the crimson-scaled beast of Luocheng. Yet, to Su Huan, it was nothing extraordinary. The boy appeared to be employing a strategy of exhausting Su Huan's dragon snake lizard with the cloud-patterned leopard before delivering a decisive blow with the hook-tailed beast. However, Su Huan had no intention of allowing such a plan to unfold. The hook-tailed beast endured slightly longer than the cloud-patterned leopard, sustaining a dragon and Appo's smite intimidation followed by 2 slashing claws before being brought down. The boy wore a bittersweet smile, pondering, is this the strength of a top-tier dangerous species? Following the judge's announcement of Su Huan's victory, the healing-type pet handlers from Luoyuan Town, who had long awaited on the sidelines, began treating the injuries of the boy's pets and restoring their stamina for the upcoming matches. The spectators outside the arena erupted in excitement. A competitor with a top-tier dangerous species had emerged from Hatingfort, and it was evident that his strength was already in the late growth stage. The late growth stage could theoretically be considered akin to the end of growth for special dangerous species, high-level dangerous species in maturity, and intermediate dangerous species in full maturity. Although the actual strength far surpassed the latter, it was enough to astonish the crowd. How could their intermediate dangerous species contend against the top-tier dangerous species? Among the participants possessing high-level dangerous species combat power, there were barely more than half. If you have the capability, why not capture a top-tier dangerous species yourselves? Luocheng observed the surrounding discussions, most of which questioned the fairness of the top-tier dangerous species participation in Su Huan's qualifications, his expression reflecting discontent. He now considered himself a confidant of Su Huan, regarding his leader's glory as his own, his leader's shame as his own, and his leader's happiness. Well, that was a thought too far. In summary, he could not tolerate others disparaging his leader. Amidst the crowd, the inhabitants of Hating Fortress were present, making it unwise to engage in excessive speculation. After all, instances of elite dangerous species participating in competitions were not without precedent, rendering such doubts unfounded. Only a few individuals, who possessed considerable strength, gazed at Su Huan and the dragon snake lizard with ignited combat fervor. Although the only top-tier dangerous species present was the dragon snake lizard, there were still several high and special dangerous species in attendance. Soon, the first round of matches concluded, with each battle averaging a mere 7 to 8 minutes in duration. Remarkably, there were several matches, including Su Huan's, where opponents were dispatched in a matter of 1.5 minutes. The 12 matches took less than an hour and a half in total. All but Wang Sun from Hating Fortress secured a point, with Luocheng also employing a strategy of trading injuries to triumph over an equally matched adversary from Iron Anvil City. As Su Huan observed Luocheng approaching with exuberance, he offered a few nonchalant words of praise. To his surprise, Luocheng, filled with enthusiasm, bellowed, "Brother Su, I, Luocheng, will surely strive to catch up to your shadow." This declaration drew the attention of those around them, causing even Su Huan to cover his face in embarrassment. Chapter 92, The Black Lantern Against the Anvil. Soon, the contestants began the second round of the draw. Su Huan's fortune remained relatively favorable. Among the 30 participants, he had yet to face any of the strongest seed competitors. His opponent was a short-haired girl from Red Scorpion Town. A minute later, this fully matured intermediate-level botanical danger creature was defeated by the dragon serpent lizard. The opponent's second summoned creature appeared on the arena, causing Su Huan to pause briefly. In the previous battle, the girl had similarly engaged in a 1 versus 2 scenario without changing her summoned creature, making this the first summoning of her second beast. To Su Huan and Appo's astonishment, her second creature was a fully matured advanced-level danger creature known as the Earth Rock Fist, a creature of the rock and earth element, renowned for its immense strength and formidable defense. As an elemental being, it exhibited a high resistance to pressure-based skills, posing a slight counter to the dragon serpent lizard. However, under absolute strength suppression, the Earth Rock Fist could only withstand the dragon serpent lizard's dragon might shock for an additional minute and a half before being rendered incapacitated. Left bewildered and sitting on the ground, the short-haired girl from Red Scorpion Town was visibly distressed and immediately conceded defeat. With this, Su Huan effortlessly secured 2 victories. The Earth Rock Fist appeared to have just recently reached maturity, lacking a strong combat will. Additionally, the trainer was reluctant to see her creature harmed. Otherwise, given the creature and Appo's robust physique, the dragon serpent lizard would have required considerable effort to fully overpower it. Su Huan couldn't help but reflect on the strength of the short-haired girl from Red Scorpion Town, who surpassed even his strongest teammate, Reina. Yet, she was still not the mightiest seed competitor from Red Scorpion Town, indicating that the foundation of Black Lantern Town's alliances was not to be underestimated. As the second round concluded, the participants from Black Lantern Fortress, aside from Su Huan, Lin Yusin, Reina, and Wang Sun, faced defeats. Wang Sun had accrued a negative score of 2, while Luo Cheng's hard-earned point was deducted, leaving him with 0. Even Reina encountered misfortune when matched against the seed competitor Lu Lan from Flowing Cloud Town, succumbing to a fully matured advanced danger creature, the Electric Tail Beast, which systematically defeated both the Iron Demon Tree and the Sleep Butterfly, leaving her also with a score of 0. Su Huan and Lin Yusin maintained their flawless records with 2 victories each, securing 2 points. In the third round, Su Huan once again enjoyed favorable luck. His opponent was even weaker than the short-haired girl from Red Scorpion Town, only marginally stronger than his first-round adversary with the buzzcut. He easily defeated both of the opponent's summoned creatures, earning 3 points. However, in this round, Lin Yusin and Luo Cheng both faced defeats. Wang Sun, however, erupted with unexpected vigor, engaging in a fierce battle against an opponent of comparable strength. The two displayed a fierce standoff, neither yielding, and fought for over 20 minutes on the arena, causing spectators and judges alike to grow impatient before the contest finally concluded. Ultimately, Wang Sun's steel armor helmet, with its impressive resilience, managed to exhaust the opponent's creature, narrowly claiming victory. Reina also secured a point. The scores among the four had shifted to 1 point, -1 point, -1 point, and 1 point respectively. In the fourth match, Su Huan's good fortune appeared to have run its course. His opponent was Wang Yi, a seed competitor from Iron Anvil City and a strong contender among the top 8, possessing 2 fully matured advanced danger creatures. Like Su Huan, Wang Yi had also maintained a record of 3 victories. According to the experiences of previous years, typically, only a flawless victory in 5 matches guarantees a secure advancement to the top 8. Otherwise, even with 4 wins, one can merely secure 3 points, and it is highly probable that a rematch will be necessitated. Thus, this match holds significant importance for both competitors. From the outset, both participants unleashed their full potential. The mature Steel Claw Black Tiger and the Dragon Snake Lizard simultaneously executed their fierce assault techniques against one another. The Steel Claw Black Tiger's attack evidently reached a second level of enhancement, surpassing the speed of the Dragon Snake Lizard, which employed a swift maneuver. However, the arena measured only 40 to 50 meters in width, a distance negligible for the 2 adept creatures, rendering the speed disparity inconsequential. As they were on the verge of contact, both released their respective pressures. Roar. Hiss. The might of the tiger collided with the force of the dragon. A flash of cold light shimmered as the 2 figures separated instantly. The Dragon Snake Lizard landed gracefully, while a faint scratch appeared on the Steel Claw Black Tiger and Appo's back, shallow enough to draw no blood. During their encounter, the Dragon Snake Lizard was enveloped in a protective aura, effortlessly deflecting the opposing pressure. Conversely, the Steel Claw Black Tiger was momentarily stunned by the Dragon Snake Lizard's dragon might, allowing the latter to seize the opportunity to inflict damage and evade further attacks. Steel hardened. Observing the ethereal glow emanating from the Steel Claw Black Tiger's fur, Su Huan deduced that it had employed the steel-type technique of steel harden at a critical moment. This technique not only bolstered its defensive capabilities but also staunched any potential bleeding. Regrettably, the combat awareness and experience of this Steel Claw Black Tiger paled in comparison to that of the earlier Earth Rock Fist, demonstrating that even among similarly matured high-risk species, disparities in strength can be significant. Su Huan reflected with mild disappointment. Following the limited tactical effectiveness, the Dragon Snake Lizard launched a relentless offensive against the Steel Claw Black Tiger, utilizing its stamina and regenerative abilities. It unleashed a barrage of enhanced malicious projectiles with reckless abandon. Earth spikes continuously encroached upon the Steel Claw Black Tiger's mobility, preventing it from capitalizing on its speed advantage. Before long, the Steel Claw Black Tiger displayed signs of fatigue, and the Dragon Snake Lizard seized the moment to fire a malicious energy beam towards it. Meanwhile, several Earth spikes confined the Steel Claw Black Tiger's escape options, leaving it with no means to evade. Boom. The malicious energy beam did not strike the Steel Claw Black Tiger as anticipated. Instead, it was thwarted by an impenetrable wall of thick ice, merely scattering a few icy fragments upon impact. The first match concluded with Su Huan from Black Lantern Fortress emerging victorious. The referee from Flowing Cloud Town, a tamer of considerable skill, easily blocked the energy beam and declared Su Huan the winner of the initial round. Despite Flowing Cloud Town's reputation for lesser overall strength, their leader was nonetheless a semi-professional level tamer. This was nearly an unwritten rule among the 6 gathering places, mandating the dispatch of semi-professional leaders to participate in the 6 regional duels. He was acutely aware that had the formidable energy beam not been obstructed, it would undoubtedly have struck his creature. If impacted, not only would he lose this round, but the Steel Claw Black Tiger would also suffer considerable injury, potentially hindering its combat capabilities for an extended period. This would have catastrophic repercussions for his subsequent matches. The primary role of the referee in such circumstances is to ensure that the competitors and oppos abilities are not severely compromised, thereby safeguarding the integrity of the ensuing match, rather than merely declaring victory or defeat. Meanwhile, discussions abound among the spectators, with many speculating on the outcome of this battle. Despite Su Huan having secured a victory, a number of individuals still conjecture that Wang Yi may ultimately prevail. Their reasoning stems from the fact that Su Huan's entry registration indicates his second participating beast is merely a mixed blood-scale creature. Consequently, it appears to the onlookers that Su Huan is effectively contending against 2 opponents. The stamina and endurance of a beast are inherently limited, and following the recent clash, the dragon, serpent, lizard, and oppos' vitality must have diminished. Observers believe that Wang Yi and oppos' second beast, also a mature high-risk species, could easily overwhelm it through attrition. Additionally, Wang Yi's second creature is a steel-tailed whisker beast, which is significantly larger than the dragon, serpent, lizard, measuring a full 5 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in height, with 2 nearly 2-meter-long steel tails that wield tremendous destructive power. However, the speed of the steel-tailed whisker beast pales in comparison to that of the previous steel-clawed black tiger. Even with its formidable might, it would be futile to strike at the agile dragon, serpent, lizard, which is darting about the arena. Moreover, the stamina and endurance of the steel-tailed whisker beast are evidently inferior to the abundant vitality of the dragon, serpent, lizard. After merely a few minutes of intense combat, it is already gasping for breath, whereas the dragon, serpent, lizard, drawing upon its earth-based resilience, continues to recuperate and remains in peak condition.